Chapter 1 I Have Another Identity. Zhenghai City. Under the scorching sun, Su Chen, wearing a Meituan takeaway uniform, had just finished delivering an order when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from his landlord in the Yuan community where he rented a house. "Aunt Chen, I'm a little short of money lately. Can I postpone the rent for 2 more days?" Su Chen guessed that the landlord was calling to urge him to pay the rent, so as soon as he picked up the phone, Su Chen hurriedly complained. "Hi." The landlady on the other end of the phone laughed heartily. "You silly boy. Even if your Aunt Chen is short of money, she still doesn't need your rent. When you get your salary next month, just transfer it to WeChat." "Okay, thank you, Aunt Chen. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up first." Etc. Aunt Chen hurriedly said, "Xiao Su, since you're not young anymore, I've taken it upon myself to introduce you to a blind date. She's a good-looking girl with fair skin, a slim waist and long legs. Most importantly, she's never been in a relationship before. She's definitely a good match for you." Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Aunt Chen, I'm so poor that I can't even afford to eat. How can I afford to date a girlfriend?" "You silly boy, a child from a poor family can't have a girlfriend? If that's what you say, the son of a farmer will be single for the rest of his life? Besides, as long as you have the ability, let your girlfriend spend money to support you, isn't that good?" "But..." Su Chen wanted to refuse again. "Can." Aunt Chen was so eloquent, and she had so many profound ideas to share. In the end, Su Chen felt that Aunt Chen's kindness was hard to refuse, so he agreed. 12 o'clock noon is the peak time for food delivery. But Su Chen had to delay his work to go on a blind date, which was too much of a sacrifice. According to the address Aunt Chen sent him, Su Chen came to a coffee shop called Sweetheart. Comparing the photos Aunt Chen sent him, Su Chen glanced around the cafe lobby. Finally, his eyes locked on a tall woman with heavy makeup. When he came in front of the tall woman, Su Chen politely asked, "Hello, my name is Su Chen, and Aunt Chen introduced me here." "Excuse me. Are you Miss Gu Feifei? Please sit down first." Gu Feifei said in a cold tone without looking up at Su Chen. Her manicured fingers were typing quickly on the mobile phone screen. She didn't know what the good news was, but suddenly she couldn't help laughing out loud. Only. When she looked up to face Su Chen, Gu Feifei instantly became aloof again. Crossing her legs, Gu Feifei placed her phone on the table. Then, with her arms folded, she said to Su Chen like a leader, "Su Chen, right? First, tell me about your specific situation, height, age, education." Having said that, Gu Feifei waved her hand impatiently. "Forget it, there's no need to go through so much trouble. Let me ask you a question first. How much is your current monthly income?" Gu Feifei cares most about the financial income of her blind date. If the monthly salary does not meet her requirements, she will not even look at him again no matter how handsome he is. Working as a food delivery worker is indeed shameful. So, Su Chen couldn't help but feel a little insecure at the moment. "My monthly income is probably a little over 5,000 yuan. If I work hard, I should be able to make over 10,000 yuan. Su Chen is actually a very hardworking and motivated young man. Among the Meituan writers he works for, Su Chen is awarded the title of champion writer every month. Only. After hearing about Su Chen's financial income, Gu Feifei's nature of despising the poor and loving the rich was immediately exposed. "Oh my god." Gu Feifei's face was filled with disdain and exaggeration. "Hey, did I hear you right? Over 5,000 yuan a month? You know, this is Shanghai. Even an old man picking up scraps can easily make tens of thousands of yuan a month. I really can't understand what kind of job you, a healthy man, do to only earn a measly 5,000 yuan a month. I'm a delivery man." Su Chen said matter-of-factly. "What, takeaway?" Gu Feifei felt her dignity was being insulted. She immediately picked up her phone from the table and stood up. "A stinky delivery guy dares to go on a blind date with me and waste my time." Twisting her waist and wearing high heels, Gu Feifei was about to leave. "Can." Su Chen's next profound words made Gu Feifei stop instantly. "Actually, I have another identity." Chapter 2 Daily Treasure Box System. Su Chen is a child from the countryside. He has been very hardworking and motivated since he was young. He delivers takeout during the day and works as a tutor at night. His other identity is a tutor, and he can earn 2,000 to 3,000 yuan a month. Gu Feifei stopped, turned around, and suddenly sneered. Her tone was full of ridicule and disdain. Another identity? Ha, a rag picker? You delivery guys, you stinky rag pickers, why don't you take a piss and look in the mirror to see what kind of shit you are? How dare you come on a blind date with me? Shaking her head, Gu Feifei said sarcastically, I'm not trying to hit you, but a trash like you will never find a wife in your lifetime. As she spoke, Gu Feifei shook the brand name bag in her hand. See? This is a limited edition Prada bag, priced at 72,000. A poor bastard like you works so hard all year and can't even afford a bag for me. Why should I choose you? Su Chen was helpless. Ask yourself, Su Chen really doesn't like Gu Feifei's looks and personality at all. Her face is covered with freckles, but she wears 2 or 3 thick layers of foundation, like a wall of cheap paint that is dried and cracked. And she still feels good about herself? She doesn't even consider her own condition, but is so picky about men? Today. If it weren't for Aunt Chen's face, Su Chen would not have come to participate in this blind date at all. Sighing, Su Chen said neither servilely nor arrogantly, Miss Gu, you misjudged me before, and now you are wrong again. But I, Su Chen, have never been afraid of being misjudged. Because you can't imagine whether the unknown person today will become famous and successful in the future. If he really becomes famous and successful in the future, will you regret your ignorance today? After saying this, Su Chen stood up angrily and planned to leave the cafe. Gu Feifei was stunned. Then he hurriedly said, wait a minute, from what you said, it seems that you are very courageous? Well, I, Gu Feifei, am not the kind of woman who is vain. For Aunt Chen's sake, I will give you a chance. If you want to marry me, you must first prepare a betrothal gift of 660,000 yuan. And my sister is currently attending university, and you still have to pay for her annual tuition and living expenses. My brother plans to start a business after graduation, so you have to prepare 500,000 yuan in startup capital for him. You will also have to cover at least half of the cost of buying a house or a car in the future. My parents are old, so you should send at least 30,000 yuan to my family every month. As for the house and car we buy for our wedding, we have to be very particular about it. I, Gu Feifei, will never consider a car below 800,000 yuan. If we buy a house, it must be in the school district and close to the city center. Of course. You must also follow my instructions on other matters that need to be prepared for the wedding. Don't embarrass yourself by bringing a wedding ring worth less than 50,000 yuan in front of me. I don't like any domestic tourist attractions for our honeymoon. Oh, there is one more thing I must make clear to you. I have 2 male best friends who have a good relationship with me. You must not interfere when we are playing together. Besides, after marriage, all your income must be handed over to me. Su Chen, if you can do what I said above, I, Gu Feifei, will reluctantly consider dating you, how about it? Su Chen smiled. Then he waved at Gu Feifei. One word, gun. At the same time, a crisp electronic prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Drop. Congratulations to the host, you have successfully activated the daily treasure chest system. By opening a treasure chest every day, the host will reach the pinnacle of life. The world's richest man is waving at you. Host, are you ready? Chapter 3, Detour. Daily treasure chest system? Su Chen was extremely ecstatic. He was not unfamiliar with the system possession thing. He had read countless online novels. After the male protagonist in the book obtained the system, he would embark on the road to becoming a wealthy man and eventually become the richest man in the world. I never expected it. Will Su Chen get such a heaven-defying opportunity one day? The road to becoming the richest man in the world, that's the path I, Su Chen, must take. Open a big treasure chest every day, right? Okay, please open today's big treasure chest. Drop. Congratulations to the host. You've successfully opened today's treasure chest and received the latest Bugatti Centodieci. This international supercar is worth 80 million. It has been delivered to the entrance of the coffee shop. The car key is in the host's right pocket. The relevant procedures have been completed. The host can use it with confidence. At the entrance of the cafe, there is an extremely luxurious, cool and stunning international supercar. Customers entering and leaving the cafe and passers-by all stare at it with wide eyes and express bursts of amazement and admiration. Oh my god, what kind of car is this? Check it out on your phone. Wow, it's the latest Bugatti Centodieci. This luxury car costs 80 million? The gap between people is so huge. I'm afraid that ordinary people like us can't even afford to buy a nut for someone else's wheel in our entire lives. Oh, I won't say anymore, it's all tears. Now. After hearing the word gun from Su Chen's mouth, Gu Feifei was so angry that her nose was smoking. She pointed her index finger at Su Chen and roared, "Poor bastard, you can't even meet this most basic requirement. You deserve to be single for the rest of your life." After that, Gu Feifei turned around and walked out of the cafe. In an instant, the Bugatti Centodieci parked at the entrance of the cafe caught Gu Feifei's attention. Seeing such an international supercar, Gu Feifei felt her blood boiling, she couldn't walk, and she was even almost suffocated. This streamlined body, cool design, and stylish shape are so handsome, right? Gu Feifei was howling like a wolf in her heart. If I, Gu Feifei, were lucky enough to sit in the passenger seat of such a luxurious sports car, I would want to give birth to a child for the owner of the car immediately. But I don't know what kind of wealthy tycoon the owner of this Bugatti is. Oh, never mind. The other party is so rich, even if he is short and ugly, I, Gu Feifei, am willing to be his woman, even as his mistress. Since the system rewarded him with a Bugatti Centodieci, Su Chen had to go and see what the car looked like. However, when Su Chen walked out of the cafe and was about to walk towards the Bugatti Centodieci, Gu Feifei immediately stopped him. Poor bastard, you saw a Bugatti and you didn't take a detour? Looking at the dazzling, luxurious Bugatti, Gu Feifei felt even more contempt and disdain for Su Chen. See? This is the standard of a successful man. A Bugatti worth tens of millions, you can work hard all your life and still not be able to afford a tire for this car. Now. Hurry up and drive your broken electric delivery bike and get out of my sight, otherwise, your smell of poverty will be passed on to me. Gu Feifei waved at Su Chen with disgust on her face. Her look of snobbishness was really ugly. Su Chen really had no good feelings towards a snobbish, gold digger like Gu Feifei. Shaking his head, Su Chen said with a hint of amusement, "Why should I take a detour? This car is my ride." Boom! When Su Chen said this, Gu Feifei was stunned as if struck by lightning. Chapter 4 Low Profile. Gu Feifei never expected that a poor delivery guy would brazenly say that his car was a Bugatti. This was simply ridiculous. In Gu Feifei's opinion, Su Chen was suffering from deep-seated inferiority complex, so he lied and said that his car was a Bugatti. In fact, he was riding a shabby electric bike and looked as pitiful as a dog. Such a person only had the fantasy that his car was a luxury car. Little did they know. This is ultimately like covering one's ears and stealing the bell, a fool's dream. After coming to her senses, Gu Feifei taunted Su Chen again. "I've never seen a man as shameless as you. You're riding a shabby electric bike, yet you shamelessly say, your car is a Bugatti? It really made me laugh to death. Let me tell you this, if this Bugatti was your car, I would be the chairman of Bugatti." At this moment, a Toyota Prado slowly stopped in front of the cafe. Then, a fat, short and ugly man got out of a Toyota Prado and came in front of Gu Feifei. His pig face smiled, and he looked very funny, revealing a mouthful of yellow teeth. "Ms. Gu Feifei, right? The person in charge of Mingyue Dating Agency arranged for us to go on a blind date today." Naturally, Gu Feifei had no good feelings towards the short, ugly guy with a fat head and big ears. The other person's car was a Toyota Prado, which satisfied Gu Feifei's vanity to a great extent. At that moment, Gu Feifei enthusiastically shook hands with the fat and short man. "Are you Mr. Fu Biao?" Gu Feifei asked in a coquettish voice. "Hey, I'm Fu Biao." To successfully secure his blind date, Fu Biao began boasting. "Ms. Gu, I was planning to drive my Lamborghini here today, but unexpectedly, a good friend of mine borrowed my Lamborghini to confess his love to his beloved goddess. Then I randomly picked this Toyota Prado in the garage. Let me also talk about my income. I'm a lazy person and have no ambition. Throughout the year, I can only make 80 to 90 million. I'm really ashamed of myself. Today, I came to have a blind date with Miss Gu, and I was worried that Miss Gu would dislike me because I earn so little." Obviously, Fu Biao was showing off his wealth in disguise. Hearing Fu Biao's words, Gu Feifei couldn't help but swallow her saliva, her eyes full of stars. With an annual income of 800 to 900 million, he actually said he was lazy and had no ambition? Oh my god. If I become the wife of this rich man, I will be a wealthy lady in the future. Thinking of this, Gu Feifei immediately complimented, Mr. Fu was really young and promising. Fu Biao calmly pressed his hand. What do you mean by young and promising? Keep a low profile. As he spoke, Fu Biao's attention was fixed on Su Chen. Seeing that Su Chen was standing with Gu Feifei, he immediately asked in confusion, who is this? He's just a piece of trash delivery guy, yet he shamelessly came to me for a blind date. Tell me, with my conditions, how could I possibly be interested in a delivery guy? Gu Feifei said with disgust on her face. Fu Biao wanted to show off in front of Gu Feifei. So? Just choose to mock Su Chen. Little brother, you look so handsome, why did you choose a job as a food delivery man? You will be looked down upon for the rest of your life if you keep doing this. Fu Biao glanced at his Toyota Prado and said with great pride, see? I can buy a car worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan with just 1 or 2 days' income, while you may not even be able to afford the tires of my car even if you work hard for your whole life. Finished. Fu Biao looked at Gu Feifei very proudly, and the eyes they both looked at Su Chen were full of contempt and ridicule. Su Chen found it a little funny. I've worked hard all my life, why should I buy tires for your car? Isn't it nice to drive a Bugatti? As he spoke, Su Chen took out the Bugatti car keys. What? Seeing Su Chen take out the Bugatti car key, Fu Biao immediately took a step back and almost collapsed to the ground. Chapter 5 Acting. A Toyota Prado worth 700,000 or 800,000 yuan is just a pile of scrap metal in front of a Bugatti worth tens of millions. It is ridiculous that Fu Biao dared to mock the owner of an international supercar. It is simply a laughingstock. Now. It was as if invisible slaps hit Fu Biao and Gu Feifei's faces. Gu Feifei really couldn't understand why this poor delivery guy who had a blind date with him actually had a super luxury car like Bugatti. This is too unbelievable. Brother, I was just joking with you. I don't mean to look down on you. Let's formally introduce myself. I'm Fu Biao, a real estate businessman. I'll be in Shanghai from now on. As long as you give me the order, I'll go through fire and water without hesitation. In Fu Biao's view, a big shot who can afford a Bugatti worth tens of millions is definitely not an ordinary person. If you can please or make friends with such a person, it will definitely be of great help to your future business career. But, Su Chen said listlessly, sorry, I'm not interested in getting to know you. I still have to deliver food. I'm not interested in getting to know you. I have to make my delivery. Boom. Su Chen's words were like a bolt from the blue, exploding in Fu Biao's mind. What the fuck? Driving a luxury car worth tens of millions of dollars, and actually delivering food? Is there any justice in the world? Su Chen was about to open the door of the Bugatti. At this moment, Gu Feifei's face was extremely exaggerated. With a plop, she knelt in front of Su Chen, and then said sincerely, Boss, I don't have any conditions. I just ask you to marry me. To be honest. At this moment, Gu Feifei was really regretting her decision. The man she went on a blind date with was so handsome and drove a luxury car worth tens of millions, but she was snobbish and looked down on him. She always thought that people who delivered food were poor. Little did they know. The rich man is just experiencing life. In order to become a wealthy wife, Gu Feifei can give up everything. Compared with the future of eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks, and being dazzling under the attention of the public, kneeling in front of Su Chen at this moment, even if it is embarrassing, what does it matter? Oh. Looking down at Gu Feifei who was kneeling in front of him, Su Chen couldn't help but sneer. Miss Gu, you change your expression so quickly. However, I really have to go deliver food. I don't have time to act with you here. Etc. Seeing that Su Chen was unmoved by her kneeling, Gu Feifei was quick-witted and quickly grabbed Su Chen's collar. Then, with tears in her eyes, she begged, God of wealth, I'm not acting. I'm sincere. I beg you to marry me. The people watching around all sneered at Gu Feifei's action. Ah, such a woman is really shameless. She would do anything to marry into a wealthy family. Don't you see yourself? This guy is so handsome and has a luxury car. How could he possibly be interested in a gold digger like her? Love cannot be forced. If you can marry into a wealthy family just by kneeling, then wouldn't all the women in the world be able to become wealthy wives? Su Chen glanced at Gu Feifei lightly, a cunning light flashed in his eyes, and he said in a playful tone, Miss Gu, it is not impossible for me to marry you, but you have to do one thing. When she heard that there was a chance for her to marry into a wealthy family, Gu Feifei was extremely surprised and said, "Boss, what do you want me to do?" Gu Feifei howled in her heart. As long as she could marry into a wealthy family, she would be willing to do anything he asked her to do without any hesitation. Chapter 6: Car Rental. The crowd watching the excitement around were also extremely curious. Hart said, "What exactly does this young man want this gold digger to do?" Su Chen leaned down, patted Gu Feifei's shoulder gently, and then smiled at Gu Feifei harmlessly. "Miss, if you undergo a minor surgery to transform your dog eyes into human eyes, then I can consider it." After saying that, Su Chen showed no mercy and pressed the Bugatti car key. Suddenly, the car door opened upwards like a phoenix spreading its wings. Cool. Cool. Isn't it so handsome? Under the sunlight, Bugatti's streamlined body shines as brightly as a diamond. Boom! Su Chen stepped on the accelerator and the Bugatti sped away in an instant, leaving behind only a trail of fragrant exhaust. To be honest, Fu Biao was also very funny. He had never seen an international supercar like Bugatti, but at this moment, smelling the exhaust of Bugatti felt like a pleasure. And what about Gu Feifei? He slumped to the ground like a deflated ball, his whole body looking like a frostbitten eggplant, his face pale. "I drove a luxury car and took a nice ride around Shanghai." Then, Su Chen began to think about how his future life should go. Soon, he determined the direction of his life. Continue delivering food. There is no way the life of a low-key rich man is so simple and boring. Sudden, Su Chen's phone rang. It was his high school classmate Wang Ji calling. After answering the call, Su Chen asked curiously, "Ji, it's been a long time since we last contacted each other. Why did you suddenly think of me?" Wang Ji was very upset. "Lao Su, please beg me to call you by my full name, Wang Ji." "Okay, Ji." Sitting in the Bugatti luxury car, Su Chen felt indescribably comfortable, so he just teased a little in front of Wang Ji. Wang Ji was helpless. "Forget it, it doesn't matter what you're called, as long as you're happy." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Ji began to complain, "Lao Su, brother, I have something that is really difficult to tell you. If it's hard to say, then don't say it." "That won't do." After a moment of silence, Wang Ji suddenly said seriously, "Stop pretending. I'm going to be honest. I've met the true love of my life, Rouvois. Every time I see her, I feel full of strength. But I'm broke. I don't even have enough money to buy roses for my goddess. But I remember the great poet Tagore once said, 'Silence is a virtue, but being silent in front of someone you like is cowardice.'" Su Chen was confused. "So, Gigi, what exactly do you want to say?" "I've decided to rent a car tomorrow and confess my love to my goddess," Wang Ji said seriously. "Although it's on the phone. Can." Su Chen could vaguely see that Wang Ji's face was filled with the tragic atmosphere of "the wind is whistling and the E river is cold, the hero will never return once he leaves." Su Chen has determined his life path, which is to continue delivering food and experience a good life. Of course, since he is delivering food, he naturally cannot drive a Bugatti to deliver food. Thinking of this, Su Chen said kindly, "Gigi, how does the saying go? Famous things should be kept within the family. No matter where you rent a car, you have to pay rent. In this case, why don't you rent my car? Since we are classmates, I can give you a discount. The daily rental fee is 1,000 yuan. How about that?" Puff. Wang Ji on the other end of the phone burst out laughing. "Don't think I don't know that you're a food delivery guy now. How come you have a day off tomorrow, so you're planning to rent me your broken electric bike? Oh, buddy, you're riding your broken electric bike that you used to deliver food and confessing your love to my goddess? How dare you say that? Let us talk about it later. It's just a broken electric bike, and you want to rent it for 1,000 yuan a day? Why don't you just rob it?" Su Chen found it very funny. "What crappy electric car? I'm talking about a Bugatti. 1,000 a day is pretty cheap, isn't it? What car, Bugatti?" Wang Ji was stunned when he heard Su Chen's words. Chapter 7: Pictures Speak the Truth. Wang Ji was puzzled. Su Chen is just a poor delivery guy. How can he afford a Bugatti worth tens of millions? He must be bragging. No way. Su Chen could only drive the Bugatti with one hand, then he took a selfie and sent the photo to Wang Ji. Gigi, there are pictures and the truth. What do you say? Gulong. Wang Ji swallowed his saliva, his worldview completely shattered. Oh my god, is it really a Bugatti? Old Su, wait, I'll come to you right away, and then we can have a good chat about renting the car. However, we have to agree in advance that the daily rental fee is 1,000 yuan, and it cannot be increased. Su Chen smiled indifferently. I've always treated money like dirt. Since we're classmates, I'll charge you 2,000 per day. Wang Ji was very upset. Hang up, let's meet and talk. After hanging up the phone, Wang Ji suddenly became energized. He hailed a car and rushed to where Su Chen was. When they met, Su Chen was indeed sitting in the driver's seat of the Bugatti. Oh my god, is this still the poor student Su Chen I knew? He was delivering food, but now he drives a Bugatti? Wang Ji said with a look of resentment, Su Chen, where is your original intention? We once agreed to fight like dogs, but you quietly came out on top. Tell it to your buddy. How did you make your fortune? Did you rob a bank? Su Chen smiled but said nothing. After agreeing on the car rental, Wang Ji drove away in the Bugatti. And he posted a circle of friends with a picture and the caption, see, a Bugatti luxury car, but this car is borrowed. Guess who the owner is, it will definitely shock you. Normally, when Wang Ji posted on WeChat Moments, there would be no likes or comments for several days. After posting this to Moments today, it received more than 20 likes and hundreds of comments in just a few minutes. Am I seeing things, Bugatti? Gigi, what's going on? Boss, take me with you? I'm begging for advice. How can I get into the passenger seat of a Bugatti? No one, please stop me. I want to give birth to a baby for Gigi. After renting the Bugatti to Wang Ji, Su Chen continued to deliver food. The next day, Su Chen got up on time at 6:30. Then, he washed up and had breakfast. Drop. Congratulations host, today's treasure chest reward has arrived, do you want to open it? Su Chen said without hesitation, open. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining permanent ownership of the Dihao Group. Emperor Group as permanent property rights? Su Chen was extremely ecstatic. You know, the Dihao Group is one of the top 10 companies in China overseas, with a market value of over 10 billion. He never expected that the system would be so generous and directly reward him? Not bad, not bad. Su Chen made up his mind to deliver takeout first, and then take over the Dihao Group. When he thought about becoming the boss of such a big company, Su Chen could no longer contain his excitement and ecstasy. Walking on the road, he felt like he was floating. This feeling was really refreshing. 9 o'clock in the morning. Su Chen had just finished delivering an order when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. Without thinking much, Su Chen answered the call. Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen Su? A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Chen asked doubtfully, yes, I am Su Chen, what's the matter? Chapter 8, Encountering the Ex-Girlfriend. The person who called Su Chen was none other than Li Ruobing, the president of Dihao Group. Li Ruobing is a well-known beauty, and she is also a strong woman in the workplace. She is a returnee from studying abroad and has a doctorate in finance. The most important thing is that she has never been in a relationship so far. Mr. Su, when are you free to come to the Emgrand Group for the handover? Li Ruobing's voice is very pleasant, like the sound of a spring. Su Chen didn't hesitate and said directly, I'm delivering food. After delivering this order, I will come to Dihao Group. Oh, by the way, if I'm late, my salary shouldn't be deducted, right? Li Ruobing was filled with black lines on his face. The new boss of the Emgrand Group is actually delivering food at this moment? But Li Ruobing soon felt relieved. It seemed that the new chairman of our Dihao Group was a man who loved to experience life. As for salary deductions for being late? What a joke. The entire Dihao Group belongs to Su Chen. Who dares to deduct Su Chen's salary? Mr. Su, rest assured. No one who comes to the Emgrand Group will dare to say a word about you. Otherwise, I will fire him immediately. After hanging up the phone, Li Ruobing fell into a long period of contemplation. I don't know the background of the new chairman of the Emgrand Group. Looking at his profile, he's just an ordinary food delivery driver with no prominent family background or entrepreneurial experience. No way. Is his business talent amazing? Li Ruobing was certain that this must be the case. Otherwise, how could he become the chairman of M Grand Group? Half an hour later, Su Chen appeared in front of the office building of the M Grand Group riding a broken electric bike. The cars parked around him were either Mercedes-Benz, BMW, Audi, or Toyota. Su Chen's broken electric bike parked here was really unique and very eye-catching. After locking his electric bike, Su Chen was about to walk into the office building of M Grand Group. At this moment, two figures suddenly caught Su Chen's attention. Lu Hongxia, Wang Feikai? Lu Hongxia is Su Chen's ex-girlfriend, and Wang Feikai is Lu Hongxia's current boyfriend. Half a month ago, Lu Hongxia despised Su Chen for being too poor, so she cruelly dumped him and got together with Wang Feikai, a rich second-generation man. When Su Chen saw Lu Hongxia again, he felt very unworthy. Why was he so stupid during the 4 years of college, trying his best to be nice to Lu Hongxia? Because she liked the spicy hot pot in the snack street, Su Chen even skipped classes and took the bus for more than an hour to buy spicy hot pot for Lu Hongxia. Because the other party likes the latest model of Huawei Honor. For 3 months, Su Chen only ate one meal a day and worked hard at a part-time job, and only then did he buy Lu Hongxia the latest Huawei Honor model. In order to make Lu Hongxia happy, Su Chen felt that he could even sell his kidney. However, who would have thought? Not long after graduation, Lu Hongxia actually despised Su Chen for being too poor and dumped him directly? Recalling the past scenes, how ironic is this? In Lu Hongxia's opinion, Su Chen is just a food delivery rider who is not worthy of being mentioned in public. He has completely embarrassed her. She would never have dreamed of it. Today, Su Chen drives a Bugatti and has become the boss of M Grand Group. Without thinking anymore, Su Chen decided to go into the Dihao Group, recognize Lu Hongxia's true face, and didn't want to have any more interactions with her in the future. Only. At this moment, Lu Hongxia suddenly shouted, "Su Chen, why are you here?" Before Su Chen could explain the reason, Lu Hongxia said with disgust, "You're just a small delivery rider. You're not worthy of me at all. Besides, I've already broken up with you. Why are you still pestering me?" Su Chen found it funny. "I'm obsessed with you?" Chapter 9 Throw it out. Lu Hongxia looked at Su Chen with disdain and said in a sarcastic tone, "Isn't it? Back when we were in college, you were so persistent with me, like a dog. If I hadn't felt sorry for you, how could I have agreed to be with you? Thinking about it now, I was so stupid. It was obviously a white swan, but it chose you, a toad. Fortunately, I met Kai Kai, and I was able to turn from evil to good." While speaking, Lu Hongxia's face was full of sweetness and happiness, and she took Wang Feikai's arm. Wang Feikai was holding a beautiful woman in his arms, and he was indescribably proud in his heart. He raised his chin and glanced at Su Chen, and said with a playful look, "Su Chen, don't blame Xia Xia for looking down on you. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not living up to your expectations. Look at you, you just ride a broken electric bike to deliver food every day, what future can you have? Xia Xia has been suffering all her life with you, and has been looked down upon by others. But if she becomes my girlfriend, Wang Feikai, she will suddenly become a phoenix." Wang Feikai pointed at the M Grand Group and boasted proudly, "My father is a mid-level leader of the M Grand Group, with an annual income of 5 million. Do you know what 5 million means? Let me do the math for you. According to your current monthly salary, you can only earn a pitiful 50,000 yuan by working hard all year round. It will take 100 years of hard work to save up 5 million yuan. People should know their own worth. From now on, don't bother Xia Xia anymore, okay? Otherwise, every time I see you, I will beat you up." Su Chen thought it was very funny. Su Chen swept his indifferent eyes over Lu Hongxia and said seriously, "Lu Hongxia, Su Chen advises you not to feel so good about yourself. You misjudged me before, and now you are wrong again. But I, Su Chen, am never afraid of being misjudged. Because you cannot be sure whether an unknown person today will become successful and famous in the future. If he really becomes powerful and wealthy enough to rival a country one day in the future, will you regret your ignorance today? You, Lu Hongxia, are not a white swan, and I, Su Chen, am not a toad. You." Lu Hongxia was left speechless by Su Chen's words. Ignoring the anger on Lu Hongxia's face, Su Chen turned to look at Wang Feikai. Immediately, his tone was calm, yet his aura was that of a wealthy tycoon. "Wang Feikai, do you think an annual income of 5 million is impressive? Sorry, in my eyes, it's just some pocket money. As for your father being a middle-level leader of the Imbrand Group? Oh. Believe it or not, I will get your dad fired. Wang Feikai was so angry at Su Chen's words that his nose was smoking, his eyes widened, and he clenched his fists and roared, Su Chen, you are looking for death. If this was not the Dihao Group, he would not be allowed to cause trouble here. Otherwise, he would definitely take action and teach Su Chen a lesson. Shaking his head, Su Chen walked into the office building of Dihao Group. Seeing this, Wang Feikai pulled Lu Hongxia and ran a few steps, blocking Su Chen's way. He glanced at Su Chen with disdain and said in a disdainful tone, Su Chen, you are just a delivery boy, and you dare to yell at your father? And this is the Imbrand Group, and delivery guys like you aren't allowed in. While speaking, Wang Feikai looked at the imposing security guard at the entrance of the Imbrand Group and said without question, this delivery guy wants to enter our Imbrand Group? It's ridiculous. You two, throw him out. Just as the security guard was about to take action, Su Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Li Ruobing calling. Chapter 10, Panic. Of course, the Dihao Group does not allow delivery people to enter or leave their office building. Now, seeing two burly security guards stopping him, Su Chen also answered Li Ruobing's call. Mr. Su, are you here yet? Li Ruobing's voice was very respectful. Joke. She was just a CEO. To put it bluntly, wasn't she working for Su Chen? So, naturally, she had to please Su Chen, the boss. Su Chen's eyes swept over Wang Feikai and Lu Hongxia, and he said in a slightly playful tone, I am at the entrance of the Dihao Group office building. However, there is a young man named Wang Feikai who seems to be very powerful. He told the security guard not to let me, a delivery man, enter the company. And you're the one who said you'd throw me out. You can do whatever you want with this. If I don't see you within a minute, you don't have to come to work anymore, understand? Finished. Su Chen hung up the phone. However, Li Ruobing, who was in the president's office, immediately felt that the situation was not good. Without any hesitation, Li Ruobing ran out of the office and headed towards the first-floor lobby of the Dihao Group. Now, Li Ruobing's heart was hanging in the air. Who in the Imbrand Group was so blind as to be so rude to the chairman? And what about throwing the chairman out of the Imbrand Group? It was truly incomprehensible. The entire Imbrand Group belonged to Mr. Su Chen. Who in the Imbrand Group dared to speak to the chairman like that? Thump thump thump. The sound of quick and crisp footsteps was heard. Li Ruobing was running wildly in the office building of Dihao Group in high heels. Immediately, she attracted the attention of countless people. All the employees who saw this scene were stunned. What's going on? President Li is always calm and composed, why does he look so flustered today? Could something big have happened at the Dihao Group? This is the first time I've seen President Li so panicked. Phew. Seeing Su Chen hang up the phone, Lu Hongxia couldn't help laughing wildly, looking at Wang Feikai, and said sarcastically in an extremely playful tone, Kai, did you hear what this loser just said? Let me teach you. Lu Hongxia laughed like crazy, imitating Su Chen's tone and said with great disdain, if I don't see you within a minute, you won't have to go to work in the future. Oh my god. Who would have thought that this was something a delivery driver would say? Kai, have you ever seen such a weird thing? Wang Feikai shook his head, his face full of contempt and disdain. Su Chen, Xia was so blind that she actually found a piece of trash like you? In front of the office building of Dihao Group, you actually pretended to be so mysterious? Who do you think you are? The chairman of the Imbrand Group? Ah, that really made me laugh to death. The chairman of the Dihao Group? Him? Lu Hongxia folded her arms, curled her lips, and sneered, if a delivery guy like him can become the chairman of the Dihao Group, then wouldn't I, Lu Hongxia, be the richest woman in the world? While speaking, Lu Hongxia glared at Su Chen fiercely and said in a playful tone, Su Chen, you brag without writing a draft. Are you afraid of wasting manuscript paper? Ha ha. Wang Feikai and Lu Hongxia smiled at each other, gave Lu Hongxia a thumbs up, and praised, my dear, well said. Pulling out a 100 yuan bill from his wallet and throwing it in front of Su Chen, Wang Feikai said arrogantly, you work so hard delivering food all day, and you can only earn 100 yuan? Pick up the money on the ground and get out of my sight. At the same time, Li Ruobing was sweating profusely and ran towards the entrance of the Dihao Group's office building like crazy. Chapter 11, Not Knowing the Highness of Heaven and the Thickness of Earth. As the owner of a Bugatti and the boss of Emgrand Group, Su Chen is very well educated. Now, Su Chen squatted down and picked up the 100 yuan on the ground. Seeing this, Lu Hongxia rolled her eyes and started to sneer again. Poor guy is poor guy. He even picked up the 100 yuan that someone threw at his feet. How poor must he be? I'm glad I broke up with him. Otherwise, I will have to follow this loser for the rest of my life and suffer hardships. Wang Feikai put his arm around Lu Hongxia's shoulders and sneered with disdain. Xia, did you see that? Su Chen, that rubbish, actually bent over for 100 yuan. How can such a waste be worthy of a white swan like you? Lu Hongxia smiled coquettishly and twisted her waist. Ask yourself. 100 yuan didn't have any special meaning to Su Chen. He picked up the 100 yuan on the ground just out of respect for the RMB. At this moment, Su Chen put the brand new 100 yuan bill into Wang Feikai's pocket and said in a slightly indifferent tone, "Didn't your mother teach you to respect the RMB? You." Wang Feikai was suddenly speechless, his face as pale as liver. At the same time, Wang Feikai's father, Wang Mu, was pacing back and forth in his office with an anxious look on his face. As a middle-level leader of the Dihao Group, Wang Mu was under a lot of pressure. If he failed to meet the performance targets every month, not only would his bonus be deducted, but he might also be replaced at any time. The sad thing is, not only did Wang Mu fail to complete his performance for this month, and because of his personal serious mistake, a partner withdrew his investment, which directly caused a loss of 3 million to the Dihao Group. In order to keep his job, Wang Mu called Li Ruobing. Li Ruobing was running towards the Dihao Group. At the door of the office building, she suddenly heard the phone ringing. Without thinking much, she subconsciously took out her mobile phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Wang Mu calling. You know, since Li Ruobing took over as the president of Dihao Group, she has always been conscientious. Even in the middle of the night, as long as someone comes to her with work issues, she will definitely deal with it immediately. Now, Li Ruobing answered Wang Mu's call while running frantically. Manager Wang, what's going on? Wang Mu seemed to be hesitating over the phone. Li Ruobing lost his patience and urged, let's make it short. Okay, stop talking. I'm at the company entrance. If you have anything urgent, come see me in person. Finished. Li Ruobing hung up the phone. Because he had read Su Chen's relevant information before, including Su Chen's photos, Li Ruobing recognized Su Chen at first sight after running to the door of the Dihao Group's office building. Then, in order to leave a deep impression on the new chairman of the Dihao Group, Li Ruobing ran towards Su Chen with an extremely respectful look. However, this scene seemed to be something else to Wang Feikai. With a cold snort, Wang Feikai said with a tone full of contempt, Su Chen, you are just a delivery rider, and now you have even alarmed the president of Dihao Group. Do you know what the consequences of this are? You are simply seeking death by coming to our Dihao Group to cause trouble. Just wait, with President Li's hot temper, you're definitely going to get into trouble. Lu Hongxia shook her head and said to Su Chen with disgust, Emgrand Group is a big company, not a place for you to deliver food. Be more careful in the future. Seeing Li Ruobing running up to them, Wang Feikai hurriedly said, President Li, this damn takeaway rider named Su Chen, standing here, is really affecting the image of our Dihao Group. Please quickly have the security guards throw this ignorant scum out. Chapter 12 Kneeling. Li Ruobing was immediately frightened when he heard Wang Feikai's words. If she angered the chairman of the Dihao Group, the consequences would be disastrous. Even Li Ruobing's position as the president would be lost. Thinking of this, Li Ruobing did not hesitate. With a loud slap, she slapped Wang Feikai hard in the face. This slap was a solid one. Even there was a clear mark left on Wang Feikai's face. In an instant, the air within 3 meters around seemed to freeze. Lu Hongxia's eyes widened and she covered her mouth with her hands, unable to believe it. Wang Feikai was completely dumbfounded. But in my heart, I was howling like a wolf. President Li, did you hit the wrong person? My dad is a mid-level leader at the Emgrand Group, and Su Chen is a piece of trash. He's just a delivery driver. Standing in front of our Emgrand Group's office building seriously affects our group's image. Why did you slap me in public? What is going on? Ignoring the shock of Wang Feikai and Lu Hongxia, Li Ruobing stood before Su Chen, deeply terrified and apologizing respectfully, Mr. Su, I'm truly terribly sorry. I never imagined something like this would happen. Don't worry, I'll handle this matter to your satisfaction. Good. Su Chen nodded slightly. You handle it, I'll just watch from here. As the chairman of the Emgrand Group, he naturally has to have a certain attitude. Otherwise, if he is humiliated by such a villain and does not fight back, how can the employees of the Emgrand Group obey him in the future? Right now, Lu Hongxia and Wang Feikai couldn't help but look at each other. Their three views collapsed and their mentality completely exploded. In their cognition, Su Chen was just an inconspicuous delivery driver. He earned a pitiful few thousand yuan a month, and he had to depend on other people's faces. Such a person would be looked down upon and stepped on wherever he went. If a girl was blind enough to become the girlfriend of such a loser, she would be very disappointed. So, it must be a lifelong sorrow. Who would have thought? Li Ruobing, the president of the dignified Dihao Group, was so respectful in front of Su Chen, a humble delivery driver? Even more so, like a mouse meeting a cat? Can anyone tell me this? What is going on? President Li, what happened? Wang Mu ran towards the door of the office building of Dihao Group with sweat all over his forehead. As soon as he arrived, he saw Li Ruobing and slapped his son hard. Snort! Li Ruobing glared at Wang Feikai fiercely and said through gritted teeth, Boss Wang, you really gave birth to a good son. How dare you offend the chairman of our Dihao Group? Moreover, you even plan to have the security guards throw our Dihao Group's chairman out of here. Let me ask you, do you still want to work in Dihao Group? What, chairman? After hearing what Li Ruobing said, Lu Hongxia and Wang Feikai looked at each other in shock again. Lu Hongxia regretted it so much that she broke up with Su Chen and chose to be with Wang Feikai because Su Chen was too poor. Who would have thought? The poor guy in her eyes turned out to be the chairman of the Dihao Group, whose market value exceeded 10 billion. You unfilial son, how dare you offend the chairman? Get down on your knees and admit your mistake to the chairman. Boom! Wang Mu was really furious. He kicked Wang Feikai in the knee. Immediately, Wang Feikai knelt in front of Su Chen. You know. Because Wang Mu's mistake caused heavy losses to the company, he is now facing a serious risk of being fired. He originally thought that he could rely on his reputation and begged President Li not to fire him. Because he, a rebellious son who betrayed his father, had actually offended the new boss of the Dihao Group, wouldn't his position be even more untenable? Thinking of this, Wang Mu suddenly wanted to kill Wang Feikai. It is said that a woman's expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. You are not deceiving me. The next moment, Lu Hongxia knelt down in front of Su Chen with a plop. In an instant, Lu Hongxia's acting skills came out, and she begged with tears and snot, Brother Su Chen, let's not break up. Let's get back together, okay? Chapter 13 Respect. Brother Su Chen? Don't break up? Complex? At this moment, Wang Feikai's mentality completely exploded when he heard what Lu Hongxia said. He looked at Lu Hongxia with bloodshot eyes. The veins on Wang Feikai's forehead bulged, and he roared hysterically, Bitch, you've reunited with Su Chen, then what am I? Although Wang Feikai and Lu Hongxia were just together for fun. Lu Hongxia said in public that she wanted to reconcile with Su Chen, which undoubtedly slapped Wang Feikai in the face. You are not even worthy of carrying Brother Su Chen's shoes. Lu Hongxia looked at Wang Feikai with disgust. Immediately, she pleaded with Su Chen, Brother Su Chen, I was with that rubbish Wang Feikai just because I was hot-headed. Now I realize my mistake. Please forgive me and get back together with me, okay? Bitch. Wang Feikai could no longer bear it, and with a loud slap, he slapped Lu Hongxia hard on the face. In an instant, Lu Hongxia's face became red and swollen. Hit a woman in front of me? Su Chen frowned slightly. Then, he slapped Wang Feikai in the face with a merciless backhand, and said in a playful tone, Didn't your father teach you to respect women? Hitting a woman in public? Oh. How could you possibly do something like this? Wang Feikai completely doubted his life. He wanted to fight back. The other party is the chairman of the Dihao Group. If he dares to take action, both he and his son will be in trouble. So, they can only endure it. Seeing Su Chen slap Wang Feikai in anger for her, Lu Hongxia was suddenly very happy. Really? Brother Su Chen still loves me in his heart. Thinking of this, Lu Hongxia said very confidently, "Brother Su Chen, you promised to get back together with me, right?" As she spoke, Lu Hongxia tugged at Su Chen's clothes, as if she was acting coquettishly. Bang! The next moment, Su Chen slapped Lu Hongxia in the face with a firm hand and said helplessly, "A gold digger like you who looks down on others, you have the courage to bring up the word reconciliation? Before I am sincere to you, I would even sell my kidney to make you happy. What's the result? You turned your back on me and abandoned me cruelly. Now, you still want to get back together with me? Get lost." Su Chen's words made Lu Hongxia feel ashamed. Right now, Lu Hongxia was filled with remorse, unable to express it in words. Wang Feikai, on the other hand, was trembling in the wind. Damn it! When I just hit a woman, you were righteously teaching me a lesson? Now, what do you say if you hit a woman yourself? Su Chen had no interest in dealing with Lu Hongxia and Wang Feikai anymore. He walked towards the lobby of the Dihao group. Li Ruobing and Wang Mu hurriedly followed behind him. Turning around, Su Chen said to Li Ruobing, "Remember, I don't want to see Lu Hongxia and Wang Feikai in the Dihao group anymore. Otherwise, you 2-1T have to go to work anymore." "Yes, yes." Li Ruobing and Wang Mu followed behind Su Chen, nodding their heads repeatedly. Seeing Su Chen's figure walking further and further away, Lu Hongxia came to her senses and ran towards the lobby of the Dihao group. "Brother Su Chen, please don't abandon me. As long as you agree to get back together with me, I will give birth to your child immediately. Roll." Seeing that Lu Hongxia was about to step into the gate of Dihao group, the two security guards at the door threw him out. Boom! Lu Hongxia fell heavily to the ground, looking extremely embarrassed. "Oh." Wang Feikai sneered at the side, "Bitch, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see what you are? Su Chen is the chairman of the Dihao group. How could he agree to get back together with you? IMHO. A scumbag like you is only worthy of being played with by me. As for those wealthy tycoons, you're not even qualified to empty their urinals, understand?" Chapter 14 is so interesting. M Grand Group. Chairman's Office. Li Ruobing handed a folder to Su Chen with both hands very respectfully, and then brought a lot of documents one after another and asked Su Chen to sign. No way. Since it is a handover of chairman's affairs, all necessary procedures must be followed. When Su Chen was almost done with his work, he saw Wang Mu still in his office, frowning slightly. Su Chen asked in confusion, "What's wrong?" Wang Mu trembled all over, with a forced smile on his face, and said cautiously, "Chairman, I have been blind and ignorant, and have offended you. I hope you will be magnanimous and not take it to heart." Su Chen said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, I, Su Chen, will not take the trivial matters of scumbag men and women seriously. If you have this time, you might as well sit down and drink tea and listen to music. Or talking to a beautiful CEO, isn't it nice?" Hearing Su Chen's words, a blush suddenly appeared on the pretty face of the beautiful President Li Ruobing. Her already beautiful face looked even more beautiful at this moment. Li Ruobing suddenly remembered that Wang Mu had something to ask her before. Now, puzzled, he asked, "Manager Wang, if there's anything, please report it in front of the chairman. Since Su Chen is in charge of the Dihao group. So, naturally, Su Chen has the final say on all matters, big or small." After hesitating for a moment, Wang Mu stammered, "Actually, it's nothing serious. I just didn't meet my performance targets for this month. Also, Jifu Company suddenly withdrew its investment and stopped cooperating with our Dihao group. This may have caused a small loss for our company." Su Chen's eyes turned and fell on Li Ruobing. He said without question, "Go and investigate this matter immediately." "Yes, Chairman." Li Ruobing replied respectfully. Immediately exited the chairman's office. As the executive president of Dihao Group, Li Ruobing is very efficient at work. About 3 minutes later, Li Ruobing came to report on his work. After listening, the look in Su Chen's eyes suddenly became fierce. "Manager Wang, there's a saying that goes, do your job when you're in the position you're in. I'll give you 5 hours. If by then, you haven't completed this month's performance and haven't convinced Jifu Company to cooperate with our Dihao Group, then I can only tell you that Dihao Group doesn't welcome you and it's time for you to pack up and leave." Wang Mu felt his heart go cold when he heard that. How could he not see that Su Chen was taking revenge on his rebellious son Wang Feikai? Right now, Wang Mu wanted to slap Wang Feikai to death. It was already difficult for Wang Mu to make it in the Dihao group, but his rebellious son, Wang Feikai, was such a traitor. He was a complete loser. How could a father, who had a great reputation throughout his life, have such a rubbish son? Damn it! What sins did I commit in my previous life? Wang Mu made up his mind that after returning home, he would chop Wang Feikai to pieces. Sitting in a high-end office, Su Chen looked out the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, feeling a lot of emotion for a moment. Once upon a time, he was just an insignificant food delivery rider. In the blink of an eye, he was driving a Bugatti and became the chairman of the Imgrand Group. So to speak. This life experience is really interesting. After finishing his work, Li Ruobing said respectfully, "Chairman, if there's nothing else, I'll be leaving first." Etc. Su Chen waved his hand. Seeing Li Ruobing stopped and stared at him with a puzzled look on his face, Su Chen frowned slightly and said straight to the point, "President Li, I have 2 things to tell you. Please be sure to do them." Chapter 15. What's the story? When Li Ruobing heard that Su Chen had something to tell him, he suddenly felt that it was a great feeling to be trusted so much by the chairman of the Dihao Group. Well, I must work hard in the future. Strive to make the leap from being the chairman's assistant to becoming the chairman's good wife. Good. When Li Ruobing saw Su Chen for the first time, she fell in love with him. However, Li Ruobing, who had always been arrogant, felt very insecure in front of Su Chen. She was worried that Su Chen would reject her. After all, Su Chen is so outstanding, like the sun born in the sky, shining brightly. Therefore, Li Ruobing can only bury her feelings for Su Chen deep in her heart. At this time, after hearing Su Chen's words, Li Ruobing hurriedly said, "Chairman, please speak." Su Chen said calmly, "In the future, I won't come to the Dihao Group often. I will continue my food delivery business, so the management and operation of the Dihao Group will still be handled by you." Forehead. When Li Ruobing heard Su Chen say that he would continue to deliver food, he immediately felt very upset. The chairman of the Dihao Group, a wealthy tycoon with a net worth of nearly 10 billion, actually likes to deliver food? Really? We don't understand the world of the big guys. As for Su Chen asking her to continue to manage the Dihao Group, Li Ruobing felt flattered when she heard that. You know, Su Chen is the boss of the Dihao Group. Letting me manage the Dihao Group is not a disguised proof that Su Chen wants me to become the boss lady of the Dihao Group? Thinking of this, Li Ruobing suddenly said excitedly, "Chairman, don't worry, I will definitely manage the Dihao Group well." Su Chen nodded slightly. Immediately, he continued, "Ruobing, I'm sure you've noticed that I'm a low-key person. So, I don't want everyone in the world to know that I'm the chairman of the Dihao Group. So, you should know what to do, right?" "Chairman, I understand." After Li Ruobing left Su Chen's chairman's office, she was so excited that she couldn't calm down for a long time. Over the years, she had met countless handsome men and successful people, but none of them could be compared with Su Chen. Su Chen has an invincible temperament and his charm is unstoppable. Especially his eyes that were indifferent to everything, as if he had seen through all the prosperity in the world, made people extremely obsessed. Such a man was so interesting. If he could not become his wife in this life, then even if he achieved great success in his career, it would all be in vain. Besides, when other bigwigs served as chairman of the Dihao Group, they always gave people a feeling of being arrogant and domineering. Where is Su Chen? Although he was young, he became the chairman of the Dihao Group, but he was calm and composed, neither anxious nor irritable, and his stability was so stunning that Li Ruobing was stunned for a moment. But, who is the chairman? A rich young man? Still, a genius in the business world? Imgrand Group, chairman's office. Now, Su Chen glanced around, squinting his eyes, taking in the high-end, simple, and spacious office. A breeze blew in from the window, lifting the hair on Su Chen's forehead. A voice in Su Chen's heart rang out, "Su Chen, you are the giant who dominates the Shanghai business world, the master who controls this vast land. Open your eyes." Through the panoramic floor-to-ceiling windows, one can overlook most of Shanghai's terrain. Su Chen poured himself a glass of red wine and slowly savored the feeling of being a super-rich person. Well, one word to describe it: awesome. Drop. At this moment, Su Chen's phone rang. It was a text message alert. When he took out his phone and looked at it, Su Chen was stunned. Chapter 16. Drinking. Su Chen received a text message on his mobile phone indicating that a huge sum of 100 million yuan had been transferred into his China Merchants Bank, which came from his share of the equity of the Dihao Group. 100 million a month? Oh my god. This is really the way the world's richest man behaves. Am I, Su Chen, really going to follow the path of a super rich man? No. I still prefer delivery. The balance in the bank card is a man's confidence. At this moment, Su Chen felt that his back was straighter, his eyes were brighter, and his whole body was filled with great power. 3 words to describe it: delicious. But problems also followed one after another. I have so much money in my bank card, how should I spend it? In the past, Su Chen had never thought about this problem, because it was not a problem at all. He was always worried about not having enough money to spend. How could he have imagined that one day he would worry about not knowing how to spend the money? Never mind. Let us deliver the takeaway first. At 6:30 in the evening, Su Chen had just finished delivering a takeaway when his phone rang. He took out his phone and looked at the caller ID. It was Wang Ji calling. Without any hesitation, Su Chen answered the call. Gigi, what's going on? When Wang Ji heard Su Chen's address to him, he immediately frowned. Brother Chen, I still hope that you can call me by my full name, Wang Ji. Okay, Gigi. Wang Ji was speechless. But Wang Ji had long been accustomed to Su Chen's frivolous personality. Without dwelling on it any further, Wang Ji went straight to the point and said, Brother Chen, I have good news for you. I've captured Ru Hua. Su Chen found it funny. It's just a mere Ru Hua, is it worth getting so excited? Brother Chen, you don't understand. In my heart, Ru Hua is like a fairy descending to earth. So, to express my gratitude to you, I'm going to treat you to a big drink tonight. So, will you give me this honor? Su Chen smiled indifferently. Gigi, you know that wine is my weakness, yet you still say that? Let's go. Okay, then I'll send you the address of the bar. Finished. Wang Ji hung up the phone. The beauty never returns to the bar. Wang Ji and Ru Hua had already arrived at the bar and found a seat by the window. When Su Chen arrived, Wang Ji asked the waiter to serve the wine. With a sweet look on his face, he hugged Ru Hua and introduced her, Brother Chen, this is my goddess, Ru Hua. Hello, Brother Chen. Ru Hua was tall and heavily made up. She sat there like a rose blooming with utmost beauty. At this moment, she stretched out her hand, intending to shake hands with Su Chen. There is no need for a handshake, after all, you're my buddiest woman. How does that sentence go? Don't bully a friend's wife. Even if it's just a handshake, it's absolutely unacceptable. Wang Ji smiled heartily and poured a glass for each of the 3 of them. Come on, drink up. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Su Chen was a little tipsy. Gigi, I've been in a lot of pain lately. A person who gets something for nothing can legitimately possess wealth that you guys can't even strive for your whole life. Gigi, like a flower. You too, are you mad at me? Hearing Su Chen's words, Wang Ji subconsciously swallowed his saliva, looked at Ru Hua, and shook his head with a dazed expression. I'm not angry. Su Chen said helplessly, impossible, Gigi, Ru Hua, don't hold it in. Tell me what's in your heart. Are you angry at me for looking at you? I'm angry. Wang Ji slammed the wine glass on the table. Although he and Su Chen are good friends. In his heart, he was extremely jealous of Su Chen. How could such a handsome man be so rich? It would be fine if he was rich, but the key was that he had an invincible temperament and unlimited charm. Such an existence was simply the public enemy of men. Because I drank some wine. So, Wang Ji spoke directly from his heart. Louder, are you angry? Su Chen slammed the table. I'm angry. Wang Ji and Ru Hua said in unison. Great, am I annoying? Su Chen asked, pointing at Wang Ji and Ru Hua. Hateful. Wang Ji and Ru Hua answered rhythmically. Am I annoying? Annoying. Do I deserve a beating? Su Chen's voice became louder and louder. You deserve a beating. Listening to the conversation between Su Chen, Wang Ji and Ru Hua, the drinkers around were all stunned. Some people poured wine for the people at the same table, and the wine overflowed from the cup, but they were unaware and still maintained the posture of pouring wine. Piu. Snapping his fingers, Su Chen said with high spirits, I have only one last question. Do you want me to go bankrupt? Chapter 17, Only Buy Expensive. Wang Ji and Ru Hua looked at each other again. Immediately. With an extremely dull expression, he said, "Brother Chen, do you want to lose everything?" "Why?" Su Chen took a big gulp of beer and said with a dejected look on his face, "Brother, you don't know the troubles of rich people. There's so much balance in the account, but I don't know how to spend it all. Tell me, what's the meaning of such a life?" The drinkers nearby were so angry that smoke came out of their noses. "It's so fucking infuriating. Is there anything like this? Why is the gap between people so huge? If having too much money is a worry, then I would rather have 100,000 worries find me." Sudden. Su Chen stood up from the table. Seeing this, Wang Ji asked doubtfully, "Brother Chen, what are you planning to do?" "I want you two to help me bankrupt myself. I know this is very difficult for you. But, as brothers, I just want to ask you one question. Will you help me with this favor or not?" Wang Ji and Ruhua were at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Then, the two excitedly expressed that they were more than willing to help. 8:30 in the evening. Su Chen, Wang Ji, and Ruhua arrived at the entrance of Tianhua Shopping Mall. You know, Tianhua Shopping Mall is one of the top 10 shopping malls in Shanghai, and it has many internationally famous brands. For example, Versace, Armani, Prada, Gucci. Standing in front of the magnificent building, Wang Ji couldn't help but swallow his saliva. Then, he looked at Su Chen with a dull expression and asked doubtfully, "Brother Chen, you didn't bring Ruhua and me here to spend money, did you?" "Congratulations, you got it right." Su Chen smiled leisurely. "Since time is short and the task is heavy, let's not waste any more words. Once you enter this mall, you can spend money as much as you want. There is only one principle: only buy expensive things, not the right ones." Wang Ji felt uneasy. After hesitating for a moment, he said with a look of suspicion, "Brother Chen, there is a saying that goes, wine makes cowards brave. We all drank a little, so when we think about problems, it is inevitable that we are a little irrational. What if you wake up tomorrow and refuse to admit it? Then you'll force us to pay you back, and we won't be able to pay you back. So I advise you to stay calm and stay calm." Su Chen smiled bitterly. "I knew you wouldn't want to help me. Fine, I'll go in first, and you can do whatever you want." While speaking, Su Chen approached Tianhua Shopping Mall. Wang Ji and Ruhua exchanged a glance, still unable to make a decision. After a moment, Ruhua said curiously, "Gigi, what I want to know is, who is Brother Chen?" "Why?" Wang Ji looked up at the sky and suddenly sighed. Speaking of Brother Chen, he's truly a strange man. He could have made a living relying on his looks, but he chose to deliver food? Do you think he's just an ordinary food delivery driver? What's the result? In the blink of an eye, it will amaze you. You know Bugatti, an international supercar worth 70 to 80 million. Even the richest man in Shanghai doesn't have such a cool car. Ruhua nodded thoughtfully. Since Brother Chen can afford to drive an international supercar worth tens of millions, so he must be super rich. If that's the case, why don't we take advantage of Brother Chen's influence and go to Tianhua Shopping Mall to spend some money? Let's go. At the same time, Su Chen had already walked into a store called Vacheron Constantin. There is a saying that the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches, fools play with mobile phones, and idiots play with computers. For a man, there is no man who does not love watches. Welcome to the Vacheron Constantin boutique. Excuse me, sir, how may I help you? As soon as Su Chen walked into the Vacheron Constantin store, a sweet-looking young woman in a professional suit came forward and spoke to Su Chen. Su Chen was stunned. "Miss, I'm just a delivery rider. Don't you worry that I can't afford the famous watches in your store?" According to the general plot and routine, if Su Chen walked into an internationally famous store like Vacheron Constantin, he would definitely be ridiculed by the condescending salesperson. What puzzled Su Chen was, he walked into the Vacheron Constantin store, where the salesperson was particularly enthusiastic towards him. Now, hearing Su Chen's words, the shopping guide girl smiled sweetly and said, "Sir, you really know how to joke. With your temperament, how could you not afford the men's watches in our Vacheron Constantin? Perhaps, buying our store is just a matter of words." Su Chen nodded in admiration. Unexpectedly, the shopping guide at the Vacheron Constantin store is so aware. But the next moment, Su Chen no longer thought so. When Wang Ji and Ruhua saw Su Chen approaching the Vacheron Constantin store, they ran after him. However, before Wang Ji and Ruhua could step into the door of the Vacheron Constantine store, they were stopped by a sweet-looking salesgirl. "Sir, miss, this is the Vacheron Constantine store. If you can't afford it, go somewhere else." Hearing this, Wang Ji's eyes suddenly widened, and he pointed at Su Chen and asked in disbelief, "Why can my brother Chen go in?" Su Chen shrugged and spread his hands, saying, "You have an invincible temperament, do you blame me?" Chapter 18 Bought. Su Chen and Wang Ji had a little joke. Immediately, he touched his nose leisurely and said to the sweet-looking salesgirl, "Miss, these two are my friends. We came here together." When the salesgirl heard that Wang Ji and Ruhua were Su Chen's friends, her attitude suddenly changed 180 degrees. She invited Wang Ji and Ruhua in very enthusiastically. Leaning close to Su Chen's ear, Wang Ji said gloomily, "Brother Chen, what I want to know is, do you rich people have the words 'I am rich' written on your faces?" Su Chen smiled brightly. "No." "Then why did the salesgirl let you in but stopped me and my goddess?" Su Chen smiled and spread his hands. "As for the temperament, Buddy has it nailed. As for you and Ruhua, perhaps this is your lifelong lesson." Wang Ji's face suddenly turned black, and he felt like he had suffered a critical hit of 10,000 times the damage. You know. Normally, Wang Ji and Ruhua were short of money, so they could not go to famous stores like Vacheron Constantine to spend money. But today, they can broaden their horizons. So, Wang Ji and Ruhua were very excited. Gulong. Wang Ji swallowed his saliva involuntarily and glanced at the pretty shopping guide next to him. Wang Ji whispered mysteriously and leaned close to Su Chen's ear and asked again, "Brother Chen, do we really want to spend some money here? You think I'm kidding you, buddy?" While speaking, Su Chen's eyes fell on the salesgirl, and he said in a heroic tone, "Miss, take out the most expensive watch in your store and let us take a look." "The most expensive watch?" Hearing Su Chen's words, the salesgirl's beautiful big eyes suddenly widened. She thought that this handsome guy with unparalleled temperament in front of her was indeed a wealthy man. Without hesitation, the salesgirl took out a luxurious, grand and high-end men's watch from the glass cabinet and handed it to Su Chen with both hands. "Can you help me put it on, please?" Su Chen's smile was like a spring breeze. "Good." I don't know why, but a blush suddenly appeared on the beautiful face of the sweet-looking salesgirl. Her heart was beating like a deer, and she carefully helped Su Chen put it on. "Sir, your temperament is a perfect match for this limited edition Vacheron Constantine," the salesgirl exclaimed sincerely. She has been working in the Vacheron Constantine store for 6 years and has seen countless people wearing Vacheron Constantine. Only when Su Chen wears Vacheron Constantine, he looks so luxurious and elegant, as if this limited edition was specially tailored for Su Chen. Really? Su Chen turned his wrist and smiled leisurely. "I think so." Immediately, Su Chen changed the subject and said, "Please give a brief introduction." "Okay." Talking to Su Chen was a real pleasure for the salesgirl. After calming her breath a little, she respectfully began to introduce him. "Since our birth, Vacheron Constantine has always prioritized quality, and has continued to this day with its exquisite technology, perfect design, and rigorous processes. This part of the Overseas collection, combines contemporary design, technical expertise, and a sporty feel, embodying a modern look that transcends time and space, a symbol of sailing and discovery." "What a wonderful journey, what a wonderful discovery." Su Chen nodded contentedly. "How much does this watch cost?" 5,200,000. "I bought it." "Huh?" The salesgirl was stunned. Buy? 5,200,000 is a huge sum of money, and this handsome man just bought it? Isn't that too domineering? Chapter 19 No Face. Wang Ji and Ruhua looked stunned and couldn't help but look at each other. They originally thought that Su Chen was just rich. Who would have thought? How could he spend money so lavishly? This was simply a super rich man, spending over 5 million like it was just a joke? Without a doubt. This scene completely refreshed Wang Ji and Ruhua's understanding of the super rich. "Do you two have any styles you like?" Su Chen's eyes swept over Wang Ji and Ruhua. Although Su Chen agreed and took the two of them to spend some money. In this Vacheron Constantine store where the price is often worth millions, Wang Ji and Ruhua immediately wilted. When they heard Su Chen's words, they shook their heads with a silly look, saying that they thought they were not worthy of wearing Vacheron Constantine. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Then he said to the sweet-looking salesgirl, based on the temperament of my two friends, please recommend one to each of them. Yes, sir. The salesgirl took out a pair of Vacheron Constantin couples watches and handed them to Wang Ji and Ruhua. Seeing this, Wang Ji and Ruhua immediately took a step back in shock. Suchen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He took the couple's watches from the salesgirl's hands and gestured on Wang Ji and Ruhua's wrists. He found that both the style and size were perfect. Then, he said in a heroic tone, check out. Gulong. The salesgirl was also a little dumbfounded. She had never seen a customer as generous as the handsome young man in front of her, who gave his friend a famous watch worth millions without blinking an eye. Next, the salesgirl brought Su Chen to the front desk and entered the code numbers of 3 Vacheron Constantin watches on the computer. The screen immediately displayed the purchase details. Looking at Su Chen respectfully, the salesgirl said with bright eyes and white teeth, "Hello, sir. The total purchase amount is 8.2 million. Would you like to pay by card or transfer? Transfer money." As he spoke, Su Chen took out his mobile phone. Brother Chen. Seeing Su Chen was about to transfer the money, Wang Ji suddenly became anxious. He leaned close to Su Chen's ear, his eyes widened, and he lowered his voice and said, "My goddess, and I spend a total of 3 million? Brother Chen, how can I afford to pay you back?" Seeing Wang Ji's mournful expression, Su Chen smiled bitterly and said, "Who expects you to pay it back? Didn't I tell you long ago that I brought you two here to spend money just to make me bankrupt? Why don't you give me this face?" Wang Ji was speechless. For the first time in his life, he felt so uneasy about spending money. After transferring the money, Su Chen said to Wang Ji and Ruhua, "Let's go." After spending a lot of money, Su Chen suddenly felt refreshed. It seemed as if his Rin and Du meridians were opened up, and he walked in a more handsome and elegant manner. Etc. Seeing that Su Chen was about to leave their Vacheron Constantin store, the salesgirl hurriedly called out to Su Chen. For some reason, the salesgirl's cheeks were burning hot. And the heart is beating wildly. This feels exactly like being in love. Is there something? Su Chen turned around and stared at the salesgirl with interest. After hesitating for a moment, the salesgirl lowered her head and stammered in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "Well, if it's convenient, let's add each other on WeChat." As if this routine was a bit too obvious, the salesgirl hurriedly explained, "Sir, please don't misunderstand me. What I mean is that you spent so much money in our store. As for the future Vacheron Constantin warranty, if you have any problems in the future, our technicians will come to your home for free repairs." Wang Ji and Ruhua stared at Su Chen in amazement. Handsome, rich, and with an invincible temperament. Such a person is like the sun in the sky, shining brightly wherever he goes. This shopping guide lady is so beautiful. He actually took the initiative to ask for Su Chen's contact information? Chapter 20 Rejection. Although Su Chen had a good impression of this sweet-looking salesgirl. How can you give out your contact information to anyone? With an elegant smile towards the salesgirl, Su Chen said in a slightly apologetic tone, "No thanks." After that, Su Chen walked out of the Vacheron Constantin store, followed closely by Wang Ji and Ruhua. My brother Chen is awesome. After walking out of the Vacheron Constantin store, Wang Ji couldn't help but give Su Chen a thumbs up and sighed sincerely. Other men, after seeing a beautiful woman, desperately want the other person's contact information. But where is my brother Chen? A beautiful woman came up to you and asked for your contact information, and you refused? How high-handed is this? Su Chen shrugged. It's not that I'm being arrogant, but it's a matter of principle. A matter of principle? Wang Ji frowned, looked at Ruhua, and asked in confusion, "Are you single?" "Yes." Su Chen answered truthfully. "Then why do you reject the beautiful woman?" Su Chen smiled and said, "Am I such a casual person? If that salesgirl is really interested in me, she will find ways to get my contact information. Have you heard that saying? Someone who travels across the ocean to pursue you, this shows more sincerity." Wang Ji was stunned. Immediately, he looked at Ruhua and asked doubtfully, "Do you understand what Brother Chen meant?" Ruhua shook her head, bewildered, and said, "You and I are both complete novices in literature. How can you possibly understand such profound and abstruse words as Brother Chen said?" At the same time, when Su Chen walked out of the Vacheron Constantin store, the other salesgirls swarmed around the sweet-looking salesgirl. Her name was Choya, and she was the most popular girl in the Vacheron Constantin store. Whether she was in high school or college, she had countless suitors. Until today. Shoya has never been in love. In the past, many of Shoya's admirers were rich young men. They behaved like dogs in front of Shoya, pestering her and obeying her in everything. However, Shoya never looked at her suitors straight in the eye. I met Su-chen today. She took the initiative to ask for the other party's contact information, but was rejected? Shoya, in the past, countless wealthy tycoons have asked for your contact information, and you've always refused. But today, is this the sun rising from the west? You actually asked for that young man's WeChat? To be honest, I have a crush on that young man. But unfortunately, he hasn't even glanced at me since he walked into our Vacheron Constantine store. Oh, how sad. Shoya, you are the flower of our Vacheron Constantine store. You must win that young man. See? The rich lady is waving at you. You must not give up. Shoya smiled bitterly with a lonely look. How can we capture them? They're gone, and we might never see them again. A beautiful woman who claims to be the goddess of the slightly plump world put her hand on Shoya's shoulder and said earnestly, Shoya, for us women, finding a good man in this life is like a second reincarnation. When happiness knocks on your door, you must seize the opportunity. To be frank, if I weren't older, that little brother would never have fallen into your hands. You should hurry up and pursue your own happiness. Remember, even if you have to pay for it, you must win it. All of us sisters at Vacheron Constantine support you. Come on. Everyone made a fist gesture in unison. This moment. Shoya felt her blood boiling. Immediately. No longer caring about her goddess's modesty, after coming out of the Vacheron Constantine store, she shouted to Su-chen's back, Little brother, wait for me. As soon as she finished speaking, she ran wildly, attracting people around to stop and watch. Chapter 21. A villa worth 350 million. The next scene gives people a strong visual impact. You know. Su-chen was still wearing his delivery uniform. But Shoya looked like a goddess, yet, even so, she was chasing Su-chen crazily on the street. For a while, the people watching around began to sigh with emotion. Ah, this is the gap between people. When I was pursuing my goddess, she treated me like a dog. In her eyes, I was even more disgusting than a fly. Yet, this delivery boy is being pursued by such a beautiful goddess? Just because you're handsome, does that mean you can be so willful? It seems that I have to focus on cultivating my appearance in the future. Is there any justice in this world? Such a beautiful goddess, actually chasing after a delivery boy in public? If delivery was so popular, I would have been a delivery boy. I worked hard for more than 10 years and finally became a bank president, but now I'm not even as good as a delivery boy? Oh, failure is complete. Don't mention it, it's all tears. Seeing that Shoya was about to catch up with him, Su-chen said to Wang Ji and Ruhua, let's split up into two groups. Hearing this, Wang Ji was puzzled. Brother Chen, the goddess is chasing you, isn't she attractive? Why are you running away? You don't understand. As soon as he finished speaking, Su-chen ran away. Shoya ultimately failed to catch up with Su-chen. Looking at Su-chen's back as he ran farther and farther away, Shoya felt that she was so happy. At that moment, she couldn't help but sigh, he is so handsome even when running. He is indeed the man that I, Shoya, like. After returning to the slum house he rented, Su-chen simply washed up and fell into a deep sleep. The next day, after Su-chen had breakfast, he was about to start his super rich life experience mode and go to deliver a takeaway when the system prompt sounded in his mind. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? Su-chen didn't even think about it and replied directly with his mind, speed up and start, I'm waiting for you. Drop. Congratulations to the host for acquiring a Zhonghai Bay villa. This villa is called the Emperor's Arrival, located at 36 Jifu Road, and is valued at 350 million yuan. The villa is fully furnished and comes with all the necessary amenities. Hearing the system's voice, Su-chen suddenly couldn't breathe. Damn it. A bayfront villa worth 350 million? Is this going to be crazy? However, Su-chen quickly calmed down and told himself to stay calm. If he got too excited, how could he enjoy this prosperous world in the future? Su-chen, you are destined to become the richest man in the world. Are you satisfied with the achievements you have now? Wow! Walking out of the slum house, Su-chen looked up at the sky. The sky was clear and the air was fresh. The breeze was gentle and refreshing. Bathed in the morning light, well, how can this feeling be described with just one word? Just as Su Chen was enjoying his comfortable life, his phone rang. Hello? Su Chen answered the phone and spoke politely. A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen Su? I'm Su Chen, may I ask who you are? I'm Lu Zhenhai, the person in charge of the Bay Villa district. You've already paid in full for the Emperor's Villa. Could you please tell me when you're free to come to our company to sign the purchase contract? Of course, if that's not convenient for you, I'll personally deliver the contract to your current location. Su Chen suppressed the ecstasy in his heart and said in a calm tone, Don't bother, I'll ride my electric bike to your company to sign the house purchase contract. When Lu Zhenhai heard Su Chen's words, he was stunned. He spent a huge sum of 350 million yuan to buy the Emperor's Bay Villa without blinking an eye. Such a super rich man actually drives an electric car? Chapter 22 Principles. After hanging up the phone, Lu Zhenhai couldn't help but sigh in his heart. We really don't understand the world of wealthy tycoons. Certainly. For Su Chen, he was not deliberately pretending to be poor, but he felt that driving a Bugatti was too high profile. Besides, isn't green environmental protection advocated now? Therefore, every time he went out, Su Chen would try to ride an electric bike instead of driving a Bugatti. This is Su Chen's principle in life. Today is a good day. Everything you want will come true. Driving a shabby electric car, Su Chen was humming a song in a happy mood. While waiting for the red light, a burgundy BMW stopped next to Su Chen. He rolled down the window and saw a beautiful woman in a navy blue jacket, who exclaimed at Su Chen. Su Chen? Su Chen turned around and was also surprised. Zhao Mengchen? Seeing the woman take off her sunglasses, Su Chen looked her over and couldn't help but praise her. Zhao, the campus beauty, is really good. She even drives a BMW? Impressive. Hey, stop talking about it, it's just fooling around. Zhao Mengchen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, Back in our class 5 of grade 9, you, handsome boy Su, were a big shot on campus. You were handsome, good at studying, and so many girls wrote you love letters. How did you end up like this now? Su Chen laughed and didn't care about Zhao Mengchen's sarcasm. I love my job, delivering food and experiencing life. In 3 words, it's wonderful. Cut. Zhao Mengchen rolled his eyes and said with disdain, Look at you, you're so capable. You're so happy just delivering food? What's your life pursuit? Are you planning to spend your whole life delivering food on a crappy electric scooter? Why not? Su Chen smiled leisurely. Today's Su Chen is completely different from the past. He can open a large treasure chest every day and obtain mysterious rewards from the system. If the current trend continues, Su Chen is destined to become the richest man in the world. The most important thing is, Su Chen doesn't need to do anything. He can just deliver takeout leisurely every day and open the mysterious box the next day. Su Chen really enjoys this kind of salted fish life. Oh. Zhao Mengchen snorted coldly, You used to be so brilliant, but I never thought you'd fallen like this now? Okay, if you love delivering food, you can do it for the rest of your life. Boom. The green light came on, the BMW started, and Su Chen's old electric car followed closely behind. It's interesting to say that when waiting for the red light at the second intersection, Su Chen and Zhao Mengchen met again. Zhao Mengchen poked his head out of the car window and said in a contemptuous tone, Su Chen, it's really not easy for you deliverymen in this hot weather. How many orders do you plan to take today? Su Chen was an honest child. After hearing what Zhao Mengchen said, he said matter-of-factly, I'll take a break from work today. I'm going to the Bay Villa to sign a contract. Go to the Bay Villa to sign a contract? Upon hearing this, Zhao Mengchen immediately scoffed, Why, besides delivering food, you're also planning on working as a cleaner at Bay Villa? Well, a part-time job is a bit of extra income. After all, you only earn a pitiful amount of money delivering food all month. Su Chen has a characteristic, which is that he doesn't like to tell lies. Now. He even said, I didn't go to the Bay Villa to do cleaning. I bought the Emperor's Villa in the Bay Villa, which is worth 350 million. I'm going to sign the contract now. What? You bought a Bay Villa worth 350 million? Zhao Mengchen was stunned. Chapter 23 Expectations. Seeing Zhao Mengchen's face full of disbelief, Su Chen asked in confusion, Why, you look so surprised? Actually, it's nothing big. It's just a bayside villa worth hundreds of millions. I may not live there all the time. Su Chen was telling the truth. You know. He is destined to be the richest man in the world, and waiting for him are more achievements and rewards. Perhaps, at present, it seems awesome that an emperor worth 350 million has come to the world. However, Su Chen opens the treasure chest every day. Wouldn't the rewards in the future surprise Su Chen even more? Oh. After coming back to his senses, Zhao Mengchen couldn't help but sneer, and said with a tone of extreme contempt, "Of course you won't live here permanently, you can only brag. Su Chen, I really didn't expect that not only is your life in a mess now, but you have fallen to the point of delivering takeout. And you still like to brag? When others boast, at least they're somewhat realistic. But you, on the other hand, are boasting to the point of blowing it out of proportion. How can you afford a 350 million yuan bayfront villa? Let me tell you this, if you can afford a 350 million yuan bayfront villa, I'll take your last name." Boom! The BMW started, and Zhao Mengchen left the place quickly with a look of disgust on her face. She felt that staying with someone like Su Chen, who was obviously poor but pretended to be rich, was a waste of feelings in life. Hi! Staring at the direction the BMW left, Su Chen shook his head, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. "I know you don't believe what I say, but you don't have to curse at me." Muttering, Su Chen drove the electric car leisurely towards the Bay Villa. At the same time, Lu Zhenhai is busy preparing for the ceremony to welcome Su Chen. "When you welcome Mr. Su Chen later, you must all bow together, understand? And your faces must show a very enthusiastic look. Anyone who can't do it, get out. In addition, the senior leaders of our Bay Villa will also participate in the ceremony to welcome Mr. Su Chen. Everyone, get ready. Roll out a new red carpet at the company entrance and mop the floor again. You have to take photos of people, and the flowers at the entrance need to be beautiful and grand. Everyone, don't let me down. Remember?" The hundreds of employees in the entire Bay Villa were all excited and took action. They put on new clothes and waited to welcome Su Chen's arrival with extremely enthusiastic looks. Even it makes them more excited than welcoming a top star. "Thinking about meeting Mr. Su Chen soon, I'm so excited I can't calm down at all. I heard that this low-key super rich didn't even blink when he bought the emperor's coming worth 350 million. So the question is, what kind of super rich is this who is so generous? Look at this dress I'm wearing today. When I meet the rich man later, I must leave a deep impression on him. Maybe the rich lady is already waving at me. Hee hee, how happy I am." The wealthy tycoons I know would hesitate for a long time even if they wanted to buy a house worth several million. But this Mr. Su Chen bought the emperor's world in a snap. "If I could marry a man like him, what would death mean to me? Meeting a wealthy man ruins my life, but I have no regrets." All the staff of the Bay Villa were looking forward to Su Chen's arrival. The men were envious and jealous of Su Chen, and the women all wanted to meet Su Chen. They began to fantasize in their hearts that Su Chen would appear in their sight wearing sunglasses and driving a rare luxury car in the world. It was definitely a moment I'll never forget. Finally, under everyone's anticipation, Su Chen drove his old electric car slowly in front of everyone. For a moment, all the staff of the Bay Villa were stunned. Chapter 24. Who is he? No one expected that the super rich man they were looking forward to would appear in front of everyone riding a broken electric bike. But after a moment of stunned silence, everyone gradually figured it out. The super rich are usually so low-key. What's wrong with riding an electric scooter? This man didn't even blink when he bought a 350 million yuan bayfront villa. Even if he bought a luxury car worth tens of millions of yuan for transportation, wouldn't it be like a piece of cake? He rides an electric scooter because he's low-key and doesn't want to show off. Where can you find a man with such inner qualities? I love this kind of elegant little brother. The other side. Zhao Mengchen sat in the driver's seat of the BMW, frowning slightly as a plan came to mind. Su Chen had once been the perfect Prince Charming in every girl's eyes, but now, he had fallen to the pitiful state of delivering food. But what Zhao Mengchen despised was that this guy was clearly working part-time at the Bay Villa, sweeping the floor and cleaning the toilet, but he said that he bought a Bay Villa worth 350 million? No, I have to expose his hypocrisy. Zhao Mengchen thought. If it were an ordinary person, Zhao Mengchen naturally would not have the leisure time to do so. However, Su Chen was once a prominent figure on campus. It would be very interesting to expose the hypocrisy of such a person. Thinking of this, Zhao Mingchen stepped on the accelerator and the car sped towards the Bay Villa. Not long. The BMW stopped at the door of the Bay Villa. She was extremely certain that Su Chen would have no sense of presence when he came to the Bay Villa. Looking at the luxurious and beautiful Bay Villa, Zhao Mingchen couldn't help but feel envious. When will I be able to afford a house here? In the future, when I get married, he must buy me a house in the Bay Villa. Otherwise, don't even think about marrying me. Zhao Mingchen got out of the car and was about to walk into the Bay Villa. At this moment, the scene in front of him made Zhao Mingchen's eyes widen instantly, and his jaw almost dropped to the ground. The shock and disbelief in his heart were like a raging sea. Su Chen parked his old electric car, and all the employees of the Bay Villa stood in 2 neat rows, bowing and greeting Su Chen. The scene was even more grand than welcoming a first-line star. What the hell is going on? Seeing this scene, Zhao Mingchen felt that his 3 views collapsed instantly. Where was the cleaning and toilet cleaning as promised? Su Chen appeared at the Bay Villa on a dilapidated electric bike. However, all the employees of the Bay Villa actually treat Su Chen like a master? With a click, Zhao Mingchen had already pulled out her phone when she got out of the car. She'd intended to capture Su Chen's downtrodden state, sweeping the floor with cleaning tools. But, in such shock, she dropped her phone, the screen shattering instantly. Su Chen naturally didn't know about Zhao Mingchen's tracking. Coming in front of Lu Zhenhai, Su Chen got straight to the point and asked, "When will the contract be signed?" Lu Zhenhai bowed respectfully and said cautiously, "We will sign whenever Mr. Su wants to sign." Lu Zhenhao also had his own little thoughts. Su Chen was an emperor who could buy their Bay Villa with a single stroke of a knife. Naturally, he was no ordinary person. You can imagine. If you can make friends with such a super boss, it will definitely benefit you in Shanghai in the future. From a distance of more than 20 meters away, Zhao Mingchen saw Lu Zhenhai standing in front of Su Chen, looking very respectful. Zhao Mingchen was certainly no stranger to Lu Zhenhai. He could often be seen on financial channels and in fortune magazines. The chairman of Zhao Mingchen's company wanted to make friends with Lu Zhenhao, but he had no connections. And Lu Zhenhai, in front of Su Chen, acted like a follower? Su Chen, who is he? Zhao Mingchen looked at Su Chen with eyes full of awe. When Zhao Mingchen first saw Su Chen riding the shabby electric bike used to deliver food, he couldn't help but feel contempt. Right now. She had only one thought in her mind, which was to give up everything to get in touch with Su Chen. Chapter 25: Visiting the Villa. Because the emperor's arrival in this Bay Villa was a reward given to Su Chen by the system, and the full amount was paid directly through a transfer operation, so this was the first time Lu Zhenhai met Su Chen. Now, Lu Zhenhai was so shocked that he could not describe it in words. As the manager of the Bay Villa district, Lu Zhenhai has been in the business world for decades and has seen countless people. What kind of wealthy tycoons has he not met? However, this is the first time he has met such a young and wealthy person like Su Chen. The other party was so young, but he spent a huge sum of 350 million to buy the emperor's villa in their bay. There was no one else in Shanghai with such a heroic spirit. The most important thing was that Mr. Su Chen had an ethereal temperament and a calm look, as if he had seen all the prosperity in the world. His every move revealed an unfathomable aura. For example, although he has unmatched financial resources, he chose to appear on stage riding a shabby electric bike. This unique and extremely low-key style is simply unparalleled in the world. Right now, Lu Zhenhai stood respectfully before Su Chen, his inner thoughts swirling. Who was Mr. Su Chen, anyway? A wealthy young man? A business magnate? Or perhaps a leader in a particular field? The heir to a hidden, wealthy family? In addition, is he married? Does he have a girlfriend? If she was single, Lu Zhenhai even thought about making his sister become Mr. Su Chen's woman at any cost, even if she had no official status, even if she was a mistress. As long as she could have a slight relationship with Su Chen, Lu Zhenhai would do his best. Accompanied by Lu Zhenhai, Su Chen walked into the Bay Villa district. The staff here were all looking forward to it, vying for a glimpse of Su Chen's divine looks. The men felt ashamed of themselves, and the women fantasized about the beautiful scene when they married Su Chen. No one knew when, but a top-notch beauty appeared beside Su Chen. The woman was tall and, wearing 5-centimeter silver high heels, was only half a head shorter than Su Chen, who was 1.85 meters tall. Her beautiful appearance was in no way inferior to those first-line female stars. The most important thing is, the eyes of this charming woman are extremely alluring. If a man has poor self-control, he will definitely fall at her feet in an instant after just looking at her for a few seconds. Who is this? Su Chen asked puzzledly. Just at this moment, a gentle breeze blew, lifting the woman's long, straight black hair. Lu Zhenhai introduced her with pride. Mr. Su, this is my sister Lu Meijia. She just returned from abroad yesterday. She is 28 years old this year and has obtained dual doctorates from Harvard and Cambridge. Next, my sister will take you to visit the emperor's arrival, and then we can sign the contract. Speaking of this, Lu Zhenhai felt a surge of admiration in his heart. He had never seen any wealthy tycoon buy a villa without even looking at it and directly pay the full amount. Perhaps only Mr. Su Chen had such a heroic and domineering temperament. Okay. Su Chen nodded slightly. Lu Zhenhai leaned close to Lu Meijia's ear and lowered his voice to warn her. Meijia, it's up to you from now on. In a nutshell, you have to do everything you can to become Mr. Su's woman, understand? Of course. If something could happen with him, that would be great. Lu Meijia has never been in a relationship since she was a child. Lu Meijia is confident about her own charm. Those billionaire young masters are all obedient and uncompromising in front of her. She just doesn't believe that they can't win over this young man with unmatched temperament in front of her? Don't worry. Lu Meijia blinked at Lu Zhenhai. Next. Seeing Lu Meijia and Su Chen heading towards the emperor's lyncher, the beautiful female employees of the Bei Villa were all envious and jealous. Hey, although I really want to marry that tall, rich and handsome guy, he doesn't like me. Besides, I don't have the opportunity. Manager Lu's sister Lu Meijia is a super beautiful and smart person. Compared to her, I am just a scumbag. Lu Meijia has charmed countless young men. This young man may not be able to escape her clutches either. Not long. Lu Meijia and Su Chen arrived in front of the emperor's villa. After taking a look at the building in front of them, Lu Meijia smiled sweetly and said in a voice as clear as the sound of a spring, Mr. Su, what do you think of this villa? Lu Meijia is beautiful and has a sweet voice. And she exudes a faint fragrance that makes people feel intoxicated. Su Chen looked at the emperor's villa in front of him. This building has both the symmetrical beauty of the east and the wildness and domineering of the west. Standing here, it seems as if a real emperor has descended from the sky. Majesty. Sacred. No blasphemy is allowed. Although the buildings next to it also belong to the Bei Villa, they are all inferior and dim in front of the emperor's single-family villa, which exudes majesty and sacredness, and seem to want to surrender. It's okay. After some appreciation, Su Chen nodded calmly. After hearing what Su Chen said, Lu Meijia's eyes widened. Which man in this world doesn't like a Bei Villa? The most important thing is that this imperial villa is worth 350 million yuan. In front of this elegant young man, she is just okay? In that case, he is no longer surprised by buildings of this level that are meant for the emperor to visit? Sharp. It's really amazing. In Lu Meijia's heart, she secretly compared Su Chen with her fanatical pursuers, and immediately found that they were superior and could not be compared at all. Even if he was the son of the richest man, in front of Lu Meijia, he was just vulgar and ordinary. However, Su Chen gives people the impression of being unfathomable, calm and steady, especially his eyes, which are as bright as stars, yet deep and difficult to fathom. Such a man is truly fascinating. For some unknown reason, Lu Meijia suddenly asked, I wonder if Mr. Su has a girlfriend? Chapter 26, Touching Porcelain. Lu Meijia's intention is very clear. Su Chen was no novice in relationships, so he could naturally tell what Lu Meijia meant. With a leisurely smile, Su Chen half-jokingly said, what if you have a girlfriend? What if you don't have a girlfriend? If a vulgar woman asked Su Chen this question, it would only make people feel disgusted. However, Lu Meijia had an ethereal temperament, like a fairy from the ninth heaven, and a beautiful voice, like a silver bell. When Su Chen chatted with her, he felt relaxed and happy, intoxicated, as if he was drinking a jar of fine wine. Lu Meijia giggled, instantly stunning the moment. If Mr. Su has a girlfriend, then I'll have to use all my tricks to poach her. If Mr. Su doesn't have a girlfriend, then we can find a time to have a candlelight dinner. I wonder if Mr. Su will give me this favor. Lu Meijia pretended to be nonchalant. Actually, all her attention was on Su Chen, and she was full of anticipation for Su Chen's answer. Su Chen stared at Lu Meijia deeply and jokingly said, "Miss Lu, you are really shocking. If I had a girlfriend, would you dare to poach her? I admire you. You are indeed a heroine." Lu Meijia tilted her cute head and said in a slightly quirky way, "If your corner can be poached, it means that your relationship cannot stand the test. Sooner or later, you will have to go your separate ways." Brilliant! Su Chen gave Lu Meijia a thumbs up, but suddenly, his mood darkened. "I do have a girlfriend, but she broke up with me because she disliked my poverty." Su Chen shrugged helplessly. "Ah." Hearing Su Chen's words, Lu Meijia's eyes widened, her face filled with disbelief. Mr. Su bought the Emperor's Bayfront villa worth 350 million without blinking an eye. Your girlfriend actually despises you for being poor? If Mr. Su is considered poor, then the richest man in the world would probably have to work as a delivery boy, right? Su Chen frowned slightly. Is there something wrong with the world's richest man delivering food? Gulong. After swallowing hard, Lu Meijia was stunned and stared at Su Chen stupidly, unable to utter a word. The two chatted for a while and then walked out of the Emperor's linsure. "Mika, what's going on?" Seeing Su Chen and Lu Meijia walking out of the Emperor's linsure, Lu Zhenhai hurriedly stepped forward, leaned close to Lu Meijia's ear, and asked in a low voice. "Why?" Lu Meijia sighed dejectedly. Mr. Su is the perfect male god, a godlike figure. Even the most outstanding woman in the world is not worthy of Mr. Su, let alone a mere person like me. Lu Zhenhai was suddenly shocked. "Mika, this isn't like you. Where's your courage? Where's your confidence?" Lu Meijia spread her hands with a gloomy expression. "How can I have the courage or confidence to face Mr. Su? You." Lu Zhenhai was speechless. Next, Su Chen signed the purchase contract with Lu Zhenhai. When they left the Bay Villa, Lu Zhenhai and all the staff came to see them off. Looking at Su Chen riding away on his old electric bike, Lu Meijia held her cheeks with both hands and couldn't help but murmur, "I only wish there was someone who would ride a horse and wear fine clothes to accompany you to see the blazing prosperity." Doesn't Lu Meijia want to be the woman by Su Chen's side? Pity. She felt that she was dull and unworthy of Su Chen, the son of God. After Su Chen left the Bay Villa, Lu Zhenhai published an announcement on their company's official website. The content of the announcement was very simple, saying that the Emperor's single-family villa was bought by a low-key rich man at a sky-high price of 350 million yuan. With the release of this announcement, a huge uproar ensued, and the entire China overseas real estate industry was instantly in an uproar. The Emperor's descent, worth a whopping 350 million yuan, was actually bought by a low-key wealthy person? So, the question is, who is this low-key wealthy person? I asked someone I know, and they only said that this low-key wealthy person actually rode a beat-up electric scooter to the Bay Villa district to sign the contract. It's really curious. Even the richest man in Shanghai didn't have the guts to take down the Emperor's villa. Now, has this unparalleled villa finally found its owner? I've heard that even many wealthy individuals can't afford to buy a villa like the Emperor's arrival. What kind of wealthy individual can become the owner of the Emperor's arrival? At the same time, Zhao Mengchen was waiting at the entrance of the Bay Villa. Seeing Lu Zhenhai and others lining up to see Su Chen off, Zhao Mengchen became even more certain that Su Chen was definitely a low-key wealthy tycoon. At this moment, seeing Su Chen driving a shabby electric car with a beeping sound coming towards her, Zhao Mengchen no longer acted reserved. With a plop, she knelt in front of Su Chen and said with an extremely sincere expression, "Brother Su Chen, I beg you for a favor." Seeing Zhao Mengchen blocking his way, Su Chen was afraid of hitting her, so he hurriedly stopped his electric bike and asked with a puzzled look, "Miss Xiao, what are you doing? Are you trying to scam me?" Chapter 27 Watching the Fun. It is said that a woman's expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. You are not deceiving me. Su Chen remembered clearly that Zhao Mengchen had always been arrogant and domineering in front of him, Su Chen, as if she were a queen high above everyone else, and Su Chen could be stepped on by her at will. In the blink of an eye. What surprised Su Chen was that Zhao Mengchen actually knelt before him. This was quite new. Su Chen couldn't help but wonder if Zhao Mengchen had already known about his lavish 350 million yuan purchase of the Emperor's arrival. Otherwise, how could this dog-eyed guy condescend to kneel in front of Su Chen? And what Su Chen couldn't understand was that Zhao Mengchen actually called him Brother Su Chen. At this moment, Zhao Mengchen knelt in front of Su Chen and said sincerely, "Brother Su Chen, I apologize to you for my previous arrogance and rudeness. I was too snobbish. I am now. I don't expect you to forgive me. I just hope you can give me a chance to treat you to a meal. In Zhao Mingchen's opinion, as long as she could treat Su Chen to a meal, then as the two of them got to know each other more, she would be 100% confident that she could win Su Chen over in one fell swoop. In the past, Zhao Mingchen was arrogant and looked down on everyone. Things are different now. So many employees of the Bay Villa are bowing and scraping in front of Su Chen. It can be seen that Su Chen must be a super rich boss. If she, Zhao Mingchen, can curry favor with him, she can become a wealthy wife in one fell swoop. Therefore, even though she was currently pursuing Su Chen and suffered a little grievance, compared to marrying into a wealthy family in the future and being able to spend money like water every day, this little grievance was really insignificant. Sorry, if you're treating me to a meal, then that's not necessary. If it's a scam, I'll give you money. As he spoke, Su Chen took out a $1 coin from his pocket and threw it in front of Zhao Mingchen. Seeing Zhao Mingchen staring at him in confusion, Su Chen shrugged. Don't be surprised, you're worth that much. Then, Su Chen started the electric car and drove away. Zhao Mingchen picked up a $1 coin from the ground, feeling bitter in her heart, and muttered to herself, Zhao Mingchen, was once the school belle, but in the eyes of that bastard Su Chen, I'm only worth $1. No. I must become Su Chen's woman, I must marry into a wealthy family. Zhao Mingchen got into the BMW, stepped on the accelerator, and chased Su Chen. Soon, Zhao Mingchen's BMW caught up with Su Chen's broken electric car. She stuck her head out of the window and immediately put on her best acting skills. She said sincerely, Brother Su Chen, I've made up my mind. Wherever you go, I'll follow. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. Ms. Zhao, I'm just a delivery man. Why don't you let me go? How did you like me? Can't I change? Su Chen had no good feelings for a snob like Zhao Mingchen. When I have no money, I am just trash in your eyes. Once you have money. Yo-ho! She treats you like a boss. Even if a woman like this throws herself at Su Chen, he won't even bother to look at her. What's wrong with delivering food? I just like delivering food. People passing by stopped to watch. They all cast envious glances at Su Chen. After all, passers-by didn't know that Su Chen, the takeaway boy, was actually a super rich man who bought the emperor's world for 350 million without blinking an eye. Oh my god, this is a bit unbelievable. A BMW driving woman is pursuing a delivery guy? Is this a moral decline or a distortion of human nature? If a BMW driving woman could pursue a delivery guy, then I wouldn't have studied for a doctorate in the first place. Now, I'm still a single dog. Ask yourself, even though this BMW woman is pretty, she's still not good enough for the delivery guy in terms of looks. Su Chen stopped his broken electric car and walked up to Zhao Mingchen's BMW. He said in a cold tone, Miss Zhao, is this fun? Let me tell you clearly, even if you keep pestering me, I, Su Chen, will be the man you will never get in your life. Hearing this, the eyes of the people around suddenly shattered to the ground. Nah, this is the gap between people. When I was pursuing my goddess, I sent her flowers and red envelopes every day, but unfortunately, she didn't even look at me. And this delivery boy, the BMW goddess is pursuing him, but he actually refuses? And he even says, I'm the man you can never have in your life? What else can I ask for if I'm like this? It's absolutely awesome. Love. This delivery guy is simply my idol. Right at this moment, a black Toyota Prado slowly stopped in front of Su Chen and Zhao Mingchen. A moment later, a burly young man wearing a windbreaker and sunglasses got out of the car and walked straight towards Su Chen and Zhao Mingchen. What's going on? There seems to be a plot twist, huh? Hold your melon seeds, straighten your posture, and start watching the show. Everyone around was just there to watch the fun. Chapter 28. What is the concept of 20 years? I don't know why. When Zhao Mingchen saw the burly man in sunglasses, he suddenly looked flustered. Su Chen was very sure that he didn't know this man, so he turned to look at Zhao Mingchen and said without question, You go ahead, I still have to go deliver the food. Finished. Su Chen turned around and was about to leave. Su Chen didn't want to meddle in other people's affairs, nor did he have any curiosity. Even if something bloody happened to Zhao Mingchen, Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention or understand. Only. The moment Su Chen turned around, Zhao Mingchen grabbed Su Chen's arm and pleaded pitifully, Brother Su Chen, please don't leave. I'm in trouble now. That damn guy is called Chen Dong. Although his name sounds like a pillar of talent, this scum is simply a piece of shit. He's been pursuing me for several years. I'm so annoyed. Oh. Su Chen found it funny. What does it have to do with me if someone else pursues you? What, do you want me to be a shield? Su Chen saw through Zhao Mingchen's little thoughts at a glance. That's not what I meant. Zhao Mingchen lowered her head and gently shook Su Chen's arm. She looked like a girl acting coquettishly in front of her boyfriend. Can. Su Chen had no interest in a materialistic woman like Zhao Mingchen. He pushed her away and said in a cold tone, Miss Zhao, could you please stop bothering me? Chen Dong walked in front of Su Chen and Zhao Mingchen and simply chose to ignore Su Chen. Then, in front of Zhao Mingchen, he put on a self-proclaimed handsome and cool look, pretending to be a gentleman and said, Ms. Zhao, I have booked a table at the Pearl Hotel. Let's have a good chat today. Oh, right. I have a valuable gift for you. I will definitely give you a surprise when the time comes. As for Chen Dong, why did he order food at the Pearl Hotel? How could Zhao Mingchen not know his intention? At this moment, in order to leave a good impression in front of Su Chen, Zhao Mingchen simply said to Chen Dong in a decisive tone, Mr. Chen, how many times have I told you? There is no possibility between us, so please stop bothering me. Zhao Mingchen folded her arms, looking very arrogant. Oh. Chen Dong was stunned for a moment, then sneered. Zhao Mingchen, what the hell are you pretending to be? I don't even know what kind of person you are. As long as a man has money, you want to kneel down and call him daddy. Now, I earn 100,000 yuan a month, what right do you have to reject me? Snort. Zhao Mingchen snorted coldly and turned his head away without looking at Chen Dong's expression. Chen Dong had completely lost his patience. In his opinion, to deal with a gold digger like Zhao Mingchen, all he needed was money. As for Zhao Mingchen's rejection of him, she was just pretending to be noble. What the hell are you talking about? I booked a meal at the Pearl Hotel and spent 8,000 yuan on it. You just said you don't want to go? Stop pretending. Others don't know who you are, but don't I know it too? While speaking, Chen Dong went to grab Zhao Mingchen's arm. Can. Zhao Mingchen dodged it in an instant. Su Chen had no interest in what was going on between Zhao Mingchen and Chen Dong. Wouldn't it be better to deliver 2 takeout orders if he had the time? However, just as Su Chen turned around, Zhao Mingchen hugged Su Chen's arm tightly. Immediately. With a boastful tone, she said to Chen Dong, Mr. Chen, just give up. I have someone I like, brother Su Chen. Zhao Mingchen is indeed an actor with great acting skills. When she spoke, she leaned her head on Su Chen's shoulder, as if they were a couple. Su Chen was a little surprised by this sudden scene. Ask yourself. Su Chen looked down upon a snob like Zhao Mingchen, but he couldn't push Zhao Mingchen away no matter what. Damn it. At this time, Chen Dong's attention shifted to Su Chen. Seeing that he was wearing a delivery uniform and had a broken electric bike next to him, his mouth twitched fiercely, his eyes widened, and he said angrily, Zhao Mingchen, are you an idiot? My monthly income is 100,000, and you refuse me? Result. Falling for a delivery guy? With all due respect, a scumbag like him isn't even worthy of carrying my shoes, you know? Look at the rickety electric bike next to him, how embarrassing. And then look at my Toyota Prado, how high-end and majestic it is. Even a fool would know who to choose, right? Hearing Chen Dong's words, Su Chen was also a little angry. He stared at Chen Dong and said in a cold tone, when you talk to this woman, don't drag me into this, okay? In addition, why do you look down on the delivery guy? Chen Dong considered himself a rich man, so when he looked at Su Chen, his expression was full of ridicule and disdain. He snorted coldly, glanced at his Toyota Prado, and said proudly, why? Because I drive a Toyota Prado, and you ride a shabby electric bike. Do you know what Toyota Prado means? Let me do the math for you. Working tirelessly as a delivery driver every day, can you earn 5,000 yuan a month? At the end of the year, you can only save a meager few tens of thousands of yuan. In other words, if you want to buy my Toyota Prado, you'll have to work hard for at least 20 years. What does 20 years mean? Perhaps. By the time you drive a Toyota Prado, I'll have already taken to the sky on a rocket, huh? Su Chen was helpless. But I was roaring in my heart, why are you forcing me? Looking at Chen Dong calmly, Su Chen said neither servilely nor arrogantly, speaking of cars, I happen to have one. Chapter 29 Self-Knowledge. When Chen Dong heard Su Chen's words, he was stunned at first. Immediately, he burst out laughing, almost crying. You have a car too? Ha, are you trying to make me laugh to death by saying that? Pointing at the broken electric bike next to Su Chen, Chen Dong said with an exaggerated expression, You mean this broken electric bike? 2. Chen Dong nodded and said in a playful tone, Of course, in the eyes of you dead takeaway riders, a crappy electric bike is indeed a car. However, compared to my Toyota Prado, the difference between them is like heaven and earth. While speaking, Chen Dong looked at Zhao Mengchen and said with a playful look, Zhao Mengchen, the man you like is not an idiot, is he? How dare you say that a broken electric bike is also a car? You say that, aren't you afraid of being laughed to death? Believe it or not, I will smash your broken electric bike into pieces in a minute. The car I'm talking about is not an electric car, but a Bugatti. Su Chen spoke calmly, took out the Bugatti car keys, and waved them in front of Chen Dong. However, unexpectedly, Su Chen was too careless, and when he took out the car keys, his house purchase contract fell to the ground with a clatter. What a coincidence! At this moment, a gust of wind blew and directly turned the purchase contract to the end. The seal of the Bay Villa district was very eye-catching, and the purchase amount was also clearly visible. The emperor's appearance worth 350 million yuan instantly stunned Chen Dong. How is this possible? Chen Dong's eyes were bloodshot, and he was extremely shocked. In his opinion, a mere delivery boy couldn't afford a car, let alone a villa. However, the other party was holding the keys to the Bugatti. And there is also a house purchase contract worth 350 million yuan from the emperor? For a while, Chen Dong stood there in a daze, feeling as if he was about to suffocate. After a moment, Chen Dong managed to come to his senses and looked at Su Chen with a look that no longer contained the contempt and disdain he had before, but become extremely respectful and fearful. However, more people are confused. How can a delivery man own a Bugatti sports car? How can a delivery man afford a 350 million yuan Imperial Bay villa? You know, even the richest man in Shanghai doesn't drive a Bugatti or live in a luxurious bayfront villa. Could this delivery guy be the heir to some wealthy family? He's not just delivering food because he's poor. Is he just here to experience life? Seeing Chen Dong smacking his lips, his face full of shock and disbelief, Su Chen said calmly, Now, do you still dare to look down on the delivery man? Zhao Mengchen took Su Chen's arm and suddenly became extremely vain. If you want to find a man, you have to find someone like Brother Su Chen, who has a godlike appearance and is rich enough to rival a country. Who can compare to him? Gul Yuan. Hearing Su Chen's words, Chen Dong couldn't help but swallow his saliva. At this moment, he really wanted to crawl into the crack of the ground. It seemed as if there were invisible slaps in the air, slapping Chen Dong's face hard. Chen Dong was regretting it so much that his intestines turned green. Everything is fine. Why did he mock the delivery guy? Did he deserve it? Driving a mere Toyota Prado, you go and show off in front of the delivery guy's Bugatti? You know, Toyota Prado is not even as good as scrap metal in front of Bugatti. Besides, although the house where Chen Dong lives is worth more than 1 million yuan, he still has to pay the mortgage every month. Look at the delivery guy who spent 350 million yuan to buy the emperor's arrival. Such a gap is really like the difference between heaven and earth. No matter how shameless Chen Dong is, he dare not underestimate the delivery guy again. Brother, I'm blind and don't recognize a great man. Please don't bother with a scum like me. Chen Dong hurriedly smiled and apologized respectfully but fearfully. Joke. He drives a Bugatti and lives in a 350 million yuan imperial palace. How could a mere Chen Dong afford to offend such a powerful man? Therefore, he had no choice but to make amends with all his might. Who is your brother? Kneel down. Su Chen shouted coldly. With a plop, Chen Dong's legs went weak and he knelt down in front of Su Chen, crying and saying, Dad, I was wrong. He called him dad with such sincerity that it was more genuine than calling him his biological dad. Su Chen looked down at Chen Dong who was kneeling in front of him and said calmly, I don't mean anything else. I just want to tell you that whether you are a rag picker or a delivery man, everyone just has a different division of labor in society. Everyone earns money with their own hard work. There is no distinction between high and low. Do you understand? I understand, I understand. Chen Dong's face was full of sincerity, and he nodded frequently. Let go. Su Chen broke free from Zhao Mengchen, started his old electric car, and drove away. His back looked so handsome and unruly, even the old electric car seemed to be covered with a halo at this moment. After a long time, Qindong smiled bitterly, turned to look at Zhao Mingchen, and said in a stern tone, "Zhao Mingchen, I see. You're planning to throw yourself at that low-key rich man, right? But unfortunately, with your figure and looks, you're not worthy of him. As a person, you should know yourself. What do you care?" Zhao Mingchen glared at Qindong fiercely, got into his BMW, stepped on the accelerator, and chased after Su Chen's electric car. "Brother Su Chen, wait for me." Bang! Zhao Mingchen sped up the car, but the next moment, a car accident happened. Chapter 30 Compensation of 50,000 yuan. Zhao Mingchen's BMW hit a silver-white Ferrari. No one was hurt, but the hood of the car was completely deformed. The owner of the Ferrari was a woman in her 40s. After getting out of the car, she started cursing at Zhao Mingchen. Watching Su Chen driving away on his electric bike, Zhao Mingchen felt like dying. She was wailing in her heart, wondering why the road to becoming a wealthy wife was so full of thorns and setbacks. Woo woo woo. It's so hard for me. Why am I so hurt when my dream hasn't come true yet? At the same time, after Qindong returned home, he was completely distraught and couldn't muster any energy. Seeing this, Qindong's father Chen Min asked in confusion, "Dong, what happened? Why do you look unhappy?" Next, Qindong told Chen Min everything that happened between him and Su Chen. After listening to his son's story, Chen Min was stunned. It took him a long time to come back to his senses. "You mean, a young guy driving a Bugatti? And the emperor who bought the Bay Villa has arrived?" Qindong nodded hurriedly. "Yeah, I even knelt down for him on the street." "What? You even knelt down to them?" Bang! Chen Min was furious and slapped Qindong hard in the face, angrily scolding him, "You worthless thing. How can a man kneel down so easily? If this gets out, where will I put my old face? But that delivery guy has a Bugatti and an imperial villa." Qindong said aggrievedly. "Bullshit Bugatti, that emperor's villa. How can a delivery guy like him afford a Bugatti, and how can he afford to live in an emperor's villa?" Chen Min was furious, spitting profusely as he berated, "Even the richest man in Shanghai isn't worthy of living in the luxurious bayfront villas. How could you believe a delivery driver you met on the street who said he lived in a luxurious bayfront villa? You're a highly educated person, after all. How could you be so easily deceived? Are you still my son?" Qindong had a sad face. "Dad, I saw with my own eyes the contract that the delivery boy signed to buy the emperor's house. It even had the seal of the Bay Villa Company on it. Seeing may not be believing. How come, just based on a house purchase contract, you believe that the delivery guy can live in the emperor's house? According to your thinking, if I print a business card of the world's richest man, will I become the world's richest man?" Chen Min said angrily. Hearing his father's words, Qindong suddenly understood. Oh shit. Could it be that I, Qindong, who has been so wise all my life, was deceived by that stupid delivery man? Why? Chen Min sighed deeply, somewhat disappointedly. Why did I give birth to such a stupid son like you? You're such a pig-brained kid. Even a delivery guy could trick you. How stupid are you? Normally, you seem quite clever, but in the end, you were fooled by a piece of trash delivery guy? Don't tell me you're my son when you go out. I can't afford to lose face like that." Qindong clenched his fists, his eyes sinister as he muttered, "Don't let me run into you again, or I'll beat you up every time I see you." The other side. Su Chen rode his old electric bike and continued to deliver food. Su Chen is a man of great vision. He doesn't develop a nouveau riche mentality just because he owns a Bugatti and an imperial villa in the Bay. He says, "I don't want to work hard anymore. I just want to spend my life like a salted fish." You have no pursuit in life, and yet you want to be compared with others? Isn't it great to experience life by delivering food? 7 o'clock in the evening. Su Chen finished work early. At this time, Su Chen did not ride his broken electric bike anymore. Instead, he drove his Bugatti and planned to go for a ride. You know. Although Su Chen is low-key, he can't just let the Bugatti rust, right? Just after leaving the community, Su Chen found that he had no cigarettes. For a man, life always feels a little lacking without cigarettes in hand. After getting off the car, Su Chen went to a nearby supermarket and bought a box of Golden Leaf. Su Chen was used to smoking this brand, so every time he bought cigarettes, he would buy this brand. Just after coming out of the supermarket, Suchen saw a burly man with a big gold chain around his neck punching and kicking a rag picker, cursing and yelling, "You damn rag picker, you actually hit my Audi A6 with your broken tricycle? You know. How much does my Audi A6 cost? 500,000. What does 500,000 mean? You can earn 50,000 yuan by picking up scraps your whole life? Can you afford a nut on my car?" The rag picker knelt on the ground and begged, "Please stop hitting me. You can ask me not to hit you, but you have to pay me 50,000 yuan in compensation." The Audi owner said arrogantly. 50,000? Hearing this figure, the rag picker was immediately horrified. "I've been picking up rags all year and haven't even made 5,000 yuan. How can I get 50,000 yuan for you? Please, can you please give me less? You're missing a hammer, and you can't even afford 50,000 yuan in compensation. Go to hell." While cursing, the strong man was about to punch and kick the rag-picking old man. Suchen happened to pass by and saw that the strong man's Audi A6 was intact, while the rag-picking old man's broken three-wheeled car was directly deformed by the collision. Suddenly, Suchen became angry. Seeing the burly man about to punch the old man in the head, Suchen grabbed the burly man's wrist and said in a cold tone, "Are you still being unreasonable? Even if you want compensation, you should pay me 50,000 yuan. What the hell?" The strong man was immediately furious when he heard Suchen's words. Chapter 31: Smashing Cars. Suchen just wanted to happily deliver food every day and quietly strive to become the richest man in the world. Of course, to be precise, Suchen didn't need to strive for anything. He only needed to open the big treasure chest every day to make a fortune. So, Suchen didn't want to meddle in other people's business. Suchen couldn't stand the scene in front of him. The owner of the Audi completely destroyed the rag picker's tricycle. Not only did he not talk about compensation, he also asked the rag picker to give him 50,000 yuan in compensation. You know. The Audi was unharmed. Is there any justice in the world anymore? At this moment, seeing the burly man staring at him with anger, Suchen said calmly, "I'll say it again, pay me 50,000 yuan in compensation, otherwise, I will not let this matter go." Oh. Hearing this, the burly man couldn't help but sneer, looking Suchen up and down, and said in a tone of extremely contempt, "Are you trying to imitate others to be a hero and speak out when you see injustice? Then, may I ask, what do you do? Do you have the qualifications to meddle in my business?" "I'm a delivery man," Suchen said neither humbly nor arrogantly. Puff. Hearing Suchen say that he was a delivery man, the strong man burst out laughing. The people around watching the excitement also pointed at Suchen. A small food delivery driver dares to meddle in other people's business? Isn't it better for everyone to mind their own business? When you stand up for others, please consider whether you have the ability to do so. Otherwise, you will only make a fool of yourself. The burly man glanced around with a look of contempt on his face. "Listen up, everyone. How dare this damned delivery guy meddle in my business? I just want to ask, what's his right? Ha ha. Because I have my own conscience," Suchen said with a firm look. "Conscience? Tisk." The burly man rolled his eyes and said unhappily, "These days, it's the money age. Everyone's striving for wealth. Who the hell still cares about conscience? Excuse me, this damned delivery scumbag, how much is conscience per pound?" Suchen was too lazy to talk nonsense with the strong man, and said without question, "Pay compensation of 50,000 yuan to me immediately." "You said compensation, so I'll compensate you. Who the hell do you think you are?" While speaking, the burly man patted the hood of the Audi next to him and said proudly, "See? This is the top of the line Audi A6. A piece of trash like you, after working your whole life, can't even afford a single nut on my car, and you're still trying to meddle in other people's business? Are you worthy enough?" Suchen shook his head and said helplessly, "So, you are relying on the fact that you own an Audi A6 to bully others? So what?" Zhuang Han's tone became more and more disdainful. "What a coincidence, I also have a car." Suchen stared at the strong man deeply. "Your car? Ha, you're killing me with laughter. You're just a delivery guy, what kind of car do you have? A broken tricycle or a broken electric scooter?" The sturdy man's face showed a strong expression of contempt and mockery. "Come on, drive your car out and watch me smash it to pieces on the spot." No matter it was a broken tricycle or a broken electric scooter, the strong man felt that with his financial resources, he could afford the compensation by smashing anything he wanted, even if he destroyed 100 vehicles. Suchen frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "Do you really dare to smash my car?" "Damn it!" The burly man completely lost his patience, his eyes widening as he yelled, "You're just a delivery guy, why wouldn't I dare smash your car? Hurry up, drive your car out, and I'll smash it in front of everyone. If I don't, I'm your son." "Good." Suchen took out the Bugatti car key and pressed it. Suddenly, the headlights of the Bugatti 10 meters away lit up, and the car door slowly opened upwards, like a phoenix spreading its wings. The visual impact was very strong. Everyone around, including the strong man, was dumbfounded. Su Chenyun pointed at Bugatti calmly and said, "Come on, smash it. If you don't, you're my son." Chapter 32: Losing both the wife and the army. The scene before their eyes shocked everyone so much that it was too strong. You know, Su Chen was wearing a delivery uniform, but he could afford a Bugatti worth tens of millions? Just now, the Audi owner was extremely arrogant and domineering, as if he had eaten Su Chen to death. What's the result? When Su Chen pressed the key of the Bugatti, the whole world seemed to be quiet in an instant. The strong man no longer made any mocking sounds, and the people around who were watching the excitement were also silent, not daring to make a sound. There were already huge waves in their hearts. Oh my goodness, what kind of god is this? How can he afford an international supercar like a Bugatti? Audi owner, you've hit a wall this time. Let's see how he ends up. Right now. The Audi owner was also completely frightened. Cold sweat dripped down his forehead and his whole body was trembling. After swallowing with great difficulty, he seemed to want to say something, but his Adam's apple moved again and again, but no sound came out of his throat. Su Chen glanced at his Bugatti and urged, "Don't be polite, smash it. If you don't, you're my son." Su Chen shook his head and said helplessly, "I don't have a girlfriend yet, and I absolutely can't afford to have a rebellious son like you." Smash Bugatti? Are you kidding me? Does the Audi owner want to die? Perhaps. If he just scratched the Bugatti even a little, he would lose everything. Thinking of this, the Audi owner didn't dare to hesitate anymore and knelt down in front of Su Chen with a plop. And shout loudly, "Dad, Dad." Su Chen held his forehead with one hand, completely speechless to the burly man. Pointing at the burly man, Su Chen said helplessly, "You are really shameless, invincible in the world. How much older are you than me? How can I save my dignity by calling me dad in public?" At this point, Su Chen glanced at the rag picker and said to the Audi owner without question, "Since you call me dad, you must listen to me, your father. Pay this old man 50,000 yuan in damages. Shouldn't that be a problem for you?" The Audi owner wanted to die. If he hadn't taken advantage of his power to bully others and beat up the rag picker, why would it have come to this? It's okay now. Not only did he lose the wife, but he also lost his army. Not only did he lose face, but he also had to pay 50,000 yuan to the rag picker? At this moment, the Audi owner's heart was bleeding, but he didn't dare to disobey Su Chen's words. Joke. Since this gentleman can afford a Bugatti worth tens of millions, then he is naturally no ordinary person. If he offends such a big boss, how will he survive in Shanghai in the future? After figuring this out, the Audi owner no longer hesitated, took out his phone, and transferred 50,000 yuan to the rag picker. Then, she asked Su Chen cautiously, "Dad, do you think this is okay? Get out of here now, I don't want to see your face like this." Su Chen waved his hands as if he was shooing away a fly. Moment. The Audi owner felt as if he had been pardoned. He quickly got into the car and sped away. 50,000? When the old man who picked up rags saw the transfer information on his mobile phone, he immediately danced with joy and turned his head to look at Su Chen. He knelt down again. Seeing this, Su Chen quickly helped the old man up and said respectfully, "Uncle, you are embarrassing me. Oh, by the way, that reckless man just now didn't hurt you, right? Otherwise, I will take you to the hospital now?" At this moment, a tall figure walked towards Su Chen. After recognizing Su Chen, he saw Su Chen standing in front of the old man's broken tricycle and immediately exclaimed, "Su Chen? Are you picking up rubbish now?" Chapter 33: Who is he? The owner of this tall figure is a young and beautiful girl. She looks lively and full of youthfulness. Her name is Jia Meng, and she was the girl next door when Su Chen was a child. At first, Jia Meng followed Su Chen all day long, climbing trees to dig out bird nests, going to the river to catch loaches, blowing snot bubbles in the wind, and flying kites with Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, she had grown into a beautiful young lady. Jia Meng? Su Chen also recognized the pretty girl and was about to explain that he was not picking up rags, but delivering takeout. But unexpectedly, before he could speak, Jia Meng said mischievously, "If Brother Su Chen makes a living by picking up rags, then I will pick up rags with Brother Su Chen." Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but feel warm in his heart. The old man who was picking up scraps nearby nodded in appreciation. "Young man, good deeds will be rewarded. You will definitely be very happy in the future with such a beautiful and virtuous girlfriend." Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "She's not my girlfriend, she's my sister." In Su Chen's eyes, Jia Meng is no different from his own sister. The old man who picked up rags told Su Chen that his injuries were not serious and that he would be fine after a few days of rest at home. After saying goodbye to the old man, Jia Meng said expectantly, "Brother Su Chen, we haven't seen each other for several years. What do you do now?" Su Chen pointed to his uniform. "Jia Meng is very smart. She should be able to tell what my job is from my uniform, right?" "We." Jia Meng smiled sweetly. "So Brother Su Chen is a delivery man? Do you feel ashamed?" "No, you earn money with your own hard-working hands. Wearing a helmet, a uniform, and riding an electric bike, you are the most handsome guy on the street." "Ha ha." Su Chen smiled brightly and couldn't help but give Jia Meng a thumbs up. "Our little sister Jia Meng is so sweet to hear." Su Chen and Jia Meng walked and talked. When they arrived in front of the Bugatti, Su Chen pressed the car key and made a gentleman's gesture to Jia Meng. "Get in the car, brother will take you for a ride, and we will talk in the car." Gulong. After seeing the Bugatti, Jia Meng's eyes widened and she swallowed involuntarily. She said in disbelief, "Brother Su Chen, this Bugatti sports car is your car?" "Aha." Su Chen nodded nonchalantly, saying, "It's just a means of transportation. There's no need to make a fuss. It's just a means of transportation, that's all." Jia Meng felt like she was almost suffocating. She hadn't seen her brother Su Chen for a few years. Although he was a delivery man, he was so rich that he could afford a Bugatti worth tens of millions. Sitting in the passenger seat, Jia Meng suddenly felt that she had reached the pinnacle of her life, and her whole body was light and airy. Along the way, she held Su Chen's arm, laughing and talking non-stop. From time to time, she would lean close to Su Chen's ear and whisper something. People who didn't know would think that they were a couple. Su Chen drove the Bugatti and raced around Shanghai. He then took Jia Meng to Ningzheng Food Street for a meal and drinks. When it was almost 10 o'clock in the evening, Su Chen sent Jia Meng to the gate of Shanghai Film Academy. Jia Meng is a freshman in the acting department at the China Overseas Film Academy. Brother Su Chen, bye." After getting off the car, Jia Meng waved to Su Chen with bright eyes and white teeth. "Bye-bye." Su Chen restarted the Bugatti and drove towards the slum house he rented. Although Su Chen had bought the Emperor's Bay Villa worth 350 million, he had already developed feelings for this slum house. For a moment, he didn't want to move to the Emperor's place yet. "Meng, who is the Bugatti owner who just sent you back? Tell me the truth, is he dating a rich man?" Jia Meng was about to walk into the school gate when she was seen by several of her roommates. So, they swarmed towards Jia Meng like a swarm of bees, staring at her with gossipy looks on their faces. I don't know why. Jia Meng's beautiful face turned red in an instant. "What do you mean by dating a rich man?" "He is my brother Su Chen." Jia Meng explained shyly. Chapter 34, Money. Brother Su Chen? Seeing Jia Meng so shy, several roommates looked at each other and started to make a fuss with exaggerated expressions. "Hey, nothing has happened yet, and you're already calling Su Chen brother? Meng, tell me the truth, how far has it progressed?" Meng, let me tell you, if you're not interested in a wealthy man like that, tell me right away. I'll risk everything to get him. After all, my lifelong dream is to marry into a wealthy family. Hearing his roommates teasing, Jia Meng suddenly became anxious. Who said I'm not interested in brother Su Chen anymore? When Jia Meng said this, her cheeks turned hot. Just what? Tell me. Oh, our cute school beauty, are you shy? Meng is in love? If this news gets out, many handsome guys in our Shanghai Film Academy will definitely be heartbroken. At the same time, Su Chen had already driven the Bugatti back to his slum. Ask yourself. Su Chen really didn't want to be high profile, but his strength didn't allow it. Driving an international supercar like Bugatti, the visual impact on passers-by was too strong. Usually, when people saw Su Chen riding a shabby electric bike, they all looked at him with contempt. Right now, the residents around the entire slum area all stared at the Bugatti with awe as it slowly drove past them. Am I a little bit low-key? Su Chen sighed slightly and parked the Bugatti in front of his house. The next day, Su Chen ran for half an hour in the morning light. While eating breakfast, the system notification sound rang in Su Chen's mind. Drop. Is today's treasure chest reward open? Su Chen didn't even think about it and replied directly with his mind, smoothly. Drop. Congratulations to the host for receiving a 1 billion reward. Then, Su Chen's phone rang, a text message alert. He quickly swiped the screen and saw the bank transfer information. His eyes widened. Tens of millions, hundreds of millions, holy shit, is this really 1 billion? I don't have to do anything every day, and I can get a big treasure chest reward. How can I describe this kind of lazy life? Only. When will I become the richest man in the world? I'm looking forward to it. Su Chen thought that it was time to give some money to his parents. After all, filial piety is the most important virtue. Now that he, Su Chen, is on the road to becoming the richest man in the world, he must first respect his parents. 9 o'clock in the morning. In a poor little village in Zheng County, Su Chen's father Suli was feeding pigs and his mother Liang Xiui was sowing shusols in the yard. At this moment, neighbor Yang Saixia walked in and saw Suli feeding pigs and Liang Xiui sowing shusols, and a mocking voice was heard. Hey, you're still feeding pigs and sowing shusols? People say that raising children is a way to prepare for old age. At our age, we should be eating delicious food and drinking spicy drinks every day, then basking in the sun and chatting with neighbors. Unlike you two old people, you are almost 50 years old, why are you still working so hard? Suli was not angry, and said with a smile, Hey, I'm from the countryside, I'm used to working hard all my life. Yang Saixia said with a smug look, It seems that there is a huge gap between people. Just yesterday, my son bought me a pet dog. I heard it cost tens of thousands. Me now. Just walking the dog and basking in the sun every day, this kind of life is really beautiful. Look at you, old Su, who works so hard feeding pigs. How much money can you earn in a year? Oh, by the way, my son is doing well now. He sends me and his father 10,000 yuan for living expenses every month. How much living expenses does your Shaochen send you? Suli looked at Liang Xiui with a lack of confidence. Immediately. With a bitter expression, he said, My Shaochen's life is not easy either. He's currently delivering food, and the cost of living in a big city like Shanghai is high, so he doesn't have any extra money to send back home. What? Delivery? Yang Saixia was stunned. Then, he let out an exaggerated sneer. A man delivering food is doomed to failure. No wonder he doesn't have any extra money to send home. He seems to be having a very miserable life. I remember when we were in school, your Shaochen was a top student every year, winning countless awards. How come he's ended up like this now? Suli and Liang Xiui looked at each other and remained silent. Sudden. Suli's phone rang, a text message alert. He swiped the screen and saw the content of the message. Suli exclaimed in surprise. Chen, look. It's a transfer message. It must be Shaochen sending us money. Cut. Yang Saixia sneered. How much money can a delivery guy transfer? Look how excited you are. As she spoke, Yang Saixia moved closer to Suli's phone screen. She wanted to see how much money Su Chen had transferred to Suli. If it was a few $100s, she would definitely hit it hard. After seeing the content of Suli's text message, Yang Saixia was stunned. Chapter 35 Something to discuss. Right now. The expressions on the faces of Suli, Liang Xiui and Yang Saixia were truly wonderful. Suli and Liang Xiui were extremely surprised, but Yang Saixia looked at them in disbelief at first. Immediately. Burning with jealousy, he looked at the text message on Suli's phone screen and said sourly, Old Su, you've been a farmer all your life, and your only side job is raising pigs. Where is your son? I used to have good grades and was handsome. Now, he's just a delivery guy. How could he have the money to give you this 1 million? He must have done something illegal. I heard that some young people nowadays are not learning their lesson and are doing live broadcasts online, deceiving people, or committing telecom fraud. Oh. When Liang Xiuyi heard this, she sneered. Auntie Xia, your son made money, so you said he was promising and brought honor to your family. My child transferred 1 million yuan, oh, so he did something illegal? You also said live streaming scams, telecom fraud? I know my son's character better than you do. Yang Saixia was immediately ashamed. She stared at Liang Xiuyi and Su Li deeply, and said angrily, then we'll see. Maybe. Your Su Chen was imprisoned that day, so you two old people should be mentally prepared as soon as possible. Go away quickly, our child will never do anything illegal. Liang Xiuyi is also a mother who protects her son. How could she not fight back when her son was humiliated like this? After Yang Saixia left, Liang Xiuyi suddenly panicked. She looked at Su Li and said anxiously, Dad, what's going on? Xiaochen delivers food every day. Even if he doesn't eat or drink, he can't earn 1 million. Could it be that? Pa. Su Li interrupted Liang Xiuyi and said firmly, you don't trust your own child? Fine, I'll call Xiaochen now and ask him what's going on with the 1 million. Hurry up and hit it. Soon. Su Li called Su Chen, who was about to go out to deliver food. After receiving the call from his father, Su Chen said straight to the point, Dad, you will definitely ask me what happened to the 1 million, right? Next. Su Chen briefly explained how he earned the 1 million. After hanging up the phone, Su Li finally felt relieved. He turned to Liang Xiuyi and said, you heard it just now, right? Xiaochen and his friend did a business together and earned 1 million. After knowing that the money was earned through legitimate means, Su Li was immediately relieved and said, Xiaochen, that bastard, finally didn't disappoint me. What did I say before? Even if our Xiaochen delivers food for the rest of his life. So, there are 360 professions, and every profession has its top talent. Our child will become a successful person sooner or later. Liang Xiuyi also smiled proudly and sighed, Xiaochen has come a long way. He has finally made it. But I am very worried about when Xiaochen will be able to bring his girlfriend home. Hi. Su Li smiled brightly and comforted her, Mother, you don't have to worry about this. Our child is handsome, and it's up to his father. Besides, he's making a lot of money now, so finding a girlfriend shouldn't be easy, right? Liang Xiuyi scolded, Xiaochen is handsome, but that's not like you at all. Look at you now, you look like a messed up old man. Ha ha. 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Su Chen had just finished delivering a takeaway when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Li Ruobing, the president of Dihao Group, calling. After answering the call, Li Ruobing's clear and pleasant voice came. Boss, there is something I want to discuss with you. Although Li Ruobing is arrogant and looks down on everyone, when he is in front of Su Chen, Li Ruobing is very respectful and speaks carefully. Go ahead. Su Chen said lightly. Li Ruobing pondered for a moment and continued, this matter is very important. I want to discuss it with you in person. Where are you? I'll pick you up right away. Su Chen smiled brightly. No need to bother. I'll come to the company now. Wait for me in your office. Okay. After Li Ruobing hung up the phone, he frowned. Hart said. I did this, but I don't know whether it is right or wrong. Chapter 36 Respect. As the president of Dihao Group, Li Ruobing's daily workload can really be described as being extremely busy. Su Chen is often not in the company, riding a broken electric bike to deliver food, under the euphemism of experiencing life. But Li Ruobing was very troubled. In other words, as the chairman of the Dihao Group, Su Chen let Li Ruobing do all his work. However, human energy is limited after all, so Li Ruobing took the initiative to decide and plan to hire a secretary for Su Chen. Only. Li Ruobing screened a lot of resumes. Although each job applicant was better than the other, Li Ruobing always felt that in order to become Su Chen's secretary, they must be gifted by heaven and the best in a field. Unable to make a final decision, Li Ruobing planned to meet with Su Chen and let Su Chen decide who to choose to be his secretary. At the same time, Su Chen was riding his broken electric scooter and had just stopped at the door of the Dihao Group's office building when he saw a tall, beautiful woman with a strong aura running straight towards him. Zhang Yanran had come to the Emgrand Group today to apply for the position of secretary to the chairman. Although she was exceptional in every way, she felt a sense of unease. After all, the chairman of the Imgrand Group was a billionaire, a multi-billionaire. Being able to serve as secretary to such a powerful figure would be a blessing. Then, while walking, she kept thinking in her mind, what should she say and what should she not say after meeting the interviewer, and how to show her best side to the interviewer. Because I was thinking about something. So, he accidentally bumped into Su Chen. With a loud thud, Su Chen's broken electric scooter fell to the ground. People are emotional animals, especially Su Chen, who was very nostalgic. This broken electric scooter has been with him for 3 years. Su Chen felt so sad when it was thrown to the ground. "Miss, don't you have eyes when you walk?" Su Chen was a little annoyed. He quickly picked up his broken electric scooter and checked it. Fortunately, it was not broken. The anger in his heart gradually subsided. Snort! Seeing Su Chen wearing a delivery uniform, Zhang Yanran couldn't help but snort coldly, and said in a very disdainful tone, "My dear brother, the Dihao Group is a first-tier enterprise in Shanghai and attaches great importance to its corporate image. You parked this broken electric car in front of such a big company. Are you deliberately trying to destroy the image of the Dihao Group?" While speaking, Zhang Yanran impatiently took out a brand new $100 bill from her high-end imitation Prada wallet and threw it at Su Chen's feet. "I crashed your electric donkey. It's my fault. This 100 yuan should be enough for you to fix it." Su Chen bent down and picked up 100 yuan. This action immediately aroused Zhang Yanran's contempt. She thought that this delivery rider was so pathetic that he actually bent down for a mere 100 yuan. Can. Su Chen picked up the 100 yuan and didn't put it in his pocket. Instead, he threw it directly in Zhang Yanran's face and scolded her, "Miss, you can disrespect me, but you must have the minimum respect for the RMB created by the working people." Finished. Su Chen walked into the Dihao Group. "You." Zhang Yanran wanted to scold Su Chen. "Can. The person has gone far away." Zhang Yanran stomped her feet in anger, thinking that the next time she saw this hateful guy, she would definitely scold him severely. Imgrand Group, President's Office. "Hello, boss." Seeing Su Chen walk into his office, Li Ruobing immediately bowed respectfully and greeted him. Chapter 37. Why is it you? Besides being respectful, Li Ruobing's feelings towards Su Chen were more of admiration and appreciation. She couldn't see through Su Chen, who could have become famous with his talent and good looks. But he silently chose to be an inconspicuous food delivery rider. Are they just experiencing life, or are all the real wealthy people so low-key? "Boss, please have some tea." Li Ruobing held the tea out to Su Chen respectfully with both hands. "Good." Taking the teacup from Li Ruobing, Su Chen took a sip. He then got straight to the point and said, "Tell me, what do you want from me?" Su Chen thought that the Dihao Group must have encountered some difficulties, which was why Li Ruobing was asking for instructions from him, the chairman. Unexpectedly, Li Ruobing told Su Chen that he would find a secretary for him. Hearing this, Su Chen was immediately at a loss for words. "I'm delivering food every day. Can you help me find a secretary to serve the air?" Li Ruobing gathered the hair behind her ears and hesitantly said, "Here's what I'm thinking. Boss, as the chairman of the Dihao Group, you should at least have a secretary. Even if you're often away from the company, you can delegate all matters, big or small, to your secretary. I'm currently following up on an overseas project, so I'm a bit overwhelmed. I hope you can understand." Su Chen was slightly stunned. Soon. He then understood Li Ruobing's good intentions. "Okay, I'll leave this matter entirely to you, okay? If there's nothing else, I'll go deliver the takeout." As he spoke, Su Chen stood up from the sofa, intending to leave Li Ruobing's CEO office. When Li Ruobing heard Su Chen's words, he was immediately upset. Heart said, "My big boss, I'm looking for a secretary for you, but you don't choose one and leave it to me. What's going on? If you find a secretary you're not satisfied with, won't you scold me to death?" "Boss, wait a minute." Seeing Su Chen was about to walk out of his office, Li Ruobing shouted hurriedly. "Is there anything else?" Su Chen asked puzzledly. After hesitating for a moment, Li Ruobing said, "Boss, I really can't make the decision on my own regarding finding you a secretary, so I hope you can make the final decision yourself." "Okay then." Su Chen nodded and said calmly, "Call all the applicants to your office so I can take a look." "Okay." Li Ruobing said hurriedly. Today, over 100 applicants came to the Imgrand Group to apply for the position of chairman's secretary. Each of them was extraordinary. They were either elite professionals who had switched jobs to the Imgrand Group to apply for the position of chairman's secretary, or outstanding graduates from prestigious universities, or even overseas PhD graduates. However, after Su Chen interviewed them, none of them was satisfactory. Li Ruobing thought to himself, it's really not an easy thing to become the chairman's secretary. Frowning slightly, Li Ruobing asked curiously, "Boss, I want to know what kind of job applicant is qualified to be your secretary?" "Why?" Su Chen sighed helplessly and said with some melancholy, "Ruobing, I'm hiring a secretary. I hope she can put her work first, but look at those job applicants. After seeing me, every one of them is crazy about me. How can such a person do a good job?" Li Ruobing smiled secretly. Being obsessed with love? Please. Chairman, you are young, handsome, and have an invincible temperament. Moreover, you are the chairman of the Dihao Group. Even a fairy would be crazy about you. This is normal, okay? Even I, Li Ruobing, also often get obsessed with girls. Are there any other job applicants? Su Chen asked. There's one more. Crunch. At this moment, Zhang Yanran knocked on the door and walked into Li Ruobing's office. The moment she saw Su Chen, her face changed drastically. She asked in disbelief, "Why is it you?" Chapter 38 Help. Zhang Yanran never expected to see this damned delivery driver again so soon. She thought to herself that the next time she saw this abominable guy, she would definitely scold him. However, what puzzled Zhang Yanran was why the other person appeared in the office of the CEO of the Imgrand Group. Could it be that this delivery driver was delivering food to the CEO of the Imgrand Group? That's definitely the case. It's me. Su Chen spread his hands and said calmly, "We meet again." While speaking, Su Chen flipped through the resume in his hand. It must be said that Zhang Yanran's resume is really excellent. Since I started school, I have been the top student in the class. At the age of only 26, she has already studied for a PhD in business administration at Stanford. However, what puzzles Su Chen is that why can't such an outstanding girl have a better character? Shouldn't we treat everyone with at least the minimum respect? No way. Do food delivery riders deserve to be ridiculed, despised, and looked down upon? How can this be true? How come you, a delivery boy, are in the president's office? Zhang Yanran cursed subconsciously. Li Ruobing glanced at Su Chen in panic, then hurriedly scolded Zhang Yanran, "Miss Zhang, please be more polite. This is Mr. Su Chen, the chairman of our Dihao Group." What, the chairman of the Imgrand Group? Gulong. After hearing this, Zhang Yanran subconsciously swallowed her saliva, her eyes widened, and she covered her mouth with her hands. Her beautiful face was filled with shock and disbelief. Now, Zhang Yanran really wanted to slap herself to death. Why would she use 100 yuan to humiliate this delivery boy? But who would have thought that this unremarkable delivery rider was actually the chairman of the Dihao Group? Oh my god. I, Zhang Yanran, am really unlucky. I really need this job as secretary to the chairman of the Dihao Group, but if I offend the chairman, I will no longer have any chance. In Li Ruobing's opinion. Although Zhang Yanran's qualifications in all aspects are excellent, just because of her rude remarks just now, she is no longer qualified to apply for the position of secretary to the chairman of their Dihao Group. Coming in front of Zhang Yanran, Li Ruobing said without question, "Ms. Zhang, I regret to inform you that you have been eliminated. Now, please leave my office immediately." Zhang Yanran felt a chill in her heart when she heard this. Just as he was about to leave the CEO's office, he saw Su Chen put down his crossed legs and handed Zhang Yanran's resume to Li Ruobing. He said casually, "Zhang Yanran, you're hired. Please come to work at Dihao Group on time at 8:30 tomorrow morning." Finished. Su Chen walked out of Li Ruobing's CEO office and continued to deliver the takeaway. Now, Zhang Yanran was dumbfounded, and Li Ruobing was bewildered. This roller coaster-like experience of ups and downs made Zhang Yanran's mind go blank. She originally thought that her job search was definitely a failure. Who would have thought that the chairman would actually ask her to come to work at Dihao Group tomorrow? After coming back to his senses, Li Ruobing turned to look at Zhang Yanran, smiled and said, "Congratulations, Miss Zhang." Zhang Yanran suddenly thought of something and said excitedly, "President, please do me a favor." What? Li Ruobing asked in confusion. Chapter 39, Watching. Zhang Yanran asked Li Ruobing to give her Su Chen's phone number. She must call Su Chen immediately to apologize. However, she changed her mind and thought that a phone apology would be insincere. So, she ran out of Li Ruobing's CEO office like crazy and rushed towards the first floor lobby of Dihao Group. Joke. The job that Zhang Yanran applied for was secretary to the chairman of the Dihao Group. She had humiliated Su Chen before. If she didn't apologize to Su Chen and seek his forgiveness, how could she carry out her work in the future? However, when Zhang Yanran just rushed to the door of the first floor lobby of Dihao Group, she saw Su Chen driving away on his broken electric scooter. Staring at Su Chen's back, Zhang Yanran slapped herself hard. Zhang Yanran, you were so blind. How could you offend your boss? How can I carry out my job as the chairman's secretary? At the same time, Li Ruobing paced back and forth in her office. She was puzzled. Why did Su Chen let Zhang Yanran, who was so rude, to be his secretary? Squinting his eyes, Li Ruobing muttered to himself, how can we ordinary people understand the actions of a master? After leaving Dihao Group, Su Chen continued to deliver takeout. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Wang Ji called and said that his parents had come to Shanghai, and asked Su Chen to drive the Bugatti to the train station to pick up Wang Ji's parents. People like to look decent, but Wang Ji has been in this situation for so long and doesn't even have a car. So, he planned to ask Su Chen to help him get in the spotlight. Su Chen has always been a man of loyalty. His friends' parents are his parents. So, Su Chen stopped taking orders, returned to the slum house he rented, parked his broken electric scooter, drove his Bugatti, and headed towards the community where Wang Ji rented. When passing by a supermarket, Su Chen stepped on the brakes. When Su Chen met Wang Ji's parents for the first time, he thought that as a junior, he should buy them a gift. Think of this. Su Chen got off the car and went to the supermarket to buy gifts. When Su Chen walked into the supermarket, dozens of people quickly surrounded the Bugatti. Click. Click. The sound of taking photos was endless. You have to know that this is a limited edition Bugatti worth tens of millions, which can usually only be seen on TV. Seeing it with your own eyes in real life, everyone was naturally very excited. Oh my god, it's actually the international supercar Bugatti? Without further ado, I'll take a photo and post it on WeChat Moments as a token of my appreciation. After living in poverty for so many years, today I can finally show off to my friends through this Bugatti. The onlookers stood in front of the Bugatti, and no one dared to get too close, for fear of scratching it. The compensation would be sky high, and they simply could not afford it. Therefore, the most they could do was watch from a distance of 1 meter. Everyone's eyes were full of awe, and they did not dare to show any disrespect. After all, this is an international supercar. My friends, today I'm going to show you the new car my husband bought for me. See it? It's a Bugatti. At this moment, a woman dressed very seductively came in front of Bugatti and spoke to the camera of her mobile phone. It seems she is a host, and at this moment, she is broadcasting live. Hu Rongrong is an unknown anchor on a small live broadcast platform. When she usually broadcasts, her popularity is only about 1 or 2,000. At this moment, as Bugatti walked into the camera, her popularity suddenly soared to 50,000. It turns out that there are very few comments in the live broadcast room. Now. But he was swiping the screen like crazy. Nima, it's really a Bugatti. So here's the question, who exactly is the anchor's boyfriend? How could he own a Bugatti worth tens of millions? Love. I'm going to give you a rocket first. Just to make it clear, this rocket is for Bugatti, definitely not for the streamer. Please be self-aware. No matter what. Hu Rongrong was very excited when someone gave her livestream a gift. At this moment, she danced with joy and said, "My husband is the most handsome man in the world and the one who dotes on me the most. Just a few days ago, I had a little tantrum, and my husband gave me a Bugatti to appease me." Su Chen was standing at the end of the crowd. When he heard Hu Rongrong's words, he felt both amused and helpless. When did I become your husband? Because he had to go to the train station to pick up Wang Ji's parents, Su Chen had to drive the Bugatti to the community where Wang Ji lived immediately. Please make way. Su Chen pushed through the crowd and walked towards his Bugatti. The onlookers stopped Su Chen one after another. Young man, let me kindly remind you that when taking photos, you must not touch the Bugatti. Otherwise, if you dirty such an international supercar, you won't be able to afford the compensation even if you work as a delivery driver for a year, okay? Why would a delivery guy like me join in the fun? Su Chen turned a deaf ear to everyone's words of concern or ridicule. He came to Bugatti and gently patted Hu Rongrong's shoulder. "Miss, please make way," Su Chen said politely. Unexpectedly, Hu Rongrong looked Su Chen up and down. Seeing that he was wearing a delivery uniform, she immediately scolded him with disdain. "You're just a delivery guy, what are you doing here?" "See? This is a Bugatti, a gift from my husband. Can a scumbag like you, who has been delivering food all your life, afford a single nut on my car?" Su Chen spread his hands and asked in surprise, "Miss, when did I become your husband?" Chapter 40 I Don't Know You. Hu Rongrong was stunned. Then, she started cursing. It was obvious that she still hadn't figured out the situation. Su Chen meant that the Bugatti was his car, and Hu Rongrong thought that Su Chen was being unreasonable. Now, pointing her index finger at Su Chen's nose, she began to curse arrogantly. "A scumbag delivery man, you still want to be my husband? Let me tell you, my husband, Hu Rongrong, makes 100,000 yuan a month. How can you, a poor delivery man, earn 100,000 yuan after working so hard for a whole year? Still want to be my husband? Bah!" The people around who were watching the fun were also pointing and talking at Su Chen. This guy needs to know his own place. A mere delivery driver wants to be the husband of such a beautiful girl? Ha, isn't this like a toad trying to eat swan meat? It's just wishful thinking. I think this delivery guy is here just to embarrass others. Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to Hu Rongrong. He also turned a blind eye to the disdainful looks from the people around him. He shook his head and said helplessly, "Miss, if anyone gets a wife like you, it would be a disaster for the rest of their lives." "You bastard!" Hu Rongrong was about to slap Su Chen, but she saw Su Chen took out the Bugatti car key and pressed it. Suddenly, the door of the Bugatti opened like a phoenix spreading its wings, and the streamlined body of the car shone as brightly as a diamond under the sunlight. For a while, everyone around, including Hu Rongrong, was stunned and gasped. Especially, the expression on Hu Rongrong's face was the most exaggerated. Just now, she had been dismissive of Su Chen. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen took out the Bugatti keys and slapped Hu Rongrong in the face. At this moment, Hu Rongrong felt humiliated. It was as if there were invisible slaps in the air, hitting her face hard. Awkward. Ashamed. Shame. Countless emotions surged into Hu Rongrong's heart. The crowd watching the excitement around were also completely excited. "Oh my god, this is unbelievable. The delivery guy's car is actually a limited edition Bugatti worth tens of millions? Oh, I can't even talk about regrets. If I had known I could make so much money delivering food, I wouldn't have joined a Fortune 500 company. Without further ado, starting tomorrow, I will join the food delivery army." Now, Su Chen wanted to sit in the driver's seat of the Bugatti, but was stopped by Hu Rongrong with her arms outstretched. Hu Rongrong was wearing heavy makeup and looked like a ghost. She had a thick layer of foundation on, and it was unknown whether she had used low-quality cosmetics. Looking closely at Hu Rongrong's face, it looked like the paint on the wall was about to fall off. She looked really ugly. "My dear, please let me sit in the passenger seat of your car?" The tone of Hu Rongrong's voice was so coquettish that everyone around who heard Hu Rongrong's words instantly got goosebumps all over their bodies, and Hu Rongrong's appearance also made Su Chen completely nauseous and want to vomit. "Sorry, I don't know you," Su Chen said in a cold tone. Su Chen hated women like Hu Rongrong from the bottom of his heart. When she met poor people, she acted like a queen who was high and mighty, and she didn't even have the most basic respect for others. In front of real rich men, Hu Rongrong would be as pitiful as a dog, and even wanted to kneel on the ground and wag her tail. "Don't be so heartless, husband." As she spoke, Hu Rongrong wanted to shake Su Chen's arm and act coquettishly. Su Chen quickly dodged. "Husband?" Hu Rongrong's boyfriend Bu Chang agreed to go shopping with Hu Rongrong. Now, just as he was passing by here, he heard his girlfriend calling someone else husband. He immediately rushed over in anger and roared at Hu Rongrong, "Bitch, who were you calling husband just now?" Chapter 41 Make way. Hu Rongrong is so smart. In order to leave a good impression on Su Chen, he scolded Bu Chang, "How can a loser like you be worthy of me, Hu Rongrong? Look at this little brother. He's more handsome than you and drives a limited edition Bugatti. Step up. I'm not trying to hit you, but you're not even worthy of carrying this young man's shoes. As she spoke, Hu Rongrong winked at Su Chen and said coquettishly, "Hubby, you are the only one in my heart." Ha! Su Chen's face was filled with disgust. He quickly distanced himself from Hu Rongrong and waved his hand as if shooing away a fly. Get out of here. Seeing your face like that, I'm worried I'll vomit. Finished. Su Chen quickly got on the Bugatti, stepped on the accelerator, and with a bang, he sped away. Husband. Hu Rongrong stretched out her hand, trying to keep Su Chen. Can. In the blink of an eye. The Bugatti was gone. Gulon. Bu Chang swallowed hard, and after coming to his senses, he slapped Hu Rongrong hard on the face. Bitch, calling another man husband in front of me? Trash like you, do you deserve to live in this world? Today. I'll beat you to death. Bang. A slap in the face. Bang. A backhand slap. Dozens of slaps hit Hu Rongrong's face like a violent storm. Soon, Hu Rongrong's pig-like face, which was heavily made up and whose foundation was about to fall off, was swollen terribly. Woo woo! Hu Rongrong knelt in front of Bu Chang, crying and acting like a spoiled child. Brother Chang, I was just joking with you. Actually, in my heart, you are the one I love the most. Vomit. When Bu Chang heard this, he couldn't help but vomit. What a coincidence. He actually spit directly on Hu Rongrong's face. She looked so miserable. At the same time, Su Chen was driving the Bugatti and had already driven out of the community where Wang Ji lived. Suddenly, Wang Ji's phone rang. Gigi, have you arrived? Your mother and I have already gotten off the train. The voice of Wang Ji's father came from the other end of the phone. Dad, you and Mom wait in the waiting room for a while, I'll be there soon. Finished. Wang Ji hung up the phone. Su Chen increased the speed of the car in order to pick up Wang Ji's parents as soon as possible. However, things did not go as he wished. As soon as the Bugatti turned an intersection, he found a traffic jam ahead. When he got out of the car, he saw a young girl in her 20s standing next to her Honda Fit, seemingly waiting for someone. Miss, please make way, I have something urgent to do. My wife is about to give birth. Please be kind and move aside. If you don't get out of the way, don't blame me for bumping into you. The car owners around blamed the young girl for blocking the traffic. The young girl didn't take the accusations seriously at all. She glanced at everyone and said righteously, Today, I'm going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with my boyfriend to get a marriage certificate. I'm waiting for him now. Please be a little understanding. Thank you. Coming in front of the young girl, Su Chen said politely, Miss, even if you and your boyfriend are going to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get your marriage certificate, you shouldn't block everyone's way. Please get out of the way and give me some face. The young girl's name is Gu Wei, and she has a hot temper. Now. Hearing Su Chen's words, she first looked him up and down, and then said in a very contemptuous tone, You damn delivery man, give you face? You are nothing, listen carefully, even if I get hit by a car or struck by lightning today, I will never give way. If you have no shame, you are invincible. Su Chen was really helpless against someone like Gu Wei. Subconsciously, he took out a cigarette box from his pocket and planned to smoke a cigarette to calm himself down, but unexpectedly, the Bugatti car keys suddenly fell to the ground. Gu Wei loves luxury cars the most, especially international supercars like Bugatti, for which she is crazy. At this moment, seeing Su Chen's Bugatti car keys fall to the ground, Gu Wei's anger subsided instantly. Instead, he was extremely excited and shocked. He looked at Su Chen with a look of awe and admiration that he had never seen before. He even spoke incoherently. Little brother, this Bugatti, is it your car? Chapter 42 Very annoying. Aha! Su Chen picked up the Bugatti car keys from the ground, lit a cigarette, blew a smoke ring towards Gu Wei, and said lightly, Miss, what did you say just now? Even if you are hit by a car or struck by lightning, you won't give way? That's fine. For the smooth opening of the road and for everyone to get their work done, I will run you over with my car. No. Gu Wei's expression changed immediately after hearing Su Chen's words. It was easy to imagine that if Su Chen rode a broken electric donkey, then Gu Wei's arrogant and domineering attitude would be impossible to extinguish. Now, seeing that Su Chen's car was a Bugatti, Gu Wei immediately nodded and said, Little brother, I will make way for everyone. Also, let me ask you, little brother, do you need a girlfriend? The kind that can act like a spoiled child and be cute? Su Chen frowned and said helplessly, Sister, aren't you going to the Civil Affairs Bureau with your man to get the marriage certificate today? Why are you still thinking about being my girlfriend? Su Chen felt very annoyed that he could meet crazy girls everywhere. No way. Is it a mistake to be handsome? Wei. At this moment, a young man in a suit and tie ran towards Gu Wei with joy. Judging from his appearance, he must have dressed up carefully in order to get a marriage certificate with Gu Wei. However, a woman's heart changes at any time. They were about to get a marriage certificate, but after meeting Su Chen, she instantly gave up the idea of getting married. In the TV series The Return of the Condor Heroes, Guo Xiang fell in love with Yang Guo at first sight. In real life, many beautiful women will ruin their lives once they see Su Chen. Su Chen was very distressed about this. When night fell, he would often stand alone in a dark corner, racking his brains to think about how to make his appearance lower and lower. However, unfortunately, although Su Chen has tried very hard to lower his appearance seems to be against him. The more Su Chen wants to lower his appearance, the more handsome he becomes. At this moment, standing in front of Gu Wei, the man in the suit said confidently, Let's go to the Civil Affairs Bureau to get the marriage certificate now. Cut. Gu Wei rolled her eyes and said unhappily, Who wants to go to the Civil Affairs Bureau with you to get a marriage certificate? You're dreaming. The man in the suit was stunned at first. Then, he smiled in relief, thinking Gu Wei was teasing him. Wei, stop it. Let's get the marriage certificate quickly, post it on WeChat Moments, and then call both of our parents to tell them the good news. Gu Wei pulled a face and looked very impatient. I've decided that I will marry this delivery boy. You can drive the car back by yourself. I want to pursue my own happiness. The words fell. Gu Wei rushed towards Su Chen. Fuck. Seeing Gu Wei rushing towards him, Su Chen's eyes widened immediately, and then he ran towards his Bugatti. With a plop. The scene before him was undoubtedly a bolt from the blue for Gu Wei's fiancée. Unable to bear the blow, the man in the suit collapsed to the ground, beating his chest and stamping his feet, wailing, Why? Is my love just going away like this? Return. My love. Su Chen returned to the Bugatti, quickly closed the door, then stepped on the accelerator and sped towards the train station. Gu Wei followed behind the car, desperately chasing after him. Little brother, don't run. In order to pursue her own happiness, Gu Wei really gave it her all. Wang Ji glanced at the rearview mirror and exclaimed, Brother Chen, which woman seems to be pursuing you? Why? Su Chen sighed and said helplessly, I know she is pursuing me, but what can I do? If looks can be given as a gift, I will give them all to you, so that you will be pursued by women every day, and then you will know how annoying this kind of thing is. Wang Ji was speechless when he heard this. When Su Chen and Wang Ji arrived at Zhenghai railway station, they could not find Wang Ji's parents anywhere. They called them, but the phone was turned off. The two searched for them at the railway station for half an hour, and Wang Ji was sweating anxiously. Brother Chen, could it be that my parents were abducted by human traffickers? Chapter 43 something. Just when Su Chen and Wang Ji were in a panic, Ruhua called and said that she had taken Wang Ji's parents back to their residence. Wang Ji was very curious, how did his parents get in touch with Ruhua? Turn out to be. Wang Ji's parents came to Zhenghai this time not to see Wang Ji, but to see their future daughter-in-law, so they deliberately let Wang Ji go empty-handed, but took the initiative to contact Ruhua, and the three of them took a taxi back. This Wang Ji spread his hands, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, and said, Brother Chen, look at what happened. I originally wanted to borrow your Bugatti to show off and let my parents see that their son has made it. But they actually took a taxi back? Su Chen patted Wang Ji on the shoulder and comforted him, if God doesn't give you this opportunity to show off, just be an ordinary person. Okay, I'll take you home. It's time to continue delivering food. On the way back, Wang Ji couldn't help but ask out of curiosity, Brother Chen, I want to interview you. You drive an international supercar worth tens of millions. Isn't it nice to eat, drink and have fun every day? Why? Why do you have to deliver food in this hot weather? Su Chen sighed and said earnestly, Gigi, you don't understand what I'm pursuing. Fame and fortune are like floating clouds to me. The prosperity of the world is what I love. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji quickly applauded. Brother Chen, what a great poem. After sending Wang Ji back to his community, Su Chen continued to deliver food. After a day's work, Su Chen returned home, took a nice cold shower, and stared at his absolutely perfect figure in the mirror. Well-defined facial features and powerful 8-pack abs. This is a very enchanting figure. Thinking of the girl who blocked his way during the day, who abandoned her fiancé and insisted on being his girlfriend, Su Chen felt a headache. God, why did you let me be so handsome? Anyway, give others some chance to survive? If I continue to be this handsome, how will men still have the confidence to be in front of me? All the beautiful girls in the world will be flocking to me. What a sin! If I were a single girl, it would be fine. What about those who are already married? Isn't this destroying other people's families? The more Su Chen thought about it, the more distressed he became. After taking a shower, Su Chen prepared to go to sleep. At this moment, Su Chen's phone beeped. It was a WeChat message. He swiped the screen and saw that it was a WeChat message from a netizen named Sister Shisher who took the initiative to add Su Chen. Su Chen has seen a lot of things like this. Su Chen didn't add any strangers. But when he clicked on the profile picture of Sister Shisher, Su Chen was stunned. Wasn't this girl Chui Han, the top of the 4 campus beauties in our high school? What does it mean that she added me on her own initiative? Could it be that she is getting married soon and notified me of the news so that I can give her a gift? Yes, that must be the case. Su Chen is not a stingy person, even though they haven't been in contact for so many years. If the other party informed him that she was getting married, Su Chen would naturally not be stingy with a few hundred yuan as a gift. After figuring this out, Su Chen clicked to agree. Soon, Chui Han took the initiative to send a message. Brother Su Chen, it's me, Chui Han. Brother Su Chen? Hearing this name, Su Chen felt a headache again. He remembered that Chui Han had been pursuing him when he was in high school. She followed Su Chen every day and shouted Brother Su Chen, so that Su Chen became the public enemy of all the boys in the school. Unexpectedly, after not seeing each other for a few years, Chui Han still calls him Brother Su Chen? Student Chu, is there something wrong? Su Chen asked indifferently. At first, Su Chen was fully focused on his studies, so he did not agree to Chui Han's confession. Now, Su Chen just wanted to happily deliver food every day, and he didn't want to think about his girlfriend for the time being. Brother Su Chen, let me tell you a secret. Chui Han sent another message. Chapter 44, Repairing the Light Bulb. You can imagine. If it were any other man, he would be so excited that the school beauty wanted to tell him her secret. You know, if a woman is willing to share her secrets, it must be because they are very close. However, Su Chen was not very interested in the secret that Chui Han was going to tell. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen typed listlessly, "It's getting late, go to bed quickly, I have to go to work tomorrow." Su Chen dampened Chui Han's enthusiasm. Chui Han still told his secret. Brother Su Chen, I'm still single. After sending this message, Chui Han's beautiful face was instantly covered with blush, and her cheeks became obviously much hotter. And my heart was beating like a deer. Su Chen didn't reply to Chui Han's message, but he knew what Chui Han meant. She was hinting to him that she, Chui Han, was single and available for flirting. However, Su Chen had no intention of falling in love and just wanted to happily deliver food. Those who have different ideals cannot work together. In that case, there is no need to reply to her message. Soon, Su Chen fell asleep. On the other side, Chui Han stared at the phone screen with a pair of beautiful, expressive eyes, and kept muttering, "Brother Su Chen will definitely reply to my message." This night, Chui Han couldn't sleep. People say that if you live long, you can enjoy the beauty of the moon together even though you are thousands of miles apart. Looking at the bright moon outside the window, Chui Han's thoughts are like the surging Yangtze River, endless. 12 o'clock at night. Su Chen was having a sweet dream when someone knocked on his door. Boom! 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 As the door knocked, lightning and thunder suddenly appeared in the sky, and soon, heavy rain fell. Su Chen woke up from his sleep, put on his coat and went to open the door. Who is it? After opening the door, Su Chen saw the graceful woman outside with a frightened expression on her face. He asked in confusion, "Sister Hong?" The Sister Hong that Su Chen mentioned is actually named Mu Hong. She is 29 years old this year and looks extremely beautiful. However, since ancient times, beautiful women have been short-lived. Mu Hong got married 5 years ago, but her husband died unexpectedly on the wedding night. Over the years, the matchmaker has been asking Mu Hong to find a good man to marry. However, Mu Hong didn't know why, but she was unwilling to marry again. Now, Mu Hong was only wearing pajamas and standing in front of Su Chen. Their eyes met. For a moment, the atmosphere felt a little off. Su Chen was just about to ask Mu Hong if she had something to talk to him about. Unexpectedly, Mu Hong sobbed and rushed into Su Chen's arms. "I'm afraid of thunder," Mu Hong said pitifully. Seeing that Mu Hong was about to get into his arms, Su Chen quickly distanced himself from Mu Hong and said with a bitter smile, "Sister Hong, this is not appropriate." If he were to ask himself honestly, although many men were greedy for Mu Hong's body, Su Chen has always been a man of integrity. Even if there is just a little physical intimacy, Su Chen will stand firm. Seeing that Su Chen rejected her, Mu Hong suddenly felt embarrassed. She lowered her head and said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, "The light bulb in my house is broken and the room is too dark. I want to stay in your room for one night. Is that okay?" Although Mu Hong is much older than Su Chen. At this moment, Yan Ran was staring at Su Chen's pitiful appearance, like a helpless little woman. Su Chen was a little at a loss. If he refused, it would be too much to bear. If he agreed, it would go against his own principles. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen volunteered and said, "Sister Hong, let's forget about the overnight stay. I'll fix the light bulb for you right now." A look of disappointment flashed across Mu Hong's eyes. Then he said, "Okay." Next, Mu Hong and Su Chen walked towards Mu Hong's room, but no one knew what Mu Hong saw, and she suddenly screamed. "Sister Hong, what's wrong?" Out of concern, Su Chen hurriedly supported Mu Hong's arm. "Someone." Mu Hong curled up his head like a frightened deer. Following Mu Hong's gaze, he saw a middle-aged man in his 40s standing at the door of Mu Hong's room. It seemed that he had drunk a lot of alcohol. When he got closer, Su Chen exclaimed, "Uncle Wang?" Chapter 45. You can do it. The old man next door is called Wang Tiehu. He is an alcoholic who loves drinking. Every time he gets drunk, he runs to the door of Mu Hong's room. Today is no exception. Mu Hong was frightened and hid behind Su Chen with her head pressed tightly against Su Chen's back. Although the handsome and unruly young man in front of her is much younger than her. But it can give her a full sense of security. At this moment, Wang Tiehu stood at the door of Mu Hong's room, burped, and said drunkenly, "Hong Hong, do you know, I have always wanted to tell you 3 words. Today, I have to speak my mind." Su Chen was helpless, shook his head, came to Wang Tiehu, and urged him, "Uncle Wang, it's getting late, go back to your room and rest, otherwise, the neighbors will gossip about you. How are you going to survive in this slum area of ours?" Wang Tiehu's drunken eyes blurred. After recognizing Su Chen, he angrily said, "I was told to go and rest, but you wanted to go into Hong Hong's room? Xiaochen, I didn't expect that at such a young age, you would actually want to do something bad to Hong Hong." After hearing this, Su Chen felt that he could not clear himself even if he jumped into the Yellow River. He spread his hands. Su Chen smiled bitterly. "Uncle Wang, the light bulb in Sister Hong's room is broken. I went to Sister Hong's room to fix it for her." "Fix the light bulb?" Wang Tiehu sneered, but had already stepped into Mu Hong's room. "Are you the only man in this world who can fix a light bulb? Is my neighbor, Lao Wang, just a decoration?" Su Chen and Mu Hong looked at each other, both helpless. "Sister Hong, do you have spare light bulbs at home?" After entering the room, Su Chen said to Mu Hong. "Have." Soon, Mu Hong took out an incandescent bulb and handed it to Su Chen. Su Chen came to Wang Tiehu and said unhappily, "Uncle Wang, you look so drunk, can you stand steadily?" As he spoke, Su Chen brought a chair. Cut. Wang Tiehu said proudly, "You look down on your Uncle Wang, don't you? Tell you, little bastard. When your Uncle Wang was changing light bulbs, you were probably still playing with urine mud." Yes. Su Chen nodded and whispered, "You're awesome, okay." Wang Tiehu was standing on a chair, his body swaying, and the light bulb in his hand almost fell to the ground. Seeing this, Su Chen kindly said, "Uncle Wang, can I help you?" Wang Tiehu was not grateful for Su Chen's kindness at all. In order to leave a good impression in front of Mu Hong that he was omnipotent, Wang Tiehu boasted, "That's it, it's no problem at all, ah. Pity." Before Wang Tiehu could finish his words, he screamed and fell off his chair. "Uncle Wang, hold on." Su Chen stretched out his hands and caught the light bulb that was about to fall to the ground. Poor Wang Tiehu fell heavily to the ground, looking indescribably miserable. "Ouch, my old waist." Wang Tiehu grimaced in pain. Su Chen was secretly delighted. "Uncle Wang, if your waist isn't good, don't come to Sister Hong's room." Wang Tiehu angrily said, "You bastard, why didn't you catch me just now? Can't you see that I, your Uncle Wang, have had some alcohol?" Su Chen smiled playfully. "It's just a matter of changing a light bulb. Do you still need someone to catch you? If I catch you, wouldn't it ruin your reputation?" As he spoke, Su Chen pointed at the chair and said, "Uncle Wang, I believe you can do it. Come on, continue changing the light bulb." Chapter 46 I Can Fight 10,000. When Wang Tiehu heard Su Chen's words, his nose became crooked with anger. On the one hand, he was so drunk that he couldn't even stand steadily on the chair, let alone change the light bulb. On the other hand, Wang Tiehu was indeed hurt from the fall just now. He glared at Su Chen fiercely, then hugged his waist and walked out of Mu Hong's room in a very embarrassed manner. "Xiao Chen, thank you." Mu Hong expressed her gratitude sincerely. "Hey, little thing." Next, Su Chen stood on the chair to change the light bulb, which only took a few seconds. However, as soon as Su Chen stood on the chair, Mu Hong took the initiative to hug Su Chen's legs and said with a hurried breath, "I'll support you." Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "I'm not like Uncle Wang, who can change quickly without help." Clang! At this moment, another thunderclap sounded, frightening Mu Hong so much that her face turned pale. She held Su Chen's legs with even more strength. To be honest, it would have been better if Mu Hong hadn't held Su Chen's legs. Being held tightly by Mu Hong, Su Chen became more cautious when changing the light bulb. You know. Mu Hong was wearing pajamas, and her whole body was almost pressed against Su Chen's legs. Feeling Mu Hong's soft body and smelling the faint fragrance in the air, Su Chen suddenly felt dry in the mouth. "Sister Hong, the light bulb has been changed." Su Chen turned around. Since he was standing on a chair, he looked down at Mu Hong, who was wearing pajamas. Su Chen felt his heartbeat quicken. Mu Hong was an old hand after all, so she knew what she was wearing. She successfully caught Su Chen's attention. Without being noticed, Mu Hong gently pulled her pajamas down a little. Suddenly, the scenery is beautiful. Su Chen's eyes were wide open, and after he came to his senses, he almost fell off the chair. A flash of lightning streaked across the sky. Su Chen shook his head and hurriedly dispelled the evil thoughts in his heart. "Sister Hong, I have to deliver food tomorrow. Good night." Su Chen looked panicked and quickly fled from Mu Hong's room. "Hello?" Mu Hong wanted to call out to Su Chen, but Su Chen had already disappeared. Mu Hong felt very sad. She is a normal woman and has certain needs. Over the years, she has never met a man who makes her heart move. She finally met a handsome guy with a godlike appearance, but he is not nice to her? This night, Mu Hong tossed and turned, completely unable to sleep. The next day, when the first ray of sunlight in the early morning fell on Su Chen's face, Su Chen yawned sleepily. Suddenly, he sensed something. Su Chen frowned and hurriedly pulled back the quilt to take a look. Fuck, it's missing? Shaking his head, Su Chen hurried to wash his underwear. After going out for a morning run for half an hour, Su Chen started to eat breakfast. Drop. Is today's treasure chest opened? The system prompt sounded again in Su Chen's mind. Now, Su Chen is bound to the daily treasure chest system, and what he looks forward to most every day is opening the treasure chest. Without further hesitation, Su Chen replied directly with his mind, "Hurry up, I've been waiting for you for a long time." Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the unrivaled divine art pill. The next moment, a brown pill the size of a black bean appeared out of thin air in Su Chen's palm. Looking at the pill in his palm, Su Chen asked doubtfully, "Unrivaled magic pill? Does that mean that if I take this pill, I'll be like Superman in the TV series, able to flatten people with one punch and send them flying with one kick?" Drop. The host is indeed extremely intelligent, his comprehension is unmatched. Su Chen frowned and grumbled, "How can the word smart as ice and snow be used to describe handsome guy?" Next, Su Chen took the pill of peerless divine skill. In an instant, a surge of energy penetrated his whole body. In the blink of an eye, Su Chen felt refreshed. He clenched his fists and felt that he could fight 10,000 people. Ha, awesome. So, do I now possess unparalleled magical skills? Su Chen was ecstatic. Chapter 47 No way. After possessing the unparalleled magical skills, Su Chen's entire temperament has undergone a drastic change. If we say that the previous Su Chen was the kind of handsome and unruly man who had seen all the prosperity in the world, so Su Chen is now above all rules, as if he is standing at the pinnacle of this world. No one can match him. He is a god high above. This feeling is really good. It's a pity that I, Su Chen, was born at the wrong time. If I were born in the era of the Three Kingdoms, I wouldn't even take super warriors like Guan Yu, Lu Bu, Su Chu, Zhao Yun, and Ma Chao seriously. Why? What a pity. If I had been born 1,000 years earlier, I, Su, could have unified the Three Kingdoms. Now, although I possess unparalleled magical skills, I don't have much use for them. Every day I can only happily work as a takeaway boy. After sighing for a while, Su Chen went to deliver the takeaway. At the same time, as Chu Yihan walked out of the high-end residential area of Shanshui Xingqing, he saw a man in sunglasses getting out of a Mercedes-Benz. After seeing Chu Yihan, he quickly chased after him. "Miss Chu, where are you going? I'll take you there." The man in sunglasses was named Gao Li. When he was in high school, he was in the same class as Chu Yihan. Later, he did not finish high school and entered the society. Thanks to his family connections, he opened a taekwondo gym, with an annual income exceeding 5 million. Because he was decent looking and made a decent amount of money, Gao Li always considered himself a winner in life. And he has declared on countless occasions that his biggest dream in life is to sleep with all the beautiful women in the world, and Gao Li is naturally drooling over Chu Yihan, the former high school belle. Certainly, Gao Li's pursuit of Chu Yihan is definitely not sincere. He just wants to kick her away after he gets tired of her. Because Gao Li's dream is to sleep with all the beauties in the world. How could he let his enterprising spirit be hindered by a mere Chu Yihan? Now, after seeing Gao Li, Chu Yihan said with disgust, "Where I go is none of your business. Mr. Gao, please don't bother me anymore. There is no possibility between us." Gao Li smiled obscenely. "Miss Chu, I really can't agree with what you said. What do you mean there's no possibility between us? You're not married, I'm not married, and we're both single now. I don't believe there's a woman in this world that I, Gao Li, can't catch up with." Oh. Hearing this, Chu Yihan couldn't help but sneer and said disdainfully, "Gao Li, don't take yourself too seriously. There are many men in this world who are more powerful than you. Not to mention others, my brother Su Chen is 10 blocks away from you." Finished, Chu Yihan got into a taxi. Su Chen? Gao Li stood there in a daze, his eyes becoming more and more sinister. At this moment, a young man with long hair approached Gao Li and asked, "Brother Gao, who is this Su Chen? Miss Chu seems to admire him very much." Call. Gao Li sighed deeply, a look of nostalgia on his face. Back in the day, Su Chen was a big shot in our high school. Almost every girl in the school liked him. Whenever I mention him, I hate him. I just wonder how he's doing now. Having said this, Gao Li turned to look at the long-haired young man and said without question, "I'll give you 2 hours to thoroughly investigate Su Chen's current situation. I want to see whether the man that the Chu University beauty is obsessed with is a dragon or a worm." Chapter 48 Kneel. Time passes silently. Soon. 2 hours later, the long-haired young man followed Gao Li's instructions and finally investigated Su Chen's basic situation clearly. After reporting to Gao Li was stunned for a moment. Fuck! Gao Li's eyes widened as he fiercely threw the cigarette butt to the ground, spitting everywhere as he roared, "I thought the man that the Chu University beauty idolized would have become very successful by now. Unexpectedly. He's just a delivery guy?" The long-haired young man flattered, "A damn delivery guy dares to compete with Brother Gao for a woman? He's simply asking for his own death. Brother Gao, should we get that damn delivery guy Su Chen?" Gao Li narrowed his eyes and said violently, "Is there still any suspense in this? Ali. Kill him." Because Su Chen's whereabouts were clearly investigated, Gao Li took less than half an hour and led his men to block Su Chen at the intersection of an alley called Xingfu Harbor. "Brothers, get out of the car. As Gao Li shouted, 3 burly men with tattoos stopped Su Chen. When they came to Su Chen, Gao Li looked him up and down. Immediately, he began to sneer with a look of contempt. "Handsome Su, you used to be a big shot on campus, but now you're delivering food? You're doing so badly, like a dog. How can you be worthy of being the man of Chuihan, the campus belle?" After hearing Gao Li's words, Su Chen understood everything instantly. Turn out to be. This Gao Li came for Chuihan. It is conceivable that if it were the previous Su Chen, he would really be at a loss when facing this situation. However, now he has obtained the peerless magic skills rewarded by the system and has become a god in this world. Why should he be afraid of Gao Li and others? In front of Su Chen, these people were just a bunch of clowns. But Su Chen was about to go deliver food, too lazy to bother with these people. What's wrong with delivering food? We all serve this society, it's just that the division of labor is different. There is no distinction between high and low in any profession. I have to go deliver food now, please move aside. Su Chen spoke politely. However, in the eyes of Gao Li and others, Su Chen was obviously giving in. What? Are you scared? Gao Li smiled playfully. The several burly men beside Gao Li also burst into laughter. Since you've admitted your defeat, kneel before our brother Gao. How dare you snatch the woman that brother Gao likes? Now, kneel down and kowtow 10 times in front of brother Gao. Maybe brother Gao will feel better and, after he gets tired of playing with Chuihan, he'll even let you play with him again. You bastard, kowtow now. Su Chen shook his head helplessly and said calmly, I don't want to do it. You know. Su Chen, now a peerless master, was invincible. Mountains and rivers crumbled in his single blow. His power was truly immense. How could these worthless creatures possibly withstand a single punch from Su Chen? Su Chen was worried that someone might be killed. So, just say he doesn't want to do it. Can. In Gao Li's opinion, Su Chen was cowardly. At that moment, the disdain on his face became even more intense. He shook his head and continued to taunt, how could the campus belle of Chu University be interested in a loser like you? With all due respect, you, a damned delivery guy, are not even worthy of carrying my shoes. Now, I'm going to show you the way. Kneel before me right now and call me master. Maybe when I'm in a better mood, I'll stop bothering with a piece of crap like you. Su Chen stared at Gao Li with a smile. Among us, someone must kneel down. But that person definitely can't be me. Chapter 49, Shocked. Now. After hearing Su Chen's words, Gao Li was stunned for a moment, then he sarcastically said, the person kneeling down can't be you? Ha, what are you talking about, you scumbag? Gao Li almost burst out laughing, his eyes sweeping over the burly men beside him. He pointed at himself and laughed heartily. The one kneeling down can't be that loser Su Chen. Could it be me, Gao Li? Ha ha. The burly man brought by Gao Li burst into laughter. The expression on Su Chen's face remained calm from beginning to end. Yes, the one kneeling down must be you. If it were in the past, Su Chen would definitely not have said such a domineering statement. However, the current Su Chen was completely different from the past. After receiving the peerless magic skills awarded by the system, Su Chen was invincible in the world. So, it was natural that he would not take Gao Li seriously. The long-haired young man's eyes widened as he hunched over Gao Li and said, Brother Gao, this damn delivery scumbag is so arrogant even when his death is imminent. He clearly doesn't take you seriously. Gao Li immediately clenched his fists, his body emitting a strong and extremely violent aura. He stared at Su Chen intently and scolded him, you piece of trash, why don't you kneel down quickly? Otherwise, I will kill you. I said, you are the one who should kneel down. Su Chen said confidently. If you don't accept my toast, I'll drink the wine for you. Gao Li instantly became furious and was about to teach Su Chen a lesson, but was stopped by the long-haired young man. Brother Gao, why use a butcher knife to kill a chicken? I can take care of this piece of trash delivery man with one hand. Then, I will make him kneel in front of you and sing conquer. The long-haired young man was very confident in his own ability. And, with Gao Li backing him up, the long-haired young man felt confident. Gao Li warned, all right then, but don't kill him. Just break his arm, don't kill anyone. Otherwise, it would be bad to get yourself into trouble for such a scum. Although Gao Li was very angry and wanted to kill Su Chen directly. But After calming down and thinking about it, it was not worth it. He could just teach him a lesson. If someone really died, he would get himself into trouble. Gao Li felt that this was not worth it. However, upon hearing this, the long-haired young man spread his hands and said helplessly, "Brother Gao, I can't guarantee that. You know, I can't even recognize my own family when I throw a punch. If anyone dies, it's just bad luck on my part." Listening to the conversation between Gao Li and the long-haired young man, Su Chen wanted to laugh. This is like two ants discussing how to eat an elephant. It is ridiculous. The next moment, the long-haired young man used all his strength and punched Su Chen fiercely. Su Chen just turned slightly and cleverly avoided the punch from the long-haired young man. Boom! Because of inertia, the long-haired young man failed to hit Su Chen with his punch and fell directly to the ground with a heavy blow. Immediately, a muffled sound was heard. "Fuck, my nose." The long-haired young man was crying in pain. Gao Li roared, "Damn it! Aim first before you shoot." The long-haired young man endured the severe pain and stood up. This time, he made sure that he had aimed at Su Chen and punched again. Unfortunately, to his great disappointment, the long-haired young man missed again. Su Chen, on the other hand, stood there unscathed. He shrugged and jokingly said to the long-haired young man, "I'm just standing here, letting you hit me, and you can't even hit me? What? Didn't you eat?" Gao Li saw that something was wrong, so he ordered the burly man beside him, "Come at me together, don't try to act fancy, just break that rubbish Su Chen's arm." The next moment, 3 burly men rushed towards Su Chen together. In an instant, Su Chen launched a thundering attack, knocking one away with his left fist, then another with his right fist, and finally kicked the last burly man. Su Chen showed mercy and did not kick the other person. Can. The strong athlete's foot messed up the burly man's hair. Plop. The burly man was so frightened that he knelt down in front of Su Chen. The scene before his eyes happened in a flash, and Gao Li was stunned in an instant. Chapter 50 Which? Right now. Seeing Su Chen knock down several burly men he brought with him in a flash, Gao Li was shocked and unbelievable, like a huge storm. You know, these burly men are his ace fighters. Normally, each of them can knock down 10 strong men. He didn't expect that today they would be beaten so badly by Su Chen, the delivery man. Gulyuan. Gao Li swallowed his saliva involuntarily with lingering fear, and looked at Su Chen again. There was no longer any contempt or disdain in his eyes, but it was filled with deep awe and timidity. Su Chen's gaze swept over everyone. Immediately, he said with a dejected look, "It's boring. There is no one who can fight." Puff. Hearing Su Chen's words, Gao Li almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Walking slowly in front of Gao Li, Su Chen said calmly, "I said, between the two of us, one of us must kneel down." Can. That person is definitely not me. Gao Li pointed at himself in disbelief, his eyes widening as he roared, "I earn millions a year, how could I kneel before a scumbag like you who just delivers food?" Su Chen, you're just wishful thinking. Oh. Su Chen smiled playfully. A few million a year is nothing. I can make 100 million in a matter of minutes. Am I proud? Am I proud? A 350 million Imperial Villa and 80 million Bugatti supercar, would I brag about these to everyone? As a person, you should be as low-key as me, understand? Damn it! Gao Li was completely doubting his life. You can make 100 million in a matter of minutes? Su Chen nodded nonchalantly. You live in a 350 million yuan Imperial Villa? Aha! You own a Bugatti International supercar worth 80 million? Gao Li's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Aha! Gao Li's mentality completely exploded. What the hell, you're just a piece of shit who's sending himself to die. Why are you talking like you're the richest man in the world? Su Chen spread his hands. I'm a food delivery guy, so why can't I be the richest man in the world? Now. Su Chen was too lazy to argue with Gao Li, and instead, he shouted in a cold tone, I didn't want to do it, but you forced me to do it? Now that it has come to this, are you happy? Are you satisfied? Kneel down. Gao Li sneered. A man's knees are made of gold. If you tell me to kneel, I'll kneel. But where would my dignity be? Are you sure you don't want to kneel? Su Chen stared at Gao Li with interest. Gao Li shook his head and said with great conviction, Listen carefully, scumbag. Even if I die here today, I will never kneel down to you. Hearing this, Su Chen raised his hand instantly. Can. Before Su Chen's palm landed, Gali was so frightened that he fell to his knees in front of Su Chen with a thud. Seeing this, Su Chen said in surprise, I haven't even made a move yet, and you're kneeling down? TSK, it smells so good. At this moment, Gali was really angry and embarrassed. But without strength, what good is anger? Gali rolled his eyes and said angrily, Sujaja, you only know a little bit of martial arts, what's the big deal? At best, you are just a reckless man. You know. This is a civilized era. Men without money, status, or position will ultimately have no foothold in this society and will be trampled underfoot by everyone as trash. So, you have money, status, and position? Su Chen said with a smile. Snort. Gali snorted coldly, and said with disdain, Of course I have money, status, and position. Oh, right. Let me tell you something else. My father is a well-known figure in Zhonghai. If he knew his son had been beaten up, he would definitely not let you go. Su Chen smiled. Tell me, who is your father? Chapter 51 Why? If Su Chen's identity and status were always just that of a food delivery rider, he would still be a little wary of Gao Li's father. Can. The fact is, Su Chen today is no longer the same as before. By opening the daily treasure chest, he will surely reach the peak of his life and become the richest man in the world. Since this is the case, he naturally will not take Gao Li's father seriously. At this time, although Gao Li knelt in front of Su Chen, he had his father to rely on, so he said arrogantly, knowing a little bit of boxing and kicking will only make people think you are a reckless man. In this day and age, people value wealth, fame, and fortune. Su Zatsa, listen to me carefully. My father works for the Emgrand Group and is a senior manager of the Emgrand Group. A scumbag like you may not know what the Emgrand Group means. Snort. That's a huge company with a market capitalization of tens of billions. Of course, a poor idiot like you might never understand what a market capitalization of tens of billions actually means, huh? Gao Li was extremely proud when mentioning that his father was an executive of the Emgrand Group. Because he was extremely certain that Su Chen would be shocked when he revealed his father's identity. But to Gao Li's disappointment, he didn't see any panic or fear on Su Chen's face. On the contrary, Su Chen smiled playfully and asked in surprise, Is your father a senior executive of the Dihao Group? Gao Li raised his chin and said with great pride, Why, are you scared? Su Zheja, quickly help me up, then kneel in front of me and yell Dad 3 times. Maybe I can show some mercy on you. Otherwise, the consequences are not something you can afford. Su Chen nodded. Your father is a senior manager of the Dihao Group? Sorry, I really have nothing to be afraid of. Su Chen spread his hands, looking calm. Joke. Although Su Chen is a delivery rider. But as the chairman of the Dihao Group, how could he be afraid of his employees? How so? At this moment, seeing Su Chen looking fine, Gao Li panicked. At the same time, he was extremely confused. This Su scumbag was just a delivery rider. Why didn't he have any fear of his father, a senior manager of Dihao Group? On what basis? Not long. Gao Li felt relieved. This pretentious rubbish must be pretending to be calm. He must be panicking inside, but pretending to be indifferent on the surface? That's definitely the case. Thinking of this, Gao Li glared at Su Chen fiercely, took out his phone and threatened, Su Zheja, do you dare to let me call my father? Wait a minute, my father will come to you in person, and then you will know what kind of existence you are facing. Su Chen found it very funny. Immediately, he made a gesture of invitation to Gao Li, hurry up and fight. I want to see what expression your father will have when he sees me. Maybe he'll kneel before me like you did. Pooh. Gao Li spat fiercely at Su Chen, and said with an extremely annoyed look, I will tell my dad to bring all the security guards of Dihao Group. Su Chen, no matter how good you are at fighting, can you beat all the security guards of Dihao Group? Su Chen shook his head and said helplessly, Okay, you are awesome, hurry up and call your father, otherwise I will go to deliver food. You piece of trash, just wait for me. He shouted angrily with his eyes bloodshot. Immediately, Gao Li called his father. Chapter 52 is finally here. Gao Li's father is named Gao Tianhu, who is well known for protecting his children. When Gao Li was a child, he played with the neighbor's child. Gao Tianhu rushed over and beat the neighbor's child up without asking any questions. Now, after listening to Gao Li's complaints, Gao Tianhu suddenly became furious. What the hell, which blind scum dares to hit my son, Gao Tianhu? Gao Tianhu's furious voice came from the other end of the phone. Gao Li continued to complain. Dad, he's a scumbag delivery guy. He might have practiced some martial arts. He knocked down all the thugs I brought with me. And I'm kneeling in front of him right now. What, you actually knelt in front of that grandson? Okay. You tell that grandson to wait, Dad will bring people over to smash the thing he wants to die with. Finished. Gao Tianhu hung up the phone. Drop. Gao Tianhu's cell phone rang. It was the location information sent by Gao Li. After looking at the message, Gao Tianhu rushed out of his office and ran all the way to the security room of Dihao Group. Glancing around the security room, Gao Tianhu shouted angrily, "How many security guards have come today?" The security captain saw that the visitor was Gao Tianhu, a senior executive of the Dihao Group. Now, he stood up and saluted Gao Tianhu. "Boss Gao, there are 28 security guards here today." "Okay, take your people and follow me," Gao Tianhu said without question. The security captain hunched over, his face full of confusion as he asked, "Excuse me, Mr. Gao, what exactly happened?" Gao Tianhu said angrily, "My son was beaten." The security captain was immediately filled with righteous indignation and said, "Fuck, they are simply asking for their own death. They even dare to mess with Mr. Gao's son?" After a pause, the security captain asked again, "Could it be that some rich young man from Shanghai beat up your son, Mr. Gao? If that was the case, he would never dare to step forward rashly. Otherwise, if he really provoked some big shot, he would not be able to bear the consequences. After all, the security captain is nothing in front of those real rich bosses." At this moment, after hearing what the security captain said, Gao Tianhu breathed a sigh of relief and said helplessly, "What a bullshit rich young man. A deadbeat delivery driver beat up my son." The security captain was stunned. Then, he rolled up his sleeves and said angrily, "Is there any justice left in the world? Mr. Gao, let's go now and beat that rubbish delivery driver to death." So, under the leadership of Gao Tianhu, all the security guards of the Dihao Group were dispatched and rushed towards the location of Su Chen and Gao Li. At the same time, Gao Li was leisurely lighting a cigarette for himself and said with disdain, "Wait a minute, when my father comes, I will let you understand why the flowers are so red." Su Chen touched his nose and said with a smile, "I'm a little curious, what kind of scene is it like when you and your father kneel in front of me together?" Gao Li was stunned. Immediately, they burst into laughter. "You're about to die, yet you still dare to speak so shamelessly? Well, let's wait and see." About 3 minutes later, Gao Tianhu was driving a black Mercedes-Benz, followed by 4 vans. After Gao Tianhu got out of the car, the 28 Dihao Group security guards in the vans quickly stood in 2 neat rows. "Follow me," Gao Tianhu ordered. "Da-da-day." The sound of orderly footsteps was heard. Now, after seeing his father and the 28 security guards he brought, Gao Li burst into tears. "Dad, you're finally here." Chapter 53, Insolent. Su Chen had already told Li Ruobing, the president of Dihao Group, that he did not want his identity as the chairman to be exposed. Therefore, Gao Tianhu did not know that the delivery rider Su Chen in front of him was the chairman of their Dihao Group. Now, arriving in front of Gao Li, Gao Tianhu said with a distressed look on his face, "Son, I'm sorry that you've suffered because I'm late." As he spoke, Gao Tianhu planned to help Gao Li up. Then, he would definitely teach Su Chen, the delivery rider, a lesson. At this moment, Su Chen suddenly said, "Did I let him get up?" Su Chen's tone was very calm. However, Gao Tianhu's mentality suddenly exploded when he heard this. A mere delivery rider dared to shout in front of the senior leaders of his Emgrand Group? Such behavior is simply seeking death. "What did you say?" Gao Tianhu scolded with a ferocious look on his face, staring at Su Chen. Su Chen spread his hands and said calmly, "I said, he can't get up." Su Chen came to Gao Tianhu and said calmly, "I heard from your son that you are a senior manager of the Dihao Group." Snort. Gao Tianhu was arrogant and snorted coldly, "Since you know my identity, why don't you kneel down and apologize to my son?" Su Chen smiled leisurely. "You're asking me to apologize to your son without even asking the truth? Manager Gao, aren't you worried about affecting the reputation of the Emgrand Group by being so protective of him?" Excuse me, on what basis do you want me to apologize to your son? Why? Gao Tianhu's eyes turned sinister. Just because I'm a senior executive at the Imbrand Group and you're just a delivery boy, is that an acceptable excuse? Su Chen smiled. My son doesn't follow the rules, and you, as his father, don't follow the rules either? It seems that I have to keep a close eye on you on behalf of the Imbrand Group. Otherwise, the image of the Imbrand Group will be seriously damaged by you. Whoa, you rubbish! How dare you control me? Gao Tianhu roared. Seeing Su Chen about to attack again, Gao Li immediately shouted, Dad, this brute is very good at fighting, get out of the way quickly. It happened in the blink of an eye. Even before Gao Tianhu could think about anything, he saw Su Chen raised his foot and kicked Gao Tianhu's knee hard. With a thud, Gao Tianhu and Gao Li, father and son, knelt in front of Su Chen. Clapping his hands, Su Chen said in a playful tone, I said, you and your son must kneel before me. This moment, Gao Tianhu's mind went blank. From childhood to adulthood, when had he ever kneeled before anyone? Yet, at this moment, he was actually kneeling at the feet of a mere delivery boy? It's a great shame and humiliation. After a moment of stunned silence, Gao Tianhu yelled at the 28 security guards he had brought with him, assholes, did I bring you here just to watch the show? Hurry up and beat this piece of trash to death. Hearing Gao Tianhu's words, the 28 security guards of the Dihao group suddenly rushed towards Su Chen like a swarm of bees, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Su Chen shook his head and said helplessly, you guys, do you want to be fired collectively? How dare you be so presumptuous in front of the chairman of the Dihao group? Moment. The 28 security guards of the Dihao group stopped and stared at Su Chen with dull expressions. It was obvious that they were stunned by what Su Chen had just said. Gao Tianhu's forehead veins bulged as he roared hysterically, are you all idiots? This scumbag is just a garbage delivery driver. How could he be the chairman of our Imbrand Group? Chapter 54 People are stupid. After hearing what Gao Tianhu said, the 28 security guards of Dihao Group immediately became confused. Yes. The chairman of their Dihao Group was a powerful figure in the Shanghai business community. How could he be this delivery driver? He must have seen his own death coming. So, he invented an identity out of thin air to scare them. After figuring this out, the security captain waved his hand and said without question, brothers, this dead delivery guy is pretending to be the chairman of our Dihao Group. Now, let's go up there and beat the shit out of him. Just when the 28 security guards of the Dihao Group were about to rush towards Su Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Li Ruobing, the president of the Dihao Group, calling. Su Chen turned on the hands-free function. President Li, the security guards of our Imbrand Group are planning to attack me. You can handle this matter. Finished. Su Chen hung up the phone. Imbrand Group. In the president's office, after hanging up the phone, Li Ruobing became extremely panicked. If the security guards of the Dihao Group beat Su Chen, it would be like poking a hole in the sky. There is no time to lose. He must deal with this matter immediately. Su Chen sent his location to Li Ruobing. About 3 minutes later, Li Ruobing rushed over in a panic. After seeing Su Chen standing unharmed and Gao Tianhu kneeling in front of Su Chen, Li Ruobing was dumbfounded. What is going on? No way. The boss of our Dihao Group is also a martial artist? At this moment, after seeing Li Ruobing arrive, Gao Tianhu, who was kneeling on the ground, started shouting. President Li, you've come at the perfect time. There's a damned delivery guy here pretending to be the chairman of our Dihao Group. You quickly give the order and have our company's security guards beat this scumbag up. Ignoring Gao Tianhu and his son, Li Ruobing walked straight up to Su Chen with an expression of utmost respect on his face. And he said timidly, Chairman. What? Chairman? Hearing Li Ruobing address Su Chen, Gao Tianhu and Gao Li, father and son, kneeling on the ground, couldn't help but look at each other, their faces filled with intense disbelief. How could this be possible? Su Chen. He is just a garbage delivery guy, how could he be the chairman of the Dihao Group with a market value of tens of billions? The 28 security guards of the Dihao Group all looked at each other in confusion. Fortunately, they didn't beat Su Chen up just now, otherwise, they would have made a big mess. Gao Tianhu, kneeling on the ground, was trembling all over and his face was pale. He was always protective of his people, but at this moment he wanted to slap Gao Li, the scoundrel, to death. Why did he offend Gao Li, the chairman of their Dihao group, when he could have offended anyone else. The most important thing is, the father and son tried to steal a chicken but ended up losing the rice. They mobilized a large number of security personnel from the Dihao group, but they never expected that Su Chen would be unharmed, while they and their son not only lost face, but Gao Tianhu's position as a senior management was also in danger of being lost. Thinking of this, Gao Tianhu almost fainted. Ru Wabing, you take care of this matter. I have to go deliver the takeaway. After saying that, Su Chen drove away in his electric car. Gao Tianhu and Gao Li, father and son, were suddenly filled with dismay. Damn it! As the chairman of the Emgrand Group, you should at least wear decent clothes and stay in the office of the chairman of the Emgrand Group. What's the point of delivering food on a broken electric scooter? Li Ruobing came up to the security captain and without saying anything, slapped him hard in the face. Who told you to bring people to beat up the chairman of our Dihao Group? Chapter 55 No Forgiveness. In order to keep his job, the security captain had to betray Gao Tianhu. At this moment, the security captain slowly looked at Gao Tianhu and said, President, Manager Gao asked me to bring some people to teach a delivery man a lesson. Then, I tried my best to persuade Manager Gao to calm down, to really calm down. However, I am powerless and cannot persuade him at all. Moreover, Manager Gao is a senior manager of our Dihao Group, and I am just a small security captain. How dare I disobey his orders? After arriving here, I saw that the other party had an extraordinary temperament, so I didn't make a move. I never thought that this takeaway gentleman with an unparalleled temperament would actually be the chairman of our Dihao Group. In front of Li Ruobing, the president of Dihao Group, the security captain spoke with great respect. And, adding fuel to the fire, all the criticism was directed at Gao Tianhu, who was kneeling on the ground. At this time, Gao Tianhu smiled bitterly and did not blame the security captain, who changed his attitude according to the situation. After all, it is human nature to seek benefits and avoid harm. Coming up to Gao Tianhu, Li Ruobing said with a look of disappointment, Manager Gao, you are also a veteran employee of the company. I even plan to send you abroad for further studies, and when you come back, you can directly join the board of directors. Unexpected. You actually teamed up with your son to offend the chairman of our Emgrand Group? Tell me, how should this matter be handled? Gao Tianhu pleaded with a sad face, President Li, I didn't know at the time that that delivery man was the chairman of our Dihao Group. It is said that those who do not know are not to be blamed. Considering that I've worked at the Emgrand Group for so many years, even if I haven't made any contributions, I've certainly put in a lot of hard work. Please, President, please don't fire me. I really don't want to lose this job. Joke. Being able to become a senior leader of the Dihao Group, he is also a well-known figure in the Shanghai business community. Losing this job is equivalent to Gao Tianhu being reduced to his original form, and he is naturally very unwilling to accept it. Oh. At this time, after hearing Gao Tianhu's words, Li Ruobing couldn't help but sneer. If you don't want to lose this job, I'm afraid it's not up to you. If you anger our chairman, I can't help you. Gao Tianhu's face was full of helplessness. President Li, please say a few good words for me in front of the chairman. As long as you don't fire me, I will accept any punishment. When saying this, Gao Tianhu's tone was extremely sincere. Hi. Li Ruobing hesitated for a moment, then heaved a long sigh, took out his phone, and said helplessly, Manager Gao, since you're a company veteran, I'll help you this once. Thank you, President Li. Thank you, President Li. Gao Tianhu's face was full of enthusiasm. Li Ruobing said in a cold tone, I will call the chairman now, but I can't guarantee that the chairman will not forgive you. After he finished speaking, Li Ruobing dialed Su Chen's number. At this time, Su Chen had just delivered a takeaway order when he heard the phone ringing. After answering the call, Su Chen said in a gentle tone, Ruobing, what's the matter? Su Chen was a very easygoing person. Although he and Li Ruobing were in a superior-subordinate relationship, in Su Chen's heart, he regarded Li Ruobing as a friend. Li Ruobing hesitated for a moment and then began to plead for Gao Tianhu. However, Su Chen's attitude was very firm. Ruobing, the actions of Gao Tianhu and his son have seriously affected the reputation and image of our Dihao Group. If you keep him, so, you should just take the blame and resign. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. Gao Tianhu, kneeling on the ground, turned to look at Gao Li and said, this time, I risked my reputation to barely keep my job. From now on, if you dare to offend the chairman again, I will no longer have you as my son. Obviously. In Gao Tianhu's opinion, as a veteran of the Dihao group, and since President Li Ruobing personally pleaded for him, the chairman would definitely forgive him. What a pity. He still overestimated his position in the Emgrand group. Li Ruobing looked down at Gao Tianhu and said in a cold tone, "The chairman said that you must leave the Dihao group." Finished. Li Ruobing was no longer merciful and just left. Gao Tianhu had no place to vent his anger, so he clenched his fists and turned his gaze to Gao Li. Chapter 56. Lend it to me. Right now. Gao Tianhu's heart was boiling with rage, and Gao Li saw an unprecedented ferocity and fury on his father's face, shaking with fear. "Dad, we're father and son. We can talk it out. Don't use violence." Boom. Gao Tianhu, who always protected his own people, completely vented his anger at this moment. He punched Gao Li's nose with a solid punch, causing Gao Li to grimace in pain. "You are my father. I don't have a mentally retarded son like you." Gao Tianhu slapped Gao Li's face hard one after another. In the blink of an eye, Gao Li's face looked like a pig's head. After being beaten up, Gao Li was completely furious. "Gao Tianhu, if you hit me again, I will fight back." Gao Li roared hysterically in a hoarse voice. No way. A son doted on by his father was so disrespectful. Gao Tianhu's mentality exploded when he heard Gao Li's words. He kept wailing in his heart, "What a sin!" His own son scolded him, such a rebellious act. Who could he blame? Wasn't it Gao Tianhu who brought this upon himself? Next, a funny and ironic scene appeared. Gao Li has always been showing off his power by relying on his father's reputation and status, and Gao Tianhu has always been the most protective of his people. However, at this moment, this father and son are fighting each other like mortal enemies, and it seems that they will not stop until one of them dies. The other side. Su Chen continued to deliver his takeout, and the leisurely day passed quickly. At 7 in the evening, Su Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Chui Han calling. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen answered Chui Han's call. "The campus beauty wants to see me." "What's going on?" Chui Han on the other end of the phone had a blush on her beautiful face. She didn't know how to express her feelings. After hesitating for a while, she stammered, "Brother Su Chen, where are you? I want to see you." Although Su Chen is just an inconspicuous food delivery rider. But she just couldn't forget Su Chen, and in Chui Han's opinion, even those handsome rich young men could not compare with brother Su Chen. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. "I just delivered the takeaway and am on my way home." "Hello, what's going on?" "The signal is bad here. Let's talk another day." After making an excuse, Su Chen quickly hung up the phone. Actually, how could Su Chen not know what Chui Han was thinking? Only Su Chen really doesn't have much interest in the things between men and women. Isn't it nice to deliver takeout happily every day? Before going to bed at night, Li Ruobing, president of Dihao Group, called and said that he wanted to hang a calligraphy and painting in Su Chen's office and asked for Su Chen's opinion. Su Chen didn't care and let Li Ruobing do it. The next morning, Su Chen woke up from a sweet dream, washed up with vigor, went for an energetic morning jog facing the morning light, and finally ate breakfast happily. Well, such a life is simple but very down to earth. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? A system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Without any hesitation, Su Chen said with his mind, "Turn on." Drop. Congratulations to the host for receiving a copy of the calligraphy and painting Kuaishue Shirqing Tai. As the system prompt sounded, a small treasure chest shining with golden light suddenly opened in front of Su Chen. Then, a painting exuding the fragrance of books appeared in front of Su Chen. Nice drawing. After admiring it for a while, Su Chen decided to hang the painting in his office. So, Su Chen found a worn-out woven bag and put the Kuaishue Shirqing Tai in it. Then, driving a broken electric scooter, he headed towards the Emgrand group. Su Chen thought about it, hung the Kuaishue Shirqing Tai in his office, and then went to deliver the takeaway. At the same time, an elderly man in a tang suit was walking down the street with a pretty girl in her early 20s. The girl was holding a calligraphy and painting. As they walked, she said with admiration, "Grandpa, you are the most famous calligrapher and painter in Shanghai. This landscape painting will be auctioned the day after tomorrow and it will definitely fetch $1 million. The old man in tang suit smiled heartily. I hope so. At this moment, something strange happened. Su Chen was driving his broken electric scooter on the road in an orderly manner, while the pretty girl was jumping around, as lively as a butterfly, spreading her arms and suddenly jumping to the side. Su Chen, who was behind him, was startled and slammed on the brakes. Crash! The woven bag containing Kuaishuesher Qingtai fell to the ground in an instant, and the pretty girl saw it, turned around and scolded Su Chen. "You damned delivery guy, can you please be more careful when riding your bike?" As she spoke, the pretty girl shook the landscape painting in her hand and said as if it were a treasure, "This is my grandfather's calligraphy, worth over 1 million yuan. If you damage it, I can't afford the compensation even if I sell you off." Su Chen shrugged helplessly. "Miss, you are the one who doesn't obey the traffic rules, right?" After saying this, Su Chen was too lazy to pay attention to the old man in tang suit and the pretty girl. Instead, he bent down to pick up his woven bag. As luck would have it, the Kuaishuesher Qingtai in the woven bag was revealed. Moment! The old man in the tang suit's expression changed drastically. He rushed towards Su Chen and squatted down. His face was filled with unprecedented excitement and disbelief. His face flushed red and his breathing became rapid. "Little brother, can you lend me your calligraphy and painting?" Chapter 57, Taking the Initiative to Get to Know. The pretty girl was stunned by the scene in front of her. As far as she could remember, she had never seen her grandfather so excited and enthusiastic. You know, her grandfather was the most famous calligrapher and painter in Shanghai. He was highly respected and well known. Even the richest man in Shanghai would speak politely and respectfully to her grandfather. At this time, Grandpa actually squatted in front of that dead delivery driver? And he seemed extremely curious about what was inside the dead delivery driver's woven bag? What was going on? The pretty girl is named Du Ruoyun, a doctor from Shanghai Medical University, while the old man in tang suit is named Du Si. In the Shanghai calligraphy and painting circles, Du Si is definitely a leading figure. He has studied all the famous calligraphy and paintings from ancient times to the present, both at home and abroad. "Grandpa, you are of noble status, how can you squat with a delivery guy? And look at the dirty woven bag in his hand. It must have been picked up from the garbage dump. Let's go and don't let the stench of it contaminate us." As Du Ruoyun spoke, she was about to pull Du Si away. But how far-sighted was Du Si? He could tell at a glance that the calligraphy and paintings in Su Chen's woven bag were absolutely priceless. Thinking of this, Du Si said without a doubt, "Yun, don't be rude. Apologize to this little brother quickly." On weekdays, Du Si dotes on Du Ruoyun very much. Only the situation today is different. This delivery boy must not be offended, otherwise he will not be able to see the calligraphy of ancient sages. Moreover, Du Si is very sure that the calligraphy and paintings in the woven bag of this delivery boy are definitely better than all the celebrity calligraphy and paintings he has seen in most of his life. Apologize? Hearing this, Du Ruoyun's beautiful eyes widened immediately, and she pointed at herself with her slender fingers, saying in disbelief, "Grandpa, I am the apple of your eye, the daughter of our Du family. Why should I apologize to this stinky delivery driver?" Now, Su Chen had already put the exposed Kuaishuesher Qingtai back into the woven bag, stood up, glanced at Du Ruoyun lightly, and said in a calm tone, "It doesn't matter if you don't apologize to me. Only I want to remind you that I was lucky I braked in time, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. From now on, you should be more careful when walking." After kindly reminding Du Ruoyun, Su Chen prepared to leave. But Du Si quickly grabbed Su Chen's hand and said excitedly, "Little brother, you can't leave?" Su Chen frowned slightly, his eyes swept over Du Ruoyun and Du Si, grandfather and grandson, and asked with some doubt, "Are you grandsons and grandfather teaming up to hit you? But I really didn't bump into you. We must be conscientious and not lie with our eyes open." Du Si heard this and was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. "Little brother, you misunderstood what I meant. I absolutely did not mean to scam you." "Oh." Du Ruoyun sneered sarcastically and said unhappily, "My grandfather is highly respected in Shanghai and worth over 100 million. Would he lower himself to try to scam people? You delivery guy, don't judge my grandfather's noble character with your mean mind. If that's the case, what's the point of stopping me?" Su Chen asked doubtfully. Yun, if you continue to be so rude, don't call me grandpa anymore." Du Si was obviously angry. "Grandpa." Du Ruoyun pouted and stomped her feet in anger. Du Si held Su Chen's hand and said sincerely, "Little brother, don't be afraid. I didn't mean to stop you. I just wanted to get to know you. Is that okay? Hearing this, Du Ruoyun got angry again. Grandpa, why would a prominent figure like you want to meet a poor delivery guy like this? There are so many wealthy businessmen in Shanghai who are worth over 100 million yuan lining up to meet you, but you have never been interested in paying attention to them. Chapter 58 Extraordinary. A poor guy who delivers takeout? Hearing his granddaughter Du Ruoyun's insulting words to Su Chen, Du Si flew into a rage. I command you to apologize to my little brother immediately, or you will no longer be the eldest daughter of our Du family. As he spoke to Du Ruoyun, veins bulged on Du Si's forehead, and he practically roared. Moment. Du Ruoyun was frightened and burst into tears. From childhood to adulthood, Du Si had never said a harsh word to Du Ruoyun. But now, for a mere delivery driver, not only was he being mean to her, but he was also severing his relationship with him? For a while, Du Ruoyun felt extremely aggrieved. But she had to listen to her grandfather's words. Coming in front of Su Chen, Du Ruoyun said very reluctantly, I was wrong. Su Chen shrugged and said calmly, I don't mean to blame you. I just want to remind you to be careful when you walk in the future. Otherwise, you will be the one who suffers. Who is Su Chen? He was destined to become the world's richest man. How grand was his vision? Therefore, he wouldn't bother with a little girl like Du Ruoyun. As they were about to leave, Du Si, still unwilling to give up, pointed at the woven bag in Su Chen's hand and asked cautiously, Little brother, can I take a look at the calligraphy and painting in your hand? Although Du Si is a leading figure in the calligraphy and painting circles of Shanghai. However, in front of Su Chen, a young junior, he was extremely respectful. Su Chen's character was that if others respect him 1 foot, he would respect them 10 feet. Therefore, he was not stingy at all and handed the woven bag to Du Si's hand as if nothing had happened. Old man, take your time and read it. There's no rush. Su Chen smiled leisurely, and his temperament gave people an extremely comfortable feeling, like being bathed in spring breeze. At this time, although Du Ruoyun was angry, she could not deny that the delivery boy in front of her was more handsome than any other handsome guy she had ever seen. Moreover, there seemed to be an indescribable temperament in his eyes. It was as if he had seen all the prosperity in the world and was above all rules. It was so mysterious that Du Ruoyun was extremely curious. Logically speaking, shouldn't the delivery guy give people the impression that he is struggling for life and looks depressed and sad? Now, when Du Si took the Kuaishueshi Qing letter from Su Chen, the expression on his face became extremely sacred and awe-inspiring, as if he was paying homage to the relics of a saint. Every move he made was filled with piety, and he did not dare to show any disrespect or blasphemy. Good calligraphy, good calligraphy. The expression on Du Si's face became extremely fanatical, as if his spirit had been attracted by the artistic conception of Kuaishueshi Qing Tai, and what happened in the outside world had nothing to do with him. Du Ruoyun was, after all, just an amateur in calligraphy and painting. At this moment, he curled his lips and shook his head, saying with disdain, Why can't I see what's so special about this calligraphy and painting? Compared to Grandpa's landscape paintings, this calligraphy is far inferior. Don't talk nonsense. Du Si stared at Du Ruoyun deeply and shouted coldly, Grandpa's landscape painting can't even be compared with this calligraphy. Yun, do you know which sage wrote this calligraphy? Seeing Du Ruoyun shook his head, Du Si said with great piety and respect, This is the Kuaishueshi Qing Tai written by Wang Shiji, a calligrapher from the Eastern Jin dynasty. It has 28 characters in 4 lines and is said to be collected in the National Museum. The calligraphy of sages is truly extraordinary. Look at the text, some are running script, some are regular script, some flow and then stop, some stop and then flow. It is full of unique rhythm and rhyme, the brushwork is round, vigorous and elegant, no stroke is taken lightly, and every word expresses a leisurely and comfortable intention. Even if the center of gravity occasionally moves left and right, the overall picture remains even and stable, without losing the beauty of balance. And Kuaishueshi Qing Tai is praised as one of the 28 pearls and is considered the best calligraphy in the world. Together with Wang Xianji's Zhongqiu Tai and Wang Sun's Buiyuan Tai, they were collectively called 3 rare calligraphy works by Emperor Qianlong, with Kuaishueshi Qing Tai being ranked first. Hearing this, Du Ruoyun changed his previous contempt and disdain and asked cautiously, Grandpa, if this painting is auctioned, how much can it be sold for? Du Si showed 5 fingers. Du Ruoyun exclaimed, 50 million? Du Si shook his head and said solemnly, It's 500 million. How much? 500 million? At this moment, Du Ruoyun was completely confused. Chapter 59. Without blinking an eyelid. Even if she exhausted her imagination, she still couldn't understand why a food delivery rider on a broken electric scooter could carry calligraphy and paintings in a woven bag, which turned out to be the Kuaishue type telegram on a clear sky worth 500 million yuan, a precious masterpiece handed down from generation to generation by the calligrapher Wang Shiji. Gulong. Du Ruoyun swallowed her saliva involuntarily. At this moment, there was no longer any contempt or disdain in Du Ruoyun's eyes when she looked at Su Chen. Instead, there was a strong curiosity and disbelief. Who is it? If he is really just an inconspicuous food delivery rider, then with the Kuaishue Qingtai in his hand, he can become a billionaire overnight. Little brother, I apologize for my previous rudeness. I hope you won't bother with a little girl like me. Du Ruoyun's cold and beautiful face was now filled with shame and embarrassment. Standing in front of Su Chen, she looked like a primary school student who had made a big mistake. Fine. Su Chen waved his hand calmly, his eyes swept over Du Ruoyun and Du Si, and said politely, "Have you finished reading it?" "If you have, I still have to go deliver food." "I've finished reading it." Du Si handed the Kuaishue Qingtai to Su Chen with both hands, extremely respectfully. Su Chen casually put the Kuaishue Qingtai into the woven bag, then rode on his broken electric scooter and left. Seeing this, Du Si and Du Ruoyun looked at each other, their mouths twitching violently. Damn it! Are you going to put the Kuaishue Qingtai worth 500 million yuan into a tattered woven bag so nonchalantly? In fact, Su Chen had no intention of blaspheming Kuaishue Qingtai. In his heart, he was full of awe for the calligraphy masterpiece of the saint of calligraphy. However, the figure of 500 million did not cause any ripples in Su Chen's mind. Note: Su Chen is now on the road to becoming the richest man in the world. He drives a Bugatti worth 80 million, and his villa is an emperor villa worth 350 million. Moreover, he is the chairman of the Emgrand Group with a market value of 10 billion. The balance in his bank account exceeds 1 billion, and he possesses unparalleled martial arts. That's the case. So, even if Kuaishue Qingtai is worth 500 million, it is not a big deal for Su Chen. After Su Chen's figure completely disappeared from his sight, Du Si frowned and sighed seriously. Yun, do you know what shocked Grandpa the most? When I told you that Kuaishue Qingtai was worth 500 million, you looked very shocked, because this was beyond your understanding. And what about the delivery boy? He didn't even blink. Such a person is definitely not just a food delivery rider. According to my grandfather's many years of experience, this person will spread his wings and soar into the sky in the future. Let me tell you this. My grandfather has lived for most of his life and can be said to have seen countless people. No genius can compare to him. Looking at his eyes, it seems that he doesn't care about the rules of the whole world and is above any power. Yet he is willing to deliver food and is full of the breath of life. Such a person is simply unfathomable. If you have the chance, you should make friends with him at all costs. If we can make that young man your future husband, then our Zhanghaidu family will also benefit from it. Du Ruoyun's heart was beating like a deer at this moment. After a moment, she quickly took out her phone. Du Si asked in confusion, "What do you want to do?" "I want to order takeout. Maybe that young man will come and deliver it to me," Du Ruoyun said with a silly look on her face. Chapter 60. Get together. Poor Du Ruoyun, after ordering takeout for the entire day, still didn't meet Su Chen. Staying in her room, Du Ruoyun was dejected. Du Si came over to comfort her. Yun, where there's a will, there's a way. No matter what, you must never give up. Happiness is in your own hands. Moreover, for a girl, finding a husband worthy of entrusting your life to is your life's work. If you find a man as outstanding as the delivery guy, it is undoubtedly a second life. Do you understand? Du Ruoyun clenched his fists and said confidently, "Grandpa, I am also here to express my attitude. This life. If I can't marry that delivery guy, I'll never marry. What a great ambition." Du Si praised. 6:30 in the evening. Emgrand Group, Chairman's office. After delivering the takeaway, Su Chen came to his office. His secretary, Zhang Yanran, brought him a cup of tea. Su Chen took a sip leisurely and pointed at the Kuaishue Qingtai hanging on the wall. He asked Li Ruobing, "What do you think of this calligraphy and painting I brought?" Now, Li Ruobing was holding his phone, seemingly looking up something. After a moment, he said with an expression of great excitement, "Boss, I looked it up online, and this painting, Kuaishue Shi Qing Tai, was originally collected in the National Museum. Later, bought by a mysterious wealthy businessman. I didn't expect that the mysterious wealthy businessman mentioned on the internet is actually you, boss." Zhang Yanran frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "President Li, I'd like to ask, is this painting Kuaishue Shi Qing Tai worth over $1 million? Million? Ha!" Li Ruobing sneered, his face solemn. "You spent $1 million, and maybe you can only see the Kuaishue Shi Qing Tai from afar. This masterpiece by the calligrapher Wang Shiji is worth 500 million. 500 million? Zhang Yanran felt like she was about to suffocate. Su Chen smiled brightly. "How about 1 million? How about 500 million? This painting is hanging in my office. Ruobing, Yanran, you two can enjoy it whenever you have time. It's free. Now." Zhang Yanran once again felt personally that being able to become Su Chen's secretary was simply a great honor for her, while Li Ruobing was wondering in her heart whether the boss of their Dihao group could be the heir of a super wealthy family? Otherwise, how is it possible to buy that Kuaishue Shi Qing Tai worth 500 million yuan from the National Museum? At this moment, Su Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen answered the call. "Who is this? Who is this?" "I'm Lao Zhang. Why can't you recognize my voice?" An eager voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Chen frowned slightly and asked in confusion, "Which Lao Zhang? Still pretending? What happened to that old Zhang you always beat up in basketball in high school? You have no memory of him? Fine, if you don't recognize me, I'm hanging up now." Su Chen smiled brightly. "So it's Zhang Weili. What's going on? Are you planning to make an appointment to play basketball together? Look, a few of my high school buddies are getting together at the Grand International Hotel tonight. You absolutely have to come, or else it'll be a real nuisance." Su Chen hesitated for a moment and said, "Okay, I'll see if I have time in the evening. If I am free, I will come over." Zhang Weili said enthusiastically, "Anyone doesn't have to come. But you, Su De, the male god, must come. Otherwise, there's no point in us getting together. It's a deal. We'll be waiting for you in the Byungshuan private room of Shangshur International Hotel." After saying that, Zhang Weili hung up the phone. Zhang Weili spoke politely in front of Su Chen. But after hanging up the phone, he immediately changed his expression and swept his eyes over the people at the table. Zhang Weili said jokingly, "Tonight, when Su Chen, that damned delivery guy, comes, I'll show you how I humiliate him. Once. Wasn't he so awesome, known as the most influential person in the school's 50-year history? How come he's so miserable now, becoming a delivery driver? Ha ha." On Su Chen's side, his eyes swept over Li Ruobing and Zhang Yanran, and Su Chen asked doubtfully, "Do you know Shangshur International Hotel?" Li Ruobing hurriedly asked, "Boss, why are you asking this? A few of us high school classmates are planning to get together at Shangshur International." Su Chen answered truthfully. Li Ruobing was stunned. Immediately, he said with a puzzled look on his face, "Boss, Shangshur International Hotel is a subsidiary of our Dihao Group. How come you don't know?" Chapter 61 Get Out. Shangshur International Hotel turns out to be a subsidiary of Dihao Group? Su Chen was stunned. He thought to himself that as the chairman of the Dihao Group, he seemed a little incompetent. He didn't even remember his own branches. However, this was not Su Chen's fault. After all, the Dihao Group had so many branches. After Su Chen left his chairman's office, President Li Ruobing called Yao Yiba, chairman of Shangshur International, and told him that Su Chen would go to their hotel in the evening to reunite with his high school classmates. Hearing that the chairman of the head office was going to visit their Grand International Hotel, Yao Yibo was immediately flattered and said that he would definitely entertain the chairman of their Dihao Group tonight. Otherwise, bring the head to see me. Well, okay, I've explained what I need to say. Xiao Yao, it's up to you to decide how to do it. In a nutshell, as long as you treat the big boss well, getting a promotion and a raise in the future won't be a problem at all. But I'll be frank with you. If you cause the boss even the slightest bit of displeasure, you will take the blame and resign. Do you understand?" Li Ruobing said in a cold tone. I understand. Yao Yibo said respectfully. Su Chen originally wanted to drive Bugatti and go to Shangshur International Hotel. But just as he walked out of the office building of Dihao Group, he received a takeout order. There was no way, work was the priority. After Su Chen delivered the order, Zhang Weili called him, urging him. Hey, handsome Su, what's going on? There are more than 10 of us here, all waiting for you. Why don't you come despite our repeated calls? Do you look down on us? Zhang Weili said with some ill intention. Su Chen told the truth, I just finished delivering the takeaway. That's fine. Please wait a moment, we'll be there soon. After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone without washing up properly or changing out of his delivery uniform. He drove his broken electric scooter at lightning speed towards Shangshur International Hotel. Byungshuan Private Hall. Now. Zhang Weili poured Shuihan a glass of wine with a very attentive look on his face. Then, unable to resist his curiosity, he asked doubtfully, Shu, the campus beauty, I heard that you are pursuing Su Chen? I wonder if that's true. I don't drink. Shuihan pushed the wine glass towards Zhang Weili, then gathered the hair beside her ears. Her beautiful face suddenly flushed red. She lowered her head and did not answer Zhang Weili's question. Can. Her silence said it all. Good. She was just pursuing Su Chen. Ah. Zhang Weili sighed, his eyes sweeping over the people at the table. Excuse me, but who here isn't doing better than that poor bastard Su Chen? He's in his 20s, and he's still delivering food? How much money can you earn in a month after working so hard? Let's talk about something realistic. Considering the housing and car prices in Shanghai, even if Su Chen works hard for 20 years, can he afford a house or a car? Campus belle of Chu University, you are the perfect goddess in all of our minds. How many female classmates are not as pretty as you, do not have as perfect a figure as you, do not have as good a temperament as you, and are not as good as you in studying, but they can all find husbands with an annual salary of 1 million. Why do you like that poor bastard Su Chen? The young people at the table all echoed each other. What Lao Zhang said is right. Chu University's campus beauty, you should stop thinking about Su Chen. Choosing Lao Zhang is 1,000 times better than Su Chen. We are all very optimistic about you and Lao Zhang. How about you agree to Lao Zhang today? Hearing everyone's jeers at the table, Zhang Weili knelt down in front of Chuihan. Immediately, he took out an exquisite box from his pocket. When he opened it, there was a diamond ring inside. Hanin, you should know how I feel about you. As long as we are together, I promise to make sure you have delicious food and drinks every day and make you the happiest woman in the world. As Zhang Weili finished speaking, everyone started to make a fuss. Together. 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 Shuihan only had her brother Su Chen in her heart. She didn't take other people's confessions seriously at all. She stood up from her seat and said in a cold tone, First, I don't allow you to say bad things about brother Su Chen. Second, there will never be a possibility for the two of us. Zhang Weili wanted to say something else, but Shuihan said firmly, Zhang Weili, if you say one more word, I'll leave immediately. Okay, I won't say any more. Zhang Weili quickly raised his hand to admit defeat. At the same time, Su Chen had already driven his broken electric scooter to the front of Shangshur International Hotel. He parked the scooter and was about to go in when he was stopped by the security guard at the door. When Zhang Weili arrived, he gave the security guard a 500 yuan tip, saying that if he saw any delivery people trying to enter the hotel, they must be stopped. It was his job responsibility, but he also accepted the tip. So, the security guard of Shangshur International Hotel, at this moment, stood in front of Su Chen and said in an extremely sarcastic tone, Don't you see what kind of trash you are? How can you be worthy of coming to our Shangshur International Hotel? Get out of here, you bastard. Su Chen found it funny. He came to his own company and was stopped by a mere security guard? But Su Chen did not get angry. As the saying goes, ignorance is not blame. Su Chen said calmly, Security brother, I am the owner of your Shangshur International Hotel. Let me in. My classmates are having a party inside. Oh. The security guard sneered when he heard this. What the hell, are you the boss of our Grand International Hotel? The security guard looked Su Chen up and down, and the contempt on his face became even stronger. Did I hear correctly? You're wearing a delivery uniform and look like a poor, down-and-out bastard, and you're so shameless as to say, Are you the owner of our Shangshur International Hotel? Get out of here right now, or I'll take action. As he spoke, the security guard rolled up his sleeves and threatened Su Chen. At the same time, Yao Yibao, the chairman of Shangshur International Hotel, and 10 senior managers of their hotel rushed to the hotel entrance in a hurry. They wanted to greet the big boss of their head office with the warmest and most grand welcome ceremony. Chapter 62 I am the richest man in the world. Su Chen thought to himself that he was destined to become the richest man in the world, so he didn't want to argue with the security guard in front of him. He said in a calm tone, "Security brother, I advise you to be more careful with your words, because you never know the true identity of the delivery rider who looks ordinary on the surface. If I told you that the food delivery driver you thought you could easily humiliate is actually the richest man in the world, would you deeply regret your ignorant behavior?" The security guard was stunned at first. Immediately, he completely lost his patience, raised his fist and hit Su Chen. "Nima, a delivery guy is such a jerk, you dare to teach me a lesson? Today, if I don't beat the shit out of you, I'll take your last name. Can." Just as the security guard took action, Yao Yibo and 10 senior leaders of Shangshur International had already arrived at the door of the hotel. After seeing the scene clearly, Yao Yibo rushed towards Su Chen like crazy. At the same time, he shouted, "Stop it. Right now." The scene before him frightened Yao Yibo to death. Li Ruobing, the president of Dihao Group, had already told him that he had to entertain the chairman of Dihao Group well, otherwise he would have to pack up and leave. Being able to become the chairman of Shangshur International was due to the injuries of the senior leaders of Dihao Group. Moreover, Yao Yibo was extremely satisfied with his current identity and status. If he lost this job, he would definitely lose the desire to live. The security guards at their Grand International Hotel had actually stopped the chairman of their parent company? And it looked like a fight was about to break out? In an instant, cold sweat streamed down Yao Yibo's forehead. Now, seeing Yao Yibo and more than 10 senior leaders coming to him, the security guard said with pride, "Chairman, there is a dead delivery man here, and he still wants to set foot in the door of our Shangshur International? Oh, it's hilarious. A dead delivery guy?" In Yao Yibo's opinion, the chairman of their Dihao Group is simply a god who was high above everyone else. However, the security guard in front of him was so confused that he cursed the boss of their head office, calling him a garbage delivery man. Bang! Without further ado, Yao Yibo slapped the security guard in the face. Under the security guard's incredulous gaze, veins popped on his forehead as he hysterically yelled, "Go to hell! Do you want to kill me?" The security guard was slapped in the face by the chairman of Shangshur International and was stunned. Just as his mind went blank, he saw Yao Yibo kneel down in front of Su Chen with a thud, apologizing with a look of extreme fear. "Chairman, I failed to discipline my subordinates well, and you have been wronged. Don't worry, I will make this employee pay a heavy price." Su Chen helped Yao Yibo up with both hands. However, he stared at the security guard and everyone calmly. Under everyone's stunned gaze, Su Chen walked straight into the Shangshur International Hotel without saying a word. There was no other way. Zhang Weili had urged him twice. If he was late, it would inevitably be impolite. So, Su Chen was too lazy to teach the security guard of Shangshur International Hotel a lesson and planned to go to the Byungshuan private hall to attend the party as soon as possible. When Su Chen's figure completely disappeared from everyone's sight, Yao Yibo couldn't help but swallow his saliva. He was really confused by Su Chen's silence. What does that even mean? Yao Yibo frowned and muttered to himself, while the Grand International Hotel security guard seemed to be ecstatic after surviving a disaster. Looking at Yao Yibo, the security guard groveled and said, "Chairman, I won't be fired, will I? Get out of here. I won't even pay you this month's salary." Shouted angrily. Yao Yibo led the senior leaders of Shangshur International Hotel to the door of Byungshuan's private hall. After hesitating for a moment, Yao Yibo said to everyone, "We shouldn't disturb the big boss's class reunion. Withdraw." Byungshuan private hall. Seeing Su Chen arrive, Zhang Weili, who was sitting at the table, exclaimed, "Oh, isn't this the handsome Su Chen who was so famous back then? Why is he wearing a delivery uniform now? Handsome Su, you are not going to tell me that you are really delivering food, are you? Ha ha." As Zhang Weili's joking voice sounded, everyone in the private room burst into laughter. Su Chen is very visionary. So, he wasn't angry at all. He glanced at everyone and said half-jokingly, "I wanted to get along with everyone as an ordinary person, but all I got was alienation. I won't pretend anymore. I'm telling you, I'm the richest man in the world. As Su Chen said this, everyone in the Baiyunshan private hall looked at each other in surprise. And the entire hall was so quiet that you could hear a pin drop. Chapter 63, Ordering Wine. Su Chen had no intention of showing off, he was just being a little naughty in front of his old classmates. Shui Han was amused by Su Chen's words, and then she covered her mouth with her hands and laughed secretly. That look was really stunning and beautiful beyond words. Can. After a brief silence, Zhang Weili and others burst into extremely contemptuous ridicule. Su Chen, I really didn't expect that a delivery guy like you would be so shameless as to say, you are the richest man in the world? Oh. It's just funny. If a scumbag like you can become the richest man in the world, then wouldn't I become the leader of the Earth Federation? Ha ha. Everyone used humiliating words to insult him. Su Chen spread his hands, not taking it seriously. Instead, he walked over to the table, picked up a glass of wine, and said, I'm late. I'm sorry, old classmates. I'll drink a glass as a punishment. Seeing Su Chen holding up a glass of wine, Zhang Weili shook his head with a mocking look on his face. After all, I'm a poor guy, and I can't usually afford to drink this kind of fine wine that costs thousands of yuan a bottle. Today. It's a rare opportunity like this, so I really need to eat and drink to my heart's content. Up to this point, Su Chen hadn't lost his temper. He wore a gentle, elegant smile. However, Shui Han couldn't stand it any longer. He stood up from his seat and angrily said, Zhang Weili, if you mock brother Su Chen again, we'll leave immediately. Okay. Seeing that the campus beauty Shui Han was furious, Zhang Weili quickly begged for mercy. Actually, we were just joking among our basketball buddies. Since the Chu University campus doesn't want to listen to our jokes, let's talk about something else. As he spoke, Zhang Weili glanced at Su Chen with a playful look and said, Old Su, I heard that you broke up? Tell me, what's going on? Gurgle. Su Chen drank the wine in the bottle in one gulp, then smiled heartily. Let's not talk about unhappy things. We are having a party today, shouldn't we eat and drink well? You know. Shengshire International is a branch of the Dihao Group, and Su Chen is the big boss of the head office. His classmates are gathering at his hotel, so all expenses are naturally free. His eyes swept over the wine table and Su Chen said without question, how about we go to the red wine bar? Wine. Zhang Weili sneered. Su Chen, you're not here to drink for free, are you? Su Chen half-jokingly said, as old classmates, if I really come here to drink for free, are you willing to let me drink? Zhang Weili was stunned. He really didn't expect that Su Chen was so shameless? After a moment, Zhang Weili waved his hand, glanced at Shui Han, and said with great generosity, since the great male god Su has spoken, let's order a bottle of 1982 Lafite today. What do you think, brothers? Good. Brother Zhang is awesome. Boss, this is a 1982 Lafite. This is my first time drinking it. Su Chen blinked and asked doubtfully, Old Zhang, I only opened a bottle of 1982 Lafite. Is that enough? Zhang Weili and others looked at each other in surprise. Then, Zhang Weili sneered and said with disdain, who drinks red wine with the intention of having as much as they want? When we spend money here, isn't it about quality and taste? If you want as much as you want, why not just drink beer? Speaking of this, Zhang Weili's eyes rolled. In Zhang Weili's opinion, Su Chen was just a country bumpkin who delivered takeout and must not know many brands of red wine. He planned to severely humiliate Su Chen in front of the campus belle Shui Han. Thinking of this, Zhang Weili said with a sly look, how about this, when the waiter comes, you order us a few bottles of red wine, how about that? Chapter 64 Dilemma. Obviously. When Zhang Weili said this, it was obvious that he intended to humiliate Su Chen, thinking that he was just a scumbag who delivered takeout and must not know many red wine brands. When the time comes, he will be embarrassed in front of the school beauty Shui Han. Will Su Chen still have the face to stay in the Baiyunshan private room? And what about Zhang Weili? But he will show himself well in front of the campus belle Shui Han, and believe that it is no problem to embrace the beauty. Su Chen could see that Zhang Weili was deliberately making things difficult for him. But he didn't point it out, but smiled calmly. Lao Zhang, are you sure you want me to order? Zhang Weili gave a smile that he thought was very handsome. Whatever you want. Shui Han clenched her fists, pouted and said to Su Chen, Brother Su Chen, just order the most expensive wine and drink Zhang Weili into bankruptcy. Shu Yihan's silly and adorable expression was so charming. Ha ha. Zhang Weili smiled. Shu University's campus beauty, this grand international hotel may be a 5-star hotel, but if you think you can bankrupt me by drinking me to death, you're underestimating my financial resources. As Zhang Weili finished speaking, everyone at the table began to compliment him. Shu University campus belle, I'm afraid you don't know how much brother Zhang is worth now, right? Millionaire, super boss, you deserve it. Su Chen smiled but said nothing. A mere $1 million can be called a tycoon? Or a super tycoon? If that's the case, then with $1 billion in his account, an $80 million Bugatti, and a $350 million Imperial Bay Villa, wouldn't he be the ancestor of the rich? Not long. 3 tall, beautiful waitresses wearing printed cheongsams walked into the Byungshuan private dining room. Zhang Weili pretended to be domineering and said, "Handsome Su, order whatever you want. The last thing I lack is money." Su Chen smiled calmly. Immediately. Facing the 3 beautiful waitresses in cheongsams, he said, 2 bottles of 1999 Romanée Conti, 2 bottles of 1975 Latour, and 1982 Lafite. 10 bottles first. If it's not enough, I'll order more. Okay, please wait. After saying this politely, the 3 beautiful waitresses in cheongsams respectfully left the Byungshuan private room. Only. Zhang Weili and others at the table were completely stunned at this moment. 2 bottles of 1999 Romanée Conti? 2 bottles of 1975 Latour? 10 bottles of 1982 Lafite? If it's not enough, do you want more? The corners of Zhang Weili's mouth twitched fiercely. After a long time, he widened his eyes and said in shock, "Su Chen, how much do these red wines you ordered cost?" At this time, Zhang Weili was obviously lacking in confidence when he spoke. Because he had heard that the Romanée Conti bottles bought at auctions were priced at least 1 million, while Zhang Weili's net worth was barely a few million. Coming to the Grand International Hotel tonight to spend money was simply a pretense. In his opinion, a maximum spending of over 100,000 was already the limit he could afford. If he could win the beauty, it wouldn't be too much of a loss. Su Chen ordered so many drinks, I'm afraid it would cost more than 100,000 yuan, right? Su Chen was once a top student, and now, his IQ is even more outstanding. He went through it in his mind and figured out the price of these red wines. Glancing at Zhang Weili, Su Chen said nonchalantly, "It's not expensive. The total cost is less than 9.8 million. How much? 9,800,000. At this moment, Zhang Weili's mentality completely exploded. With a thud, Zhang Weili lost his balance and fell directly under the chair. Su Chen was stunned and asked doubtfully, "Lao Zhang, you look down on me, Su Chen, for delivering food. You should be an absolute wealthy man, right? Why, this small amount of 9.8 million makes you embarrassed?" Chapter 65 Can't Pay. In Su Chen's eyes, 9,800,000 is just a drop in the bucket. But in the eyes of Zhang Weili, who was trying to be rich, that was an astronomical figure. At this moment, Zhang Weili slumped on the ground, his face was pale, and he looked dispirited. Su Chen looked down at Zhang Weili and asked in confusion, "Old Zhang, with your net worth, can you really not afford 9.8 million? Zhang Weili could no longer pretend, shook his head, and said bitterly, "To be honest, let alone 9.8 million, even if it's just 98,000, it's still a considerable expense for me." Su Chen smiled brightly. "Lao Zhang, how come you are in such a miserable state? Even worse than me, a delivery man?" Zhang Weili felt ashamed when he heard this. Tonight, the reason why he set up the trap at Shengshi International Hotel was to humiliate Su Chen. If the price of humiliating Su Chen was to pay 9.8 million for wine, then Zhang Weili would rather admit defeat. After hesitating for a moment, Zhang Weili hurriedly said, "Handsome Su, please return the wine immediately." He glanced at everyone. Even if everyone chipped in now, we wouldn't be able to come up with 9.8 million. Hearing Zhang Weili's words, everyone at the table was immediately shocked. "Zhang, are you kidding us? You were all so arrogant when you came here, telling us to drink as much as we wanted. Now, Handsome Su ordered a few bottles of red wine, and you can't afford it? If you don't have money, just be low-key. Or, wouldn't it be better to eat skewers at a roadside stall? Why do you have to show off in a 5-star hotel? Now, are you satisfied? Zhang Weili, you're just trying to be rich. When you have money, you are like a boss, and everyone compliments you and respects you. If you bring no benefits to others, I'm sorry, but you are nothing. Shuihan came up to Su Chen, frowned, and said, Brother Su Chen, Zhang Weili has learned his lesson. You should return the wine. Otherwise, when the bill comes, we won't be able to afford the exorbitant price. That would be bad. Su Chen smiled elegantly. Don't worry, I'll treat you all to this dinner. Su Chen said casually. Boom! Su Chen's nonchalant words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's mind. In an instant, the Byungshuan private hall was dead silent, and everyone's breathing seemed to have almost stopped. Before, except for Shuihan, everyone looked down on Su Chen, humiliated Su Chen, and despised Su Chen, because they felt that it was very fulfilling to laugh at the former pride of the country. But right now, what was this delivery driver, whom they despised, saying? He was going to pay for 9.8 million yuan worth of wine? Everyone suddenly felt extremely ashamed. Of course, after calming down and thinking about it, Su Chen's words were completely arrogant. You know, Zhang Weili, who is worth millions, has just given up and collapsed on the ground. How could Su Chen, a mere delivery driver, afford such a high price for wine? Oh! Suddenly, Zhang Weili sneered. Su Chen, are you making fun of me? You don't have to. I know I looked down on you before and said some things that made you feel uncomfortable. Even if I, Zhang Weili, can't afford the 9.8 million yuan for the wine, you, Su Chen, will never be able to afford it either. In my eyes, worth millions, you are still just a delivery driver who has worked hard for 20 years to barely reach my current annual salary. Just ask. What qualifications do you have to say such things? Su Chen was helpless. Please don't mention delivery again, okay? Can I tell everyone that this Grand International Hotel is actually my company? As Su Chen said this, everyone in the Byungshuan private room was stunned. They looked at Su Chen with unprecedented awe and disbelief. Especially, Zhang Weili's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. A turbulent wave of emotion surged within him. Chapter 66 His Identity. Zhang Weili and others, including Shuihan, all did not believe that Su Chen could afford 9.8 million for the wine, and they did not believe that Shangshur International Hotel was Su Chen's company. Su Chen was helpless. He swept his eyes over the crowd and asked doubtfully, Do you always only believe what you see with your own eyes? Haven't you heard the saying, seeing is not believing? On the surface, I'm a food delivery writer. In fact, I am the richest man in the world who likes to deliver food. Bang bang. At this moment, there was a knock on the door of the Byungshuan private room. Su Chen called out, Come in, and saw 6 tall, beautiful waitresses wearing printed cheongsams. Each of them came in respectfully with a tray in their hands. They placed the red wine on the table and bowed in unison, saying, Enjoy your meal, everyone. After he finished speaking, he left the Byungshuan private room. Zhang Weili and the others had never drunk a bottle of wine worth millions before. Each of them looked at the wine on the table with a look of reverence and awe. Of course, they were more worried about how they would pay the bill if they drank millions of dollars worth of wine. Su Chen saw through everyone's thoughts, called the waiter, and said lightly, Call your boss over. The waiter said respectfully, Sir, can we ask the lobby manager to come? Su Chen emphasized his tone and said without question, Tell Yao Yibo to get in front of me within 1 minute. Otherwise, you will no longer be the chairman of Shangshur International. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Weili, Shuihan, the waiter, and everyone at the table were all silent. They looked at Su Chen with complicated expressions. Before, they looked down on Su Chen. Unexpectedly. How could Su Chen, a food delivery driver, actually yell at the chairman of Shangshur International Hotel? So the question is, who is Su Chen, exactly? No way. Is he really the richest man in the world? Not long after, Yao Yibo came running to the Byungshuan private room, sweating profusely. Seeing that the chairman of Shangshur International Hotel had come in person, Zhang Weili and others quickly stood up, while Su Chen sat on the sofa, leisurely sipping a sip of red wine. Boss, what do you want me to do? Yao Yibo asked tremblingly. Boss? Zhang Weili, Shuihan, and everyone else all turned their gazes towards Su Chen. At this moment, they were finally certain that Su Chen was definitely no ordinary person. However, judging by the way the chairman of the Grand International Hotel addressed Su Chen, it seemed that this guy Su Chen had a very important background. Note: the chairman of the Grand International Hotel was a well-known figure in the entire Shanghai business community. And how could such a big shot actually address Su Chen as boss? Doesn't that mean Su Chen was the boss of the big shots? Su Chen casually pointed his finger at the wine table in front of him. Xiao Yao, I'm having a party with my friends here and spent 9.8 million. How do you think we should settle the bill? Upon hearing this, Yao Yibo replied tremblingly, Boss, this Shengshi International Hotel is your own company. It's completely free for you to spend, let alone 9.8 million. Even if it's 98 million. Do you believe it now? Come on, drink. Su Chen raised the red wine glass first. Actually, Su Chen didn't want to be high profile. But if Yao Yibo had not been called over to prove his identity, Zhang Weili and others would definitely not have drunk the red wine. 1 o'clock in the morning. Then everyone left the Byungshuan private hall and walked out of the Shengshi International Hotel. Su Chen took out the key to his broken electric scooter, and then, under the stunned gaze of everyone, he drove away. Seeing this scene, Zhang Weili and others were completely devastated. Damn it. Even the chairman of the Grand International Hotel has to kowtow before you, yet you're riding a shabby electric donkey? Are you being low-key, or are you deliberately playing dumb? Chapter 67 Buying a House in a School District. For Su Chen, tonight's party at Shengshi International Hotel was just a simple gathering for a drink and a chat, nothing more. For Zhang Weili and Zhu Yihan, this was an opportunity that would change their lives. After returning home, Zhang Weili was so excited that he couldn't calm down for a long time. In the past, he thought that his net worth of 1 million was already considered a success. What a pity. In front of Su Chen, he is complete trash. Just a drink and it cost 9.8 million. Even. The Shengshi International Hotel, with a market capitalization exceeding 1 billion, was owned by Su Chen. So, if he could establish a good relationship with Su Chen, perhaps Zhang Weili would only need a word from Su Chen to sort a success. Even becoming a multi-millionaire or even a billionaire was not impossible. Thinking of this, Zhang Weili secretly swore in his heart. I must arrange a drinking or dinner party to keep in touch with Su Chen. As for Zhu Yihan, she was destined to suffer from insomnia tonight. When Su Chen was just a food delivery rider, Zhu Yihan did not despise him. She even thought that making money to support Su Chen in the future would be her happiness. Now, Su Chen became a wealthy tycoon, which made him more like the Prince Charming that Zhu Yihan had imagined. If she, Zhu Yihan, did not marry Su Chen in this life, then her life would have been in vain. Brother Su Chen, no matter what, I will become your wife. Looking at the bright moonlight outside the window, Zhu Yihan's beautiful face was filled with a sweet smile. And from time to time, he started to smile foolishly. The next morning, after Su Chen finished his morning run and had breakfast, he heard a system prompt sound in his mind. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? The thing that Su Chen was happiest and looked forward to the most every day was opening the big treasure chest. At this moment, without the slightest hesitation, he said directly, Open it. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1,000 sets of school district housing in Longfeng Imperial Garden. Longfeng Dun, 1,000 school district houses? After opening the treasure chest reward, Su Chen's heart was suddenly filled with turmoil. As far as he knew, the Dragon in Phoenix Imperial Garden was the most upscale luxury community in Zhonghai, and the system was quite generous, directly rewarding him with 1,000 sets of school district housing? That being said, will I, Su Chen, become a happy landlord from now on? I deliver food and collect rent every day. Then, looking forward to opening the big treasure chest on the second day, this kind of life is so wonderful. Just when Su Chen was extremely ecstatic, his phone rang. Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen Su? A respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. Su Chen answered truthfully, Yes, I am Su Chen, and you are? Hello, Mr. Su. I'm the account manager at Dragon Phoenix Garden. My name is Zhou Shuai. You can call me Xiao Zhou. The payment for the 1,000 units of school district housing you purchased at Dragon Phoenix Garden has been successfully made. I'd like to personally deliver the property ownership certificate to you whenever you're free. Su Chen's style of doing things is that he would rather trouble himself than trouble others. It is based on this principle that Su Chen said politely, No need to trouble you, I will come to your company to get the property certificate. Okay then. I'll immediately arrange for staff to prepare a ceremony to welcome you. Joke. He bought 1,000 school district houses from their company. He is a super big client, so Zhou Shuai naturally had to arrange a grand welcome ceremony. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen called his secretary Zhang Yanran. Yanran, please prepare a van for me. Zhang Yanran subconsciously asked, Boss, what do you want the van for? Su Chen had no secrets from Zhang Yanran, so he said matter-of-factly, I bought 1,000 school district houses. I went to pick up the property ownership certificates today. I don't know if a van can hold so many property ownership certificates. At this time. After hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Yanran's legs went weak and she almost fell to the ground. Immediately, she asked in disbelief, Boss, you bought 1,000 school district houses? Chapter 68 Mistress. You know. Many people rack their brains to buy a school district house, which is extremely difficult. But Su Chen bought 1,000 school district houses with ease? What kind of big shot is this? 20 minutes later. Zhang Yanran rented a van and took Su Chen to the Dragon in Phoenix Imperial Garden. On the way, Zhang Yanran, who was sitting in the driving seat, could not help but admire and marvel at him from the bottom of her heart. So, she complimented him with a face full of infatuation. Boss, you are so handsome, aren't you? As far as I know. The school district housing in Longfeng Yuan costs nearly 100,000 yuan per square meter. If a house is calculated as 100 square meters, then a single house is worth 10 million yuan. You have directly bought 1,000 school district houses. My goodness, how much is this going to cost? 10 billion? Su Chen sat in the passenger seat, looking at Zhang Yanran's surprised expression, smiled calmly and said, 10 billion, is that a lot? Su Chen really had no idea about 10 billion. After all, these 1,000 school district houses were not purchased by him with real money, but were rewards from the treasure chests that were opened every day. That's why he acted so nonchalant. Hiss. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Yanran couldn't help but take a breath, and then flattered him again. Many people can't even save $1 million in their entire lives, and you, boss, just bought 1,000 school district houses in one go? And Dragon in Phoenix Imperial Garden is a well-known high-end residential complex in Shanghai. Such a large sum of money is even more than that of the richest man in Shanghai. Compared with the richest man in China overseas? Su Chen smiled. Since he has obtained the daily treasure chest system, he is destined to become the richest man in the world. As a mere richest man in Shanghai, he is naturally not qualified to be compared with him, Su Chen. Seeing Su Chen leaning against the car window and smiling without saying anything, Zhang Yanran asked again in confusion, Boss, you bought these 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Imperial Garden for investment, right? I believe in your vision and you will definitely make a lot of money. Not really. Su Chen shook his head and said half-jokingly, I just thought it was fun, so I bought it without hesitation. Hearing this, Zhang Yanran suffered 10,000 times the critical damage in an instant and was completely dumbfounded. Not long. The van driven by Zhang Yanran stopped at the gate of Longfeng Imperial Garden, and Zhou Shuai also brought people to hold an extremely grand welcome ceremony for Su Chen. Walking on the red carpet, Su Chen exuded dazzling light with every step he took. Seem. Just one look can bring you a spring breeze. With his eyes fixed on Su Chen, Zhou Shuai was filled with doubts, like a raging sea. In his opinion, a big man who could buy 1,000 school district houses in a short time must drive an international supercar. But the fact is, the other party was just driving a van worth 100,000 yuan? What shocked Zhou Shuai the most was that Su Chen, who looked only in his early 20s, had actually lavished himself with money to buy 1,000 school district apartments in Longfeng Imperial Garden. Such audacity was rare in the entire Shanghai. When he arrived at the Dragon in Phoenix Imperial Garden, Su Chen didn't want to stay too long. Because he always remembered that his identity was a food delivery writer. In the process of delivering food, Su Chen could experience life leisurely. Therefore, Su Chen did not waste too much time and said directly, Manager Zhou, let's start the formalities and follow the process? Okay. Zhou Shuai said enthusiastically. Next. Zhou Shuai clapped his hands, and 20 beautiful saleswomen in red cheongsams, each holding a bundle of property certificates, walked towards him. Zhou Shuai swept his eyes over them and said without question, Call someone. Hello, boss. 20 tall, beautiful sales clerks in red cheongsams all bowed and greeted Su Chen. Zhang Yanran, standing next to Su Chen, once again felt that being Su Chen's secretary was truly a blessing. Put the property certificate in the car. Su Chen said in a gentle tone. Hurry up and do as Mr. Su said. Zhou Shuai ordered. After signing, Su Chen and Zhang Yanran left the Dragon in Phoenix Imperial Garden and drove a van to the Emperor's Bay Villa. After getting out of the car, Su Chen said to Zhang Yanran, "Here are the keys to the villa. After you move the property certificate up, take a rest in the room. I have to go deliver the food." When Su Chen was about to leave, Zhang Yanran couldn't help but feel extremely ecstatic and excited. She said with admiration, "Boss, is this imperial villa of yours worth 350 million? Su Chen handed her the key to such a luxurious villa. How kind of a gift was this to her? For a while, Zhang Yanran couldn't help but have an illusion in her heart, as if she had become the mistress of the emperor. Chapter 69, Renting a House. Su Chen smiled and said to Zhang Yanran, "Whether it's 350 million or 35,000, you now have the temporary right to reside there." Finished. Su Chen left Emperor Linsher and continued to deliver his takeaway. When Zhang Yanran looked at the emperor coming to the world, her heart instantly blossomed with joy, as if in an instant, countless rays of light shone into her heart, as if in an instant, she became the happiest princess in the world. 2:30 in the afternoon. After delivering a takeaway, Su Chen began to think. He owned 1,000 school district houses, and he couldn't just leave them empty. Wouldn't that be a waste of resources? Well, rent it out. After. I'll just be a happy landlord. Just do it. Su Chen posted a rental information online, and soon someone called to inquire. "Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen?" A sweet voice came from the other end of the phone. Compared to experiencing life as a food delivery worker, renting a school district apartment is also an excellent way to experience life. At this moment, Su Chen said politely, "Yes, I am Su Chen." "It's like this." The girl told Su Chen about her rental business and agreed to meet and talk with him. Su Chen had no objection to this. Certainly. He could also let his secretary Zhang Yanran handle all matters related to renting a house. Since it is an experience of life, then it is necessary to meet more people and go through more things. When I arrived at the gate of Longfeng Imperial Garden on a broken electric scooter, I saw a young couple who had been waiting for a long time. Are you Mr. Su Chen Su?" When the young girl saw Su Chen parked his electric bike, she took the initiative to approach him and start a conversation. The girl's name is Wei Siyu, a freshman at Zhonghai University of Communication. The boy next to her is her boyfriend, Zhu Liang, a genuine second-generation rich kid. His words and deeds all exude a rebellious attitude and a sense of playing games with life. "Yes, it's me." As he spoke, Su Chen dialed Zhang Yanran's number. "Yanran, get the keys to the 20 houses and send them to Longfeng Imperial Garden immediately." After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. At this moment, Wei Siyu's eyes were fixed on Su Chen, and she felt extremely unbelievable. In her opinion, the owner of Longfeng Diyuan must be a successful person in a suit and tie. The man in front of her was riding a shabby electric donkey and wearing a delivery uniform. Wei Siyu couldn't help but sigh in her heart, are all the super rich nowadays so low-key? Unlike her boyfriend Zhu Liang, whose family has a few stinky bucks, he doesn't even know his last name. In the past, Zhu Liang was the perfect man in Wei Siyu's mind. However, when she saw Su Chen, Wei Siyu suddenly realized how ignorant she was before. Compared with the little brother Su Chen in front of him, Zhu Liang is a complete scum. "Mr. Su, do you have a girlfriend?" Wei Siyu was very interested in Su Chen and asked this question subconsciously. Zhu Liang, who was standing by, was obviously jealous. He leaned over to Wei Siyu's ear and said angrily, "Siyu, you're my wife. How can you ask other men such questions? Where can I put my face?" Wei Siyu rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "Don't call me wife. Are we married? From now on, please call me by my full name, Wei Siyu." "Thank you." Zhu Liang was very angry. Facing Wei Siyu's question, Su Chen just smiled calmly. "Single." Wei Siyu was shocked again. This wealthy man in front of me is obviously a fairy-like beauty, and he is so rich and has such a good temperament, but he is still single? I really don't know what kind of fairy sister can be worthy of Mr. Su. Not long. Zhang Yanran drove the Bugatti to the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden. Of course, she had Su Chen's authorization to drive the Bugatti. At this moment, seeing Zhang Yanran get out of the Bugatti, Zhu Liang's eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "Mr. Su, this lady is your secretary?" "Yes," Su Chen said. Hearing this, Zhu Liang's mentality suddenly exploded. Damn it. The secretary drives a Bugatti supercar worth tens of millions, while the boss wears a delivery uniform and rides a shabby electric bike? Is this world crazy? Chapter 70, Renting a House Based on Mood. Su Chen and Zhang Yanran took Wei Siyu and Zhu Liang to look at 20 houses in Longfeng Diyuan. After the look, Su Chen's eyes swept over Zhu Siyu and Zhu Liang. What do you two think of our houses in Longfeng Diyuan? Su Chen's smile always makes people feel warm, even though he is a big boss who owns 1,000 school district houses. He is extremely respectful and polite in front of everyone. Without waiting for Wei Siyu to express his opinion, Zhu Liang hurriedly said, I'm very satisfied with the house. What's the monthly rent? Zhang Yanran hurriedly said, Mr. Zhu, our house in Longfeng Imperial Garden is the most luxurious school district house in Shanghai. 20,000 yuan a month is already very cheap, okay? If you still think it's expensive, please look elsewhere. Zhu Liang smiled proudly. You misunderstood me. What I meant was that a house costing 20,000 yuan a month is simply not suitable for my status. How about this, 25,000 yuan a month, and we sign the contract now? Zhang Yanran was stunned. I thought, is there anyone who bargains like this? I've learned something new. Su Chen has always been a principled person. Is Zhu Liang trying to act like a big shot in front of him? Sorry, you've definitely found the wrong person, Su Chen said in a slightly indifferent tone, frowning slightly. Sorry, the house in our Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden has been rented out. Please leave. What? Zhu Liang was also confused. After a moment, he said angrily, we just looked at 20 houses, but they were all empty. How come they are all rented out? Mr. Su, what do you mean? What do you mean? Su Chen shrugged. Sorry, I don't want to rent my house to you anymore, is that okay? I want to know why. Zhu Liang asked in confusion. Why? Su Chen's eyes swept over Wei Siyu and Zhu Liang, and he said indignantly, I want to ask, are you two students of Shanghai University of Communication? Yes. Zhu Liang and Wei Siyu answered in unison. Since you're students at Shanghai Media University, you should focus all your energy on your studies instead of renting an apartment. Don't think I don't know why you're renting an apartment. When you arrive at school as a freshman, find a partner and live together. When you graduate, will you graduate together as a family of 3, or even 4? Zhu Liang was at a loss for words. Mr. Su, when you rent a house, isn't the monthly rent the most important thing? No. Su Chen quickly shook his head. Monthly rent is really insignificant to me. Let me put it this way, I own 1,000 school district apartments in Longfeng Imperial Garden, but it's just a drop in the bucket compared to my entire wealth. What does it mean? Who I rent my house to depends entirely on my mood. You two young lovers, if you want to rent a house in our Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden, unless you can provide your marriage certificate, otherwise, you can leave without saying goodbye. Su Chen was so domineering in his actions. Wei Siyu and Zhu Liang looked at each other. Zhang Yanran covered her mouth and laughed secretly. She knew of course that collecting rent was just the boss's hobby and not for making money. Who he wanted to rent the house to really depended on his mood. Can't help it. Zhang Yanran gave Su Chen a thumbs up. Su Chen winked at Zhang Yanran inconspicuously. Suddenly, Zhang Yanran's whole body felt like it was electrocuted. Let's go. Staring deeply at Su Chen, Zhu Liang said viciously. After walking a few steps, Wei Siyu suddenly stopped. Then, with a serious face, he said, Zhu Liang, let's break up. Why? Zhu Liang's forehead suddenly bulged with veins when he heard this. Chapter 71, Stealing Jobs. Zhu Liang has always felt good about himself. In his opinion, Wei Siyu would not marry anyone else in her life. In the past, she always called him a male god. He never expected that Wei Siyu would break up with him at this time. We are not suitable. Wei Siyu said expressionlessly. Once you have seen the sea, all other puddles will seem dull to you. Once you meet Su Chen, you will regret your whole life. Really? If Zhu Liang had not met Su Chen, Wei Siyu would have been the male god of her life. However, compared with Su Chen, Zhu Liang was a complete scum. No matter his appearance, temperament, conversation, wealth, etc., Zhu Liang was not even worthy of carrying Su Chen's shoes. Furthermore, Wei Siyu is not stupid. Of course she knew what Zhu Liang's intention was in bringing her to Longfeng Diyuan to rent a house. Perhaps, after he got tired of her, he would kick her away. By then, she would no longer be a virgin, and how could she get married again in the future? Even if she accidentally gets pregnant with Zhu Liang's child, How will she be able to face her husband in the future? This moment. Wei Siyu thought it through and decided to break up with Zhu Liang, the scumbag. When Zhu Liang was pursuing her, he spoke so romantically and said that their relationship was a platonic love. What's the result? Aren't you just greedy for your own body? Not suitable? Zhu Liang suddenly smiled bitterly and said in disbelief, "You are a student, and so am I. You are beautiful, and I am handsome. We are a match made in heaven. How could we not be suitable? Wei Siyu, do you think I am not as good as Su Chen?" Right. Wei Siyu raised her chin and confronted Zhu Liang. Zhu Liang clenched his fists, took a deep breath, and was about to defend himself. Reason told him. No matter in which aspect, he and Su Chen are completely incomparable. After a moment of hesitation, Zhu Liang said with a lack of confidence, "I admit that I am not as good as Mr. Su Chen. However, there are many men in this world who are not as good as Mr. Su Chen. No way. Are they not qualified to fall in love, get married, and have children? I don't care. You and I must break up anyway." Wei Siyu was very determined. Oh. Zhu Liang smiled bitterly and shook his head. Wei Siyu, I'm not trying to discourage you. Even after breaking up with me, Mr. Su still doesn't like you. You don't need to worry about this for me. It is said that a woman's expression changes faster than turning the pages of a book. In Wei Siyu's case, this can be said to be reflected vividly. Yan Ran, you made a wasted trip. Su Chen said apologetically. Boss, you are too polite. As your secretary, I must be available at any time. Zhang Yanran said with bright eyes and white teeth. Su Chen nodded, and said with satisfaction, this awareness is very good. After restarting the broken e-donkey and about to leave Longfeng Imperial Garden, Wei Siyu grabbed the back seat of Su Chen's electric scooter, looking quite a scoundrel, puffing out her cheeks, and said as if a little aggrieved, Mr. Su, I have broken up with Zhu Liang. Su Chen turned around and said helplessly, so? I want to be your secretary. Is that possible? Wei Siyu's pretty and tender face was filled with anticipation. Why? Hearing this, Su Chen sighed and said in confusion, Classmate Wei Siyu, you are a student of Shanghai University of Communication and a future pillar of the motherland, and I am just a delivery man. It is inevitable that you are wasting your talents as my secretary. Let us talk about it later. I already have a secretary. Zhang Yanran walked over quickly, looked at Wei Siyu provocatively, and said in a cold tone, Why, do you want to steal my job? Chapter 72 50% off. Wei Siyu felt insecure and let go of the back seat of Su Chen's electric car. She said pitifully, I just want to stay by Mr. Su's side. I don't mean anything else. I'm sorry, Mr. Su can only be accompanied by his secretary. And me. She is Mr. Su's only secretary. Su Chen shook his head helplessly. You two can chat first. I have to go deliver food. After that, Su Chen drove away on his broken electric bike without taking a single cloud with him. But stayed. A handsome and unruly back. At 5:30 in the afternoon, Su Chen was delivering food when he ran into a familiar person. He wanted to pretend he didn't see him and continued delivering food on his old electric bike, but unexpectedly, the other person stopped him. Cousin. Tang Yu shouted excitedly the moment he saw Su Chen. However, when she saw clearly that Su Chen was wearing a delivery uniform and riding a worn-out electric bike, the expression on her face instantly dimmed. In the eyes, there was also a flash of disgust. Su Chen's electric car stopped in front of Tang Yu, and he said politely, It's yeah, who are these two? Su Chen looked at the two people beside Tang Yu. This is my cousin, Su Chen. Tang Yu first introduced Su Chen, and then said to Su Chen, This is my best friend, Meng Meng. While speaking, Tang Yu said to Li Meng, Who is this handsome guy? Introduce yourself. Li Meng held the handsome man's wrist and said happily, This is my boyfriend, Yang Kai. Hello. Su Chen stretched out his hand and wanted to shake hands with Li Meng. But Li Meng immediately avoided Su Chen, and Yang Kai said with disdain, Meng Meng is the daughter of a wealthy family. She has been exposed to the upper class since she was a child. Mr. Su, I'm so sorry. Meng Meng doesn't want to know you, and I don't have much interest in you either. Yeah, you know I'm a straightforward person. I say what I think. Don't mind it. Yang Kai's face was full of disdain. In his opinion, there is no need to get to know a mere delivery rider. Tang Yu also felt ashamed. It was conceivable that if Su Chen was a multi-millionaire, Tang Yu would definitely try to please him in every way, calling him cousin. Can. Just a food delivery driver? Not calling Su Chen by his first name was already very polite. Su Chen didn't take the contemptuous looks from Tang Yu, Yang Kai, and Li Meng seriously at all. At this moment, Su Chen asked politely, "Yeah, uncle, aunt, grandpa, grandma, are they all okay?" "I'm fine." Tang Yu didn't want to pay attention to Su Chen and spoke weakly. "That's good." Immediately, Su Chen changed the subject. "Oh, by the way, I haven't asked yet, are you guys shopping, or are you doing something else?" Tang Yu glanced at Li Meng and Yang Kai, and said listlessly, Meng and her boyfriend are planning to buy a school district house in Zhanghai. I'll go with them to look around. "Oh, so that's the case. Do you have any house you like?" Su Chen asked kindly. After all, she was his cousin, and Su Chen would definitely not be stingy in helping her if he could. "Why?" Tang Yu sighed and said weakly, "We really like the school district housing in Longfeng Imperial Garden, but unfortunately, the houses there are too expensive. 1 square meter costs a whopping 100,000 yuan. We really can't afford it." A school district apartment in Longfeng Imperial Garden? Su Chen thought, this is too much of a coincidence. He then kindly and enthusiastically said, "If you really want to buy a house in the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden School District, I can give you a discount." "Well, since we know each other, I'll give you a 50% discount. How about that?" "What?" Hearing Su Chen's words, Tang Yu, Li Meng and Yang Kai were immediately stunned. Chapter 73. Do you know each other? Tang Yu, Li Meng, and Yang Kai all saw Su Chen's kindness and enthusiasm as she was being completely arrogant. Li Meng looked at Tang Yu, pointed at her head, and asked in a low voice, "Yeah, is there something wrong with your cousin's head?" Li Meng's words undoubtedly meant that Su Chen was a psychopath. Yang Kai was stunned at first. Then, he burst out laughing. "Mr. Su Chen, aren't you just dreaming? You're giving us a 50% discount? What do you mean? From what you're saying, you're the chairman of Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden?" Ha ha. Yang Kai's gaze swept over Li Meng and Tang Yu, a look of deep sarcasm and ridicule on his face. "I can't help it, this is killing me. Yeah, your cousin is really quite interesting. Let me put it this way, if your cousin were the chairman of Dragon Phoenix Garden, wouldn't I, Yang Kai, be the richest man in the world?" Tang Yu stared at Su Chen with anger on her face and raised her voice and shouted, "Su Chen, who do you think you are? Let me ask you, what is your job?" "Delivering takeout." Su Chen said matter-of-factly. "Since you are engaged in the delivery job, why do you give us a 50% discount? Do you know how expensive the school district housing in Longfeng Diyuan is?" Su Chen wanted to explain and said that he owned 1,000 school district housing in Longfeng Diyuan. But Tang Yu didn't listen at all. "Forget it, I'll just take it as a joke." Yang Kai sarcastically said, "Mr. Su, have you ever heard the saying, a summer insect cannot talk about ice? Perhaps, for you delivery guys, it's simply impossible to understand what a school district house in Longfeng Imperial Garden is." After hearing these words, what else could Su Chen say? But after all, Su Chen is a man who wants to become the richest man in the world. His vision is simply beyond the understanding of Tang Yu and others. For the sake of his uncle, aunt, grandma and grandpa, Su Chen decided to help Tang Yu. Taking out his cell phone, Su Chen called his secretary Zhang Yanran. "Yanran, I have to trouble you again. Get the keys to 50 sets of school district housing in Longfeng Diyuan and come to Longfeng Diyuan immediately." After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. "Oh." Yang Kai sneered and said to Tang Yu, Yeah, your cousin, is he a graduate of the acting department? How come he's so into his acting now?" Tang Yu said angrily, "Su Chen, it doesn't matter if you are poor. But why would you lie? Aren't we supposed to be honest?" Su Chen didn't know how to explain it. "Since you don't believe me, let's go to the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden. Then, everything will become clear." Upon hearing this, Tang Yu, Li Meng, and Yang Kai couldn't help but look at each other. Immediately, Tang Yu said, "We're looking at houses everywhere anyway, so why not go to Longfeng Imperial Garden?" After hesitating for a moment, Tang Yu continued, "Then the three of us can take a taxi, and you can ride your rickety electric bike, and we can go to Longfeng Imperial Garden together." Good. When Su Chen arrived at Longfeng Imperial Garden on his broken electric scooter, Tang Yu, Li Meng and Yang Kai happened to get off a taxi. Not far away, a tall young girl with a beautiful face, wearing an expensive burgundy uniform, walked towards Su Chen with a smile on her face. Tang Yu and Li Meng call themselves beauties. But in front of this powerful and charming career woman, they are completely trash, just like fireflies that cannot compete with the sun and the moon. Who is this beauty? Do you know her? Tang Yu looked at Li Meng and Yang Kai and asked. Li Meng and Tang Kai both shook their heads. Su Chen said calmly, her name is Zhang Yanran, and she is my secretary. Secretary? Tang Yu, Yang Kai, and Li Meng were all extremely unbelievable and asked in unison. Hello, boss. Zhang Yanran came in front of Su Chen with a sweet smile and bowed very respectfully. For a while, Yang Kai, Li Meng, and Tang Yu felt like they were about to suffocate. How could a mere delivery driver have such a beautiful secretary? And that secretary still drives a Bugatti supercar worth tens of millions? Who can tell me what is going on? Chapter 74 Compliments. Ashamed. Remorse. Ashamed. I feel so ashamed and angry. For a moment, countless emotions filled the hearts of Yang Kai, Li Meng, and Tang Yu. They had previously said extremely humiliating words to Su Chen. They never expected that Su Chen, a delivery rider, was not an ordinary person. In front of this beautiful woman with a strong aura, Tang Yu, Li Meng, and Yang Kai all felt ashamed of themselves, but they did not expect that the other party was the secretary of Su Chen, whom they looked down upon. Come, let me introduce it to you. Next. Su Chen gave a brief introduction. Gulong. Tang Yu swallowed hard and involuntarily, staring at Zhang Yanran, and asked cautiously, Ms. Zhang, did you just call my cousin the boss? Excuse me, what kind of boss is my cousin? You know. The identity of boss covers a very wide range. The auntie selling green onions in the vegetable market, the uncle selling cold noodles at the roadside stall, and even the old man collecting waste can be called a boss. Zhang Yanran's eyes swept over Tang Yu, Yang Kai, and Li Meng, and she asked in confusion, don't you know that my boss, Mr. Su Chen, is the chairman of the Dihao Group? He owns 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng de Yuan and lives in a 350 million yuan imperial villa. Oh, right. The 80 million Bugatti sports car I just drove here also belongs to my boss. Boom. Zhang Yanran's words were like a thunderclap, exploding in everyone's mind. The expressions on Yang Kai, Li Meng, and Tang Yu's faces were all dumbfounded. Of course, Yang Kai had heard of the Dihao Group, which was a huge company with a market value of tens of billions. Unexpectedly, the boss of such a super company was actually Tang Yu's cousin? Only. Mr. Su Chen, why are you wearing a delivery uniform and riding a worn-out electric bike to deliver food? Besides, owning 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng de Yuan? Oh my goodness, any school district house here is beyond Yang Kai's reach. The starting price of each house is in the tens of millions. Wouldn't the value of 1,000 school district houses be more than 10 billion? Living in a villa worth 350 million and driving a supercar worth 80 million? Oh my god. What kind of super boss is this? Even the richest man in Shanghai would probably pale in comparison to such a person. Yang Kai's Adam's apple moved, and he smacked his lips. He was shocked, as if the sea was turning upside down. Li Meng stared at Su Chen with a stupid look. Before, she didn't even bother to look at Su Chen. The look he gave Su Chen at this moment was full of awe. Tang Yu was completely dumbfounded. Su Chen had grown up in poverty, so how could he possibly afford a 350 million yuan villa and an 80 million yuan Bugatti? Moreover, he was the chairman of the Embrand Group and owned 1,000 units in the school district of Longfeng Imperial Garden? Could it be that? Did her cousin Su Chen succeed in starting his own business? This is impossible. Cousin Su Chen is only in his early 20s. Even if he has outstanding business talent, it is impossible for him to achieve such incredible achievements in just a few years, right? Cousin, who are you? Tang Yu asked blankly. Su Chen was at a loss for words. My silly sister, I'm your cousin, Su Chen. As he spoke, he turned to look at his secretary, Zhang Yanran, and said gently, Yanran, take us all to see the house. Okay, boss. After Yang Kai was shocked, he immediately changed his attitude and said, Mr. Su, forgive me for being frank, but the moment I saw you, I felt that you were a rare talent, so radiant and brilliant. Su Chen half-jokingly said, just because you see me riding a shabby electric donkey and wearing a delivery uniform, you think I'm a rare talent, shining like a phoenix among men? Yes, if others are wearing delivery uniforms, they must be poor. But you are different, Mr. Su. Even if you are carrying a tattered woven bag and picking up garbage, you are like the sun in the sky, emitting brilliant light. Why? Temperament, mainly temperament. Yang Kai's eyes swept over Li Meng and Tang Yu, and he complimented Su Chen vigorously. Look at Mr. Su, that extraordinary hairstyle, the face that turns everyone upside down, and this delivery uniform, everything is different. It's a real pleasure to be with a big guy like this. When a guy is in a good mood, he can live a few more years, don't you think, Mr. Su? Chapter 75. I'll give you a 50% discount. Yang Kai did not hesitate to praise Su Chen. In a word, he said whatever sounded nice. Along the way, he used all the compliments he had accumulated since elementary school on Su Chen. To this, Su Chen just smiled. As Yang Kai's girlfriend, Li Meng had always held Yang Kai's wrist before, but at this moment, she kept a distance from Yang Kai, intentionally or unintentionally. In front of Su Chen, Li Meng acted lively and energetic, and those who didn't know her would think that Li Meng was Su Chen's woman. Brother Su Chen, you are so handsome. You own 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Imperial Garden? From now on, you can live a worry-free life just by collecting rent, and reach the peak of your life. Tang Yu said with admiration on his face. You can imagine. If Su Chen was really just a food delivery rider, then Tang Yu would definitely ignore him. But after figuring out Su Chen's identity, Tang Yu directly addressed him as Brother Su Chen. This is like a pretty girl on the street asking for help. If you're not handsome, she'll call you Big Brother, but if you're handsome, she'll simply call you Little Brother in a coquettish manner. Calling him Big Brother is out of courtesy. But calling him Little Brother is very intriguing. Su Chen and Zhang Yanran took Tang Yu and others to look at houses. Along the way, listening to the praises of Tang Yu, Yang Kai, and Li Meng, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. Shaking his head, Su Chen said humbly, "Stop flattering me. I, Su Chen, am just an ordinary food delivery rider." An ordinary food delivery rider? Yang Kai, Li Meng, and Tang Yu looked at each other. Immediately, Yang Kai said righteously, "Mr. Su, you are too modest. If a super boss like you is just an ordinary delivery rider, then the other delivery riders will become beggars picking up scraps." Everyone was looking at the house and joking around, and the atmosphere was very enjoyable. Certainly. Everyone's focus was on Su Chen. Half an hour later, Su Chen's eyes swept over Yang Kai and Li Meng, and he said in a gentle tone, "We have already looked at 10 houses. Are you satisfied with any of them? If you are still not satisfied, just keep watching." Yang Kai and Li Meng exchanged a glance, and said with a lack of confidence, "Mr. Su, every school district house in Longfeng Diyuan is finely decorated and luxurious, but what about the price?" When he looked down on Su Chen before, Yang Kai felt that he was so awesome that he could reach the sky. But right now, standing in front of Su Chen, he looked like a poor ghost who had lost his soul. Su Chen smiled brightly. "You're Yeya's friend, so we're all acquaintances now. As I said before, I'll give you a 50% discount. How about that?" Yang Kai pondered for a moment, then said, "Mr. Su, even with a 50% discount, it would still be several million. To be honest, the money I can currently afford is really limited." Tang Yu shook Su Chen's arm and said coquettishly, "My dear cousin, you are the most handsome man in the world, so just give Yang Kai a discount." You may not know that Yang Kai bought the school district house in Longfeng Diyuan because he actually planned to use this house as his and Meng Ming's wedding house. Oh, so that's the case. Then let's give you a 40% discount. Su Chen said nonchalantly. Can. Li Meng said shyly, "What wedding house? I haven't agreed to marry Yang Kai yet." Yang Kai suddenly panicked. Meng, please don't go back on your word. We agreed before that you would marry me for the rest of your life, so why are you changing your mind now? Moreover, you always called me Brother Kai before, but now you call me Yang Kai? Chapter 76 Breakup. Li Meng lowered his head and remained silent. Tang Yu jokingly said, "Yang Kai, if you can buy a school district house in Longfeng Imperial Garden, Meng will definitely marry you." When Yang Kai heard this, he felt relieved. Immediately, she turned to look at Su Chen, her face full of pleading. "Mr. Su, even if it's 60% off, I can't afford it." Su Chen sighed helplessly and was too lazy to complain about Yang Kai. "How dare you laugh at me when you're so poor? What's wrong with me delivering food? You can still own 1,000 apartments in school districts. You feel good about yourself, but you don't even have the most basic respect for others. What's the result? Can't even afford a school district house in Longfeng Dun? Since you are Yeya's friend, I'll give you a 10% discount. That should be fine now, right? Su Chen said generously. My cousin is the most handsome. Tang Yu excitedly praised him upon hearing this. Deep down, I was extremely ecstatic. It was such an honor to have such a super rich relative. Later, I would post on WeChat Moments and Weibo to announce in a high-profile manner that I have a wealthy cousin. Even at a 10% discount, I still can't afford it. Yang Kai lowered his head, looking very timid. Su Chen was completely speechless. You can't give Yang Kai a school district house for free, right? Although Su Chen did not expect to get rich by collecting rent, but as for things like giving houses to others, it depended on his mood. If the other party was someone Su Chen respected, such as his parents, second uncle, or third aunt, then he would give them a school district house in Longfeng Dun without any hesitation. But what about Yang Kai? They were just casual acquaintances. Why would Su Chen give him a school district apartment in Longfeng Imperial Garden? Shaking his head, Su Chen said to Zhang Yanran, accompany them for a while, and then take them to Shanghai for a stroll. All expenses can be reimbursed to me later. I just received a few orders and have to go deliver food. Excuse me, Su Chen said with a slightly apologetic tone. Immediately, he drove away on his broken electric scooter. Looking at Su Chen's handsome and unruly back, a trace of loneliness flashed on Li Meng's pretty face. Why is such a handsome boy not my Li Meng's man? Meng. Yang Kai wanted to hold Li Meng's hand. But Li Meng dodged immediately, then angrily complained, You can't even afford a school district apartment in Longfeng Imperial Garden, and you still want to marry me? Yang Kai, how can you be so shameless? Meng, what do you mean by that? Separate. What? Yang Kai couldn't bear the blow, his face turned pale, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground. He really couldn't accept this fact. Li Meng, who loved him so much before, actually broke up with him? This. Why on earth is that? Yang Kai felt bitter in his heart. Just because he wasn't as handsome or rich as Su Chen, would he be abandoned by his girlfriend? Miss Tang, Ms. Li, shall we continue looking at houses? Zhang Yanran's gaze swept over Tang Yu and Li Meng. Su Chen had instructed her to accompany Tang Yu and the others. So, Zhang Yanran didn't dare to be careless at all. Tang Yu sighed and said, We two girls don't have the money to buy a school district house in Longfeng Imperial Garden. There's no point in looking at it anymore. Miss Shang, if you're busy, go do your thing first. Zhang Yanran said hurriedly, My job is to take good care of Miss Tang and Miss Li. How about this? I'll take you to Shanghai and have a good time. Tang Yu and Li Meng looked at each other and said in unison, Okay. Next, Zhang Yanran drove the Bugatti, carrying Tang Yu and Li Meng, towards the most prosperous commercial pedestrian street in Shanghai. Along the way, Li Meng and Tang Yu, sitting in the Bugatti supercar, seemed extremely excited. And the two of them sat in the back row and kept taking selfies and photos together. Drop. At this moment, Zhang Yanran's phone rang. It was a text message alert. When she took out her phone and looked at it, Zhang Yanran was stunned. Chapter 77 Spending 5 million. Before, Su Chen told Zhang Yanran that all the expenses of taking Li Meng and Tang Yu to play in Shanghai would be charged to his account. At that time, Zhang Yanran was still muttering in her heart that she could ask the boss for reimbursement even if it was over. But the key point is that she doesn't have that much money in her account. Now, Su Chen directly transferred 5 million to her and told her that if she couldn't spend the 5 million tonight, she would not have to be his secretary tomorrow. After seeing this news, Zhang Yanran was stunned for a moment. Turn out to be. Is it really so cool to be a secretary to a super rich boss? At this time, seeing Zhang Yanran's dazed expression, Tang Yu, who was sitting in the back row, said with a puzzled look on her face, Miss Zhang, what's wrong? Li Meng also stared at Zhang Yanran in confusion. Zhang Yanran hesitated for a moment. Immediately, with a look of confusion, he said, Just now the boss sent a message saying that if the three of us don't spend the 5 million today, I'll be fired tomorrow. So, Miss Tang, Ms. Li, you have to help me spend the 5 million today, no matter what. Spend 5 million? Hearing this, Tang Yu and Li Meng looked at each other in shock, and a huge wave of turmoil instantly rose in their hearts. How could such a good thing exist in the world? Normally, they would think that even if they spent 5,000 yuan, it was a huge sum of money. Today, Miss Zhang told them that they must spend the full 5 million? Ms. Zhang, is what you said true? Tang Yu asked in disbelief. Li Meng also stared at Zhang Yanran eagerly. It's no wonder that Tang Yu and Li Meng were so confused. Anyone who heard such news would definitely think that the other party was lying to her. I also find it a bit unbelievable, but the fact is, the boss did send me this message, and the 5 million has been transferred to my account. As she spoke, Zhang Yanran drove the Bugatti with one hand. The other hand. He handed the phone to Tang Yu in the back seat. Tang Yu quickly took Zhang Yanran's phone and exclaimed in surprise after seeing the text message from Su Chen. My cousin is so handsome. After saying this, a look of dejection suddenly crossed Tang Yu's beautiful face. Why? Is Su Chen my cousin? If not, I can pursue him. Next. Zhang Yanran brought Li Meng and Tang Yu to Tianjin International Mall. They bought Prada limited edition bags, Armani lipsticks, and Dior cosmetics. In a word, they only bought expensive things and not the right ones. The three of them shopped for 2 hours and only managed to spend 1 million. Now. Zhang Yanran's eyes swept over Li Meng and Tang Yu, and she said anxiously, Ms. Li, Ms. Tang, time is short and the task is heavy. Let's keep shopping, don't stop. Otherwise, I'll be fired tomorrow. Zhang Yanran, Tang Yu, and Li Meng, 3 girls, never dreamed that one day they would be troubled by spending money? Why? So life is really ironic sometimes. When you have no money, even a bottle of mineral water seems expensive. But when you are worried about spending money, a Prada bag worth 30,000 yuan seems ridiculously cheap. The other side. After delivering the takeaway, Su Chen leisurely rode his broken electric scooter towards the slum where he lived. When passing by a supermarket, Su Chen suddenly felt a little thirsty. It would be so refreshing to have a bottle of ice-cold beer in this hot weather. After parking the broken electric scooter in front of the supermarket, Su Chen went to buy 2 bottles of ice-cold beer. Just as he walked out of the supermarket and was about to get on the broken electric scooter, a screaming voice stopped Su Chen. Su Chen, is this really you? Chapter 78 continue. Hearing someone calling him, Su Chen subconsciously turned his head. After seeing the other person's face clearly, Su Chen was also shocked. Zhang Yang? Zhang Yang was Su Chen's deskmate when he was in junior high school. At that time, Su Chen was ranked first in the class, while Zhang Yang was ranked last. Every time Su Chen went on stage to receive an award, Zhang Yang would be criticized in front of all the teachers and students in the school. Now, Zhang Yang was very excited after seeing his junior high school classmate, especially when he saw Su Chen wearing a delivery uniform and riding a worn electric bike. Zhang Yang's sense of superiority suddenly exploded. Damn it! You used to be the top student in the school, but now you're reduced to delivering food? As someone who used to be last in the class, I can really mock you. Is there anything more exciting in life than this? What are you doing here, delivering food? Zhang Yang asked knowingly. Su Chen spread his hands and smiled calmly. I have nothing to do anyway, so I'll just deliver takeout every day and consider it a way to experience life. Hearing this, a look of deep contempt suddenly appeared on Zhang Yang's face. Shaking his head, Zhang Yang said in a very contemptuous tone, after all, you were once a top student. You can call delivering food a way to experience life. You are really quite artistic. I just wonder how much money you can make from delivering food all day? Su Chen did not take Zhang Yang's attack seriously. Taking out a cigarette from his pocket and handing it to Zhang Yang, Su Chen said calmly, it doesn't matter whether I make money or not. The main thing is that I feel that delivering food can give me a taste of a different life. Certainly. If you have to talk about how much you can earn, it actually depends on how hard you work. If you run actively, you can earn 200 or 300 yuan a day. If you're like me and do food delivery as a hobby, you can only earn a hard-earned 100 or 80 yuan a day. No, I'm not used to smoking cigarettes of this quality. Zhang Yang refused the cigarette Su Chen offered him, then pouted and shook his head. Hey, in this day and age, everyone's escaped poverty and is now well off. I really can't understand how you, Su Chen, once a prominent figure in our school, could have fallen to such a miserable end. Not bad. Su Chen smiled without saying anything. Am I miserable? He lives in an imperial villa worth 350 million yuan, serves as the chairman of the Emgrand Group, drives an 80 million yuan Bugatti, and owns 1,000 school district houses in Longfong Diyuan. That's right. Compared with the richest man in the world, my assets are indeed pitiful. After sizing up Su Chen again, Zhang Yang suddenly changed the subject. Handsome Su's girlfriend must be very beautiful, right? By asking this question, Zhang Yang clearly intended to humiliate Su Chen. Su Chen told the truth, I am single now. Oh, that's right. Zhang Yang nodded, a look of understanding. No girl would like a poor delivery guy like you. But I'm different. Once upon a time, everyone looked down on me. My parents called me a loser, and my teacher chased me around the campus with a pointer. At that time, I also thought that this might be the way my life would be, and I would never be able to make a name for myself. But how does the saying go, things change over time? I'm lucky now. 3 years ago, I opened an online store, and now, my monthly income has reached more than 30,000 yuan. And I got married 6 months ago, to the campus beauty from our junior high school. Last month, I bought a house. Do you know how much the down payment was? 300,000 yuan. My family gave me 100,000 yuan, and the rest was all earned by me. So, before Zhang Yang could finish his words, Su Chen heard the phone ringing. Wait a minute, I'm going to take a call. After Su Chen answered the phone, he said, Yes, I'm Su Chen. Do you want to buy a school district house in Longfong Diyuan? Sure, let's come and see the house tomorrow. The price is 100,000 yuan per square meter. What, you want to buy 3 houses? Don't worry, I have 1,000 school district apartments in Longfong Diyuan. You can take your pick. Okay, by the way, see you tomorrow. Finished. Su Chen hung up the phone, looked at Zhang Yang, and made a gesture of invitation. So what? Go on. Chapter 79 What Rhythm? At the same time, after Yang Kai was broken up with again, he was extremely unwilling to accept it. He had invested so much in Li Meng, how could he just break up with her just because she said so? No, I have to find a way to save this relationship. After making up his mind, Yang Kai went to a nearby jewelry store and bought a jade bracelet worth 8,000 yuan. In Yang Kai's opinion, after giving this gift to Li Meng, she would definitely change her mind. Now, Yang Kai called Li Meng, but Li Meng on the other end of the phone said in a very cold tone, Yang Kai, are you done yet? We have broken up. Please don't bother me anymore. I'm very busy. Yang Kai asked curiously, what are you busy with? Is there a problem with spending 5 million? Li Meng said impatiently. In Yang Kai's opinion, Li Meng's words were just angry words, so he didn't take them seriously at all. After hesitating for a moment, Yang Kai pleaded like a dog, Meng, can you please stop making trouble? I bought you a jade bracelet worth 8,000 yuan. Wherever you are, I will send it to you right away. In the past, whenever Li Meng heard that Yang Kai bought her a gift, she would jump for joy. But at this moment, Li Meng said with disdain, you have the nerve to buy a bracelet worth only 8,000 yuan. That's it. I don't want to waste my time talking to you, I have 5 million to spend. After saying that, Li Meng hung up the phone. And delete all contact information of Yang Kai. Meng, do you still have time to make a phone call? Wouldn't it be nice to just buy it? Tang Yu advised. On Su Chen's side. After listening to the phone call Su Chen just made, Zhang Yang's heart collapsed instantly. He thought that since he bought a house, he could brag about it in front of Su Chen. Unexpectedly, the other party actually owns 1,000 school district houses in Longfong Diyuan? How is that possible? The corners of his mouth twitched fiercely, and Zhang Yang looked at Su Chen again, then said in disbelief, Su Chen, I heard you say on the phone just now that you have 1,000 school district houses in Longfong Diyuan? Is it true or not? Su Chen was stunned. He had originally wanted to be a low-key rich man. Just now, he really didn't pay attention and exposed his strength. With a wry smile, Su Chen spread his hands and said, I originally wanted to get along with you as an ordinary person. But did you accidentally expose it just now? Stop pretending, I'm a billionaire, I'm telling you my truth. Puff. Su Chen's words made Zhang Yang laugh. Covering his mouth, Zhang Yang said with an exaggerated expression, Su Chen, when did you become so funny? Do you find it fun to imitate other people's movie lines? Su Chen was too lazy to explain, and changed the subject and said, Is your home far from here? How about I give you a ride on the way back? Su Chen said kindly. Only. Zhang Yang said with a look of disgust, I can't afford to lose face sitting on your broken electric bike. Oh, by the way, I forgot to tell you that when we got married, I bought a Toyota Prado worth 800,000 yuan. Certainly. For delivery people like you may not be able to understand what 800,000 yuan means. Let me do the math for you. You work hard delivering food every day, but you can barely earn 4,000 yuan a month. At the end of the year, after deducting various expenses, you can only save 40,000 yuan at most. So to speak. If you want to buy a car like this, you have to work hard for 20 years. Just at this moment, Zhang Yanran was driving a Bugatti, passing by here with Li Meng and Tang Yu. After seeing Su Chen, she hurriedly stopped the car. Boss. After getting out of the car, Zhang Yanran came to Su Chen and said respectfully, Boss? Looking at the Bugatti beside Zhang Yanran, Zhang Yang was stunned. After a long moment, he stammered, Su Chen, what do you do for a living? Now. Zhang Yang's mentality completely exploded. A beautiful woman driving a supercar worth tens of millions actually called Su Chen boss? In this case, didn't Su Chen become a super rich man? I'm just a delivery man. Su Chen shrugged lightly. What about this car? Zhang Yang looked at Bugatti. Oh, that's my car. However, I don't need it on weekdays because I'm delivering food, so I let my secretary drive it around. As for me, I love riding electric bikes the most. I especially enjoy the feeling of the breeze on my face while sitting on an electric bike. Puff. At this moment, Zhang Yang's heart suddenly suffered a critical damage of 10,000 times, and he almost vomited 3 liters of blood. Damn it. Your secretary drives a supercar worth tens of millions, but you are delivering food on a broken electric scooter? What the fuck? What is the rhythm? Chapter 80 Spending money is a burden. Before, when Zhang Yang saw Su Chen wearing a delivery uniform and riding a worn-out electric bike, he felt very proud and thought that he could finally humiliate the former celebrity. But right now, when he realized that the other party was a super boss, Zhang Yang felt that he was a huge joke. Toyota Prado was nothing compared to Bugatti. And Su Chen didn't even bother to drive a Bugatti. What kind of gap was there? Also, Zhang Yang thought that getting married and buying a house was the pinnacle of his life. Little did they know. Su Chen owns Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden and 1,000 units of school district housing. What makes Zhang Yang most envious is that Su Chen also has a beautiful and bubbly secretary, which is simply the envy of others. Although Zhang Yang didn't want to admit that he was not even qualified to carry Su Chen's shoes, this was the fact. Gul-ung. Zhang Yang swallowed hard, unable to help himself. At that moment, he looked at Su Chen with awe and admiration. Su Chen, what exactly do you do for a living? Su Chen spread his hands. Immediately. He said calmly, as you can see, I am really just an ordinary food delivery rider. Zhang Yang covered his heart, feeling like he was about to collapse. Damn it. If such a super boss were just an ordinary food delivery rider, then wouldn't his publicity make him even worse than the bedbugs on the ground? Without arguing with Zhang Yang about this matter, Su Chen looked at Zhang Yanran and asked, I asked you to spend 5 million. Is your mission accomplished? Zhang Yanran looked at Tang Yu and Li Meng beside her with considerable pride. Boss, Miss Tang and Miss Li are now both wearing limited edition designer brands. Furthermore, I've ordered $1 million Porsche for each of them. Yeah, well done. Su Chen came in front of Tang Yu and Li Meng. Seeing the two women staring at him with admiration, Su Chen asked calmly, Do you know why I asked you to spend the 5 million? Tang Yu said with bright eyes and white teeth, Because we are relatives. What about you? Su Chen looked at Li Meng. Li Meng lowered her head, her beautiful face suddenly flushed. Her voice was even softer than a mosquito's, Mr. Su, maybe he likes me. When Su Chen heard this, he immediately frowned. Immediately. He said solemnly, I don't mean anything else. I just want to tell you that the life of rich people is so simple and unpretentious. For me, money is too much and has become a burden to me. Day by day, money has slowly devoured my soul, leaving me with only a handsome appearance. So, from now on, the laborious and tiring task of spending money will be left to you girls, and I just want to happily deliver food every day. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Yang suddenly said excitedly, Su Chen, if money is a burden for you, then I am very willing to help you share this burden. You? Su Chen looked Zhang Yang up and down. Yes, as an old classmate, I am happy to help you. Zhang Yang said with a smile on his face. Of course you can, but you have to do one thing. Su Chen held his chin with a cunning look in his eyes. Hearing this, Zhang Yang became even more excited. Go ahead. Chapter 81 Mom Calls. Let me ask you, who in this world doesn't like to spend money? Didn't Su Chen just say that spending money bothered him and had become a burden to him? So, in Zhang Yang's view, his chance had finally arrived. Since he knew Su Chen, he was very willing to help him. Can. Su Chen's next words made Zhang Yang fall to the ground instantly. Su Chen glanced at Zhang Yang leisurely, then said with a suppressed smile, if you want to share some of the burden for me, that's fine. But you need to have a minor surgery. What kind of surgery is that? Su Chen deliberately kept it a secret, but his eyes shifted slightly downwards. Zhang Yang understood what Su Chen meant in an instant, and he fell to the ground without even standing still. Ha ha. Su Chen smiled indifferently. Joking around with old classmates, well, it's just fun. After standing up with a dusty face, Zhang Yang stared at the Bugatti beside him with envy, and then said in a pleading tone, Su Chen, I also know that I am not qualified to spend your money. Well, what? I have to go home too, can you give me a ride? Zhang Yang's biggest characteristic is that he loves to show off. After learning that Su Chen's car is a Bugatti, he decided to shamelessly ask Su Chen to give him a ride. Then, in front of his neighbors, Zhang Yang could brag about it for several years. Sure. Su Chen patted the seat of the broken e-scooter and said sincerely, come on, get in. Hearing this, Zhang Yang held his forehead with one hand and said helplessly, what I mean is, can you give me a ride in your Bugatti? Then you have to ask my secretary what he thinks. Su Chen looked at Zhang Yanran beside him. How smart is Zhang Yanran? She instantly understood what Su Chen meant, and at this moment, she said in a cold tone, sorry, only one man is allowed to sit in the Bugatti, and that is my boss, Mr. Su Chen. Didn't Su Chen say that before? If Zhang Yang wants to share the cost for him, he has to undergo an operation to change his gender. In this case, Bugatti will only allow Su Chen, a man, to ride in it if Zhang Yang becomes a woman. Then you can sit in a Bugatti. Su Chen turned his head and blinked at Zhang Yanran with a smile, as if praising her intelligence and wisdom. Can. Su Chen's eyes were so electric that they almost knocked Zhang Yanran unconscious. After separating from Zhang Yang, Su Chen drove his broken electric scooter back to his house, while Zhang Yanran was responsible for sending Li Meng and Tang Yu home. Wash up. Watch TV series. Play games. It was not until 1 o'clock in the morning that Su Chen fell asleep. No words were spoken that night. Time passed quickly and it was the next day. Because Su Chen slept very late last night, he got up late in the morning. Suddenly, the phone rang, waking Su Chen from his sweet dream. Now. After hearing the phone ring, Su Chen dazedly picked up the phone from beside his pillow. After checking the caller ID, Su Chen suddenly regained consciousness. He quickly sat up and pretended to be awake, saying, Mom, why are you calling? Liang Xiui scolded, why, can't you call your own son even if there's nothing wrong? No, Mom, you can call me anytime, that's fine. Little guy, you are getting better at talking. After praising Su Chen, Liang Xiui changed the subject and said, Chen, your uncle is bringing his daughter to Shanghai today. Go to the high-speed rail station to pick her up. Also, I asked your uncle to bring you some things. Okay Mom, I got it. After chatting with his mother for a few minutes, Su Chen hung up the phone. The next moment, a system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? Chapter 82 Renting a Store. The happiest thing every day is opening the treasure chest. Now. Su Chen said without hesitation, open. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the permanent ownership of Fuqiang Commercial Street. Fuqiang Commercial Street description. In Shanghai, there are 10 famous commercial streets, with Fuqiang Commercial Street ranking 5th, with a market value of 50 billion. After listening to the introduction of the system, Su Chen became nervous. Oh my god, this system is way too generous. Just because we disagreed, it gave me a commercial street worth 50 billion? So, wouldn't I be even more awesome than the richest man in Shanghai? You know. The richest man in China overseas is busy as a dog with all kinds of affairs every day. As for Su Chen, he happily delivers takeout every day, and he can also open the big treasure chest for free. Such a life is simply too great. 9 o'clock in the morning. Suchin planned to go to the high-speed rail station to pick up his uncle and cousin. However, as luck would have it, he just received 2 takeout orders. He had no choice but to focus on work. Just as Suchen had delivered the takeout, his phone rang. "Aiken, you little bastard, what are you busy with? Your uncle has been waiting for you at the high-speed rail station for more than half an hour." The anxious and urging voice of his mother Liang Xiui came from the other end of the phone. "Mom, I just finished delivering the takeaway and will be going to the high-speed rail station soon." "Finished?" Suchen hung up the phone, then drove towards the Shanghai high-speed railway station at full speed. About 20 minutes later, Suchen drove his broken electric scooter to the exit of the high-speed railway station. After a quick glance at the crowd, Suchen quickly sought his uncle Su Ding and cousin Su Chanqian. "Uncle, sister Chanqian." Seeing his relatives, Suchen greeted them warmly. However, Su Ding and Su Chanqian, father and daughter, had always despised the poor and loved the rich. Suchen's family was not wealthy, so Su Ding always looked down on Suchen's family. But Suchen's parents are kind-hearted. Even though they know that Su Ding always looks down on their family, they always repay evil with kindness. Like his parents, Suchen does not take his uncle and Su Chanqian's contempt seriously. Now, seeing Suchen wearing a delivery uniform and riding a worn-out electric bike, Su Ding immediately said with disgust, "Suchen, your parents asked you to pick up Chanqian and me, and you came to pick us up on an electric bike?" Su Chanqian also shook her head in disgust, feeling ashamed to have such a cousin. Suchen scratched his head and said with a simple face, "I just finished delivering food, so I came here in a hurry and didn't have time to change clothes." Su Chanqian complained angrily, "When you were in school, you were the most promising young man in our village. How come you've become such a jerk now? Maybe you don't know? Erden, the most pathetic boy in our village, is now worth millions, and look at you, you're actually delivering food? Okay Chanqian, let's not waste time. Give Suchen the things your aunt brought, and let's go quickly." Su Chanqian handed a large backpack to Su Chen and said impatiently, "Hurry up and continue delivering your takeaway. My dad and I still have to go to Fucheng Commercial Street." Hearing Su Chanqian's words, Su Chen was stunned. Immediately, with a look of surprise, he asked, "Chanqian, what are you and your uncle doing at Fucheng Commercial Street? You know, today, Su Chen is the big boss of Fucheng Commercial Street. Chanqian wants to rent a store in Fucheng Commercial Street to sell clothes. Forget it, you won't understand even if I tell you. After all, Fucheng Commercial Street is one of the most prosperous commercial streets in Shanghai. A delivery man like you will never go to such a place to consume in your life." Su Ding said with contempt. "Why?" Su Chanqian sighed and said with a melancholy look on her face, "I heard that it's very difficult to rent a store on Fucheng Commercial Street. Even if you have money, you may not be able to buy one. This time, my dad and I came here just to try our luck. It's very likely that this trip will be in vain." Su Chen was immediately delighted. "I can help with this matter." "What, you can help?" Su Ding's eyes widened when he heard Su Chen's words. Chapter 83 Commercial Street Boss. Because he was worried about scaring Su Ding and Su Chanqian, Su Chen did not tell them that he was the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street. Instead, he said very tactfully, "I have a friend who works in Fucheng Commercial Street. Perhaps I can ask him for help." "Oh." Hearing this, Su Ding was stunned for a moment, then he said in a very joking tone, "Ah Chen, although your uncle is not very educated, I also know that birds of a feather flock together. You're just a food delivery driver, how great can your friend be? Could it be that your friend is a cleaner on Fucheng Commercial Street?" Su Chanqian had completely lost her patience and pulled Su Ding's arm and left. "Dad, we have important things to do. Don't waste your time here with a delivery guy. It's embarrassing." Finished. Su Chanqian and Su Dingyang left. Su Chen glanced at the delivery uniform he was wearing, then at the broken e-donkey next to him, and suddenly said with a feeling of not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "Does my outfit look so unpresentable? But I'm not pretending to be poor, I just came here after delivering a takeaway, and I'm being treated like this?" Sudden. Su Chen's phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his mother Liang Xiui calling, asking if he had picked up his uncle and Chanqian. Su Chen told his mother the truth. Uncle and Chanqian came to Shanghai, apparently to rent a store to sell clothes. They have already gone to work. Liang Xiui never felt any dislike for her own son. If Liang Xiui was naturally very happy that Su Chen was rich and powerful. If Su Chen was just a delivery rider for his whole life, Liang Xiui's love for him would not diminish at all. As long as Su Chen was happy and healthy, that was better than anything else. After hanging up the phone with his mother, Su Chen continued to deliver food. But his phone rang again. "Hello, is this Mr. Su Chen Su?" A very respectful voice came from the other end of the phone. "I'm Su Chen, may I ask who you are?" The person who called Su Chen was named Fan Xiangdong, the general manager of Fucheng Commercial Street. Fan Xiangdong asked Su Chen when he would be free, saying that he wanted to visit him in person and sign the property transfer contract of Fucheng Commercial Street. Su Chen said that Fan Xiangdong did not need to come in person. He would come to Fan Xiangdong's office in half an hour and then discuss the signing of the property transfer contract. At the same time, after Su Ding and Su Chanxian arrived at Fucheng Commercial Street, they were instantly stunned by the prosperity here. They were considered a wealthy family in the countryside, otherwise they would not have come back to Fucheng Commercial Street to rent a store. After arriving here, they were surprised to find that the prosperity here had exceeded the limits of their imagination. There were high-rise buildings everywhere, luxury brands everywhere, and most of the cars passing by were worth millions. It was not comparable to the BMWs in their village that cost only 300,000 or 400,000 and could attract crowds of onlookers. Gulon. Su Chanxian swallowed her saliva involuntarily and said weakly, "Dad, I think renting a store here will definitely make a lot of money in the future. But the question is, will manager Fan Xiangdong of Fucheng Commercial Street rent the store to us?" Su Ding took out a business card and started calling Fan Xiangdong. But the phone kept ringing, but no one answered. Su Chanxian said dejectedly, "I think we must have come here for nothing." At this moment, Su Chanxian suddenly saw a familiar figure out of the corner of her eye. Su Chen was driving his broken electric scooter and came to the building in Fucheng Commercial Street. "Su Chen, why are you still following us?" "My dad and I came to Fucheng Commercial Street to discuss renting a store." This kind of conversation between rich people is not something a poor delivery guy like you can understand. "Get out of here now and don't affect the image of Fucheng Commercial Street." Seeing Su Chen stop his broken electric scooter, Su Chanxian started to scold him. Chapter 84 Grand Welcome. Su Chen is famous for his good temper. Furthermore, the other party was his uncle and cousin, so facing the humiliation and ridicule of Su Ding and Su Chanxian, Su Chen did not get angry. Instead, he said calmly, "Uncle, Sister Chanxian, I didn't come here for you, I came to sign a contract." Su Ding and Su Chanxian would never have dreamed that they would try their best to rent a store here, but unfortunately, the manager of Fucheng Commercial Street would not even see them. And what about Su Chen? He is actually the owner of this commercial street with a market value of 50 billion? What a huge gap. Sign a contract? Su Chanxian and Su Ding looked at each other, and then said with a tone full of contempt, "Why, sign a contract for delivery?" Su Chen wanted to explain, but saw Su Chanxian waving her hand impatiently. "Okay, I don't have time to waste here with you. My dad and I have to go meet manager Fan Xiangdong." Su Chanxian felt that it was really embarrassing to have a cousin like Su Chen. If her best friend who always mentions Prada was here, Su Chanxian would never admit that Su Chen was her cousin. He didn't even have the interest to say a word to Su Chen. "If you need my help, I can ask Fan Xiangdong to come and meet you and your uncle," Su Chen said kindly. After all, Su Ding is his uncle and Su Chanxian is his cousin, so Su Chen thought that he would help as much as he could. For him, asking Fan Xiangdong to come to the door to meet his uncle was just a matter of a word. Su Ding became angry instantly when he heard this. "Su Chen, you're just a poor delivery guy. You haven't learned any other skills in all these years, but you've learned to brag? Do you know how busy manager Fan Xiangdong is? Hundreds of thousands a minute, how could I possibly care about you? Next time you say something like that, please take a piss and look at yourself to see what kind of person you are." Su Chen was helpless. "I wanted to help my uncle and cousin, but they didn't appreciate it. If that's the case, then forget it. As a man destined to become the richest man in the world, why should I let others trample on my dignity?" But just at this moment, Fan Xiangdong called. "Hello, Manager Fan, yes, I'm at the entrance of Fucheng Commercial Street. There's no need to greet you. I can just come in by myself." After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. Just as he was about to enter the office building on Fucheng Commercial Street, Su Chanxian stopped him, frowning slightly. Su Chanshan asked with a puzzled look on her face. Who is the manager Fan you just mentioned? Fan Xiangdong. Su Chen said nonchalantly. Hearing this, Su Ding and Su Chanshan's expressions suddenly changed. The two looked at each other, and Su Chanshan said in disbelief, Manager Fan from Fuchang Commercial Street makes hundreds of thousands of dollars a minute. How could he have time to call you? If you don't believe it, just look for yourself. Su Chen showed the information on the mobile phone screen to Su Ding and Su Chanshan. You know. Su Ding had just called Fan Xiangdong using this number. Unfortunately, Fan Xiangdong didn't answer his call at all, but instead called Su Chen on his own initiative. However, Su Ding quickly figured out what was going on. I understand. Manager Fan must have asked you to deliver food, right? Su Chen shook his head helplessly, really not knowing how to explain it. At the same time, Fan Xiangdong walked out of his office and anxiously instructed his assistant, notify all senior leaders immediately and have them appear at the entrance of Fuchang Commercial Street within 3 minutes. Then ask all the receptionists at the front desk to put on their latest uniforms and come with me to welcome the boss. Remember, inform everyone to be on high alert. Anyone who shows any carelessness or disrespect will be kicked out. Yes, Manager Fan. The assistant looked at Fan Xiangdong dully. To be honest, he had never seen Fan Xiangdong welcome someone in such a grand manner. Chapter 85 Revealing Your Identity. At the entrance of the office building on Fuchang Commercial Street. Now, Su Ding said with disdain, Su Chen, if you were not my nephew, I would not bother to criticize you. In the past, you were the pride and glory of our Su family. I thought that you could bring honor to our family. What's the result? You're actually delivering food here? If your parents saw you like this, they would definitely be disappointed in you. Su Chen spread his hands. There's nothing wrong with delivering food. At least, I'm happy every day. Happy? Su Ding looked as if he had heard the funniest joke in the world, with a look of deep contempt and disdain on his face. You're a man in your 20s, and you're still talking to me about happiness? Today, your uncle will educate you on behalf of your father. Man. Life in this world is definitely not for pleasure. In the past, when the economy was bad, all men worked in the fields, facing the sun backs to the sky, barely able to support their families. Now, even if the economy is prosperous, men still have to rely on their own hands and work hard to get rich. I want to ask you, do your parents know that you are delivering food here? Su Chen smiled calmly. I know. Were they heartbroken after they found out? Su Chen shook his head. My parents said that as long as I'm happy and healthy, that's all that matters in this life. Making money and being successful are secondary. Su Ding pointed at Su Chen and said to Su Chanshan, see? This loser is now completely useless. You must never learn from him in the future. Don't worry, Dad. I came to Shanghai to make my own career. Su Chanshan vowed. At this moment, Fan Xiangdong, along with the senior leaders of Fuchang Commercial Street, trotted towards Su Chen. However, in Su Ding's opinion, Fan Xiangdong was definitely not here to welcome Su Chen, the delivery man, but to discuss cooperation with him. Now, Su Ding turned to look at Su Chanshan, his face filled with excitement as he said, I didn't expect Manager Fan from Fuchang Commercial Street to be so welcoming. He personally brought people to greet us, father and daughter? Aha! Su Chanshan nodded in ecstasy, flattered, and said, it's such an honor to be picked up personally by Manager Fan. Dad, I think we should record this historic moment on video. What are you waiting for? Take out your phone and record the video. Su Ding urged. Good. Just as Su Chanshan was recording the video, Su Ding stretched out his hands, with an enthusiastic look on his face, and ran towards Fan Xiangdong. Manager Fan, I finally meet you. Su Ding stood in front of Fan Xiangdong, nodding and bowing like a dog. Seeing Su Ding running towards him, Fan Xiangdong was furious and shouted at the security guard beside him, where did this country bumpkin come from? Get him out right away. What, redneck? Boom. After hearing Fan Xiangdong's words, Su Ding's mind went blank. Damn it. I agreed to welcome you in person. Just as the security guards at Fuchang Commercial Street were about to kick Su Ding out, they heard Su Chen say, he's my uncle. Who dares to kick him out? Hello, Chairman. The more than 10 senior leaders of Fuchang Commercial Street brought by Fan Xiangdong all bowed to Su Chen and greeted him. Su Chen nodded nonchalantly and pressed his hand. Keep a low profile. Fan Xiangdong looked at Su Ding, who was dumbfounded, and asked doubtfully, "Is this gentleman the chairman's uncle?" Right now. When Su Ding heard Fan Xiangdong calling Su Chen the chairman, he felt like he was about to suffocate. In his opinion, Su Chen was just a poor delivery guy who was not worthy of being on the stage. Who would have thought? He's actually the chairman of Fuchang Commercial Street, a company with a market capitalization of 50 billion? Isn't that incredible? For a while, Su Ding and Su Chanqian, father and daughter, no longer looked at Su Chen with contempt or disdain. Instead, they were filled with awe and admiration. Their old Su family had finally risen. Chapter 86 Rent-Free. Fan Xiangdong was extremely respectful in front of Su Chen. You know, he was just a manager. To put it bluntly, wasn't he working for Su Chen? If Su Chen was unhappy, he could kick him out of Fuchang Commercial Street with just one word. So, at this moment, standing in front of Su Chen, Fan Xiangdong groveled and said, "Chairman, when do you think we can sign the property transfer contract?" Wait a moment. As he spoke, Su Chen's eyes fixed on Su Ding and Su Chanqian. This is my uncle and my cousin Su Chanqian. They want to buy a store on our commercial street. You can handle this matter. Hey. Fan Xiangdong nodded respectfully. Immediately, he said to Su Ding, "The chairman's uncle is my uncle." In order to please Su Chen, Fan Xiangdong also nodded and bowed in front of Su Ding. "Uncle, you can choose any store in our Fuchang Commercial Street. As for the rent." Turning his head to look at Su Chen, Fan Xiangdong said in a heroic tone, "Since we are all family, the rent of the store is naturally waived." Free rent? Hearing this, Su Ding and Su Chanqian looked at each other, feeling indescribably excited and ecstatic. Before coming, they had prepared a full 500,000 yuan in rent. Moreover, they were very nervous, fearing that this money would not be enough to rent a store in Fuchang Commercial Street. Unexpectedly, what did Fan Xiangdong say directly? All rent is free? Manager Fan, I'm really. However, before Su Ding could finish his words, Su Chen interrupted him and gave Fan Xiangdong a cold look, acting in a businesslike manner. Favors are favors, and work is work. Give my uncle the lowest rent. Hearing Su Chen's words, Su Ding couldn't help but feel lonely, and at the same time, he was very regretful. He really shouldn't have humiliated and ridiculed Su Chen before, otherwise, he could have taken the store on Fuchang Commercial Street for free. Certainly. The other party charging the lowest rent was also a good thing for Su Ding. After all, he had been worried about whether he could get the store on Fuchang Commercial Street. After expressing his gratitude to Fan Xiangdong and Su Chen, Su Ding followed Fan Xiangdong to handle the relevant procedures. Su Chanqian stood in front of Su Chen, behaving very respectfully. Can't help it. Her face flushed red, and it was obvious that she felt extremely regretful for humiliating Su Chen before. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chanqian stammered, "Aiken, I always blamed me for looking down on you. I never thought that you would be so successful now and become the chairman of Fuchang Commercial Street. I apologize to you on behalf of myself and my father. I hope you can be magnanimous and not take it personally. Su Chen is such a man of great character, how could he possibly argue with a little girl like Su Chanqian?" With a hearty smile, Su Chen said nonchalantly, "I'm not angry. After all, you and uncle are my relatives. You can imagine. If Su Chen was just a food delivery rider, Su Chanqian would definitely feel disgusted when she heard the word relatives from his mouth. She would even never admit in front of others that she had any connection with Su Chen. At this moment, when he heard the word relatives coming from Su Chen's mouth, he was immediately flattered. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chanqian said cautiously, "Aiken, there is something I want to discuss with you. Is it okay?" Su Chen shrugged and said calmly, "You say." Chapter 87 Street Interview. If Su Chen was always just a food delivery rider, then Su Chanqian would never say a word to Su Chen. Even when walking on the street, she would just treat Su Chen as a stranger. Because Su Chanqian felt that having a cousin who delivered food was a very embarrassing thing. At this moment, a blush appeared on Su Chanqian's slightly sarcastic face. She gathered the hair beside her ears and then hesitantly said, "Aiken, I have a college classmate who is currently doing jewelry business in Shanghai. Tomorrow night is her birthday party. I want you to come with me." While speaking, Su Chanqian stared at Su Chen eagerly, full of anticipation. In Su Chanshan's opinion, Su Chen was very easy to talk to and would definitely respond to her requests, because in the past, no matter how she bullied Su Chen would never fight back or retaliate. But what Su Chanshan didn't expect was that after hearing her words, Su Chen only smiled leisurely, but refused. Sister Chanshan, I have to continue delivering food tomorrow night, I'm afraid I don't have time. Ah, takeout? Su Chanshan was completely confused. Hart said. You own a Fucheng commercial street with a market value of 50 billion, and you're still thinking about delivering food? I really don't know what's going on in the hearts of you rich people. After Su Ding signed the lease contract and Su Chen and Fan Xiangdong signed the equity transfer agreement, Su Chen left Fucheng commercial street. Su Ding told Su Chanshan that he would treat Su Chen to a meal. Pity. Su Chen always refused on the grounds that he was delivering food. Time passed silently, and in the blink of an eye, it was already 5:30 in the afternoon. Su Chen was about to continue delivering the takeaway when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was the school beauty Chui Han calling. To this, Su Chen was very helpless. If he were to be honest, Su Chen actually had some feelings for the silly girl Chui Han. However, he was now against the idea of falling in love. Wouldn't it be nice to happily deliver food every day? After a little hesitation, Su Chen answered Chui Han's call. Hey, campus beauty, are you bored every day? If you have time, why don't you go on a date with your boyfriend? Su Chen joked with a smile. I don't have a boyfriend, brother Su Chen, why don't you be my boyfriend? Chui Han's clear voice like a silver bell came from the other end of the phone. Su Chen's face was suddenly filled with black lines. I'm busy delivering food every day and don't have time for a relationship. So, what do you want to talk to me about? Chui Han told Su Chen that she wanted to buy a set of cosmetics and hoped that Su Chen could accompany her. After Su Chen refused, Chui Han didn't know why, but she just burst into tears. Su Chen hated to see girls cry the most, so he reluctantly agreed. Okay, I'm scared of you. I'm on Xingfu Street now. Come over here. Su Chen said helplessly. Hee, brother Su Chen, wait for me, I'll be there soon. People say that a girl's expression changes like turning pages of a book, and this is true for me. I was crying sadly in the last second, but in the next second, she was smiling happily. So to speak. Women are truly more difficult to study than the mysteries of the universe. 10 minutes later. Chui Han, wearing a light blue dress, exuded a youthful and lively aura. She came to Su Chen, skipping and dancing. Su Chen parked his broken electric donkey on the side of the road, locked it, and said nonchalantly, Classmate Chui Han, you delayed my delivery. Do you know how much money I lost? Tonight, I'll go shopping for cosmetics with you. You have to compensate me for my loss. Hee. Chui Han's face was filled with a sweet smile. She stuck out her cute little tongue and said with a sweet smile, How much did brother Su Chen lose? I will make up for it all to brother Su Chen. How about that? Su Chen half-jokingly said, My losses are calculated by the second. 1 second is estimated to be around 100,000 yuan. Ah! So many. Chui Han was stunned. Seeing that Chui Han took it seriously, Su Chen hurriedly explained, I was just kidding you, look how scared you are. At the same time, there is an internet celebrity anchor named Rongrong who is known as the goddess of the slightly plump world. She is broadcasting live on the roadside. The content of her live broadcast is divided into 2 parts. One is talent show, such as singing, dancing and crosstalk, and the other is selling goods. Her monthly income can reach 500,000. Her target groups are either couples or lovers. Whenever she meets a man and a woman walking together on the street, she will rush up to them for a street interview and then try to sell them goods in various ways. Rongrong's live streaming method of selling goods has brought her huge profits. Fans in the live broadcast room all like to be curious, and Rongrong's street interviews just satisfy the fans' curiosity. Therefore, whenever Rongrong starts broadcasting, the popularity value of her live broadcast room often starts at 1 million. In addition, men all like to act like they are wealthy in front of women, and Rongrong has studied this psychology thoroughly, so her method of conducting street interviews and then tricking women into selling goods has always been effective. At this time, Rongrong's sharp eyes were scanning the street. When she saw Su Chen and Chui Han, a handsome man and beautiful woman, appear in her sight, she was immediately excited. My friends, did you see that? This young couple is truly beautiful. Let's interview them now. My friends, seeing the anchor working so hard, give them some gifts. While interacting with fans in the live broadcast room, Rongrong jogged all the way and blocked the way of Su Chen and Shuihan. Chapter 88 1 billion. As Su Chen and Shuihan entered Rongrong's live broadcast screen, the live broadcast room instantly became lively. The original popularity of 120 people in the live broadcast room soared to 1.8 million in an instant. And barrages of comments began to flood the screen, and gifts of reward continued. Oh my god, there's actually such a handsome delivery guy in the world? Love it. A handsome guy like this, I beg you to give me a dozen. The girl next to him is also a goddess-level beauty. But she doesn't seem to be worthy of this delivery boy. This guy's amazing looks have completely changed my perception of food delivery people. In the past, I always thought that food delivery people were all forced by life and looked very embarrassed. But look at this delivery guy, his eyes are clear, his eyebrows are handsome, and his every move seems to exude an aura of nobility and elegance. It's as if he has seen the prosperity of the world. At this moment, Shuihan was like a little woman in love, holding Su Chen's arms tightly with both hands. And the little head also leaned gently on Su Chen's shoulder. Seeing this, Su Chen felt helpless, thinking that this was a big misunderstanding. People who didn't know would think that he and Shuihan were a couple. Now, when she arrived in front of Su Chen and Shuihan, Rongrong pointed the microphone at Su Chen, and then asked curiously, "Brother, I'm doing a street interview now. Can you take a few minutes of your time to help me complete this live broadcast?" On the surface, Rongrong is a live streaming anchor who sells goods. In the world, she is also an excellent actress. At this moment, her pitiful and pleading look is so pitiful that no man would be able to refuse her. Su Chen considers himself a man with a vision, and he is destined to become the richest man in the world, so he did not ruthlessly reject Rongrong. "I'll give you 3 minutes." Su Chen put his hands in his pockets and said lightly, "Thank you, little brother." After planning her words for a moment, Rongrong spoke expectantly, "Brother, from your uniform, I can tell you're a food delivery guy. So, I'm really curious. The girl next to you is so beautiful. How did you manage to win her over?" Following Rongrong's question, the comments in her live broadcast room were flooding the screen again. Fuck, this is awesome. A food delivery driver can actually chase such a beautiful goddess? Damn, I'm so jealous. Without further ado, I'm going to quit my $1 million job tomorrow and switch to delivering food. If I had known I could get such a beautiful girlfriend by delivering food, why would I have started a business in the first place? Now, I have 7 or 8 million in my bank account, but unfortunately, all I'm surrounded by are some vulgar, gold-digging women. Sigh, it seems that only a down-to-earth job like delivering food can bring me the purest love. Now, facing Rongrong's question, Su Chen was about to explain that he and Shuihan were not in a boyfriend-girlfriend relationship. Unexpectedly, before he could say anything, Shuihan hurriedly said, "You are wrong. I was the one who took the initiative to pursue brother Su Chen." Moment. Rongrong was so confused that she almost dropped the microphone in her hand. And after a brief silence, the fans in her live broadcast room were completely furious. Nah, this is too exciting. A goddess is chasing after the delivery guy? It's sour. I've finally figured it out. If a man wants to meet his true love, he needs a stunning face. In other words, pretty boys are what women love most. Allow me to say the grapes are sour. After recovering from her shock, Rongrong continued, "My little brother is truly an extraordinary person. I want to ask you another question. People say that where a man's money is, there his heart is also. If you had 1 million in your account, how much would you give to your girlfriend?" Hearing this question, Su Chen was stunned. He didn't care how much he gave to Shuihan. What he was worried about was whether the 1 billion in his bank account would disappear out of thin air. Thinking of this, Su Chen quickly took out his mobile phone to check his account balance. When he saw that his 1 billion balance was still there, Su Chen finally breathed a sigh of relief. "Fortunately, my 1 billion is still in the account." Su Chen patted his chest. The next moment, Rongrong's mouth twitched violently, and her expression was as if she had gone mad. She swallowed hard and said in disbelief, "Little brother, what did you just say? You have 1 billion in your bank account?" Chapter 89, 800,000 worth of cosmetics. Who can understand how devastated Rongrong is at this moment? In her opinion, Su Chen, a food delivery writer, only earns about 5,000 yuan a month at most, so she made the assumption that if the other party has 1 million yuan in his account, how much would he take out to spend on his girlfriend? Unexpectedly, What did the other party actually say? That he has 1 billion in his bank account. What does 10 billion mean? That's what a wealthy man would earn. For a while, the popularity of Rongrong's live broadcast room soared again, and the barrage of comments was also flooding the screen like crazy. I feel like my brain is stuck. I used to feel superior when I walked in front of the food delivery riders. But what this guy said made me question my life completely. Do you believe it? Anyway, I won't believe it even if you kill me. He brags without thinking. Is the delivery guy worried about wasting paper? He's just a delivery driver. Where did he get 1 billion yuan in his account? Yes, words are not enough, and without pictures, there is no truth. If I say I am the richest man in the world, and I say I have 100 billion in my bank account, would you believe it? So, if you can't provide evidence, don't brag. Adhering to the principle of being honest, Suchen spoke frankly, yes, I do have 1 billion in my bank account. In addition, I have a company, a commercial street, and 1,000 school district houses. Oh, and I drive an 80 million Bugatti. As soon as Suchen said this, all the fans in Rongrong's live broadcast room laughed. It seems that this delivery boy is seriously ill. You even lied to yourself? How did you do that? Daydreaming. How do I cultivate this skill? I beg for your guidance. Rongrong stared at Suchen in amazement, having already decided that he was a psychopath. After swallowing hard, Rongrong said weakly, "Little brother, can I see your account balance?" How can this be? Suchen was about to put his phone back into his pocket. Unexpectedly, Shuihan, who was standing by, leaned over to look at Suchen's phone screen. Suchen dodged to the side and accidentally dropped his phone to the ground with a bang. Fortunately, Suchen's domestically produced phone was of excellent quality and was completely undamaged. The next moment, the camera was aimed at the screen of Suchen's mobile phone that fell to the ground. At this moment, it seemed as if the whole world was quiet and there was dead silence all around. The only thing displayed on the screen of Suchen's mobile phone was a balance of 1 billion yuan. Rongrong was dumbfounded. All 800,000 fans in her live broadcast room began to doubt their lives. Shuihan, who was standing next to her, widened her eyes, covered her mouth with her hands, and the expression on her face was so shocked that it could be said that she was shocked beyond words. Nima, I'm torn. It's crazy, it's crazy. My thinking can no longer keep up with this crazy world. A delivery guy actually has 1 billion in his bank account? No wonder he was able to get such a beautiful girlfriend. Turns out he spent money on it? The fans in Rongrong's live broadcast room all started to post comments with a sour tone. Gulong. After swallowing involuntarily, Rongrong said in disbelief, "Little brother, what I want to know is, are you really just a delivery rider?" Suchen shrugged and said nonchalantly, "Yes, I'm just a food delivery rider." "Okay, if there's nothing else, I'll leave." When Suchen and Shuihan were about to leave, Rongrong quickly stopped them. Joke. This local tycoon has 1 billion in his bank account. Meeting him today is a great success. She must make a killing from him. Is there anything else? Suchen asked in confusion. Rongrong glanced at Shuihan and raised an eyebrow at Suchen. "Brother, your girlfriend is so beautiful, why don't you buy her some makeup? I have limited edition Watson's makeup here, 800,000 yuan a set. For you, this mere 800,000 yuan is just a drop in the bucket. Brother, do you want to pay by credit card or transfer?" In Rongrong's opinion, it was too casual for a wealthy man with 1 billion yuan to buy 800,000 yuan worth of cosmetics for his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Suchen glanced at the Watson's cosmetics Rongrong had brought out and sneered. "Miss, you're selling fake goods you bought wholesale for 8 yuan, passing them off as Watson's? And you're selling them to me for 800,000 yuan? What do you mean? Do you think I don't know the value of goods?" Hearing this, Rongrong was stunned for a moment. Chapter 90, Exposing the Scam. When Rongrong, the live streaming host, first started fooling around with Suchen, Shuihan was even wondering in her mind whether Suchen would take the initiative to buy cosmetics for her. At this moment, hearing Suchen say that this live streamer in front of him was actually selling fake goods that he bought for 8 yuan wholesale, passing them off as Watson's brand, and then selling them to Suchen for 800,000 yuan? Even if brother Suchen was the richest man in the world, he wouldn't be deceived by you like this. "Brother Suchen, let's go and ignore this person." Shuihan took Suchen's arm and was about to leave. Although Suchen doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs. But Deep down, he hated evil. This live streamer, for her own benefit, was actually cheating and deceiving people. She was taking advantage of men's pride. Moreover, she saw that Su Chen had a huge balance of 1 billion in his bank account, so why did she commit such a fraud? Let alone 1 billion, even if they have 100 billion, it is not a reason for you to cheat. Thinking of this, Su Chen waved his hand at Shuihan and said, "No rush." Looking at the Watson's Cosmetics in Rongrong's hand, Su Chen said indifferently, "Miss, it's not easy for you to work so hard to cheat. How about this, you bought the goods for 8 yuan, and I will buy them for 10 yuan. Hearing this, before Rongrong could say anything, Shuihan leaned close to Su Chen's ear and whispered in a low voice, "Brother Su Chen, since you know that she's selling fakes, why do you still buy her cosmetics?" Su Chen smiled calmly. She's gone to such great lengths to commit fraud, how could we not encourage her? To prevent others from getting scammed, I'll buy all her fake goods at once and throw them in the trash. Wouldn't that solve the problem? Brother Su Chen, you are so kind. Shuihan said with admiration on his face. Now, Su Chen's words completely infuriated Rongrong. You know nothing. My Watson's Cosmetics are genuine. You want to buy my merchandise for 10 bucks? Why the hell don't you just go and rob me? Are you sure your goods are authentic? Su Chen said with a smile. Snort. Rongrong was furious and snorted coldly, "Of course my goods are genuine." Well, since you're willing to be a miser and don't want to spend money on your girlfriend, then I'm leaving. After her scam was exposed, how could Rongrong continue to stay here? How could Su Chen let her go so easily? Such a black sheep must be punished by everyone. Now that you've failed to deceive people, you want to leave? If the other victims can't see through your trick, won't they be in trouble? At this time, there were already more than 10 people around who came to watch the fun. When they saw Rongrong was about to leave, the enthusiastic crowd stopped her. "Girl, your cosmetics must be verified to be genuine, otherwise you can't leave here. I hate scammers the most in my life. 3 years ago, my wife was defrauded of 500,000 yuan. Our family savings of many years were gone overnight. My wife eventually committed suicide. I still can't get over it. I swore to myself at that time that if I ever encounter a scammer again, I would kill her at all costs. Whether it's genuine or fake, you don't have the final say. You have to let an expert come and authenticate it." At this time, the fans in Rongrong's live broadcast room were also completely furious. Fuck. The streamer I'm following is actually a scammer? This is such an insult to my intelligence. Brothers, without further ado, unfollow him immediately. From now on, anyone who gives tips to such a rubbish streamer will be an enemy of justice in the world. We strongly recommend that all platforms ban this kind of negative energy and garbage anchor. After being blocked by the crowd, Rongrong's pig face, which was covered with a thick layer of foundation, suddenly turned black and blue with anger. She stared at Su Chen intently and said with gritted teeth, "What do you want to do?" "I want a professional to verify how fake your cosmetics are." As he spoke, Su Chen took out his mobile phone and called Fan Xiangdong, the manager of Fuchang Commercial Street. "Hello, is this Xiangdong? This is Su Chen. Is there any store selling Watson's Cosmetics in our commercial street?" "Okay, I'm here on Xingfu Street. Please ask him to come quickly." After saying that, Su Chen hung up the phone. You can see it. Rongrong was already a little panicked, her face pale, and she subconsciously took half a step back. After calming down, she comforted herself in her heart that the other party must be bluffing. Stay calm. You must stay calm and not lose your composure. I told you that your cosmetics are fake, and you don't find it convincing? Fine, I'll ask professionals to verify it. Then we'll see how you can argue. Su Chen folded his arms and waited patiently for the Watson's manager to arrive. Chapter 91 Punishment. Rongrong was feeling insecure, with a guilty look on her face. She wanted to slip away while no one was paying attention, but the sharp-eyed, kind-hearted people were keeping a close eye on her. There was no way Rongrong could escape. It never rains but it pours. The popularity of Rongrong's livestream plummeted, and the number of subscribers also plummeted within a short period of time. At this moment, Rongrong's heart was bleeding, and at the same time, she was filled with immense regret. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have done this street interview. Normally, she was selling goods live, and a set of fake Watson's products only sold for about 800 yuan. However, after meeting Su Chen, she asked for a huge amount of money. After all, the other party had a huge balance of 1 billion yuan in his bank account. And Rongrong also deeply understands a truth. For those truly wealthy tycoons, they only buy expensive things, not the right ones. Sometimes, there is not much difference between fakes and real things. It is just a psychological effect. With this mentality, Rongrong often plays according to this routine and is always successful. Unexpectedly, the boat capsized today? About 3 minutes later, a middle-aged man in a suit and tie, sweating profusely, ran towards Su Chen. After seeing Su Chen's face, the man in the suit pushed through the crowd and ran directly to Su Chen. "Hello, boss." This person was none other than Qin Yi, the store manager of Watson's on Fucheng Commercial Street. Ignoring the stunned gazes of the crowd, Qin Yi behaved extremely respectfully in front of Su Chen. "Now." Su Chen just nodded slightly, then said to Qin Yi, "Are you the manager of Watson's?" Yes, it's me." Qin Yi said cautiously. "Since you are the manager of Watson's, you should be able to distinguish between genuine and fake products, right?" Su Chen said nonchalantly. "Of course. If I can't even identify fakes, then I might as well quit being a store manager." Su Chen pointed at Rongrong and said indifferently, "This internet celebrity is selling fake Watson's products in her livestream. Can you tolerate such behavior? Anyway, as a consumer, I can't tolerate it. How could such a thing happen?" Qin Yi was immediately furious. Rongrong clutched her bag tightly, looking quite like a scoundrel. "My cosmetics are absolutely genuine. Since it's the real thing, why not take it out and let us see it?" Qin Yi said in a cold tone. "Why should I show you my things?" Rongrong pouted and started to throw a tantrum. "Oh." Seeing Rongrong's indifferent look, Qin Yi immediately became angry. "Miss, if you sell other brands of cosmetics, it naturally has nothing to do with me. But you sell cosmetics from Watson's, so that has a lot to do with me. If you don't show me the cosmetics you have, I will have no choice but to take legal action, and by then, you might suffer even greater losses." While speaking, Qin Yi took out his cell phone, as if to make a call. Seeing this, Rongrong was immediately frightened, and for some unknown reason, she fell to her knees with a thud. In an instant, Rongrong's actress acting skills came into play, and she began to cry and complain about how frightened and pitiful she was, and asked Su Chen and Qin Yi to show mercy and let him go. How could Su Chen not see that Rongrong was acting out a sad drama? Ignoring her pleading, Su Chen glanced around and said to everyone, "Let's decide how to deal with this fraudulent female anchor." As Su Chen finished speaking, the people around him became excited. Many people have lost their fortunes or even their families due to being cheated by scammers. At this moment, seeing the female scammer Rongrong kneeling in front of them, the people around them can finally vent their long-suppressed dissatisfaction. So, with a clatter of thunder, Rongrong was punched and kicked. In the blink of an eye, Rongrong was beaten into a pig's head. Rongrong, with her hair disheveled, looked extremely miserable at this moment. She had spent over 200,000 yuan on plastic surgery, but now her face was disfigured again. And as he was beaten up by everyone, a box of condoms actually fell to the ground? For a while, the people around him were even more disgusted. Fuck, it turns out this woman is not only a streamer, but also a prostitute? Fuck, seeing this kind of trash makes me sick. I wouldn't even take it if she gave me money. Scum like this should be locked up with the male dogs. Chapter 92 Trouble. Su Chen had no sympathy for the tragic end of the female anchor Rongrong. When he left, it was the kind-hearted Chui Han who felt a little sorry for her. He frowned and said with some heartache for Rongrong, "Brother Su Chen, didn't we go a little too far? Excessive?" Su Chen shook his head and said righteously, "I think the punishment for her is too light. Think about it, if you can make a profit by selling fake goods without being exposed, the scammers will become more and more daring. People who work hard and honestly to earn money are swindled out of everything and even their families by these scumbags. How far have they gone? Sometimes, I even think that these scammers should be shot." Shui Han curled his lips and said nothing more. Now, seeing that Su Chen had left the crowd, Qin Yi quickly chased after him. Although Qin Yi is worth over 100 million, he is an extremely insignificant existence in front of Su Chen, the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street. If he can please Su Chen, he will definitely have a bright future. "Boss!" Qin Yi shouted after catching up with Su Chen. "What's up?" Su Chen asked doubtfully. Sheeny had been in the business world for decades and was already quite a shrewd person. At this moment, he gave Chuihan a suggestive look and said, I just received a few sets of limited edition cosmetics from Watson's. I want to give them to your girlfriend, boss. Hearing Chenyi's words, Chuihan's beautiful face suddenly flushed, and her little head gently tucked into Su Chen's chest. She looked so beautiful that others were envious. Su Chen wanted to explain that Chuihan was not his girlfriend. As soon as Chenyi finished speaking, he ran towards the Watson's store on Fuchang Commercial Street. Soon, he came back, gasping for breath, and handed a set of exquisite cosmetics to Su Chen. Boss, whenever we have new products in Watson's in the future, I will definitely keep some for your girlfriend. Chenyi said with a flattering look on his face. Su Chen was speechless after hearing this. Turning to look at Chuihan, Su Chen said, Why don't you thank Boss Chen quickly? Thank you, Boss Chen. No. Chenyi quickly waved his hands. It's my honor that the boss lady can use our Watson's cosmetics. Su Chen nodded slightly and said in a heroic tone, Boss Chen, I will waive your rent for the next 3 years. After saying that, Su Chen and Chuihan were walking in the same direction. Chenyi stood there in a daze, his heart in turmoil. 3 years rent, that's a full 3 million. The most important thing is, why does the boss of Fuchang Commercial Street think so highly of me? After a meteoric rise to fame is just around the corner. People feel refreshed when good things happen to them. On the way back to the Watson's store, Chenyi felt like he was floating. Going shopping with a girl always makes people feel refreshed. The good times passed quickly, and soon it was 8 o'clock in the evening. Su Chen took Chuihan to eat at a roadside stall, then started his broken electric scooter and drove Chuihan home. 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Chen returned to his slum house and was about to fall asleep when his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was his cousin Su Chanchan calling. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen picked up the call. Sister Chanchan, do you have something to talk to me about? Su Chen asked doubtfully. Aiken, sister, I have to trouble you with another thing. Su Chanchan's cautious voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 93 Helping to Find a Job. If Su Chanchan was not Su Chen's cousin, Su Chen would not have meddled in other people's business. Go ahead. Su Chanchan told Su Chen that she had a college roommate who graduated from graduate school this year and had not yet found a suitable job, so she wanted Su Chen to find a job for Su Chanchan's roommate in their Fuchang Commercial Street. For Su Chen, this kind of thing is just a matter of words. But to be cautious, and also because the people working in Fuchang Commercial Street are all business elites, we can't let parasites come to Fuchang Commercial Street to fill the gap, right? Therefore, Su Chen asked Su Chanchan's roommate to find a place for them to meet tomorrow, which would be considered a simple interview. Hearing this, Su Chanchan was immediately surprised and said, Aiken, then I will thank you on behalf of Nana. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. No words were spoken that night. Soon. It was the next morning. Like usual, after Su Chen got up, he first washed up, then went for a morning run, and finally came back to have breakfast. Before delivering the takeaway, what Su Chen looked forward to most was the big treasure chest that was opened every day. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? The system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. I've been waiting for you. Drop. Today's treasure chest is empty. Thank you for your patronage. Holy crap. Su Chen's eyes widened when he heard the system notification tone. Today's treasure chest actually opened nothing but air? And you're still thanking me for my patronage? Su Chen's heart was filled with questions. But he soon felt relieved. Most of the raffles were to thank you for your patronage. There was nothing to be disappointed about opening a big treasure chest and getting nothing. At worst, he could continue tomorrow. 10 o'clock in the morning. Su Chen continued to deliver takeout. Sudden. His phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was an unfamiliar number. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen picked up the phone and said politely, Hello, this is Su Chen. The person who called was Yang Shina, the roommate of Su Chen's cousin Su Chanchan. Yang Shina obviously didn't know that Su Chen was the owner of Fuchang Commercial Street. She was a graduate student with high expectations but low skills. She felt that no job was worthy of her talent. Therefore, Yang Shina didn't take Su Chanchan's request to find her a job seriously. Since you're Chanchan's cousin, I'll begrudgingly meet you. There's an Mo Ren Huisho milk tea shop on Jifu Road. Come over. If you can't find the place, call me later. That's all. Finished. Yang Shina hung up the phone. At this moment, Su Chen was confused. He thought, shouldn't Yang Shina be respectful and polite when she asked him to introduce a job? However, looking at Yang Shina's expression, it was as if Su Chen had something to ask of her. Oh. Suddenly, Su Chen couldn't help but sneer and muttered to himself, as expected, there are all kinds of strange things in this world. There are all kinds of people in the world. Even this kind of people exists? Ask yourself. If it weren't for his cousin Su Chen wouldn't have met Yang Shina at all. A woman like that, with absolutely no skills, thinks she can feel good just because she's graduated from graduate school, as if the world owes her money? Does she not take other people seriously? Little did they know. Such scum is simply ignorant and idiotic. What is a graduate student? In this era of knowledge explosion, professors are everywhere, PhDs are worse than dogs, and a mere graduate student is simply ridiculous. 10 minutes later. Su Chen drove his broken electric scooter to the Moran Huaisho milk tea shop. After walking in, he found that the shop was empty. Su Chen ordered a pot of tea and found a seat by the window. Immediately. Start closing your eyes and resting. Hey, please order me a cappuccino right now. I'm so thirsty. Not long after, a woman dressed up in fancy clothes walked into the milk tea shop and walked opposite Su Chen. This person was Su Chanxian's roommate Yang Shina. In Yang Shina's opinion, a man should be humble and submissive in front of a woman. If he is asked to order a cappuccino, he must do so. But Su Chen is also a man of principles. Without saying a word, he got up and left. Seeing this, Yang Shina was stunned. Hey Hu, what are you doing? Chapter 94 Who is trash? Su Chen was very disdainful of people like Yang Shina, who thought she was the center of the world but didn't even have the most basic courtesy to others, so he planned to leave. As for how to explain to my cousin Su Chanxian? Explain the fuck. Yang Shina was so self-righteous, so Su Chen had to be so humble as to introduce her to a job? Fucheng Commercial Street was a stage for elites to showcase their talents, not a garbage collection station. Now. Seeing Su Chen about to get up and leave, Yang Shina was stunned. After hesitating for a moment, she said in disbelief, "You are Chanxian's cousin. You helped me find a job. I just arrived, and you want to leave? Aren't you afraid that you won't be able to explain to Chanxian when you go back? You know." In the past, no matter what occasion Yang Shina attended, others treated her like a star. This led to Yang Shina feeling good about herself. Even when asking someone to find a job for her, she would not lower her posture and thought that the other party should beg her. Pity. She met Su Chen, who would never tolerate such bad habits of hers. At this moment, after hearing what Yang Shina said, Su Chen looked down at her, glanced at her lightly, and said with a sneer, "How should I explain to my sister Chanxian? That's my business, you don't need to care about it. In addition, I want to remind you that even if you're applying for a cleaning job, you should at least respect others and the job, rather than being arrogant and thinking you're the center of the world." After saying that, Su Chen showed no mercy. Just as he was about to leave, Yang Shina also stood up from her seat. Wait a minute. Yang Shina grabbed Su Chen's sleeve, her face full of contempt. I've never been taught a lesson in my life. Su Chen, who do you think you are? Wearing a delivery uniform and riding a shabby electric bike, you look like a poor bastard. A rubbish man like you will never find a good job in your life. Certainly. No girl will like you unless she is as pretty as Ruhua. Are you done spouting shit? If you're done, I'll leave. Su Chen shook his head, speechless. At the same time, Su Chen also made up his mind that if Su Chanxian asked him for help again in the future, he would definitely not help. What? You're calling me a mouthful of shit? Yang Shina's eyes widened, and she put her hands on her waist. Just as she was about to throw a tantrum, she saw the customers around her taking out their mobile phones, seemingly taking short videos. In order to save her own face, Yang Shina forced herself to suppress the urge to lose her temper. Just wait for me. While speaking, Yang Shina took out her cell phone and quickly called Su Chanxian. Then, she began to exaggerate and said, "Chanxian, you don't know how ungentlemanly your cousin Su Chen is. When we were in school, no matter what I did, those stinky men would always rush to help me do it. In front of me, they are all bootlickers. What's wrong with your cousin? He doesn't even have the nerve to find me a job, and he even lectures me? Look at me, how could there be such a man in this world? In addition, I'm not trying to criticize your cousin, but he'll never find a wife. You should try to persuade him to be polite and courteous around girls. Finished. Yang Shina hung up the phone, then looked at Su-chun provocatively. See how your cousin will deal with you. Are you afraid? I'm not afraid of a hammer. Su-chen was also very angry. Without waiting for Su Chanshan to call him, he called her directly. And he said righteously, Su Chanshan, listen to me, don't ask me for help in the future. After that, Su Chen hung up Su Chanshan's phone and put Su Chanshan's number directly into the blacklist. I'll go. Seeing this, young Shina's eyes widened immediately, and she said in disbelief, You delivery scumbag, you have no skills, but you have a bad temper? People like you will never amount to anything in your life. I haven't achieved much, but I live in a 350 million yuan imperial villa, own 1,000 units of school district housing in the Dragon and Phoenix Imperial Garden, serve as the chairman of the Imperial Group, have a billion yuan bank account balance, and own the Fucheng Commercial Street with a market value of 50 billion yuan. Seeing Yang Shina staring at him in amazement, Su Chen spread his hands with a half smile. I'm laying it all out. What I just said was just a show of wealth. There's nothing I can do. I really don't want to keep a low profile with someone like you. You. Yang Shina pointed at Su Chen. She was so angry that she could hardly breathe, even her nose was almost crooked. Seeing this, Su Chen shrugged and comforted her, Miss Yang, calm down. If you die of anger, no one will pay the bill. What? Hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Shina was like hearing a shocking news. She said in disbelief, You're drinking milk tea with a girl, and you don't even take the initiative to pay the bill? Su Chen spread his hands. You're the one who needs me for a job, so shouldn't you be the one to pay the bill? Finished. Su Chen smiled indifferently at Yang Shina, and when he was about to leave, his phone rang again. Su Chen thought, if it was an unfamiliar number calling, it must be Su Chanshan borrowing someone else's phone to call him, so there was no need to answer it. But he took out his phone and saw that it was his mother's number. Without hesitation, Su Chen answered the call directly and said in a gentle tone, Mom, why are you calling me? What? You want me to help my cousin find a job for her roommate? Mom, you don't know how bad my cousin's roommate is. Hello? Su Chen wanted to explain. But Liang Xiui has hung up the phone. Liang Xiui told Su Chen that he had to help her cousin's roommate. Helplessly, Su Chen sat back in his position again. However, to recruit employees for Fucheng Commercial Street, the other party must have real talents and skills, otherwise, they would be fired. No unqualified employees are allowed to fill in the positions at Fucheng Commercial Street. How about it, do you know how to apologize to me? Seeing Su Chen sitting back down, Yang Shina started to show off again. Su Chen shook his head, too lazy to argue with Yang Shina. Let's just go through the process. Su Chen said indifferently. What do you mean? Yang Shina stared at Su Chen with confusion. You're here to find me a job, so let's talk about finding a job now. However, I have to make it clear that even a job like cleaning toilets requires dedication these days. In short, jobs need down-to-earth, hard-working people, not just slackers. Do you understand? What, you called me trash? Yang Shina was on the verge of a rage. She pointed her finger at herself and picked up the ashtray on the table with her other hand. Chapter 95 Signing a Contract. Su Chen has already obtained the peerless magic skill rewarded by the system. Even if the opponent is a martial artist, Su Chen can blow him up with just one finger. As for Yang Shina picking up the ashtray? Oh. Who is the little brat trying to scare when he falls off the Kong? Looking directly at Yang Shina, Su Chen said indifferently, when Fucheng Commercial Street recruits employees, the most important thing is the personal quality of the employees. It has nothing to do with whether you have experience or academic qualifications. Let me put it this way. Even if you are a postdoctoral fellow who has returned from overseas, if I find out that you have low quality, I'm sorry, but you are not welcome in Fucheng Commercial Street. After hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Shina immediately sneered. Su Chen, aren't you afraid of being laughed at when you say this? Do you really think you're the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street? In this money-making age, which company wouldn't prioritize education and experience when hiring? You're talking to me about quality? What's that? How many pounds for $1? There was a lot of sarcasm in Yang Shina's words. Seem. When she was in front of Su Chen, she acted as if she was superior to him. Of course, if Su Chen was a wealthy tycoon, she would become flattering and obedient like a dog. Seeing Su Chen's silence, in fact, Su Chen was too lazy to bother with such a person. Yang Shina felt she had hit a nerve with Su Chen, and her words immediately became even more dismissive and contemptuous. Of course, for poor delivery guys like you, with no education or work experience, all you can say is quality. It's a shame, even with high quality these days, it can't make you a living. Yang Shina folded her arms, as if she had hit Su Chen, and she felt very superior. Pity. Su Chen had completely lost his patience. He stood up from his seat and walked over to Yang Shina as he left. He said calmly, "Congratulations. You've successfully angered me. Now, I can tell you responsibly that Fujian Commercial Street will not hire you, and Dihao Group will not hire you. And no listed company in Shanghai will hire you." Oh. Hearing Su Chen's words, Yang Shina immediately laughed sarcastically. I laughed too. You're just a piece of trash delivering food, and you dare to act so pretentious in front of me? Excuse me. Who gave you the courage? Was it Sister Jingru? Without saying anything more, Su Chen walked out of the milk tea shop. However, Yang Shina refused to give in. After paying the bill, she chased Su Chen out. Seeing that Su Chen was about to start his broken electric scooter, she proudly took out the keys to her BMW X3. Then it swayed in front of Su Chen. You scumbag, you're riding a broken electric donkey, and you still want to find a job for me who drives a BMW? Don't you think about what you are? Today, I only reluctantly agreed to come and see you for Qianqian's sake. The crowd watching the excitement around started talking. This woman really deserves a beating. If I were the delivery guy, I would have just rushed up and slapped her. Damn, having a BMW is so great, but the delivery guy rides an electric bike, how does that bother her? She doesn't even have the most basic courtesy to others. I don't know how her mother raised her. He's just driving a BMW, only worth 3 or 400,000, why are you showing off? Trash, do you really think you can do whatever you want just because you have a little money? There are plenty of rich people in this world. Oh, what a pity. Although the delivery guy was bullied, he didn't have the strength to slap him in the face. The people around sympathized with Su Chen, but hated Yang Shina with a vengeance. The financial strength of the onlookers was similar to that of Yang Shina, so naturally they had no capital to slap her in the face. Su Chen didn't take Yang Shina's ridicule seriously at all. Even if you drive a BMW worth 3 million, what does it have to do with me? Get out of the way, or I will hit you with my electric car. Don't talk nonsense, Su Chen said in a somewhat cold tone. Snort. Yang Shina stood in front of Su Chen's electric bike and said with a face full of wanting to be beaten, Hit, I'm standing right here. If you don't kill me today, you will be my adopted son. Only. Before Su Chen could fight back, something strange happened. You stinky cousin, you're so pretentious, you begged me to borrow my car, and made me spend an extra 20 yuan on taxi fare today. At this moment, a man wearing sunglasses rushed to Yang Shina and snatched the car keys from her hands. Immediately, he kicked Yang Shina hard and knocked her over. Bah! The man in sunglasses spat fiercely at Yang Shina, who fell to the ground. You agreed to borrow my car and then let me get in, but now you come here to show off? The man in sunglasses grabbed Yang Shina's hair and said in a cold tone, Also, when will you pay me back the 150,000 yuan you borrowed from me? In front of the man in sunglasses, Yang Shina acted pitiful, and at this moment, she pleaded with him, Brother Biao, I'm looking for a job right now. I'll pay you back as soon as I find one. Have you found a job? The man in sunglasses asked impatiently. Yang Shina said proudly, I am a graduate student, and I am so beautiful. Isn't it easy for me to find a good job? Vomit. Some of the onlookers couldn't bear to watch it anymore and immediately started vomiting. Nima, I vomited. You're such a piece of trash, and you still say you're beautiful? I don't know why she feels so good about herself. You even lied to yourself? You're truly a wolf mine. The man in sunglasses sneered, grabbed Yang Shina's hair and said, From the tone of your words, you seem very confident? Yang Shina was being pulled by the hair in public. She looked so embarrassed that she wished she could find a hole to crawl into. Brother Biao, I have submitted my resume to Fujian Commercial Street and Dihao Group. I believe I will hear back soon. I will repay you as soon as I start working. Fucheng Commercial Street and Dihao Group are well-known listed companies of China overseas. Do you think you have the upper hand? The man in sunglasses asked doubtfully. Yang Shina didn't know where her confidence came from, and she said confidently, I am sure of this. Besides, I won't do ordinary work. I will only be a secretary to the chairman of Fucheng Commercial Street and Dihao Group. In Yang Shina's opinion, the shortcut to making quick money is to sell one's body. In this world, no man can resist a woman's initiative. As long as Yang Shina becomes the secretary of the chairman of the Dihao Group, or the secretary of the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street, she will definitely tie the other party down tightly. When the time comes, they will obey you in everything. Su Chen was about to break into the e-mule and leave here, but when he heard Yang Shina's words, he said helplessly, Don't worry, the chairman of the Dihao Group and the owner of Fucheng Commercial Street will never hire a trash woman like you as a secretary. Pooh! Yang Shina was furious. She spat at Su Chen and said angrily, What the hell are you talking about? Do you really think you are the chairman of the Dihao Group and the owner of Fucheng Commercial Street? Su Chen shrugged. Sorry, I'm really the chairman of the Dihao Group and the owner of Fucheng Commercial Street. As Su Chen said this, everyone around him was dumbfounded. A moment later, a limited edition Bugatti slowly stopped in front of Su Chen. Then, a tall girl with outstanding temperament got out of the car. It was Su Chen's secretary Zhang Yanran. Chairman, our Dihao Group has a contract that requires your personal signature. As she spoke, Zhang Yanran handed a folder to Su Chen. This moment, everyone around looked at Su Chen with awe. Chapter 96 Pay Back the Money. Now, the scene before them completely stunned everyone. Yang Shina had previously firmly believed that Su Chen was just bragging, saying that he owned 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Diyuan and that he was the chairman of Dihao Group. However, what no one expected was that Su Chen was not bluffing, but he was a real super boss. For a while, everyone looked at Su Chen with awe. The shock in their hearts was like a surging sea. What the hell did I see? This delivery guy is actually the chairman of the Dihao Group? You know, the Dihao Group is a listed company with a market value of tens of billions of yuan. Such a super rich man is actually delivering food? Could this be the legendary low-key super rich who enjoys experiencing life? See? That's the difference. Truly awesome people are all very humble and low-key. Look at that trashy woman, borrowing someone else's BMW to show off? Trash like that is as pathetic as a stink bug. I have to say, this slap in the face is really satisfying. Only, this is not the end yet. After Su Chen handed the signed contract to Zhang Yanran, he saw Fan Xiangdong getting out of a business Mercedes-Benz car. Beside him were 4 or 5 middle-aged men in suits and ties. They seemed to be senior leaders of Fucheng Commercial Street. Led by Fan Xiangdong, everyone, their foreheads dripping with sweat, ran all the way to Su Chen. Fan Xiangdong took the lead and rushed to Su Chen, saying indignantly, Boss, I just received a report that someone humiliated you in public. Who was it? That piece of trash who dared to humiliate the big boss of our Fucheng Commercial Street? Stand up here, and I'll beat you into a fool. Yang Shina, who was already confused, felt a deep fear rising in her heart at this moment. Damn it! How could Su Chen, a trash delivery guy, be the chairman of Dihao Group and the owner of Fucheng Commercial Street? What is the background of Su Chanxian's cousin? Bitch Su Chanxian, your cousin is such a big shot, why didn't you tell me in advance? After cursing in her heart for a while, Yang Shina suddenly remembered that Su Chanxian did want to tell her about her cousin's identity at that time, but she didn't care at the time and was anxious to borrow a car from a handsome guy from a loan company. Who would have thought that the ridicule and humiliation would be directed at a super rich tycoon? Now, Su Chen glanced at Fan Xiangdong and the others, and said with a hint of blame, Why mobilize so many troops? Fan Xiangdong rolled up his sleeves and said, Boss, someone humiliated you. This is a huge matter. In Zhonghai, anyone who humiliates you will be my mortal enemy. Su Chen was speechless. He just wanted to be quiet and be a happy delivery boy. But why do you all insist on me showing off? His eyes swept over Fan Xiangdong and Zhang Yanran, and Su Chen said without question, There is a woman named Yang Shina, who is a graduate student of Zhonghai University of Science and Technology. Our Dihao Group, Fucheng Commercial Street Human Resources Department, should not hire her. This person has low quality and is not worthy of being an employee of our company. In addition, Notify all listed companies in Shanghai that they are not allowed to hire young Sheena. Otherwise, they will become enemies of our Dihao Group in Fucheng Commercial Street. Yes, boss. Zhang Yanran said respectfully to Fan Xiangdong. After hearing Su Chen's words, the man in sunglasses instantly became furious. He slapped young Sheena hard across the face, his forehead veins bulging as he roared, "Spit splattering, you stinking cousin! Didn't you confidently say you'd become the secretary to the chairman of the Dihao Group? Now, the Dihao Group and Fucheng Commercial Street, two major companies, will never hire you. Furthermore, no listed company in Shanghai will hire a piece of low-quality trash like you." Bang! A slap in the face. Bang! A backhand slap. In a flash, young Sheena was beaten beyond recognition by the man in sunglasses. However, the man in sunglasses was still furious. Pay me back right now. Chapter 97 Primary School Student Internet Celebrity. What Su Chen didn't know was that the scene that happened to him had been filmed into a short video by an elementary school student and posted on the Douyin short video platform. Actually, this elementary school student has only a little over 100 followers on the TikTok platform. With the release of his short video just now, the number of fans on his Douyin account increased instantly, and the number of likes exceeded 10,000 in just a few minutes. And the upward trend is getting stronger and stronger. Anyone in the know knows that this is undoubtedly the opening pattern of a viral video, and this elementary school student is also on the verge of becoming a new internet celebrity. At this moment, the short video he posted has already received hundreds of comments. Holy crap! The delivery guy's true identity is actually the chairman of the Imbrand Group, a company with a market capitalization of 10 billion yuan, and the owner of the Fucheng Commercial Street, a company with a market capitalization of 50 billion yuan? And his secretary actually drives a limited edition Bugatti? The delivery guy is so awesome. 666. My mentality exploded. I work so hard every day, getting up early and going to bed late, and now I still ride a Hello bike to work, but this delivery guy is worth tens of billions? If I had known this, I should have entered the food delivery industry. The gold digger was slapped in the face by the delivery guy. All I can say is, I hope this slap in the face comes harder. Now, Chen Fan, the elementary school student who posted this short video, watched his Douyin followers increase rapidly, the number of likes increase crazily, and the number of comments constantly flood the screen. His jaw almost dropped to the ground. Boom! Because he was too excited, Chen Fan dropped his phone on the ground. Fortunately, Chen Fan's phone was a domestically produced one with excellent quality. Even after it fell to the ground, it was not damaged at all. Without hesitation, Chen Fan called his father and said excitedly, "Dad, I'm going to be an internet celebrity soon. Tonight, let Mom make me my favorite braised pork. I want to eat a pound of it." After hanging up the phone with his father, little Chen Fan called Gao Hong, the girl he had a crush on. "Hong Hong, you used to ignore me, and I knew I wasn't worthy of you. 30 years in the East, 30 years in the West. I'm about to take off. Do you know the concept of an internet celebrity? Yes, I'm going to be one soon. In the future, I'll definitely be driving a Ferrari with one hand, and my girlfriend will at least be a top-tier actress. This opportunity is now in front of you, so be my girlfriend right away." Obviously. For Chen Fan, internet celebrities are awesome. If he really becomes an internet celebrity, the goddess Gao Hong will definitely become his girlfriend. Unexpectedly, Gao Hong on the other end of the phone said something in a bad mood after hesitating for a while. What a psycho! After complaining, Gao Hong hung up the phone. Immediately, Gao Hong asked her mother, "Mom, are internet celebrities popular now?" Gao's mother put down her sewing and said in an unquestionable tone, "Let me tell you this, if there's a boy who becomes an internet celebrity in the future, even if he looks as ugly as Bao Xiang, you have to marry him, understand?" Gao Hong was stunned. Immediately, he said enthusiastically, "Mom, I know." Soon, Gao Hong called Chen Fan and said anxiously, Fan, I've thought it through. I promise you." Chen Fan said disdainfully, "Sorry, I already have a girlfriend. Just now, the school beauty Yan Ting agreed to me." That's it. After that, Chen Fan hung up the phone. Wow! Looking up at the sky, Chen Fan felt that he had reached the pinnacle of his life. This feeling can be summed up in one word: awesome. Chapter 98 Money is Willful. Certainly. If any other wealthy tycoon had posted a video of a gold digger slapping a gold digger on the TikTok platform, it would have been ignored. But why did Su Chen's video go viral so relentlessly? 1. Nature is real. There was no hype involved, nor was there a conscious effort to become famous. On the contrary, Su Chen, wearing a food delivery uniform and riding a beat-up electric scooter, simply wanted to keep a low profile. However, unexpectedly, the video of him slapping a gold digger in the face was posted on the Douyin short video platform by Chen Fan, an elementary school student. 2nd. Su Chen has a stunning face, and his temperament is like that of a banished immortal who has descended to the mortal world. In today's age where looks matter, Su Chen can make a living with his face. Therefore, as soon as his video was released, it caused an uproar on the Douyin short video platform. Now, the backstage staff of Douyin short video watched as the number of fans of Chen Fan's Douyin account increased to 50,000 in just a few minutes, and then broke through the 100,000 mark. Someone is actually increasing the number of followers? Our Douyin platform will never allow such behavior to exist. After running a software test, Chen Liang, the technical manager, discovered that the growth of Chen Fan's Douyin followers was abnormal. In the opinion of Chen Liang, the technical manager, even if some top-tier celebrities join their Douyin short video platform, it is impossible for them to increase their fans so much in such a short period of time. So, he was absolutely certain that the increase in Chen Fan's Douyin account followers must have been inflated through some improper software. Shaoli blocked Chen Fan's Douyin account immediately. Chen Liang folded his arms, looked at the computer screen in front of him, and said without question about his help. Xiao Li's name is Li Mei. At this time, after some testing, he turned to Chen Liang and said, "Manager Chen, the increase in the number of followers on Chen Fan's Douyin account is not due to illegal software." What? Hearing Li Mei's words, Chen Liang's eyes widened immediately. He bent down, hurriedly took the mouse, and clicked on Chen Fan's Douyin account homepage. After a careful inspection, cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Oh my god, there are such handsome men in the world? No wonder Chen Fan's Douyin followers are increasing so quickly. I understand. Shaoli immediately pushed this short video posted by Chen Fan to the hot list. And 24-hour flash screen scrolling recommendation. In addition, on our marketing account, Chen Fan is promoted throughout the entire network. Chen Fan thought that he was about to embark on the road to becoming an internet celebrity. Little did they know. A bigger surprise is waiting for me. Su Chen didn't have much of a psychological impact on slapping Yang Shina in the face. He didn't want to be in the spotlight. But if Su Chen really wanted to be in the spotlight, wouldn't all the women in the world be crazy about him? A woman who married someone else would definitely abandon her husband and children for him, and a woman who was in love would definitely dump her boyfriend for him. And the men in this world must be doubting their lives and wanting to commit suicide. Handsome, but not as handsome as Su Chen, just like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Even if he is rich, he cannot compare to Su Chen. A multi-millionaire is no different from a pauper in front of Su Chen. Temperament, charm, conversation. Because of all these things, they have no sense of existence in front of Su Chen. As for Su Chen, he would rather choose to be a low-key delivery boy and experience a better life. After casually instructing Zhang Yanran and Fan Xiangdong, Su Chen drove away on his broken electric scooter. In the wind, Su Chen's short hair fluttered in the wind. His back is so handsome and unruly. For a while, everyone who saw the scene was petrified. They had never seen such a shocking scene before. As for Yang Shina, who was lying on the ground, she was really regretting it. You know, most people can't even see a super boss like Su Chen. However, after seeing Su Chen, Yang Shina, not only did she not have the most basic courtesy, but also mocked him? The most important thing is, she really wanted to apply for a job at Dihao Group in Fuchang Commercial Street. What a coincidence, the person she mocked, humiliated, and looked down upon was actually the big boss of Dihao Group in Fuchang Commercial Street. God! Are you kidding me? Yang Shina regretted it so much that she was going crazy. She roared in her heart, if God could give me another chance, I would kneel down in front of brother Su Chen as soon as we met. I would do whatever he asked me to do. I would even ask him to give birth to a child. I would be more than happy to do that. Looking at Su Chen's back as he sped away on his broken electric scooter, Fan Xiangdong was stunned. For a moment, he was roaring madly in his heart. How could there be such a low-key rich man in the world? He is so rich that he can rival a country, but he chooses to deliver food in obscurity? In this life, I haven't done enough to be your little follower. I beg you to be my boss in the next life. Looking at Su Chen's handsome and unruly back, Zhang Yanran couldn't help but start to become infatuated and smiled foolishly. In her heart, she also sighed, "Boss, the way you drive the electric car with one hand is really handsome. What a pity. I'm your secretary. When there is something going on, I'm very willing to help you." But when there is nothing going on, you can't thinking of this, Zhang Yanran sighed dejectedly. Although Zhang Yanran is also a real goddess. But she also knew deep down that she was not worthy of being Su Chen's woman. Time passes silently. Soon. It was 5:30 in the afternoon. After Su Chen delivered a takeaway order, he announced that he was done for work. You know, most delivery guys are very busy at this time and have a lot of orders. But Su Chen finished work early. There's nothing I can do, I have money and I can do whatever I want. Anyway, Su Chen doesn't rely on delivering takeout to make a living. He just enjoys the pleasure of experiencing life. Came to a beef noodle restaurant for dinner. After dinner, Su Chen lit a cigarette for himself and took out his mobile phone to check his moments. Unexpectedly, as soon as he opened the moments, a message made the cigarette in Su Chen's hand drop to the ground. Chapter 99 Water Drop Fund. Su Chen saw a message about Shuitiku in his circle of friends. Of course, if it was a message sent by an ordinary person, Su Chen would not pay much attention to it. However, the person who posted this message was a girl that Su Chen cared about. Her name is Lin Wenwen. When I was in junior high school, I often brought apples and biscuits to Su Chen. Su Chen was very poor at that time. Even food was a problem for his family, let alone fruits and biscuits. They were ignorant at the time and had no idea that it was the beginning of love. Later, because of their own studies, everyone gradually drifted apart. In recent years, Su Chen hadn't heard from Lin Wenwen. Unexpectedly, today, Lin Wenwen posted about Shuitiku in her circle of friends. Without the slightest hesitation, Su Chen opened Shuitiku. After reading it, Su Chen understood everything. Turned out to be Lin Wenwen's father was diagnosed with leukemia and needed a bone marrow transplant. The amount raised through Shuitiku was 200,000 yuan. Lin Wenwen wrote in the message that if anyone could help her, she would be willing to work like a slave for the rest of her life. If Su Chen was still just an insignificant food delivery rider now, he would sell everything he had to help Lin Wenwen after learning about her current predicament. After all, Lin Wenwen had been loyal to him, and Su Chen would always remember Lin Wenwen, the silly little girl with a ponytail, two little canine teeth showing when she smiled, and who was cute and adorable. Not to mention, Su Chen has now become a billionaire. He decided that he must help Lin Wenwen overcome the difficulties. At the same time, in the intensive care unit of Zhanghai Third People's Hospital, a white-haired old man was lying on the hospital bed. Lin Wenwen was peeling an orange beside him, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. In front of her were two close girlfriends. One of them was wearing designer clothes and carrying a Prada bag, while the other was more shabby, wearing cheap clothes, but she was also a proud person. The woman wearing branded clothes is called Lu Jia, and the woman wearing street goods is called Chen Mei. Now, Lu Jia comforted Lin Wenwen, "Wenwen, don't be sad. I believe your uncle's illness will definitely get better. As for the 200,000 yuan for the bone marrow transplant, we will be able to raise the money soon." While speaking, Lu Jia pulled a crisp 100 yuan bill from her Prada bag and handed it to Lin Wenwen. "Wenwen, all the money in my account has been used to buy mutual funds. Take this 100 yuan for now, and pay me back when you have more money. Right now, we all need to stick together. Don't worry, Mimi and I will definitely help you through this." How ironic is this statement? Lu Jia spent over 10,000 yuan on any single lipstick, and yet she gave Lin Wenwen 100 yuan and asked her to pay it back later? As the saying goes, a friend in need is a friend indeed, and this is also the true test of a person's true character. Kind-hearted Lin Wenwen was moved by Lu Jia's words. She took the 100 yuan Lu Jia handed over and said with tears in her eyes, "Thank you, Jia. Hey, it's okay. Everyone has a family member suffering from a headache or fever. My uncle is in trouble right now and needs our help the most." As he spoke, Lu Jia looked at Chen Mei who was standing beside him. "Mimi, please give Wenwen some support." Chen Mei was short of money, but she couldn't just sit back and watch. She took out 50 yuan from her high-end Dior imitation wallet and handed it to Lin Wenwen, comforting her, "Wenwen, take these 50 yuan first. If it's not enough, I'll find a way. As for interest rates, they will be based on bank standards. Lin Wenwen smiled bitterly and took the 50 yuan that Chen Mei handed over. Even a small amount of money is still neat. Although it was only a paltry 50 yuan, patients in the hospital needed money for everything. For Lin Wenwen, these 50 yuan were enough to cover half a month's worth of food. Sudden. Lu Jia changed the subject and said, Wenwen, I remember when we were in junior high school, you seemed to have a very good relationship with Su Chen, a classmate of ours? Why don't you borrow money from him? After hearing what Lu Jia said, before Lin Wenwen could say anything, Chen Mei attacked sarcastically, Jia, stop mentioning that loser Su Chen. I heard that he's delivering food now. How much money can a delivery rider earn after working so hard for a month? In Shanghai, the delivery riders are no different from the beggars squatting on the ground begging and the old men picking up rags on the roadside. Do you expect Su Chen to lend you money? Oh. It's just funny. It's hard to say whether Su Chen can support himself. Drop. At this moment, Lin Wenwen's cell phone rang. She clicked on the Shuidi crowdfunding page and saw the fundraising amount. It suddenly changed from 1,000 yuan to 200,000 yuan. Lin Wenwen's eyes widened instantly. Jia, Mei, look. Lin Wenwen exclaimed excitedly. Chapter 100 Kind-Hearted People. After seeing the crowdfunding amount of 200,000 yuan displayed on the Shuidico page, Lin Wenwen was so grateful and excited that she was unable to express it in words. She knelt on the ground with a thud and kowtowed facing the window of the intensive care unit. Good-hearted people, God will definitely bless you. Lin Wenwen clasped her hands together and said with sincere emotion. Now. Lu Jia and Chen Mei exchanged a look, each in shock. After a moment, Lu Jia said in disbelief, how is this possible? I originally thought it would take 3 to 5 months to raise the 200,000 yuan crowdfunding amount, but I didn't expect it to be raised so quickly. Chen Mei urged, Wenwen, hurry up and see who is helping you. Because the Shuidico page displays the donor's online name and donation amount, Lin Wenwen quickly saw that a user nicknamed Walker donated 200,000 yuan to her. Walker? Lu Jia was stunned, frowning. After thinking for a long time, he muttered, why does this online name sound so familiar? Sudden. Lu Jia slapped her thigh and said excitedly, I remember now. This is Su Chen's online name. I am also his friend, but we haven't been in touch for so many years. 2. How could a materialistic woman like Lu Jia be in contact with a delivery man? Su Chen? Chen Mei's eyes widened when she heard this, and she said in confusion, Su Chen is just a delivery rider. He works so hard every month, how can he earn 5,000 yuan? He donated 200,000 yuan to Wenwen? This is too unbelievable. Could it be that he got these 200,000 yuan by robbing a bank? Lin Wenwen suddenly thought of something and quickly dialed Su Chen's number. Because Su Chen's WeChat number was bound to a phone number, Lin Wenwen found Su Chen's contact information on Su Chen's WeChat homepage and called him directly. Brother Su Chen, you. After not contacting each other for many years, Lin Wenwen suddenly called Su Chen and didn't know what to say. When she was in junior high school, she did like Su Chen. But there has never been a confession. At that time, Su Chen was a celebrity on campus, brilliant and full of vigor. Even the 4 most beautiful girls in the school fought each other for the identity of Su Chen's girlfriend. Although Lin Wenwen is fair-skinned and beautiful, she is not good at talking. Then, she could only bury her feelings for Su Chen deep in her heart. Unexpectedly, after so many years, when she contacted Su Chen again, she still felt her heart beating like a deer. Wenwen, what's wrong? Su Chen's magnetic voice sounded. After hesitating for a moment, Lin Wenwen said softly, Brother Su Chen, I want to ask, did you donate 200,000 yuan to my father? Su Chen did not hide it and admitted it directly and generously. Yes, it's me. Lin Wenwen said in disbelief, I heard Mimi and Jejje say that you are now delivering food, so? What Lin Wenwen meant was, you are delivering food, where do you get so much money? Su Chen half-jokingly said, so what? In order to treat my old classmate's father, I robbed the bank and donated 200,000 to you. Why, is that not possible? Ah. Su Chen's joke frightened Lin Wenwen immediately. She said anxiously, Brother Su Chen, my father is sick and in the hospital. He really needs a lot of money, but you can't rob a bank. No, I must return the 200,000 yuan to you. Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Silly girl, I was just joking with you, why did you take it seriously? I earned these 200,000 legally, don't worry. The wealth rewarded by the system is naturally legal. No way. Any questions? Lu Jia was sitting next to Lin Wenwen, so she heard everything Su Chen said clearly. She rolled her eyes and suddenly thought of something, so she said to Lin Wenwen and Chen Mei, Wenwen, Mimi, you guys sit down first. I'm going to make a phone call. As soon as he walked out of the intensive care unit, Lu Jia dialed a number. Xiangzi, help me investigate someone. Chapter 101: The Schemes Between Girlfriends. The Xiangzi that Lu Jia mentioned is Liang Zicheng, whose full name is Liang Zicheng. He is known as the all-knowing person in Zhanghai. As the name suggests, he has a wide range of information channels. Even the secrets of those wealthy families that cannot be seen in the light can be found out by Liang Zicheng. By chance, Lu Jia met Liang Zicheng at a banquet. Liang Zicheng has a characteristic: as long as the woman is beautiful, he will accept her. So, he slept with Lu Jia, and Lu Jia thought that she could tie Liang Zicheng down tightly. Little did they know. Liang Zicheng was just playing around with her. As for helping Lu Jia investigate Su Chen, it was not because Liang Zicheng was so obedient to Lu Jia, but because Lu Zicheng's greatest pleasure was to dig out other people's secrets. 5 minutes later, Liang Zicheng sent the information he had investigated to Lu Jia's WeChat. After reading it, Lu Jia's eyes widened, and he almost suffocated. His face turned red and his heart was beating wildly. This Su Chen, he is actually a super rich boss? After reading the message Liang Zicheng sent her, Lu Jia suddenly felt that her brain was not enough. She was shocked, confused, and puzzled. No one knew what kind of storm was going on in Lu Jia's heart at this moment. The chairman of the Emgrand Group, the big boss of Fucheng Commercial Street, drives an 80 million Bugatti, lives in a 350 million imperial villa, and also has 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Diyuan? Hiss. Lu Jia couldn't help but take a breath. I sighed in my heart, even if he is the richest man in Shanghai, he is not good enough in front of Su Chen, right? Back in the intensive care unit, Lu Jia quickly handed the 10,000 yuan in cash from the Prada bag to Lin Wenwen, and said enthusiastically, Wenwen, take this money. You don't have to pay me back. This. Lin Wenwen stared at Lu Jia with some confusion. Before, Lu Jia lent her 100 yuan and told her to pay it back later, but now she's giving her 10,000 yuan straight away and saying she doesn't have to pay it back? What's going on? Lu Jia is quite scheming. How could he not see the doubts in Lin Wenwen's heart? Now, holding Lin Wenwen's hand, she said enthusiastically, Wenwen, based on our sisterly relationship, I'm lending you money. Do you need to pay it back? However, I have a small request. Obviously, Lu Jia's real intention is not to drink. What he is going to say next is the key. Lin Wenwen was confused. Jia, if you have anything to say, just say it directly. Lu Jia hesitated for a moment, gathered the hair beside her ears, and said shyly, well, aren't you and Su Chen a good friend? So I thought you could say something good about me to Su Chen. What do you mean? Lin Wenwen still didn't understand. Lu Jia nudged Lin Wenwen's waist with her elbow and said coquettishly, oh, that's annoying. I've made it very clear, okay? It's just a matter between men and women, you know. Lin Wenwen blinked. Immediately. Then she understood and said, Jia, do you like brother Su Chen? She didn't know why, but when she heard Lu Jia say that she liked Su Chen, Lin Wenwen felt a pang of sadness in her heart. It's like, I felt very disappointed when the treasure that originally belonged to me suddenly became someone else's. Yeah. Lu Jia nodded with a sweet and happy face. Hearing this, Chen Mei, who was standing by, seemed to have heard something shocking, and said with an exaggerated expression, Jia, did I hear it right? In the past, you made a bold statement that you would not marry into a wealthy family in this life. Although Su Chen donated 200,000 yuan to Wenwen. But he's just a food delivery driver after all. Why, you don't want to marry into a wealthy family, but you're willing to marry a dead delivery driver? Chen Mei's words were full of ridicule and disdain for Su Chen. Lu Jia is so scheming. Of course, she couldn't reveal Su Chen's true identity. If Lin Wenwen and Chen Mei knew that Su Chen was the chairman of the Dihao Group with a market value of 10 billion yuan, the boss of the Fucheng Commercial Street with a market value of 50 billion yuan, drove a limited edition Bugatti worth 80 million yuan, and lived in an imperial villa worth 350 million yuan. And In the land scarce Longfong Dun, there are 1,000 school district houses. You can imagine. Once Su Chen's identity was known to Chen Mei and Lin Wenwen, the competition would intensify, so Lu Jia rewrote her story. People change. In the past, I was a little materialistic. But when looking for a man, you should never focus on whether he has money or not. I think brother Su Chen is handsome and has a good temperament. As long as he treats me well in the future, that's enough. As for what kind of job he does, I don't care at all. What's wrong with delivering food? Wenwen, Mimi, you can't discriminate against delivery men. I've seen the shameless ones. Can. It is absolutely rare to find someone as shameless as Lu Jia, who pretends to be fresh and unworldly. Lin Wenwen hesitated for a moment, then said reluctantly, "Okay, I'll help you. Help your best friend to pursue the man you once liked." This. What kind of experience is it? After dialing Su Chen's number again, Lin Wenwen said with a very sad heart, "Brother Su Chen, I need your help with something." Chapter 102 Operation Venus. Lin Wenwen asked Su Chen for help, and of course Su Chen would not refuse. Only. What Su Chen didn't expect was that Lin Wenwen didn't want Su Chen to help her, but to help her best friend Lu Jia to make connections. Lin Wenwen asked Su Chen to wait for her at the Starbucks on Xingfu Street. Can. When Su Chen arrived, he didn't see Lin Wenwen, but found Lu Jia, dressed to the 90s, waiting for him with 99 roses in her hands. Furthermore, Lu Jia was very good at creating hype for herself, and she planned to express her feelings to Su Chen in a high-profile manner. Now, after seeing a charming woman like Lu Jia standing in the Starbucks lobby with a rose in her hand, the customers around started talking about it, especially the men, whose eyes were glued to Lu Jia. "Oh my god, what a gorgeous lady! This face, this figure, wow, if this beauty was my wife, I would stay at home every day and never go out. Even if I died, I would have no complaints. I just don't know, who is this beautiful woman going to confess her love to with roses in her hands? Is there any need to ask? It must be some wealthy young man." When Su Chen appeared at the door of Starbucks wearing a delivery uniform, the curious customers all dropped their eyes to the ground. Damn it! What did I see? This stunning beauty holding a rose is actually planning to confess her love to a delivery boy? This is incredible. Wow, if I change my job to escort now, will I still end up with such a beautiful goddess? Others didn't know Su Chen's true identity and thought he was just a takeaway boy. But Lu Jia had already investigated clearly and found that Su Chen was no longer the same as before. Even the richest man in Shanghai is no match for Su Chen. Lu Jia is extremely lucky to be the wife of such a super rich tycoon. Furthermore, Su Chen is still so handsome and elegant. Such a man is simply a rare treasure, a perfect male god. In the past, even when Lu Jia faced the pursuit of wealthy young men, she was too arrogant and looked down on those rich young men. Over time, Lu Jia was actually labeled as an ice goddess. However, times are different now. Now, standing in front of Su Chen, Lu Jia even felt a little ashamed of herself. She felt that she was not worthy of Su Chen. Knock knock. Knock knock. Lu Jia's heart was beating wildly. Only success is allowed, failure is not allowed. Lu Jia kept comforting herself in her heart. In order to successfully pursue her male god Su Chen, Lu Jia named this action Operation Venus. 36 Ways to Behead a Man, the ultimate killer move in the love manual. I have already cultivated to the pinnacle level. Now, it's time to show my true strength. Pity. Just when Lu Jia mustered up the courage to confess to Su Chen actually planned to turn around and leave. "Hey, my man, please stay." Seeing Su Chen was about to leave, Lu Jia immediately trotted after him, while the onlookers were all stunned. Nah, a gorgeous goddess is chasing after a delivery guy, and he's so aloof? Is this a distortion of human nature, or a decline in morality? Welcome to Emma's live studio. Xiao Lulu will reveal the final answer for you. The plot twists are so intense that it's hard to keep up. I'm so looking forward to it. What happened between them? Now, after Lu Jia stopped Su Chen, she did not question why he left. Instead, she made a shocking move, which instantly made the atmosphere in the entire Starbucks reach an extremely frenzied level. Chapter 103, Incomparable. The general thinking of the general public is that the confession between a man and a woman must be initiated and taken by the man. What is surprising is that Lu Jia, who was very good at creating momentum for himself, actually knelt down on one knee in front of Su Chen with 99 roses in his hand. For a moment, the entire Starbucks coffee shop was completely boiling with all kinds of shouts and wolf howls. Nima, my mentality is broken. Is there such a thing? It's so awesome. Such a beautiful goddess actually knelt down on one knee and confessed her love to the delivery guy in public? So the question is, what merits did this delivery guy have? Did he save the solar system in his past life? For a while, public opinion turned to Lu Jia. It has to be said that Lu Jia's move was very cruel. She almost put Su Chen in opposition to the public. If Su Chen rejected Lu Jia, he would definitely become the target of public criticism. As Lu Jia knelt on one knee in front of Su Chen, almost everyone in the Starbucks cafe started to make a fuss. Click. Click. Various photography sounds. Together. 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 Hearing the enthusiastic cheers from the crowd, Lu Jia was extremely satisfied. In Lu Jia's opinion, even if Su Chen was under pressure from public opinion, he would definitely not reject her in public. Unexpectedly, Su Chen has always been so heroic and domineering in doing things. He glanced at Lu Jia, who was kneeling in front of him, with a calm expression, and said, "I'm sorry, we are not suitable." Finished. Su Chen planned to leave immediately. Wait. But how could Lu Jia let Su Chen go so easily? After shouting, she asked with tears in her eyes, "Su Chen, I want to know why?" "No reason." Su Chen spread his hands. Immediately. His eyes swept over the people around him, and he said indifferently, "I'm just a happy delivery rider. Please don't disturb my peaceful life, okay?" That's it. Without stopping at all, after running out of the Starbucks cafe, Su Chen picked up his broken electric bike and drove away. His back was so handsome and unruly. The breeze lifted his bangs, and in the wind, he was the most dazzling and handsome man in the world. Seeing that things turned out like this, everyone around looked at each other in surprise. Then, the men in the Starbucks coffee shop rushed forward. "Beauty, what do you think of me? I'm a department manager of a listed company, with an annual income of 5 million, which is much more than what that delivery boy earns just now. I'm just a little older. You shouldn't mind too much, right?" A bald middle-aged man in his 50s, with a face full of the aura of a bootlicker, came up to Lu Jia and said enthusiastically. However, what greeted him was Lu Jia's roar like a lioness. "Get out of here!" Lu Jia's spit flew everywhere as she launched into a barrage of insults at the bald man. "You're not even worthy of carrying Mr. Su's shoes, you know that? Fuck you." The bald uncle was furious when he heard this. His eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "I earn 5 million a year, and I can't compare to that poor delivery driver?" Pooh. Lu Jia spat at the bald uncle and said angrily, 5 million is nothing. Mr. Su is the chairman of the Emgrand Group and the big boss of Fucheng Commercial Street. He drives a Bugatti and lives in an imperial villa worth 350 million. And there are 1,000 school district houses in Longfeng Diyuan. You only have 5 million, and you dare to be compared with Mr. Su? Are you worthy? Boom. Lu Jia's words were like a thunderclap, completely exploding in everyone's minds. For a moment, everyone at Starbucks was stunned. In their hearts, a huge wave of emotion was set off. Chapter 104 He's coming. Before Lu Jia revealed Su Chen's true identity, all the customers in Starbucks looked down on Su Chen and looked at him with contempt. Right now. Everyone began to doubt their lives. In this day and age, everyone who delivers food is a talent. The super rich are so low-key, leaving us ordinary people with no chance of survival. From now on, whenever I see a food delivery driver, I will salute him even if I'm 300 meters away. Damn it, comparing myself to others is really frustrating. Everyone, please don't pull me. I'm going to die anyway. After leaving Starbucks, Su Chen called Lin Wenwen. "Brother Su Chen, how is Jia Jia? You two must be a good match, right?" Although she said so, Lin Wenwen felt extremely sad in her heart. She pushed the man she liked to her best friend with her own hands. Who hasn't experienced such a thing and doesn't know the bitterness of it? Silly girl, you were sold and you're still counting money for others. Su Chen lectured her angrily. Lin Wenwen was completely confused, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and then she asked with a puzzled look on her face, "Brother Su Chen, what happened?" "Lu Jia confessed her feelings to me, didn't you know about it beforehand?" Lin Wenwen really didn't know how to explain. The two chatted for a while, and then Su Chen hung up the phone. Actually, in Su Chen's heart, Lin Wenwen is his sister. Although, when he was in middle school, Su Chen did have feelings for Lin Wenwen, but time has passed and people will change after all. Wouldn't it be nice to keep that innocent beauty in his heart? Time passes silently. Soon. It was 8 o'clock in the evening. When Su Chen was about to return to his house, the phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Wang Ji calling. Gigi, what's going on? When Wang Ji heard Su Chen's address to him, his forehead was immediately filled with black lines. Lao Su, I still hope you can call me by my full name, Wang Ji. Thank you. Okay, Gigi. Wang Ji was helpless. After a moment's silence, Wang Ji suddenly shouted in delight, Lao Su, I have some great news for you. Ru Hua has agreed to my proposal. Hee, isn't that awesome, bro? Is this true? Su Chen was happy for Wang Ji as his good friend finally found his own happiness. Of course it's true. With your intelligence, Brother Chen, how could I fool you? So, let me arrange a drinking party at the Tonight Bar on Green South Road. The three of us can have a good drink. Su Chen curled his lips. Are you willing to let your sister-in-law drink? Hi. Upon hearing this, Wang Ji immediately laughed heartily. Don't underestimate my wife Ru Hua, she's just a woman. But if we really compare our drinking capacity, you, Brother Chen, might not be her match. Tonight, I'll let my wife have a good sparring match with you. Alright, you two are like husband and wife, united in purpose. Strive to defeat me tonight. Okay, then I'll go and make the arrangements. Finished. Su Chen hung up the phone. Later, his mother called again and asked Su Chen if he had a girlfriend recently. She said that his relatives had introduced him to several blind dates. Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Mom, your son may be a food delivery driver, but I'm handsome. Just based on this, how can I be reduced to the level of a blind date? After half-jokingly chatting with his mother for a while, Su Chen drove his broken electric scooter towards the Don't Come Back Tonight bar. At the same time, at the bar counter of the Don't Come Back Tonight bar, there is a charming and seductive woman sitting. At this moment, she is savoring a glass of whiskey. She has long hair, heavy makeup, flaming red lips, high heels, black tights, and a charming temperament under the dim light. When all these labels are put on Zhang Lan, she has undoubtedly become the most eye-catching person in the entire bar. Good. Zhang Lan is the owner of this bar. At the same time, she was also Su Chen's once extremely enthusiastic pursuer. At this time, a bald middle-aged man sat down next to Zhang Lan and put his arm around her waist. After the two chatted for a while, the bald middle-aged man said with interest, Lan, although you are my Tiger Lord's woman now, I heard from my brothers that you were also very glorious and brilliant when you were young. Tell me about it? Chatting and chatting. Zhang Lan mentioned Su Chen. After taking a big gulp of red wine, Zhang Lan tilted her head and smiled bitterly. Master Hu, Zhang Lan, was a flower back then. The men who pursued me could line up from Shanghai to Yanjing. Tell me, how could I be so stupid back then to fall in love with a young boy? That guy was really awesome when he was in school. He was a big shot in our school. Now, I'm actually delivering food, haha. The bald middle-aged man named Pei Hu, after hearing what Zhang Lan said, gently clinked his glass with Zhang Lan and said, if there's a chance, I'd like to meet that poor delivery guy you mentioned. At this moment, Su Chen approached the No Return Tonight bar. When Zhang Lan saw Su Chen, he was stunned for a moment. Then, he said to Pei Hu in a daze, Master Hu, he's here. Chapter 105. Are you okay? Zhang Lan had never expected to run into Su Chen in her own bar. Back when she was in middle school, Su Chen was high and mighty, known as the school's most influential figure in its century-long history. Back then, he'd been indifferent to her. But now, encountering him at the Tonight bar, Zhang Lan was determined to exact revenge on him for all the humiliation she'd endured. Certainly. When she was in middle school, Zhang Lan was completely wishful thinking. Now, she thinks she has reached the peak of her life, so she still holds a grudge about what happened back then. At this moment, after seeing Su Chen in such a shabby state, wearing a delivery uniform, Zhang Lan suddenly felt a sense of superiority in her heart. Then, aren't you very awesome? How come it has come to this point now? At this moment, Zhang Lan hugged Pei Hu's neck and said with a smug look on his face, Master Hu, you have to help me vent my anger. Back then, that poor bastard Su Chen actually dared to reject me? Today, I have to step on his head, let him know who I am, and make him pay the price for his ignorance back then. Don't worry. Pei Hu's palm slapped Zhang Lan's thigh unscrupulously. Immediately. As soon as Pei Hu called out, 5 or 6 burly young men with a ruffian's appearance stared at Su Chen with a teasing look and walked towards him step by step. Su Chen also noticed the strangeness of Pei Hu and others, and felt puzzled. I don't know these people at all, but why do they seem so unfriendly? No way. Are they jealous of my looks? Su Chen felt that this was the only reason that could explain it. Ask yourself. Su Chen was really helpless. He really didn't want to be so shockingly handsome, but the more he wanted to become uglier, the more handsome Su Chen became as time passed and he grew older. Why? If being handsome is a sin, Su Chen feels that he is definitely a sinner of all time. When Su Chen stepped into the tonight bar, he was targeted. Su Chen didn't know the other party's intentions, but what if the other party wanted to do something bad to him? Sorry, Su Chen was definitely not a pushover. At this time, Pei Hu winked at the 2 strong men, who immediately understood. They walked to the left and right sides of Su Chen, intending to trip Su Chen to the ground while he was not paying attention, and then make Su Chen a laughingstock in the eyes of all the drinkers. Pity. What makes them despair is the feet of those 2 strong men have always been extremely powerful. One of them was even a desperado who kicked a fitness coach to death with 1 kick. This shows how powerful his feet are. However, what surprised them was that the 2 strong men took advantage of Su Chen's unpreparedness and launched a sudden attack, but in the end, Su Chen was unharmed, while the 2 strong men were as if they had kicked a steel plate, and they grimaced in pain. Su Chen frowned slightly and asked doubtfully, "Hey, you two, are you okay?" After hearing what Su Chen said, the 2 strong men's mentality completely exploded. Damn it. We launched a surprise attack on you, but you were unharmed and yet you asked us if we were okay? What is going on? Zhang Lan was holding a glass of red wine in her hand. After taking a sip leisurely, she blocked Su Chen's way. Mr. Su, do you still recognize me? Zhang Lan planned to take action personally and teach Su Chen a lesson. At the same time, let him also have a taste of what it feels like to be humiliated. Chapter 106 Kneeling. Pei Hu was secretly surprised by the scene before his eyes. He knew his 2 brothers' skills very well. Even when facing those coaches from the sports university, they could fight 10 of them at once. He was completely overwhelmed by this delivery driver? Furthermore, his sudden attack not only failed but also backfired. Pei Hu couldn't help but understand. It seems the pretty boy that Zhang Lan once liked was also a martial artist. However, 2 fists are no match for 4 hands. This don't return tonight bar is Pei Hu's territory. Since this pretty boy dared to come here standing, he must make him leave lying down. When thinking of this, Pei Hu felt even more contempt for Su Chen. Now, Wang Ji and Ruhua also saw Su Chen's figure and were about to step forward to explain that they came here to drink, and if Su Chen offended them, he, Wang Ji, was willing to apologize. Unfortunately, Wang Ji had just taken a step forward when he was stopped by a strong man like an iron tower. You piece of trash! How dare you meddle in other people's business? The burly man was nearly 2 meters tall, while Wang Ji was only a little over 1.7 meters tall. Looking up at the burly man with a strong build, Wang Ji swallowed his saliva with lingering fear. Immediately, she lowered her head weakly, and could only pray for Su Chen to be blessed in her heart. Now, standing in front of Zhang Lan, Su Chen frowned slightly. He recognized her as the rich girl who had once pursued him. However, whether in the past or now, he had always felt only disgust towards Zhang Lan. Since he could see that Zhang Lan had bad intentions, Su Chen had no intention of speaking to her properly. I'm sorry, I have a bad memory. I can't remember those unimportant people at all. Su Chen is not a saint. Since Zhang Lan wants to mock him, Su Chen will certainly not give her a good face. Immediately, coming in front of Wang Ji and Ruhua, he said without question, "Let's go to another bar." The sturdy man suddenly exerted force with his hands, causing Wang Ji's bones to crackle. Wang Ji understood what the strong man meant, so he said with a grin, "Brother Chen, I think this bar is pretty good. Let's not change. Let my friend go." Su Chen said indifferently. "Oh. Hearing Su Chen's words, Zhang Lan and Pei Hu couldn't help but look at each other, and the expressions on their faces became extremely contemptuous and disdainful, as if they had heard a huge joke. You know. This is Pei Hu's territory, and he, Pei Hu, has the final say in everything. Pei Hu held a red wineglass in his hand, clinked glasses with Zhang Lan with a playful look on his face, then looked Su Chen up and down, and said with a tone full of contempt, "Poor bastard, just because you are a dead delivery rider, you dare to come to our tonight don't come back to spend money? And you want me to let go of your friend? If you ask me to let you go, I will. But, Master Tiger, do you have any dignity left?" Ha ha. As Pei Hu finished speaking, everyone around him burst into laughter, as if Su Chen was a clown there for their entertainment. Zhang Lan quickly agreed, Su Chen, in the past, you were known as the most influential person in the school's 100-year history. It was an honor for you that I pursued you. But what about you? How shameless of you to be given a chance. The men who pursue me can line up from Shanghai to Yanjing, but when it comes to you, you don't even look at me straight in the eye. Why are you running to my place to deliver food today? Su Chen looked directly into Zhang Lan's eyes and said calmly, I'm not here to deliver food, I'm here to drink. You're wearing a delivery uniform and coming here to drink? Zhang Lan said sarcastically. Ha ha. There was another burst of laughter. You can imagine. If an ordinary person faced such a scene, he would definitely tremble with fear, because in front of Su Chen stood 6 or 7 tattooed strong men. This formation could be said to be extremely scary. But things are different now. Su Chen now has a huge amount of wealth, and he also has unparalleled magical skills. Let alone Pei Hu, even if Pei Hu's father comes, Su Chen will not take him seriously. Seeing Su Chen silent, Zhang Lan felt relieved. You are a delivery rider who works so hard for a month. Can you come to our tonight bar and buy a bottle of whiskey? Chang, tell this poor guy, how much does a bottle of this whiskey in my hand cost? Zhang Lan looked at a young man in a suit. The man in the suit said arrogantly, listen up, scumbag. The whiskey in the boss lady's hand has a market value of 45,000. In other words, a delivery guy like you would have to work hard for a whole year to be able to afford a bottle of our wine. At the same time, Pei Hu's father, Pei Si, was pleading with Fan Shangdong, the manager of Fucheng Commercial Street. Manager Fan, my son's tonight bar has seriously impacted the reputation of Fucheng Commercial Street. Please consider my years of hard work and dedication. Even if I haven't made any contributions, I've certainly put in some hard work. Please extend our lease for another year. Pei Si knew it well. Only by choosing the location of the Don't Come Back Tonight bar on Fucheng Commercial Street can he earn huge wealth every year. Therefore, he did not hesitate to kneel in front of Fan Shangdong and beg him to renew the lease of their Don't Come Back Tonight bar. I won't be back in the bar hall tonight. Faced with the ridicule from Zhang Lan and others, Su Chen was helpless. As a man destined to become the richest man in the world, he was too lazy to bother with Zhang Lan and others, such petty people. His eyes swept over Zhang Lan and Pei Hu, and Su Chen said without question, people with different ideals cannot work together, and I don't want to waste time here. Let my friend go, and we'll leave. Ask yourself. Su Chen really didn't want to take action, for fear of hurting the people here. He didn't want to cause trouble, nor did he want to create unnecessary complications. He happily delivered takeout every day. Isn't such a quiet life good? Can. Su Chen's repeated concessions made Zhang Lan and Pei Hu feel that Su Chen was timid. At that moment, they looked down on Su Chen even more, especially Pei Hu. At this moment, he said with interest, did I let you go? Although his tone seemed gentle. However, there was a look of amusement and disdain on his face, as if Su Chen was his pet. Master Tiger. Zhang Lan pulled Pei Hu's arm, acting like a spoiled child. Anyway, I once pursued this poor bastard. Master Tiger, please be kind and don't bother with him. Let us do this. If this poor bastard kneels before me and calls me Grandma, Master Tiger, please let him go. Ha ha. As soon as Zhang Lan said this, the entire Don't Come Back Tonight bar burst into laughter again. Pei Hu was embarrassed. Originally, with my style of doing things, Master Hu would definitely not let him go. But since you've said so, Lan, Master Tiger certainly won't refuse your honor. As he spoke, Pei Hu pointed at the floor in front of him and said indifferently, poor bastard, you're lucky. Kneel down quickly. Chapter 107 No one can fight. In Pei Hu's opinion, he had more people and more power, and it was in his own territory. Any smart person would be able to bend and stretch this poor delivery guy. Zhang Lan also mocked, Su Chen, for a poor bastard like you who has no money and no power, how much is dignity worth? Kneel down in front of me and call me grandma. Then, get out of the tonight bar, and don't ever let me meet you again. Otherwise, I'll let Tiger Lord beat you up every time I see you. Zhang Lan felt very relieved, as if she had fought back all the humiliation Su Chen had brought her. As a man of blood, how can I be humiliated like this by such a villain? But Su Chen didn't want to make a big fuss. If the other party was willing to apologize, he wouldn't mind. He wanted to make a big thing small. His eyes swept over Zhang Lan and Pei Hu, and Su Chen said calmly, "You insult me because you don't know who I am. So, I won't argue with you." Hearing this, everyone around was stunned. Zhang Lan and Pei Hu exchanged bewildered glances. Then, after coming to their senses, Zhang Lan asked with an exaggerated expression, "Master Hu, what did this poor bastard just say? We don't even know who he is. Why isn't he going to challenge us?" Ha ha. It really made me laugh to death. Su Trash, you're just trying to be as knowledgeable as us, but the question is, do you have the ability to do it? You're so arrogant, do you really take yourself seriously? Why? Pei Hu said listlessly, "This idiot must have been frightened silly, that's why he's talking nonsense." Lan Lan, don't take it to heart. While speaking, Pei Hu's eyes were fixed on Su Chen, and he said in an extremely cold and stern manner, "Kneel down for me." Su Chen smiled indifferently. "I have no intention of getting into a fight with you, but you've gone too far. If you do something wrong, you must accept the punishment. If you too apologize to Su, I'll leave. Otherwise, I don't know what the consequences will be. Fuck you." Hearing Su Chen's words, Pei Hu could no longer endure it. He stood up from his seat and roared at all the tattooed men around him, "A mere piece of trash dares to show off in front of me, Master Hu? If anyone can cut off both arms of this bastard, I will immediately reward him with 5 million in cash." As the saying goes, there will always be brave men when there is a big reward. As Pei Hu said this, the tattooed men clenched their fists, as if they were ready to cut Su Chen into pieces. Ah! Ruhua, who was standing aside, had already been frightened out of her wits. Seeing so many burly men about to attack Su Chen, she couldn't help but scream in fear. Wang Ji's face was also pale, and he was shivering all over. "Master Tiger." Zhang Lan huddled in Pei Hu's arms and continued to act coquettishly, "When you take off that poor bastard Su Chen's arms, you have to make him kneel in front of me and call me grandma. It's natural." Immediately, Pei Hu shouted at the burly man beside him, "Hurry up and kill this poor bastard." The drinkers around came over to watch the fun. "Hey, this delivery guy is definitely going to have to walk out of the bar lying down today. Master Tiger is a notorious bully throughout the Fucheng commercial street. Why would he offend such a vicious villain? Now, both of his arms are definitely lost." At this time, seeing Pei Hu's men about to rush in front of him, Su Chen's face was not panicked at all. Instead, he said in a calm tone, "I have already given you a chance, but you are useless and don't know how to cherish it. Whatever happens next, you really can't blame me." Pei Hu held his forehead with one hand, feeling so helpless that he was about to kill someone. Immediately, veins popped out of his forehead as he roared hysterically, "Kill them to death. If someone dies, I'll be damned responsible." Upon hearing this, those burly men rushed towards Su Chen like crazy as if they had been injected with chicken blood. With unparalleled magical skills in hand, what does Su Chen have to fear? Boom! The first burly man who rushed to Su Chen was about to swing his iron fist as big as a casserole to hit Su Chen in the face, but unexpectedly, Su Chen's fist arrived first, and only a muffled sound was heard. Then, the sturdy man felt dizzy, his legs went weak, and he collapsed to the ground, passed out. Seeing this, Su Chen looked at his fist and sighed helplessly, "It's too fragile as a piece of paper. I haven't even exerted much strength yet, and you're lying down and motionless?" Two more strong men rushed to Su Chen, and seeing that their companion had fainted, they no longer dared to move forward rashly. They looked at each other with lingering fear and hesitated. Forward? Or withdraw? This is a super difficult problem. Are you still going to fight? If not, I'll leave. Su Chen said lightly. Pei Hu was standing by and was completely stunned. After he came to his senses, he roared angrily again. "Come on, old man." Pei Hu gave the order, and these burly men had to rush forward. However, Su Chen's skills were too agile. After a head-on punch with one of the burly men curled up his body and jumped out of the no-return tonight bar. This scene. This made Su Chen dumbfounded. What's going on? That reckless guy, jumping around like he's really excited? After sighing for a while, Su Chen looked around. Who else? Su Chen just said lightly. But those sturdy men who usually looked ferocious all lowered their heads weakly like cowards. Why? Su Chen sighed dejectedly. There's not a single one who can fight. Coming up to Zhang Lan and Pei Hu, Su Chen asked in a negotiating tone, will you two allow me to leave? Gulong. Zhang Lan was already frightened out of his wits. He swallowed his saliva unconsciously and said dully, Su Chen, how can you fight so well? It's okay. Perhaps you've forgotten that this is a civilized age. No matter how powerful your fists and feet are, you're just a reckless man. Can your fighting skills bring you financial income? Can they bring you fame and profit? So, in the final analysis, you're still a poor bastard, and I will always look down on you. Then what should I do to be looked up to by you? Su Chen said with a smile. At your age, if your annual income exceeded 1 million, I might look at you with a higher regard. Oh. Hearing this, Su Chen couldn't help but sneer. Can I tell everyone that I live in a 350 million yuan imperial villa and drive an 80 million yuan limited edition Bugatti? Oh, right. I'm also the chairman of the Dihao Group, and I own 1,000 units of school district housing in Longfeng Diyuan. Even the Fuqiang Commercial Street where your Tonight Never Comes Home bar is located is my property. Do you think these identities are worthy of your respect? Boom. Su Chen's words were like a thunderclap, completely stupefying Zhang Lan. After coming to her senses, the disgust in Zhang Lan's eyes grew even stronger. I never thought a poor delivery guy like you could be such a conceited idiot. You have no real ability, so all you know is bragging? Boasting? Ha, believe it or not. At this moment, Pei Hu called his father Pei Si and said in a tone full of grievance, Dad, something happened in my bar, please come over and take a look. Chapter 108 He is the big boss. You know. Pei Si is a very protective person. As long as someone offends his son, no matter who is right or wrong, Pei Si will side with his son Pei Hu. At this moment, after hearing Pei Hu's almost crying voice on the phone, Pei Si suddenly became angry. Chow! Someone still messes with my son Pei Si. Do you want to die? Whore, wait a moment. Dad will bring people over now. When the time comes, I will kill that person and smash him to pieces. Fan Xiangdong was standing next to Pei Si. At this time, after hearing Pei Si's words, he asked in confusion, What's the matter, Boss Pei? No, no. Hearing this, Pei Si quickly smiled and said, My son doesn't know who he offended. Someone came to his bar to cause trouble. Fan Xiangdong's brows furrowed as he said indignantly, You guys aren't going back to the bar tonight. This is a store managed by our Fuqiang Commercial Street, and yet someone is causing trouble? They clearly don't take our Fuqiang Commercial Street seriously, do they? Boss Pei, I'll go with you and take some people to see who has the guts to cause trouble in our Fuqiang Commercial Street. Oh, how can I have the nerve to trouble Mr. Fan? Pei Si said somewhat flattered. This isn't a question of whether it's a nuisance or not. Someone's causing trouble in your bar, and we at Fuqiang Commercial Street naturally can't just sit back and watch. Otherwise, who would be willing to open a business in our Fuqiang Commercial Street in the future? So, under the leadership of Pei Si, Fan Xiangdong personally selected 20 burly security guards from Fuqiang Commercial Street and headed towards the Tonight No Return bar. At the same time, at the Tonight No Return bar, Pei Hu said with disdain, You poor delivery guy, no matter how powerful you are, you're just a reckless man. I don't believe you can beat 1 or 10 people. Do you have the guts to go against the entire Fuqiang Commercial Street? Oh. Hearing this, Su Chen frowned slightly and asked curiously, From what you said, it seems that Fuqiang Commercial Street has some connection with you? Snort. Pei Hu raised his chin and snorted coldly, Poor bastard, I'll scare you to death if I tell you this. My father and manager Fan Xiangdong of Fuqiang Commercial Street are good friends. Fan Xiangdong knows that, except for the big boss, he has the final say in the entire Fuqiang Commercial Street. Wait a minute, my father and manager Fan Xiangdong will come together to teach you a lesson. Tactful. Kneel down in front of me right now and yell Grandpa 3 times. I will consider giving you a lighter punishment for this matter. Otherwise, the consequences will be something you cannot afford. Su Chen found it very funny. He shook his head and said helplessly, "In front of me, you are really insignificant. Even if your father comes, he has to kneel in front of me." As for Fan Xiangdong, the manager of Fucheng Commercial Street, if he dares to become my enemy, I will make him pack up and leave, and he will no longer be the manager of Fucheng Commercial Street. Puff. Hearing Su Chen's words, Pei Hu burst out laughing instantly. He glanced at Zheng Lan next to him and almost cried with laughter. Fuck, at this time, you are still pretending to be cool in front of me? How? When you say this, do you really think you are the big boss of Fucheng Commercial Street? Su Chen spread his hands. Didn't I tell you that I am the big boss of Fucheng Commercial Street? Cut. Zheng Lan rolled her eyes, and her dislike for Su Chen intensified. Su Chen, can I understand that your behavior is due to your inherent inferiority complex? In the past, you were a celebrity in our school. Now, having fallen to the point of delivering food, he felt extremely ashamed, so he started bragging about being the big boss of Fucheng Commercial Street. You know, bragging without any real ability is shameful and shameless. Lan, stop talking to this trash. Wait a minute, when my father comes, I will make him kneel in front of us like a dog, calling me grandpa and you grandma. Pei Hu said in a very contemptuous tone. Zheng Lan nodded heavily. In the eyes of Zheng Lan and Pei Hu, as long as Pei Si came, Su Chen would definitely be in big trouble, but they never expected that Fan Xiangdong, the manager of Fucheng Commercial Street whom they relied on. Actually, he is just a little follower of Su Chen. Not long. Fan Xiangdong, Pei Si, and 20 security guards from Fucheng Commercial Street appeared at the door of the Tonight No Return bar. After seeing his father's face, Pei Hu immediately started shouting, walked up to Su Chen, and was about to slap Su Chen in public. Because, with his father here, Pei Hu can be fearless. Even if Su Chen slaps him in public, can he still resist? If he is a smart man, he will definitely not fight back. When he thought of this, Pei Hu slapped Su Chen hard in the face. Ah! Seeing this, Ru Hua screamed in fear, and Wang Ji was also trembling with fear. Although they also wanted to stand up for Su Chen, they were afraid of the other party's large number of people and could only dare to be angry but not say anything. What a pity! The plot did not go according to the script in Pei Hu's mind. When Pei Hu's palm was about to slap Su Chen in the face, Su Chen slightly turned sideways and avoided Pei Hu's slap. Nema! Seeing Su Chen dodge his fierce slap, Pei Hu was immediately furious. His eyes widened and he said in disbelief, "My dad is already here, and Manager Fan has also brought people to help. How dare you hit me? Don't you respect my father? Don't you take Manager Fan from Fucheng Commercial Street seriously?" Bang! The next moment, Su Chen mercilessly slapped Pei Hu's face, then said indifferently, "Since your father is here, I will discipline you in front of your father." Dad! Pei Hu turned to look at Pei Si, and said indignantly, "You smashed it, and hit me in front of you? This isn't a beating, this is clearly a sign of disregard for you." Pei Si frowned and said with an extremely sinister look, "Young man, you have offended someone you shouldn't have offended. Kneel down in front of my son and apologize immediately, otherwise, I will make you regret coming here." Did you mess with someone you shouldn't mess with? Su Chen smiled calmly and said calmly, "Although, I'm just a delivery rider. But, in the entire Shanghai, there is no one that I, Su Chen, dare not offend. So, you're going to make an enemy of the entire Fucheng Commercial Street?" Pei Si turned around angrily and said to Fan Xiangdong who was walking towards him, "Manager Fan, this young man really doesn't know his place. He actually doesn't take you seriously. This matter, you should handle it yourself." Fan Xiangdong ignored Pei Si and the others, rushed to Su Chen with an excited look on his face, and shouted, "Boss, why is it you? Big boss?" A moment. Pei Si, Pei Hu, Zhang Lan, and everyone else who stayed at the bar tonight were completely stunned. Chapter 109: The death date has arrived. Right now. When everyone heard how Fan Xiangdong addressed Su Chen, their minds instantly exploded. Damn it! Su Chen, this poor delivery guy, is actually the big boss of Fucheng Commercial Street? In this case, what he said just now was not bragging, but the truth. What the hell, is there any billionaire boss in the world who is willing to be an unknown food delivery rider? Xiangdong, why are you bringing the security guards from our Fucheng Commercial Street here? Su Chen said calmly. This. Fan Xiangdong was extremely embarrassed at the moment. He thought to himself, "Pei Si, you old bastard, You fucking killed me and made me bring security to teach the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street a lesson? After hesitating for a moment, Fan Shandong said with a look of trepidation on his face, "Boss, I received news that someone was causing trouble at the Tonight Bar, so I brought some people to take a look." "Oh, so that's it." Su Chen nodded casually. "Immediately," he said without question, "Shandong, the troublemaker is Ni, Su. Since you've brought security to handle this matter, please handle it impartially. I hit the owner of this bar, and you want the security to hit me too? This. Fan Shandong was immediately frightened and said bitterly, "Boss, what are you talking about? Even if I, Fan Shandong, had the courage of heaven, I wouldn't dare to attack you." Turning to look at Pei Hu, Fan Shandong said viciously, "You blind bastard, have you offended the big boss of our Fucheng Commercial Street? Tell the truth, or I'll have someone smash up your bar." Pei Hu was so wrong that he wanted to die. He really wanted to teach Su Chen a lesson, but his strength did not allow it. Not only did he fail to teach Su Chen a lesson, but he was beaten up by Su Chen instead. He originally thought that if he asked his father to bring the manager of Fucheng Commercial Street, he would be able to vent his anger. However, who could have imagined that Su Chen, an ordinary delivery driver, was actually the boss of a commercial street with a market value of 50 billion yuan? If he had known this, he should have knelt on the ground to welcome Su Chen when he approached their Tonight Bar. Why would he have picked a fight with him? This is fucking terrible. I regret it so much. Woo woo. No one knows how much regret Pei Hu feels in his heart at this moment. "Whore, what's going on?" Pei Si lowered his voice and shouted angrily. Before Pei Hu could say anything, Su Chen said nonchalantly, "Let me explain." Su Chen's gaze swept over Zhang Lan, Pei Hu, Pei Si, and others. Immediately, he said calmly, "I just didn't like this Sharpei, so I hit him. If you think Su did something wrong, you can come and argue with me." Plop. Zhang Lan could see that Su Chen was definitely a wealthy tycoon, but he was just too low-key. That was why he chose to deliver food. After figuring this out, Zhang Lan didn't hesitate anymore. She knelt down in front of Su Chen with a pleading look on her face, "Brother Su Chen." "Ha!" Hearing Zhang Lan calling him Brother Su Chen immediately got goosebumps all over his body, so he interrupted her directly. "Miss Shang, do I know you?" Pei Si has been working in the business world for decades. How could he not see that his son Pei Hu and Zhang Lan had offended Su Chen? If this matter could not be properly handled, they would not be able to renew their lease on Fucheng Commercial Street unless they returned to the bar tonight. Thinking of this, Pei Si came up to Zhang Lan and slapped her hard in the face, spitting everywhere as he roared, "You stinky cousin. Don't you even look at what kind of trash you are? How dare you offend Boss Su? You're not even worthy of carrying Boss Su's shoes, do you know that? Hey. Seeing Pei Si hitting Zhang Lan, Su Chen immediately stopped him. "Sir, how can you hit a woman?" Pei Si was startled. Immediately, he nodded rapidly and said, "Yes, Boss Su is right. From now on, I will never dare to hit a woman again." Unexpectedly, the next moment, Su Chen changed the subject and said, No, you misunderstood me. I mean, we must respect women and never hit them. But as for women who don't look like women, it doesn't matter. You can handle it as you see fit." Finished. Su Chen came in front of Wang Ji and Ruhua and said as if nothing had happened, "Come, let's continue drinking." Gulong. Wang Ji swallowed his saliva with lingering fear and said weakly, "Brother Chen, I think we should do it another day." "Tonight," Su Chen said without question. "Tiger." Pei Si gave Pei Hu a look, then turned to Zhang Lan and said viciously, "Beat this cousin to death. If he dies, his life will be counted on my head." "Yes, father." Pei Hu came up to Zhang Lan and without a word, he slapped her. In an instant, Zhang Lan was beaten beyond recognition. Facing Pei Hu, Zhang Lan pleaded miserably, "Master Hu, since I have followed you for so long, please be gentle with me." "Hit me gently? You almost killed me, and you want me to hit you gently?" Bang! Pei Hu almost jumped up and slapped Zhang Lan's nose hard. Blood immediately flowed out. The look was really horrible. Su Chen couldn't bear it anymore and said to Pei Hu, "Hey, whoever wants to hit your woman, please find a place where there is no one and do it at will. You hit your own woman in front of me and deliberately ruin my mood for drinking? In addition, you are a man after all, how can you hit a woman? Miss Shang, don't you have arms and don't you know how to fight back?" Su Chen wanted Zheng Lan and Pei Hu to kill each other. Next, a very delicious scene appeared. He slapped Zheng Lan hard on the face. Zheng Lan was not willing to be outdone and slapped Pei Hu hard on the face. The two cooperated with each other tacitly, going back and forth with a strong sense of rhythm. While drinking with Wang Ji and Ruhua, Su Chen said to Zheng Lan and Pei Hu, "I didn't say to stop, so just keep going. Otherwise, you're looking down on me." Puff. Ruhua was amused by Su Chen's words. She leaned close to Su Chen's ear and said with a wicked smile, "Brother Chen, you are still the mean one." Su Chen spread his hands and said righteously, "When dealing with such people, shouldn't we fight back in kind?" Fan Shandong and Pei Si stood in front of Su Chen, looking trembling with fear, and kept pouring wine for Su Chen, Ruhua and Wang Ji. A moment later, a middle-aged man who exuded the smell of a sofa walked into the door of the Tonight Not Returning bar. "Su Chen, your time of death has come." Chapter 110 Ancient Martial Arts Training. The scene that appeared at the door of the Tonight bar instantly changed everyone's expression. Zheng Lan and Pei Hu both turned into pig heads at this moment, although they appeared to be submissive to Su Chen. In their hearts, these two people wished to cut Su Chen into pieces. The person who appeared before him was full of murderous aura. Every move he made showed the heroic spirit of war. His eyes were like a ghost, and when people looked at him from afar, their souls trembled. Ha ha! At that moment, Pei Hu started to shout again, looking at Su Chen and continued to humiliate him. "Su Trash, aren't you very good at fighting? How come you have your own enemies?" Su Chen curled his lips and continued to clink glasses with Wang Ji as if nothing had happened. "Gigi, let's continue drinking." Gulong. Wang Ji was intimidated by the aura of the man at the bar door. His face turned pale. After swallowing hard, he said with great fear, "Brother Chen, I have a bad feeling." Su Chen smiled heartily, but said nonchalantly, "Why, are you worried that I will kill that mysterious guy?" "No, I can tell from his eyes that this guy has definitely killed someone." Seeing those killers on TV killing their enemies without any reason did not move Wang Ji much. After all, the plots on TV are all fictional. At this moment, after seeing this real scene in front of him, Wang Ji was completely shocked. Su Chen smiled nonchalantly and said nonchalantly, "Killing someone is a big deal." Note: the current Su Chen is definitely not something that can be described by the three words martial artist. After receiving the peerless magic skills rewarded by the system, Su Chen is absolutely invincible. At this moment, seeing Su Chen sitting at the table and not taking him seriously at all, the man at the door of the bar suddenly became angry. "You're about to die, and you still dare to pretend to be calm in front of me?" The cold-blooded man suddenly stretched out his palm, and suddenly an invisible air pressure appeared out of thin air. Then, a chopstick 2 meters away flew into the cold-blooded man's hand. Snap! Someone was holding a wineglass and was about to drink, but when he saw the scene, his mind went blank and the wineglass in his hand fell to the ground and broke into pieces. Someone was pouring wine for his companion, and was so frightened by the scene before him that he was completely unaware that the glass of wine was already overflowing. For a while, everyone in the Don't Go Home Tonight bar was stunned, as if petrified, and their hearts were filled with turmoil. What the hell? What did I just see? Telekinesis? Isn't this something you see in TV dramas? How come I've encountered something so bizarre in real life? I can see that this person is definitely a practitioner of ancient martial arts. With the rapid development of modern civilization, ancient martial arts have long since declined. I never expected to meet the legendary ancient martial arts practitioners in this bar today. This is truly an eye-opener. Hiss! Everyone gasped. Zheng Lan's brows furrowed, her gaze fixed on the cold man. The more she looked at him, the more familiar he looked. After a moment, Zheng Lan exclaimed, You are Wang Chen? Call out." Wang Chen pinched the chopsticks between two fingers and suddenly shot out. The wooden chopsticks, under the strength of Wang Chen's hand, hit Su Chen's face like a bullet. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. The chopsticks were moving at an extremely fast speed and had an incredibly strong force. Wherever they passed, a sonic boom was produced. This sudden scene really scared Wang Ji and Ruhua. Who is Su Chen? Bang! Just as the chopsticks were about to pierce Su Chen's face, Su Chen frowned slightly, and an invisible force was released. The chopsticks suddenly made a crisp sound and turned into powder. This incredible scene made everyone start to doubt their lives. Is this a movie? I'm lucky enough to witness the duel between two masters? I really didn't expect that the delivery guy is actually a martial arts master. Zhang Lan rushed to Wang Chen and said in disbelief, Wang Chen, is it really you? You're not dead? Next. Wang Chen paced back and forth while telling his story. It turns out that Wang Chen is one of Zhang Lan's most ardent pursuers. In middle school, in order to protect Zhang Lan from being bullied by bullies, Wang Chen, despite his thin physique, confronted the bullies head-on. Result: Wang Chen was stabbed in the lower abdomen. When he was sent to the hospital, the doctor diagnosed that he had no vital signs. Later, Zhang Lan heard that Wang Chen was taken to Yanjing by his family for burial. But I never expected it. Wang Chen was lucky enough to survive that year, but it was a blessing in disguise. He met an old man who practiced ancient martial arts. So, he followed him to practice skills for 8 years. Now Wang Chen has become an internationally famous military king. This time, the military king Wang Chen returned to seek revenge on Su Chen. The so-called love turns to hate. Wang Chen was obsessed with Zhang Lan, but Zhang Lan was wholeheartedly pursuing Su Chen at the time and ignored him. As a result, Wang Chen harbored a tremendous resentment towards Su Chen in his heart. After listening to Wang Chen's story, Zhang Lan said incredulously, "So, you are now a soldier king?" Wang Chen didn't answer Zhang Lan's question. Instead, he slowly walked over to the seat opposite Su Chen. After sitting down, Wang Chen stared at Su Chen deeply and said in shock, "I've calculated everything, but I never expected that you're also a practitioner of ancient martial arts?" Originally, Wang Chen thought that there were not many ancient martial arts practitioners like him. Unexpectedly, his enemy Su Chen is also an ancient martial arts practitioner? This made Wang Chen somewhat surprised, but also somewhat relieved. When he came, Wang Chen felt that with his current invincible strength, he could kill Su Chen in a blink of an eye, and thus allow Zhang Lan to fall into his arms. Unexpected. Su Chen's strength far exceeded his imagination. That's fine. For a martial arts practitioner, meeting a truly powerful master is a great pleasure. What, Brother Chen, you are a practitioner of ancient martial arts? Wang Ji said in disbelief. Hi. Su Chen smiled heartily and said indifferently, what ancient martial arts practitioner? Is that kind of thing worth wasting my time? For the truly invincible Su Chen, practicing ancient martial arts is like a child playing house and is not worth mentioning at all. Oh. Wang Chen, however, asked with great interest, why, you even look down on ancient martial arts practitioners? So, you have also gained a great opportunity? Yeah. Su Chen nodded nonchalantly. A person with superpowers? Wang Chen asked curiously. Chapter 111 Divine Medical Skills. Su Chen just turned the chopsticks he had ejected into powder in an instant. Although Wang Chen was very shocked, for Wang Chen, who was a super soldier, it doesn't matter whether you are a practitioner of ancient martial arts or a person with special abilities. Wang Chen. They are all considered the strongest existence. Not really. If Wang Chen was sitting opposite an ordinary person, the look in Ji Mia's eyes, like the god of death, would definitely scare the other person into shrinking and trembling. However, Su Chen continued to drink and did not take Wang Chen seriously at all. Oh. Sudden. Wang Chen sneered. You're neither a martial artist nor a superpower, Su Chen. I'm curious, what exactly are you? Even Wang Chen, an international soldier with extensive experience, was puzzled. Obviously. Wang Chen would never have thought that Su Chen actually obtained the daily treasure box system. How could Wang Chen have imagined such a strange thing that was beyond anyone's cognition? Hearing this, Su Chen spread his hands and said nonchalantly, I'm just a delivery man. If he were to ask himself, Su Chen came to the tonight bar entirely to celebrate for Wang Ji and Ruhua, not to show off himself. So, despite the ant's provocation, Su Chen didn't want to slap him in the face. He looked at Pei Hu not far away and said calmly, Wang Chen, you've picked the wrong opponent. Miss Zhang Lan was indeed pursuing me back then. Now she has become that gentleman's woman. If you want revenge, go find him. Su Chen was just saying it casually. Unexpectedly, the violent aura in Wang Chen's eyes suddenly rose. Anyone who dares to lay a hand on Miss Zhang Lan will be killed without a burial place. With a whoosh, Wang Chen's palm passed in front of his eyes, and a chopstick not far away suddenly shot out. Pei Hu's pupils dilated, and before he could make any reaction, the chopstick pierced his throat. Pei Hu, dead. Hooer. Seeing his son killed on the spot, Pei Si suddenly shouted and was overwhelmed with grief. The rage is boiling. But reason told Pei Si that he must not act rashly at this moment, otherwise, his life would be lost here. Call. Seeing that Wang Qin treated other people's lives as worthless, Su Chen took a deep breath and became a little angry. If you take someone's life elsewhere, it will have absolutely nothing to do with me, Su. But you ruined my mood for drinking, I will never forgive you today. With a thud, Su Chen slammed the wine glass down on the table. This scene made Wang Chen's eyes even more enthusiastic. Su Chen, I just want to inspire your fighting spirit and make you display your strongest strength to defeat me. Today, in this bar, we will decide not only victory but also life and death. Wang Chen smiled, his eyes flickering with the shadow of a demon, and his voice was slightly hoarse. No need to go through so much trouble. To me, you, Wang Chen, have become a corpse. Su Chen clenched his fist slightly. Oh. Suddenly, Wang Chen sneered. When he was about to attack again, he found that all his internal energy seemed to be frozen. Wang Chen couldn't help but widen his eyes and said in disbelief, "Is this the pinnacle of ancient martial arts, the frozen realm? You still have some knowledge." Su Chen said calmly. For Su Chen, the skill of the frozen field is just an extremely insignificant part of his strength, not even the tip of the iceberg. In Wang Chen's opinion, Su Chen has already reached the pinnacle of martial arts. However, Wang Chen was unwilling to accept defeat. The next moment, he said with a sinister look, "You have the frozen domain to defeat me, but the 8 saints of Kunlun are about to emerge from seclusion. Do you think you are a match for them? The 8 saints of Kunlun, are they very powerful?" Su Chen said indifferently. Snort. Wang Chen said proudly, "Since I mastered ancient martial arts, I have swept the entire international martial arts world. In the past 8 years, I have achieved countless honors and am respected by the world as the Super Soldier King. By chance, I had the honor to become a disciple of the 8 saints of Kunlun. Today, I never thought I would be defeated by your frozen domain? If my master, the 8 saints of Kunlun, were to come one day, you would surely be killed without a burial place." Yeah? Su Chen was no longer interested in talking nonsense with Wang Chen. He stood up and said nonchalantly, "Then wait until your master comes. I will destroy them all together." While speaking, Su Chen's eyes were fixed on Wang Ji and Ruhua, and he said without a doubt, "It's time to go." After walking out of the Tonight No Return bar, Ruhua and Wang Ji looked at Su Chen with eyes full of extreme awe. Before, they just thought that Su Chen was an unknown food delivery writer. Later, after his low-key identity as a wealthy man was exposed, Ruhua and Wang Ji felt that Su Chen might be a rich young man from a wealthy family. It seems at this moment, Su Chen's true identity and strength far exceeded their imagination. It was as if he was the master of this world, above any force, unique, brilliant, and omnipotent. After hesitating for a long time, Wang Ji finally asked the question in his heart. "Brother Chen, who are you?" Ruhua also stared at Su Chen eagerly. In her heart, Ruhua even thought, could Su Chen be a god from heaven? Su Chen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He glanced at Ruhua and Wang Ji and said with a hearty smile, "Don't be so mysterious anymore. I am your good partner, Su Chen, a handsome, uninhibited, and dashing delivery boy." Ruhua and Wang Ji looked at each other in surprise. Time passes silently. In a blink of an eye, it was already the second day. Su Chen was wondering, what kind of treasure chest would be opened today? Sudden. The system prompt sounded in Su Chen's mind. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? Su Chen didn't even think about it and replied directly, "Open it immediately." Drop. Congratulations, host, for obtaining the divine medical skill. The heavy responsibility of saving lives, healing the wounded, and maintaining world peace is now entrusted to you. Host, are you willing to remain steadfast throughout your life and complete the sacred mission entrusted to you by the system? I do. Su Chen said hurriedly. The next moment, countless pieces of information poured into Su Chen's mind frantically. Before, Su Chen had only known very insignificant medical knowledge, but at this moment, the treatment plans for difficult and complicated diseases, the experience of clinical surgery, and even the essence of traditional Chinese medicine were all mastered by Su Chen. In short, Su Chen is now the unparalleled miracle doctor in the world. Oh my god, this is amazing. From now on, cancer should be able to be cured in my hands. Ha ha. Cool. At this moment, Su Chen's phone suddenly rang. After he answered it, a crying female voice came from the other end of the phone. Chapter 112, No Way to Recover. The person who called was not someone else, but Lin Wenwen, a girl who had once had a crush on Su Chen. At this time, Lin Wenwen was crying on the phone, saying that her father's bone marrow transplant surgery had failed. And the attending doctor told Lin Wenwen to prepare for her father's funeral as soon as possible. After hearing the news, Lin Wenwen felt like the sky had fallen. As a weak woman, she had no courage at all to face such a change. Then Lin Wenwen called Su Chen. Su Chen always regarded Lin Wenwen as his most beloved sister, so he subconsciously said, "Wenwen, don't be sad. I can actually perform your uncle's bone marrow transplant." Ah. Lin Wenwen, who was crying, was stunned when she heard Su Chen's words. After a moment, she continued crying. "Brother Su Chen, I know you are kind and are comforting me. But Dad, he really doesn't have much time left. What should I do from now on?" Lin Wenwen was heartbroken over her father's failed surgery, and she felt helpless about her love. The worst part is, now, she can't even support herself. Faced with all kinds of pressures and hardships in life, the shoulders of this weak woman could no longer bear it. Listening to Lin Wenwen's heart-wrenching, sad cries on the phone, Su Chen was moved with sympathy for a moment. Yes. Since he had obtained the God-level medical skills awarded by the system, he naturally had to save the world and heal the wounded. Not to mention that the other party was Lin Wenwen's father. Even if they were strangers, Su Chen would not stand idly by when facing a dying person. After figuring this out, Su Chen said in a firm tone, "Wenwen, when do you think I have ever lied to you? If I say I can cure your uncle's illness, then I can definitely cure it. Wait for me, I'll be there soon." Finished. Su Chen hung up the phone, then started his broken electric scooter and drove towards Shanghai Third People's Hospital. Lin Wenwen on the other end of the phone was completely confused. Even if she knew that Su Chen was a low-key rich man who delivered takeout. However, she would never have thought that Su Chen is now the world's #1 doctor. To be on the safe side, Su Chen decided to test his miraculous medical skills on himself first, otherwise, if something went wrong, it would be embarrassing. Although products produced by the system must be of high quality. But after all, medical skills can't be sloppy when it comes to saving lives. The next moment, Su Chen closed his eyes and said to the system with his mind, "Heal the brain." The next second after Su Chen issued the order, a surge of energy suddenly poured into Su Chen's brain. In an instant, Su Chen felt that his mind was unusually clear. At this moment, he seemed to be able to recite the preface to the Pavilion of Princeton fluently, which he had recited vaguely before. And all the details of things that happened in his childhood came to his mind. Su Chen even felt that his IQ had improved several levels. With his current mental state, if he prepared for the college entrance examination, he could definitely win the national top scorer easily. TSK, this divine-level medical skill rewarded by the system is too awesome. After sighing for a while, Su Chen issued another order. Without a doubt, the divine medical skills worked again. He accidentally left a burn scar on his arm when he was a child. He had tried countless folk remedies, but none of them had any effect. Now, it was healed as before? What's even more exaggerated is, the skin becomes more delicate, even better than the skin of well-maintained women. Su Chen couldn't contain his ecstasy and excitement, and he treated and repaired his hair, eyes, face, and any part of his body that could be repaired and treated. Shanghai Third People's Hospital. In the intensive care unit, lying on the edge of her father's bed, Lin Wenwen burst into tears, her eyes already red and swollen beyond recognition. At this moment, a middle-aged man in a white coat walked in, gently patted Lin Wenwen on the shoulder, and said comfortingly, "Miss Lin, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth and honor are determined by God. Your father's time has come. Even if a god descended, there is nothing he can do to save him. Just be open-minded and accept your sorrow." The person who spoke was Lin Wenwen's father's attending physician, named Xiao Guobin. You know, Xiao Guobin was a nationally recognized master in the field of cancer treatment, hailed as the most authoritative expert. He had never misdiagnosed a patient he had diagnosed. If Xiao Guobin couldn't cure a patient, then no doctor in the world could. "Dr. Xiao, thank you for your care and treatment for my father for so long." Lin Wenwen is also a reasonable person. Since she knows that her father's condition is beyond cure, she will not act like a rogue and beg the doctor. Because there is absolutely no need for that. Crunch. Suddenly, the door of the intensive care unit opened, and an unparalleled, handsome, and unrestrained young man walked into the ward. Lin Wenwen subconsciously looked up and glanced at Su Chen. Moment. Lin Wenwen's beautiful eyes widened. Su Chen's arrival was like a ray of light that shone into her heart. His gentle smile that made people feel like spring breeze, and his elegant and gentlemanly actions, were so fascinating. Although, Lin Wenwen had long known that Su Chen was a handsome man rarely seen in a century. But seeing each other again at this time, he couldn't help but be extremely shocked. People say that the man on the road is as beautiful as jade and the young man is unparalleled in the world. Isn't that Su Chen? At his age, Xiao Guobin has seen countless people. Even if the top young stars in the country stood in front of Xiao Guobin, he would not be surprised. However, after seeing Su Chen, Xiao Guobin was also shocked. I sighed inwardly. There is such a handsome young man in this world? It is truly a wonder of nature. Sir, are you Miss Lin's family member? When Xiao Guobin spoke to Su Chen, he did not have the arrogance of an authoritative expert. Instead, his tone was quite humble. Su Chen did not hide anything, but said straight to the point, I am here to treat Miss Lin's father. With the god-level medical skills rewarded by the system, Su Chen felt that he could definitely cure Lin Wenwen's father's terminal illness. Even with the help of authoritative experts, bone marrow transplant surgery still has a high chance of failure. But for Su Chen, success is 100%. At this moment, after hearing Su Chen's words, Xiao Guobin was stunned. He thought Su Chen was a quack doctor. His brows were furrowed and he said in a slightly cold tone, Sir, Miss Lin's father's condition has seriously deteriorated. Even if a great immortal descended, there would be no way to save him. Su Chen stared into Xiao Guobin's eyes and said calmly, even if a great immortal descends into the world, is there really nothing he can do to save the situation? Chapter 113 Awakening. At this time, what Su Chen said made Xiao Guobin stunned again, and he became more certain in his heart that the young man in front of him, although he had a delicate appearance and was handsome, was also a sorcerer in the world. He was really seeking fame and was not worth mentioning. It seems it was a complete mistake to think highly of him before. It should be noted that Miss Lin Wenwen's father's condition is already terminal and cannot be cured by medicine. Even the world-renowned expert, the Nobel Prize winner in medicine, came and made the same diagnosis as Xiao Guobin. But this gentleman seemed so determined that he could cure Miss Lin Wenwen's father's advanced leukemia? Oh, this was a joke. Even an authoritative expert like him was helpless against such a terminal illness. How could this young man in front of him possibly cure it? Glancing at Lin Wenwen nearby, Xiao Guobin instantly understood everything. Although he had one foot in the coffin, he possessed a keen insight into the psychology of today's young people. Miss Lin Wenwen was so beautiful, and this young man must have lied about coming to treat Miss Lin Wenwen's father in order to win her heart. Such trivial tricks are really child's play. Out of kindness, Xiao Guobin reminded Lin Wenwen, Miss Lin, you are still young, so it's hard for you to tell good from bad. As the old saying goes, you can only know a person's face but not his heart. I hope you will be more careful and don't be deceived. As he spoke, Xiao Guobin glanced at Su Chen with disdain. Especially after seeing the delivery uniform Su Chen was wearing, the contempt in his heart became even stronger. He thought, brother, if you come out to pick up girls, at least get yourself a suit and tie. Why are you wearing a delivery uniform and lying that you can cure diseases and save lives? It's really unprofessional. Xiao Guobin's words stunned Lin Wenwen, but Su Chen instantly heard the hidden meaning in Xiao Guobin's words. However, Su Chen did not get angry, but said calmly, you misunderstood me. I am not here to deceive Miss Lin Wenwen. I am really here to treat her illness. Snort. Seeing Su Chen's sincere words, Xiao Guobin couldn't help but snort coldly. A quack can only deceive the ignorant. Xiao has been practicing medicine since he was 17. He has traveled all over the country, curing and saving countless lives. Even Miss Lin Wenwen's father had a terminal illness, and Xiao was helpless. How dare you, an ignorant young man, claim to be able to cure diseases? Let's not talk about curing terminal illnesses. Xiao wants to ask you, do you have a medical license? Which medical university did you graduate from? Who was your mentor? Don't hesitate, answer now. Su Chen was stunned. Immediately. I told the truth, I don't have a medical license, nor did I graduate from a medical university. So what kind of job are you doing now? Xiao Guobin wanted to expose Su Chen's hypocritical mask immediately. But Su Chen told the truth, I am currently working as a food delivery man. Oh. Upon hearing this, Xiao Guobin instantly chuckled disapprovingly. You're just a delivery driver, and you dare claim to be treating terminal illnesses? Young man, this isn't the way to pursue a girl. Go home and study more, or you'll only make a fool of yourself. Going after a girl? Su Chen was stunned for a moment, then said with a mixture of laughter and tears, You really misunderstood what I meant. In my eyes, Miss Lin Wenwen is just like my sister. Please get out of the way. I have to start treating Miss Lin's father. Xiao Guobin's eyes widened and he said angrily, I'm the doctor, and you want me to get out of the way? You are a doctor, why can't you cure Miss Lin's father's illness? You. Xiao Guobin was speechless. Su Chen was too lazy to talk nonsense with Xiao Guobin. He went straight to Lin Wenwen and said without question, Wenwen, please help me get a basin of hot water. I want to start treating my uncle. Oh, okay. Lin Wenwen felt confused. But I followed Su Chen's instructions and went to the water room to fetch water. Xiao Guobin's curiosity suddenly grew. He approached Su Chen and said with great interest, Xiao wants to see how a quack like you can cure Miss Lin's father's terminal illness. What? Do you want to learn how to cure diseases and save lives? If you want to learn, I will teach you. Su Chen Yun said calmly. This is not directed at Xiao Guobin. Instead, Su Chen felt that traditional Chinese medicine was the quintessence of the nation. If more people mastered these superb medical skills, wouldn't they be able to treat more patients? After all, he was too busy to handle everything. Even if he worked day and night to treat illnesses and save lives, how many patients could he save in the vast China? You're kidding. How could I, an authoritative expert, possibly learn how to heal illnesses and save lives from a quack like you? I just want to see the whole process of your deception. Su Chen had no intention of arguing with Xiao Guobin. Soon, Lin Wenwen brought a basin of hot water. Seeing this, Xiao Guobin asked in confusion, I want to know, how do you use hot water to cure illnesses and save lives? I didn't say, use hot water to cure illnesses and save lives. Then you asked Miss Lin to get you a basin of hot water? Su Chen spread his hands and explained helplessly, I walked too fast on the road and was sweating. I wanted Miss Lin to get a basin of hot water and help me wipe the sweat off. Is there something wrong? Hearing this, Xiao Guobin held his forehead with one hand and had no words to mock Su Chen. Lin Wenwen is a gentle and virtuous little girl. At this moment, she is wiping the sweat off Su Chen. She looks indescribably pure and moving. Especially, wiping the sweat off the man she likes and admires is simply a pleasure. Certainly. Lin Wenwen doesn't think that Su Chen can cure her father's terminal illness. Even Dr. Qiao told her to quickly prepare for her father's funeral. Brother Su Chen is just a low-key rich man who delivers takeout. How can he cure her father's illness? Su Chen was too lazy to guess what Xiao Guobin and Lin Wenwen were thinking. The purpose of his coming here was to cure Lin Wenwen's father's advanced leukemia. At the same time, he also wanted to verify whether the god-level medical skills he received as a reward from the system were effective. Pinching Lin Wenwen's father's wrist, Su Chen slowly closed his eyes. That look was so unfathomable. But Dr. Xiao Guobin, who was standing by, muttered quietly, You're just pretending. I want to see how long you can keep up this little liar. Su Chen pinched Lin Wenwen's father's wrist, not to take his pulse. But he put on a posture as if he was going to treat an illness, and then, silently chanting in his heart, he activated the treatment mode of his god-level medical skills. The next moment, a surge of energy flowed along Su Chen's palm and into the wrist of Lin Wenwen's father. Then it spread throughout the limbs and bones. In an instant, those necrotic cells were repaired frantically, and then showed unprecedented vitality. The tissues that had lost their vital functions were also awakened by the magical power. After just 3 minutes, Lin Wenwen's father's terminal illness was almost cured. But Xiao Guobin continued to mock, Xiao doesn't believe that you can wake Miss Lin's father up. Let me tell you this, even if a Nobel Prize winner in medicine comes, he can't wake Miss Lin's father up, so. Before Xiao Guobin could finish his words, his eyelids twitched wildly, and he said excitedly, This, how is this possible? Calm down, calm down. So what? Just continue talking. Su Chen made a gesture of invitation to Xiao Guobin. Chapter 114 Miraculous Medical Skills. The scene before them shocked Xiao Guobin and Lin Wenwen beyond words. Their eyes widened and almost popped out of their sockets. You know, Xiao Guobin is a well-known oncologist in China and can be said to be an authority among authorities. Any patient identified and diagnosed by him has never been misdiagnosed. However, didn't the facts before him slap Xiao Guobin in the face? After seeing Lin Wenwen's father gradually regain consciousness, Xiao Guobin was extremely shocked. The corners of his mouth twitched violently, his eyelids twitched wildly, and his whole body trembled. After a long moment, he said in disbelief, "Young master, you studied traditional Chinese medicine?" Before meeting Su Chen, Xiao Guobin also claimed to be a miracle doctor. The scene that just happened in front of him made Xiao Guobin completely doubt his life. He started to learn medical knowledge in his teens, and over the decades, he had accumulated countless valuable experiences in curing diseases and saving lives. Only, what's the use? He cannot even save a terminally ill patient, so he is not worthy of the title of miracle doctor. However, this elegant and charming young man in front of him is definitely worthy of accepting disciples in terms of medical skills. His strength is far beyond that of Xiao Guobin, and he can even apply for the Nobel Prize in medicine. I guess so, Su Chen said lightly. Actually, Su Chen himself didn't know how to answer. Because he didn't know whether the divine medical skills awarded to him by the system should be classified as traditional Chinese medicine. Perhaps he had already reached the pinnacle of medicine, omnipotent, and able to cure any difficult and complicated disease. It's so magical. Now, the way Xiao Guobin looked at Su Chen had changed. When he saw Su Chen in the intensive care unit, especially when he saw Su Chen wearing a delivery uniform, Xiao Guobin looked down on Su Chen with great contempt. But right now, in Xiao Guobin's heart, Su Chen even rose to the level of the great Dr. Hua Tuo. He no longer had the slightest disdain or contempt for Su Chen, but instead had a deep awe and respect for him. It's like Su Chen, this handsome and unparalleled young man, is a highly respected master, while Xiao Guobin, this old man, is like an ignorant elementary school student. Did he really learn all the medical knowledge he learned before from dogs? Brother Su Chen, when did you start studying medicine? Lin Wenwen asked bewilderedly, blinking her beautiful big eyes. And what about Su Chen? From beginning to end, he acted nonchalant and said nonchalantly, "When I was bored studying before, I just casually learned some medical knowledge. I didn't expect that it would come in handy today." With a thud. Hearing Su Chen's words, Xiao Guobin was almost knocked to the ground by the blow. Damn it! Did you casually pick up some medical knowledge when you were bored, and then your abilities became so impressive? In a flash, you revived a terminally ill patient? Furthermore, the patient's mental state improved unprecedentedly? They even looked more energetic than healthy people without the disease? And what about Lin Wenwen? My admiration for Su Chen in my heart has really reached the level of obsession. When it comes to learning ability, Su Chen is undoubtedly a super academic master. When it comes to appearance, Su Chen's looks can definitely kill countless top-tier young idols. When it comes to wealth and medical skills, Su Chen is beyond the reach of countless people. And such an extremely outstanding man actually likes to deliver food? Perhaps. The man who stands at the pinnacle of glory is more likely to be so low-key, right? The next moment, Xiao Guobin excitedly twisted Lin Wenwen's father's wrist, and then asked impatiently, "Mr. Lin, how do you feel now?" Just as Lin Wenwen's father was about to speak, Xiao Guobin hurriedly said, "Mr. Lin, wait a moment." Immediately, Xiao Guobin said to his assistant without question, "Xiao Lu, bring me a pen and paper immediately. I want to write down Mr. Lin's symptoms, if the late-stage leukemia has really been cured. So, this will be a medical miracle that will shock the world. At that time, the medical achievements of our great Chinese nation will surely attract worldwide attention. This gentleman may even win the Nobel Prize in medicine." At this moment, Xiao Guobin felt his blood boiling. As a Chinese, he felt a sense of pride and ecstasy in his heart when he saw his compatriots possess the medical skills to conquer late-stage terminal illnesses. The assistant was also stunned. He had been with Professor Chow for 13 years, and had never seen Professor Chow go crazy about something like he did today. Even the richest man in Shanghai came to visit Professor Chow, but he treated him as a non-event. But in front of a young man like Su Chen, he behaved so respectfully and bowed so much? Only Xiao Guobin's assistant could fully understand Xiao Guobin's mood at the moment. "You know, Xiao Guobin has always been striving for improvement in his professional field, and often neglects sleep and food in order to solve a difficult medical problem. It can be said that sometimes Xiao Guobin even forgets who he is just to solve a difficult medical problem. Now, Su Chen was able to bring a terminally ill patient back to consciousness with ease. How could such a major breakthrough in the medical field not make him ecstatic and dance with joy? Next, while Lin Wenwen's father was describing his symptoms, Xiao Guobin was taking notes carefully, just like a student listening attentively in class. Lin Wenwen's father told Xiao Guobin. Just now, he had gone through an extremely mysterious experience. His aging cells and tissues that had lost their vital functions seemed to be awakened by a mysterious force, and the surging power was boiling in his body. It was as if there were thousands of troops charging into battle. If he had not experienced it himself, he would never have believed that there was such a magical power in the world. It was something that science could not explain, but it really existed. Snap! After listening to Lin Wenwen's father's story, the pen in Xiao Guobin's hand fell to the ground involuntarily, and Xiao Guobin was completely dumbfounded. Because, judging from the symptoms described by Lin Wenwen's father, his terminal illness has been completely cured, and his health is very good. You know. When Su Chen was treating Lin Wenwen's father just now, Xiao Guobin was standing in front of Su Chen. He did not use any medical equipment or traditional Chinese medicine acupuncture, but just took the patient's pulse for a while. Then, Lin Wenwen's father's advanced leukemia was cured just like that? Is there anything so incredible in the world? Gulong. Xiao Guobin swallowed subconsciously, then said expectantly, "Sir, I want to know how you cured Mr. Lin's terminal illness?" Chapter 115. I'm really ordinary. Su Chen naturally couldn't tell Xiao Guobin that he used the divine medical skills rewarded by the system to cure Lin Wenwen's father's terminal illness. Certainly. Even if Su Chen told this secret to Xiao Guobin, the other party would not believe it and would think he was a lunatic. Things like binding the system only happen in novels. How could such a shocking thing happen in the real world? So, Su Chen evaded the question. Why, do you want to learn? If you want to learn, I can teach you. With a plop. Professor Xiao Guobin, the leading figure in the medical field and an absolute expert, knelt before Su Chen at this moment and said enthusiastically, "It would be a great honor for Xiao to be able to study under a master like you. Dr. Xiao, please get up quickly." Seeing such a highly respected doctor like Xiao Guobin kneeling in front of him, a junior, Su Chen suddenly felt embarrassed, so he hurried to help Xiao Guobin up. The old men were all stubborn. Xiao Guobin knelt before Su Chen, looking like a scoundrel. "Divine doctor, if you don't accept me as your disciple, I will die kneeling here." Is Xiao Guobin crazy? No. He is too smart. You know, a doctor who can cure terminal illnesses in the blink of an eye will definitely make a sensation in the entire medical community. Presumably, it won't be long before the name Su Chen will be known throughout the global medical community, and he will even win the Nobel Prize in Medicine. Being able to worship such a miracle doctor as his teacher, Xiao Guobin felt that his ancestors must have appeared in person. But, before Su Chen could agree or refuse, the director, who had just passed by the intensive care unit, became indignant after seeing Xiao Guobin kneeling on the ground, and pushed open the door of the ward indignantly. Then, he said righteously, "Professor Xiao, I have examined Mr. Lin's terminal illness several times, and I have convened a provincial medical elite conference to study this case. So, regarding Mr. Lin's passing, you should accept his condolences. Besides, no one doubts your medical skills. To this, you don't have to blame yourself at all. Obviously, the dean must have misunderstood and thought that Lin Wenwen's father had passed away. Was Xiao Guobin kneeling in front of Lin Wenwen's father's bedside because he felt guilty? Now, after hearing the dean's words, Xiao Guobin turned around and said seriously, "Dean Yang, Mr. Lin's terminal illness has been cured, and he can be discharged today." What? After hearing what Xiao Guobin said, Dean Yang was stunned for a moment. He felt a buzzing in his brain and lost all consciousness. After a long time, he slowly came back to his senses. Immediately, he was horrified and said, This. How is this possible? I convened a provincial medical expert meeting to study and discuss this case, and all the experts said that Mr. Lin was beyond help. How is it possible that he was cured? No, I have to check it myself. Dean Yang, who always walked steadily, suddenly started running wildly. Not long. He returned, retrieved medical equipment, and performed a full-body examination on Lin Wenwen's father. He then said with great emotion, "This is definitely a medical miracle." Sudden. Dean Yang asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Professor Qiao, why are you kneeling on the ground?" Xiao Guobin told Dean Yang that it was the young man in front of him, named Su Chen, who cured Lin Wenwen's father's terminal illness, so he knelt on the ground and planned to become his apprentice. Upon hearing this, Dean Yang no longer hesitated. With a plop, Dean Yang also knelt in front of Su Chen. This action startled Xiao Guobin. His eyes widened and he said in shock, "Dean, why are you kneeling too?" Dean Yang was stunned. "Why, you are allowed to worship the master, but I am not allowed to? Besides, what's the big deal? There is no order of learning. The one who is more accomplished is the teacher. I think that although I am the director of Shanghai Third People's Hospital, but I am also a doctor. As a doctor, who doesn't want to improve their medical skills?" Xiao Guobin nodded seriously and said, "After all, it's Dean Yang. This is a very profound insight. I admire it." Then, the dean and expert, at this moment, knelt in front of Su Chen respectfully and devoutly. It is worth mentioning that the door of the intensive care unit was open, and the scene in front of them was seen by the patients, family members, doctors, and nurses passing by. Suddenly, I was shocked beyond words. What did I just see? Dean Yang and Professor Qiao actually knelt in front of a young man? What on earth is going on here? Could it be that, in addition to the medical malpractice at our hospital, the dean and Professor Qiao should apologize to the patient's family? Well, that's definitely the case. Dean Yang and Xiao Guobin did not take other people's strange looks and comments seriously at all. Compared with other people's looks and comments, what Dean Yang and Xiao Guobin cared more about was the improvement of their medical skills. At this time, seeing the dignified dean and the expert professor kneeling in front of him, Su Chen felt very embarrassed, so he said confusedly, "Well, I have to be busy delivering food every day, so I don't have time to teach you skills? Otherwise, when I have time, I will come to your hospital, and then we can sit together, eat, drink tea, and exchange medical experiences?" Upon hearing this, Dean Yang and Xiao Guobin looked at each other in surprise. Delivering takeout? With such miraculous medical skills, he doesn't practice medicine to save lives, doesn't give lectures at prestigious universities, doesn't work in large hospitals to deal with difficult and complicated diseases, but is willing to be an unknown food delivery writer? This handsome boy in front of me. What kind of method is this? The actions of this master are indeed unfathomable. How can ordinary mortals like us with mortal eyes understand them? Xiao Guobin didn't want to give up. Then, with an eager look on his face, he said, "How about this? When you have time in the future, Dean Yang and I will come to see you. Please leave us your contact information so that we can keep in touch. How about that?" Hearing this, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. He spread his hands. He said helplessly, "Two seniors, I am really just an ordinary delivery writer. I don't want my peaceful life to be disturbed." That's it. After that, Su Chen planned to get up and leave. Dean Yang held his forehead with one hand, and his heart suddenly suffered a critical hit of 10,000 times. Please don't mention the word mediocre, okay? You can cure terminally ill patients in the blink of an eye. Such methods have defeated countless Nobel Prize winners in seconds. If you are considered mediocre, then the world's top medical experts and professors are not even as good as kindergarten kids, right? Chapter 116 Support. Su Chen felt that he had to leave the intensive care unit as soon as possible. Because Dean Yang and Professor Qiao Guobin were truly overly enthusiastic. They were of noble status, yet they knelt before a delivery driver like Su Chen? Furthermore, they were even clamoring to become his disciples? It's totally shocking. Only, just as Su Chen rushed out the door, the most exaggerated scene appeared. Dean Yang and Professor Qiao Guobin looked at each other, and then, as if they had reached a consensus, they each hugged one of Su Chen's legs at the same time. "Divine Doctor, if you don't give us a definite answer today, we won't let you leave." When Dean Yang acted like a rogue, it was definitely at a professional level. Professor Qiao Guobin said with a firm tone, "If I cannot be by your side and serve you faithfully throughout my life, then what is the point of living? It would be better for me to die now." Really? Dean Yang and Professor Qiao Guobin both acted a little exaggerated, but they had to do so. If they missed the opportunity to meet a peerless doctor like Su Chen and failed to seize the opportunity to have any interaction with him, it would be a lifelong regret for them. Right now, After seeing the scene of Dean Yang and Professor Chow Guobin each holding one of Su Chen's legs, the patients, family members, doctors, and nurses passing by were all stunned. What's going on? Am I seeing things? A dignified dean, a dignified professor, actually hugged a delivery boy's legs? What kind of a fuss is this? Seeing this, Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. Finally, after much persuasion, Su Chen finally got Dean Yang and Professor Chow Guobin to stand up and talk to him. Su Chen promised that whenever he had time in the future, he would take the initiative to contact them to discuss difficult and complicated medical problems. After leaving his contact information, Su Chen said to Lin Wenwen, "Let's quickly arrange for uncle to be discharged from the hospital, otherwise, I will be annoyed to death by them." Hearing this, Lin Wenwen, however, smiled leisurely, her face full of envy. "Brother Su Chen, you are so capable." In Lin Wenwen's eyes, Su Chen's current image has been sublimated to the same level as the perfect prince. Such a man is simply a rare treasure in the world. Anyone who meets him is lucky. It's okay. After helping Lin Wenwen's father complete the discharge procedures, Su Chen hurriedly left Zhonghai Third People's Hospital. Lin Wenwen's father, however, shook off Lin Wenwen's hand that was supporting him and said without question, "Wenwen, Dad's illness has been completely cured, you should quickly pursue your own happiness. In other words, if you don't take down Mr. Su Chen, don't come back to see me." Lin Wenwen was at a loss for words, wondering how there could be such an unreasonable father in the world. "But I still have to take care of you," Lin Wenwen said with a pout. "Your father is as strong as a mule now. Does he need your care? You'd better go and take care of our future son-in-law." As he spoke, Father Lin pushed Lin Wenwen towards Su Chen. Seeing Lin Wenwen following behind him, Su Chen turned around and said with concern, "Wenwen, shouldn't you be taking care of your uncle? Why are you looking for me?" Hearing this, Lin Wenwen lowered her head, her beautiful face was suddenly covered with blush, and her voice was as soft as a mosquito. "Dad, let me take care of you." The most amazing thing was the gentle smile when she lowered her head. Lin Wenwen was born with a natural beauty. At this time, the beautiful face, covered with a shy blush, looks even more charming. After hearing what Lin Wenwen said, Su Chen said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "I am a grown man, and I still need a little girl like you to take care of me?" Sudden, Lin Wenwen tilted her cute little breasts and said vividly, "Brother Su Chen, can you take me to deliver food?" Su Chen was stunned. "You want to deliver food with me?" "Yes." Lin Wenwen nodded with bright eyes and white teeth. Brother Su Chen is called the takeaway boy. After I, Lin Wenwen, am a takeaway girl. How is that? At the same time, a young man in a suit and tie was walking towards Furong Street with his hands in his pockets. Beside him were several tattooed men. "Brother Chang, that chick Lin Wenwen is so hot. She owes you 30,000 yuan, and she definitely won't be able to pay you back today. When the time comes, let her pay the debt with her body, ha." "Brother Chang, after you're done playing, don't forget your brothers." The young man in a suit and tie is named Bu Chang, the owner of a micro-loan company. Lin Wenwen owed him 30,000 yuan, so he brought a debt collector to the Third People's Hospital to ask Lin Wenwen to pay back the money. But after Bu Chang and others arrived at Zhonghai Third People's Hospital and made some inquiries, they learned that Lin Wenwen's father had been discharged from the hospital. After taking a deep breath and cursing his mother, Bu Chang called Lin Wenwen. "Ms. Lin, it's only natural to pay back a debt. You wouldn't have run away, would you? Okay, you're also on Furong Street, right? I'll come over right away. Please pay back the 30,000 yuan you owe me." Finished. Bu Chang took a few tattooed men and headed towards number 68 Furong Street. As if he had a premonition of something, Su Chen asked with concern, "Wenwen, is there something wrong?" Lin Wenwen didn't want to drag Su Chen down, so she shook her head with a look of grievance on her face. Su Chen put his hands on Lin Wenwen's shoulders, his tone full of concern. "Wenwen, if you want to deliver food with me in the future, you must tell me if you encounter anything, understand? Otherwise, you don't have to follow me." "No." Lin Wenwen suddenly raised her head, looking pitiful. Immediately, after hesitating for a moment, Su Chen finally told Lin Wenwen everything about the troubles he had encountered. After listening to Lin Wenwen's story, Su Chen said lightly, "Hey, I don't think it's a big deal. It's just that you owe someone 30,000 yuan. Leave this matter to me. I will help you pay the debt." Lin Wenwen suddenly felt embarrassed. Brother Su Chen, I appreciate your kindness, but I can't give you this money. Before Lin Wenwen could finish her words, Su Chen said nonchalantly, do you think I'll pay you back for free? From now on, you have to help me deliver food, and the money I pay you back will be deducted from your salary. What do you think? Great. Lin Wenwen immediately cheered. Not long. Bu Chang brought a few tattooed men to Su Chen and Lin Wenwen. Seeing that there were other men beside Lin Wenwen, Bu Chang immediately said in a playful tone, why, you found a dead delivery guy to support you? Chapter 117 How does it taste? Seeing Su Chen being insulted, Lin Wenwen's temper suddenly flared up. She stood in front of Su Chen and said stubbornly, you are not allowed to say bad things about brother Su Chen. What's wrong with delivering food? I don't steal or rob. I earn money with my own hands. Why do you look down on delivery men? Yo ho! Bu Chang glanced at the tattooed men beside him and said in a playful tone, this little girl actually stood up for that damn delivery guy? Quite interesting. Ha ha. The tattooed men beside Bu Chang all burst into laughter. Obviously. They thought that they were outnumbered and would definitely kill Lin Wenwen and Su Chen. Seeing this situation, although Lin Wenwen protected Su Chen, she was very scared in her heart. She was worried that Su Chen would be bullied by these bullies. As for Su Chen, he looked at Bu Chang and others as if he was looking at a clown, and acted calmly. You know. In terms of wealth, Su Chen's current net worth is definitely better than the richest man in Shanghai. On skills. Su Chen, who possesses unparalleled magical skills, is simply a walking human missile. Perhaps with just a wave of his hand, Bu Chang and others would have to kneel on the ground and cry for their parents. Therefore, Su Chen not only did not feel the slightest fear of the scene in front of him, but instead seemed a little bored. After all, Bu Chang and the others were so weak that Su Chen had no interest in even attacking them. Meanwhile, the tattooed men beside Bu Chang were unscrupulously mocking Lin Wenwen and Su Chen. Ms. Lin, you're too low, aren't you? You're looking for someone to stand up for you, and you end up finding a scumbag who used to deliver food. And look at how cowardly he is, hiding behind a woman. What's going on? That scumbag is simply a disgrace to men. Look at how poor you are. You still can't pay Brother Chang back today. Ms. Lin, our Brother Chang is very magnanimous and will naturally not argue with a weak woman like you. So, as long as you become my Brother Chang's woman, I promise that you will be able to eat and drink delicious food in the future. Hey, what are you talking about? Brother Chang has so many women, can they all enjoy the best food and drink? Well, as long as Miss Lin becomes Brother Chang's woman, we brothers promise that you will be like a bride every day. Ha ha. Several tattooed men had lewd smiles on their faces. Su Chen walked up to Bu Chang calmly and said in a calm tone, Wenwen owes you a lot of money. This number. Bu Chang raised 3 fingers. Immediately. He looked Su Chen up and down, and said with a look of great contempt, boy, you want to imitate others to save the beauty? But why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see what you are? A rubbish delivery driver has the courage to stand up for others? Su Chen was destined to become the richest man in the world, so he naturally had to have a good character and self-cultivation. Therefore, he would not be on the same level as a scoundrel like Bu Chang. Looking directly into Bu Chang's eyes, Su Chen said calmly, Wenwen owes you 30,000, right? Okay. From this moment on, Wenwen doesn't owe you a penny, you two are even. According to Su Chen's logic, if you humiliate someone in this way, it can offset the money that others owe you. Obviously. Su Chen was deliberately trying to provoke the anger in Bu Chang's heart. After saying that, Su Chen grabbed Lin Wenwen's arm and tried to leave. However, Bu Chang, after a moment of daze, quickly came to his senses. Hey, wait a minute, what did you mean by that? I haven't realized it yet. What do you mean by Lin Wenwen doesn't owe me a penny, or even now? Su Chen said righteously, why, there's no charge for cursing. Snort. Bu Chang snorted coldly, his expression becoming incomparably sinister. With a wave of his hand, a tattooed man beside him immediately understood and hurriedly lit a cigarette for Bu Chang. After blowing out a puff of smoke, Bu Chang continued in a domineering tone, you're just a piece of shit delivering food, and you dare to meddle in my business? You don't even know my name, do you? Now. Standing in front of Su Chen, Bu Chang's aura was extremely arrogant. With a poo sound, Bu Chang spat on the ground, and then said violently, grandson, lick this spit on the ground for me, clean it, and I might consider forgiving you. Otherwise. Once we start fighting, I don't know which part of you will be missing. As he spoke, Bu Chang played with the gold ring on his thumb, looking so arrogant, as if he were the horse king. Oh. Seeing Bu Chang's ignorance, Su Chen really laughed. Well, you still dare to laugh? Bu Chang was stunned. Several tattooed men also looked at each other in confusion. Brother Chang, the laughter that boy just made seemed to be despising you. A scumbag who just delivered food dares to look down on my brother Chang? This is simply courting death. Brother Chang, give me a look and I'll beat him into a eunuch. Bu Chang's disdainful gaze swept across the tattooed men beside him, and he said in a contemptuous tone, What do you think of me, Brother Chang? I'm a gentleman, why do you always want to fight and kill? Look at you bunch of roughnecks. This is a civilized era, don't you understand? Obviously. Bu Chang is just pretending to be cool. The tattooed men in front of him were also quite cooperative. Yes, yes. Brother Chang is teaching us that we are reckless men. Brother Chang, what do you think we should do? Bu Chang looked like he was about to die for Su Chen. He pointed at the spit he had spit on the ground and said, If this kid doesn't listen, just hold him down and make him lick the spit off the ground. Then we can talk about paying him back. Good. Brother Chang is indeed a gentleman. Brother Chang, my admiration for you is like the Yangtze River, flowing endlessly, or like the Yellow River, flooding, unstoppable. How come you can come up with such a sophisticated way to play a prank on someone? Bang! Bu Chang slapped the fawning younger brother on the back of the head and said with a straight face, What do you mean by pranking someone? Brother Chang is teaching the delivery guy a lesson on behalf of his mother. Do you understand? Yes, yes, Brother Chang is the most handsome man in the world, and everything he says is right. The next moment. Seeing that Su Chen was standing there motionless, the tattooed man actually grabbed Su Chen's shoulders, intending to push him to the ground and wipe out the spit that Tian Buxiang had spit on the ground. Unexpectedly, Su Chen easily threw one of his younger brothers over his shoulder, causing his mouth to land right on the spit on the ground. Immediately, the tattooed man's eyes widened and he screamed wildly. Fuck! Su Chen kicked the tattooed man hard on the butt. Immediately, the tattooed man leaned forward and ate the spit that Bu Chang had spit on the ground. Seeing this, Su Chen smiled harmlessly and said, How does it taste? Chapter 118 Pay Back the Money. The tattooed man swallowed a mouthful of spit, and immediately, his face twitched, and he cursed, Why is this salty? It's so disgusting, damn it. Bu Chang was stunned. Immediately, he kicked the tattooed man hard in the lower back and roared angrily, This is the spit I spit out, and you dare to despise it? Swallow it, do you hear me? I. Hearing this, the tattooed man fainted from nausea. Su Chen, on the other hand, didn't care at all. He patted the non-existent dust on his hands, shook his head, and said helplessly, With this kind of mentality, you still have the nerve to come out and imitate others to be a bully? You damn delivery man, have you ever practiced this? Bu Chang's forehead veins bulged as he roared at Su Chen. Su Chen hooked his finger. Come here, I'll tell you quietly. Do you think I'm an idiot? Bu Chang took a half step back and said cleverly, You tricked me into coming here, are you going to beat me up? Hee hee, I can't trick you, so you can't hit me. Su Chen smiled bitterly. Even if you don't come over, I will still beat you. Whoosh! Su Chen's punch was like lightning that pierced the void. Before Bu Chang could react, Su Chen's heavy punch came whizzing. However, Su Chen was a civilized man, and this punch did not hit Bu Chang's face, but stopped a grain of rice away from his face. In an instant, Bu Chang's hair was as if messed up by a strong wind, falling back in unison. Gulong! Bu Chang swallowed his saliva involuntarily, opened his mouth, and looked at Su Chen with a dull expression as if he was looking at a god. Su Chen patted the dust off his collar and said nonchalantly, Why, are you scared? Right now. Bu Chang was not just scared, he was frightened to the point of peeing. As the boss of a microloan company, Bu Chang is definitely a vicious and ruthless character. Not only is he a good fighter, but the debt collectors under him are all extremely vicious criminals. But how could he be so vulnerable against Su Chen, the delivery driver? Moreover, this delivery driver seemed to be a martial artist? Damn, are all delivery drivers so awesome now? Have you practiced it before? Bu Chang said with lingering fear. Why? Su Chen sighed dejectedly and looked up, seeming to reminisce about the past. I haven't practiced it, but I was poor as a kid, so I could only do farm work and move bricks every day. So, I only have brute force. Su Chen naturally couldn't tell anyone that the system had rewarded him with the peerless magic skill. At this time, Su Chen's excuses made Bu Chang calm down a lot. "Oh, so that's how it is. I was scared to death. I thought you had practiced it before. It turns out that it's just because you did farm work and moved bricks that you developed a rough body." Bu Chang patted his chest. Immediately, he straightened his collar and said in a very pretentious manner, "Brother, even if you have infinite strength, just like the recklessly Yuanba, what's the use? What era is it now? There are cars everywhere, and civilized language is posted all over the streets. We have to be reasonable. Besides, no matter how hard your fist is, can it be harder than a gun or a cannon? So to speak. In this civilized age, when we encounter problems, we must deal with them in a civilized manner, okay?" Su Chen found it funny and thought that Bu Chang was actually a funny guy. Interesting. Seeing Su Chen was silent, Bu Chang was very tactless and put his hand on Su Chen's shoulder. Then, while speaking, he gestured, "Judging from the fact that you deliver food, you must not have read much, right? To be honest, I only have a college diploma. Are you envious?" Bu Chang straightened his back and looked at Su Chen with the dignity of a successful man, and continued, "You have no connections, no education, and no family background, so you are destined to be mediocre in this life and never make a name for yourself. Learn from me. If you start your own business, you can easily make 300,000 or 400,000 yuan a month. Look at you, working your ass off delivering food every day. How much can you earn in a year, right?" Su Chen was too lazy to waste time talking to a cultural scoundrel like Bu Chang, and asked directly, "Are you done?" Bu Chang was stunned. Immediately, he spread his hands and smiled bitterly. "Brother, I'm trying to show you a way out with good intentions, but you don't appreciate it? How about this, you follow me and you won't have to work so hard delivering food every day. Besides, don't meddle in this beautiful girl's business. Let her be my woman. After I'm done playing with her, I'll let you continue. This is what we call brothers sharing happiness together, huh?" Now, Lin Wenwen was so frightened that her face turned pale. She hid behind Su Chen, tightly clutching Su Chen's clothes. In Su Chen's eyes, Bu Chang is just a clown. To be honest, Su Chen was too lazy to waste his breath with this kind of person, so he said in a bad mood, "Wenwen owes you 30,000 yuan, are you sure you want her to pay it back?" Originally, Su Chen was thinking about paying the money back for Lin Wenwen himself. Seeing Bu Chang and others so arrogant, Su Chen simply changed his mind. You can't give in to people like Bu Chang. People like Bu Chang bully the weak and fear the strong. The more you want to keep things peaceful, the more unscrupulous the other party will become. After realizing this, Su Chen decided to solve the matter with his fists. Isn't there a saying like that? Evil will be punished by evil. 30,000? Bu Chang was stunned. Then, he nudged Su Chen with his elbow, a playful smile on his face. "Brother, are you kidding me? 30,000 is the principal. Now, it has risen to 300,000. What, 300,000? Hearing this number, Lin Wenwen, who was hiding behind Su Chen, almost fainted from fright. When she borrowed money, she knew that the other party was lending her usurious money. Only, she never expected that the other party's interest rate would be so high. And she borrowed the money in just a few days. How come the principal amount increased from 30,000 yuan to 300,000 yuan? It's simply the behavior of a robber. Oh, it's only 300,000? Su Chen acted as if nothing had happened and nodded calmly. Then, he stared at Bu Chang with a half smile on his face and said with a playful look, "I borrowed 30,000 yuan from you, and I want to pay you back 300,000 yuan? Friend, can you do business?" What? Bu Chang was stunned after hearing Su Chen's words. Su Chen explained with interest, "I borrowed 30,000 yuan from you, so I have to pay you back at least 3 million yuan. Hearing this, Bu Chang's eyes lit up as he rubbed his hands together, his face full of excitement as he said, "That's a good feeling." After a moment's thought, the smile on Bu Chang's face froze. "Brother, from what you said, are you planning to help Miss Lin pay back the money? But the problem is, you're just a food delivery driver. Where did you get 3 million? Chapter 119 Don't Dare to Provoke. Su Chen said nonchalantly, "I just don't know if there is 3 million in change in my account." Su Chen planned to take out his mobile phone to check the balance of his bank account. Logically speaking, The equity share between Dihao Group and Fucheng Commercial Street should also be deposited into my account, right? 3 million, and it's just change? At this time. After hearing Su Chen's nonchalant words, Bu Chang's eyelids suddenly twitched and his scalp went numb. He was shocked beyond words. He thought to himself, "You little delivery guy, why the hell are you bragging? You're a delivery guy, a piece of trash, and you think 3 million is change? What an international joke. Could your 3 million be happy beans?" Out of curiosity, when Su Chen was checking his bank account balance, Bu Chang casually took a look at it. In an instant, his legs went weak and he almost fell to the ground. Tens, hundreds, millions, tens of millions. Damn, this is 1.5 billion? After seeing the information displayed on Su Chen's mobile phone screen, Bu Chang suddenly suffered a critical damage of 10,000 times. He really couldn't understand it. How could a mere delivery man have a balance of 1.5 billion in his account? No way. Is the other party a rich young man? Delivering food, is it just to experience life? If that's the case, 3 million is really just change for him. Bu Chang is not a fool, as long as he can get in touch with such a wealthy boss. He only needs a casual word from the other party to become successful. After thinking about this, Bu Chang suddenly became fawning. People who didn't know him would think that Bu Chang was Su Chen's lackey. "Brother, have a cigarette." In order to please Su Chen, Bu Chang hurriedly took out a cigarette and respectfully handed it to Su Chen with both hands. Su Chen waved his hand. For someone like Bu Chang, you have to strike him down. So, Su Chen said in a rare high-profile manner, "Sorry, I'm not used to smoking cigarettes that cost less than 100,000 yuan." Bu Chang was stunned. Then, he said with a smile on his face, yes, how come a man with such taste like you is used to smoking my junk cigarettes that cost hundreds of dollars? Bu Chang felt so ashamed of himself that he threw his cigarettes that cost $300 a box into the trash can next to him. Su Chen frowned slightly. "Brother? Why, do I look old?" "Oh no. Bu Chang quickly waved his hands. "Brother, I definitely didn't mean that." Bu Chang's brain was working rapidly. I really don't know how to address Su Chen so that I can appear polite and please him. You don't know what to call me? Su Chen saw Bu Chang's dilemma. Yeah. Bu Chang nodded like a pug. Yes, what should you call me? Su Chen raised his head slightly, looking thoughtful and serious. Immediately, he said nonchalantly, "Just call me Dad. Although I think it's unfortunate for our family to have a son like you, out of courtesy, you should still call me that." Bu Chang was suddenly embarrassed. You know, Su Chen is only in his early 20s, while Bu Chang is already in his 30s. Moreover, this happened in front of his company's employees. If this matter gets out, how can he establish his authority and convince others in his microloan company in the future? Then he thought, as long as he could get close to the wealthy and powerful, how much would his honor and face be worth? After figuring this out, Bu Chang no longer hesitated and blurted out the answer. Dad. This respectful voice was more powerful than calling him Dad. Hey. Su Chen responded. Turning to look at Lin Wenwen, Su Chen stretched out his hand and said, "Wenwen, do you have a dime?" Lin Wenwen was confused. She took out a dime from her pocket and put it in Su Chen's hand. After Su Chen took the dime from Lin Wenwen, he handed it to Bu Chang. "Since you call me Dad, I naturally have to give you a gift. Although dime is not much, it's a small amount. But it's also a token of my father's love, so please accept it." Bu Chang was so angry that he almost vomited blood. The expression on his face was as if he had eaten a fly. In my heart, I have already started howling like a wolf. Damn it. You have over $1 billion in your bank account, and yet, when I call you Dad, you give me a dime as a gift? Is there anyone in the world more stingy than you? Chow. Although he was furious, Bu Chang did not dare to lose his temper. The other party was a wealthy tycoon, and he was not someone he could afford to offend as a small boss of a small loan company. In addition, the other party has the skills of a reckless man. How dare you provoke such a person? Then, Bu Chang suppressed his anger and took the dime from Su Chen's hand. Seeing Bu Chang put it back into his pocket, Su Chen immediately scolded him, "You unfilial son, why don't you have a grateful heart? Dad gave you a dime as a gift, do you feel that it's a stunt?" Bu Chang was almost crying. Thank you, Dad, for giving me a dime as a gift. Bu Chang deliberately raised his voice when he said the three words dime. Deep down, he was really devastated. Phew! Lin Wenwen, who was hiding behind Su Chen, saw the bully Bu Chang being fooled by Su Chen. She couldn't help laughing. When she saw Bu Chang looking at her, she was so scared that she quickly covered her face. Good son. Su Chen touched Bu Chang's head. Immediately. Changing the subject, he asked, "What about the 3 million Wenwen owes you?" Ah? What 3 million? How come I didn't know that? Bu Chang pretended to be dumbfounded and said, "We are all family. Money is not a big deal." Ha! Su Chen grinned and quickly distanced himself from Bu Chang. Stop it, you and I are not on the same page. Well, I was really planning to return the 3 million to you, but you didn't want to. From now on, don't bring anyone to ask Wenwen to pay you back, okay? Hey hey! Bu Chang nodded continuously like a good dog. But my heart is bleeding. What the hell, 3 million just passed me by like that. I hate it. Su Chen is not a very good person. But as for a scoundrel like Bu Chang, since he had met him, he would not let him go easily. After thinking for a while, Su Chen continued, "My dear son, when Miss Lin owed you money, it was completely over. So let's talk about how you should settle the score for your previous rude words to Miss Lin." Ms. Lin, I. Bu Chang looked at Lin Wenwen with a weak, pleading look. Ms. Lin? Su Chen was immediately angry. You call me dad, but you call her Miss Lin? Do you have any sense at all? Su Chen scolded Bu Chang. Hart said. I treat Lin Wenwen as my younger sister. We are of the same generation. You should call her aunt. As a person, you should be polite. Unexpectedly. After some thought, Bu Chang shouted directly at Lin Wenwen. Mom! A moment! The whole world became quiet, and Su Chen and Lin Wenwen looked at each other in surprise. Please click on the reminder button at the end of the chapter, my dear readers, thank you so much. Chapter 120 Car Crash. When Lin Wenwen heard Bu Chang calling her mom, her face immediately turned red with shame. Su Chen was also very angry, so he slapped Bu Chang's slightly bloated face hard. You're just yelling nonsense. Do you know that this is slander? Bang! A slap in the face. Pop! A backhand slap. Su Chen showed no mercy to a scoundrel like Bu Chang. He didn't know how many times he slapped him. Anyway, Su Chen felt his palms were numb. He immediately complained angrily, "You are so shameless. You beat my hands until they are numb. You know." Su Chen now possesses the peerless magical skills awarded by the system, so there are very few people in the world who can withstand his combination of slaps. Poor Bu Chang has been completely beaten beyond recognition. But Su Chen still had no intention of letting him go. Looking at Lin Wenwen, Su Chenyun said calmly, "Wenwen, how dare this unfilial son of mine call you that? This is absolutely intolerable. Come, teach him a lesson for me." Ah! Hearing this, Lin Wenwen's beautiful eyes suddenly widened, and she pointed at herself in disbelief. Let me beat him? That's right. Su Chen said nonchalantly, to deal with a scoundrel like this, you have to teach him a lesson. Besides, it's an honor for this bastard that you can beat him up yourself. While speaking, Su Chen looked at Bu Chang harmlessly and said in a gentle tone, "My dear son, don't you agree?" Bu Chang was so depressed that he almost vomited blood. But because he was afraid of the other party's strength, he didn't dare to attack at all, so he could only nod with a forced smile. Yes, hit me hard. It's my honor to have Miss Lin hit me. Su Chen spread his hands. Wenwen, you heard it too. This guy asked for a fight. Just be kind and help him. Lin Wenwen still didn't dare. Su Chen simply grabbed Lin Wenwen's palm and then, with a snap, slapped Bu Chang hard on the face. After teaching Lin Wenwen for a while, Lin Wenwen learned it completely. Then, she slapped Bu Chang on the face very skillfully, one slap after another. After letting out a sigh of relief, Su Chen said to Bu Chang, "Now, let's talk about compensation, shall we?" There was a deep bitter smile on Bu Chang's face. "Brother, I can pay for the medical expenses myself, no need to compensate." In Bu Chang's opinion, he suffered a beating, and if he could make friends with a super rich man because of it, then it would be a perfect deal. Can Su Chen was slightly stunned. You think too much. What I mean is that you compensate Wenwen. What? When Bu Chang heard Su Chen's words, veins popped up on his forehead and he seemed to have the urge to kill someone. However, after seeing Su Chen's calm eyes, he felt a chill on his back. Gul. After swallowing his saliva involuntarily, Bu Chang said tremblingly, "Tell me, how much is the compensation?" Bu Chang could only blame himself for his bad luck. Well, you seem reluctant. You should know that I didn't force you to do this. Everything is your own will. If you don't want to compensate, we can just turn around and leave. Bu Chang's mentality completely exploded. Damn it. After cheating me, you still want to show off? Is there anyone in the world who was so shameless? Even though he was extremely angry, who could he blame? He could only say that it was his own fault. Lin Wenwen owed him 30,000 yuan, and in just a few days, the principal and interest reached an outrageous 300,000 yuan? Just imagine it. If Su Chen hadn't been as submissive as Lin Wenwen, wouldn't he have immediately repaid Bu Chang's 300,000? Therefore, for a bully like Bu Chang, Su Chen's approach was to let evil be dealt with. I am willing to compensate Miss Lin. With a plop. Bu Chang knelt in front of Lin Wenwen and said with an extremely pious expression, "Miss Lin, I beg you to accept my compensation, otherwise, I will die kneeling here." In order to avoid Su Chen, the plague god, as soon as possible. So, Bu Chang could only spend money to avoid disaster. How could Lin Wenwen dare to accept Bu Chang's compensation? She looked at Su Chen for help. Su Chen shrugged. You mean, it's up to you? At last. Lin Wenwen was really pestered by Bu Chang, so she reluctantly agreed and accepted the 300,000 yuan compensation from the other party. After the transfer was successful, Bu Chang looked at Su Chen with fear. Brother, can I leave now? Get out. Su Chen waved his hand impatiently. Bu Chang was such a fool. Su Chen meant that he should disappear from his sight immediately. Where is Bu Chang? He actually rolled away in public. Poochie. After Bu Chang's figure completely disappeared, Lin Wenwen couldn't help laughing. Su Chen explained, "Wenwen, we must not be soft-hearted when dealing with loan sharks, because those people tend to bully the weak and fear the strong, and act arrogantly in front of honest people. But when they encounter a bully who is even more evil than them, aren't they as cowardly as dogs?" Lin Wenwen said with bright eyes and white teeth, "Why, brother Su Chen is an even more evil bully?" Su Chen smiled casually. "No, actually, I am kind." Lin Wenwen and Su Chen smiled knowingly. Immediately, Lin Wenwen frowned and said in a serious tone, "Brother Su Chen, I want to donate all the 300,000 yuan that Boss Bu gave me as compensation to the children in the welfare home. What do you think?" Su Chen spread his hands. "It's your money, do with it as you please." The time of delivering food is always so happy. Especially delivering takeout with Lin Wenwen, the good times passed faster. Soon, it was 9 o'clock in the evening. After Su Chen sent Lin Wenwen home, he returned to his own residence. The next morning, as usual, Su Chen was waiting for the big treasure chest to open. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? The system's voice sounded in Su Chen's mind. Ah, it's finally here. What Su Chen looked forward to most every day was opening the big treasure chest. At this moment, he hurriedly said, "Open it immediately." Drop. Congratulations to the host, the big treasure chest is empty, and you are lonely. Are you feeling happy? Su Chen suddenly became angry. Holy shit. What kind of bad luck have I had recently? Why do I keep getting lonely? After complaining for a while, Su Chen adjusted his mentality and started his day of delivering food. The first business I received today was to deliver takeout to Shanshuafu community. Su Chen was driving his broken electric scooter towards Shanshuafu community. At a turn, he saw a colleague of his, who was also riding an electric scooter for delivering food, coming towards him. Maybe the other person is thinking about some difficult life problem. So, when riding a bike, he didn't look at the road and crashed directly into Su Chen. When Su Chen saw the other car was still 3 meters away from him, he quickly honked the horn to warn him. Ding ding! Ding ding! The horn warning was useless, so Su Chen started shouting. Hey, buddy, watch the road. The other party turned a deaf ear to Su Chen's reminder. Su Chen had no choice but to turn left and right, hoping to avoid the other car. But, strangely, the other electric bike also turned left and right, and finally, with a thud, the two electric bikes collided with each other. Before Su Chen could say anything, the man took off his helmet and said angrily, "Do you have any manners? Didn't your teacher teach you that ladies come first?" The moment I took off my helmet, time seemed to stand still. Su Chen widened his eyes and said in surprise, "Wow, it's a girl? This long hair is flowing. With this figure and this appearance, she is exactly like a top star. Why is she delivering food?" "Humph." Lu Piapiao glared at Su Chen angrily and said unhappily, "What's wrong with being a woman? Can't women deliver food? How come you've never seen a girl as beautiful as me in your life?" "That's not the case. I have more beautiful girls chasing after me than any handsome guy you've ever seen. What I mean is, you bumped into me, so we have to discuss compensation? Besides, it's not nice of you to hang on me like this." Turn out to be. After the two electric bikes collided, Lu Piapiao directly straddled Su Chen's body. Chapter 121 Treatment. The scene before them was extremely embarrassing. The people watching nearby covered their mouths and laughed, talking about it. Young couples these days are so wild. I remember back in our time, even if we wanted to hold hands, we had to hide in a deserted place, like a wheat field or a haystack. Now look at the young people now, they just started on the street? They can't wait to go back home and have fun. I don't know how you feel, but I'm totally impressed. I was caught off guard and fed a mouthful of dog food? TSK, as a single person, I can't afford this. I really can't afford this. Faced with the fiery and strange gazes of the crowd, Lu Piapiao was also very shy. In an instant, her beautiful face turned red. Then, she gathered the hair by her ears and quickly got off Su Chen's body. Then, he said a little unsurely, "What compensation? How could I not know? Our collision was completely an accident. The responsibility is 50-50. No one needs to compensate anyone else." Su Chen could accept Lu Piapiao's explanation. Anyway, he didn't lose much. But just when Lu Piapiao was getting off Su Chen, her thigh accidentally touched Su Chen's fingers. You know, Su Chen is now a real miracle doctor. Just a seemingly insignificant contact, Su Chen instantly concluded that Lu Piapiao was sick. "Hey, miss, your legs." As he spoke, Su Chen's gaze subconsciously fell on Lu Piapiao's thigh. Lu Piapiao looked down at her thighs. Suddenly, her beautiful eyes widened and she said unhappily, "You shameless bastard, are you trying to take advantage of me?" Lu Piapiao acted as if she was a very capable fighter. Oh. Su Chen's kindness was taken for granted, and he couldn't help but sneer. "You think I'm on the first floor?" Lu Piapiao was stunned. "Could it be that you are on the 5th floor?" "Sorry, I'm in the atmosphere." Seeing that Lu Piapiao seemed to be about to lose her temper, Su Chen quickly explained patiently, "Miss, there is really something wrong with your leg. I am a doctor and my duty is to save lives and heal the wounded, so I am kindly reminding you." Cut. Lu Piapiao rolled her eyes and said with disdain, "I'm embarrassed to point out your hypocritical tactics. You pretend to be a doctor and say my leg is sick? Then, did you take advantage of me while I was being examined?" Su Chen shook his head helplessly. "Miss, don't be too clever for your own good. They say my level is at the atmospheric level, but why don't you believe it? Well, let me ask you a few questions. Have you felt cold hands and feet lately? And, especially in the morning, do I feel numbness in my thighs? Do my knees tingle from time to time? As a miracle doctor, if I can't even see these symptoms, then I'm just living up to my reputation." For a while, Lu Piapiao opened her mouth wide, too shocked to utter a word, because what Su Chen said was so right. With her eyes wide open, Lu Piapiao asked in disbelief, How did you figure that out?" Su Chen Yun said calmly, "As a miracle doctor, if you can't even see this, then I might as well just hit my head and die." "But you?" Lu Piapiao pointed at Su Chen's takeaway uniform. "Hey, well, actually, I deliver food just to experience life. Treating illnesses and saving lives is also a part-time job." Lu Piapiao was confused by what she heard. "So what's your main occupation?" Seeing Lu Piapiao staring at him eagerly, Su Chen was speechless for a moment. Yes. What is his main business? It seems that he really doesn't have any main business. Seeing Su Chen remain silent, Lu Piapiao shook her head in disappointment and said with disdain, "I was almost fooled by you. Tell me the truth, did you use this trick to deceive many ignorant little girls? Since the other party does not appreciate my kindness. So, just leave. Suchen picked up his broken electric scooter, checked it, and found that it was still rideable, so he didn't stay any longer and planned to leave. And what about Lu Piapiao? He also picked up his electric bike, and when he was about to step onto it with his long legs, his calf suddenly cramped. He shouted, and the electric bike fell to the ground with a bang. Hey, miss! Seeing that Lu Piapiao was about to fall to the ground, out of gentlemanliness and courtesy, Suchen rushed over and supported Lu Piapiao, then squatted down and massaged Lu Piapiao's ankle for a while. Suddenly, a warm and smooth feeling like jade spread throughout Lu Piapiao's body. Looking at Suchen squatting on the ground and massaging her, Lu Piapiao was stunned for a moment. As a goddess, how many suitors did Lu Piapiao have? From childhood to adulthood, she has never been in love because she feels that no matter how outstanding or successful the men she met before were, she feels they are not worthy of her. Only the handsome delivery boy in front of her satisfied all her fantasies about her future partner. He was elegant, gentlemanly, and polite, and his deep eyes seemed to have seen all the prosperity in the world. It's a pity that he is just a delivery rider. He is a little poor, but it doesn't matter. If he becomes my boyfriend, Lu Piapiao, I will definitely be very happy. Okay. Just when Lu Piapiao's thoughts drifted away and she was daydreaming, Suchen had already cured her leg disease. Seeing Suchen leave without looking back, Lu Piapiao suddenly panicked. Little brother, wait for me. Chapter 122 I can save her. Happiness is right in front of you, how can you miss it? Now. Lu Piapiao felt her blood boiling. She no longer cared about her ladylike image. After restarting the electric car, she ran all the way, following behind Suchen. And he shouted while chasing Suchen's broken electric scooter. Little brother, you cured my leg disease, I want to marry you. Lu Piapiao, this idiot, kept chasing Suchen all the way, as if she was Suchen's wife, causing passers-by to stop and watch. Suchen was annoyed by the harassment and simply stopped the car. Miss, I've already said I'm in the atmosphere. You can't catch up, so why are you still pursuing me? You're only making things difficult for yourself. What's the point? Let me tell you this. In my life, I am destined to wander around the world, make the world my home, and be an unknown delivery boy. If you marry me, it will be equivalent to becoming the wife of the richest man in the world. But the problem is, what I pursue are music, chess, calligraphy, painting, poetry, wine and flowers. I am really not interested in those things between men and women. In other words, I will be the man you will never get in your life, do you understand? Suchen's purpose in making up a bunch of nonsense was to get rid of Lu Piapiao as soon as possible. Now, Lu Piapiao bared her teeth, her face filled with disbelief as she said, the wife of the world's richest man? What the hell is this? Suchen shrugged. I'm not pretending anymore. I'm the richest man in the world and I'm showing my cards. Put. Lu Piapiao burst out laughing. Brother, have you watched too many movies? But your acting skills are really good. If you apply to a film academy, you will definitely make a difference in this industry in the future. I believe that it won't be long before you win the title of Best Actor. Suchen didn't have time to listen to Lu Piapiao's nonsense. Miss, could you please stop bothering me? I still have to deliver food and my customers are waiting. Etc. Seeing that Suchen was about to leave, Lu Piapiao quickly played her trump card. I won't pretend anymore. I'm going to be honest. I'm the daughter of an executive of a listed company. As she spoke, Lu Piapiao proudly raised her chin, looking quite arrogant. Little brother, think about it, if you become our son-in-law, you can save at least 30 years of hard work. The day of the wedding. I'll give you a 300,000 yuan car and a 1 million yuan house, and you'll instantly go from being a delivery boy to the pinnacle of your life. In other words, after you marry me, you'll be the son-in-law of a wealthy family. Lu Piapiao stared at Suchen eagerly. In Lu Piapiao's opinion, she has a stunningly beautiful face, a figure like a female star, and is the daughter of a wealthy family. If she takes the initiative to pursue a delivery boy, the boy will definitely agree with joy. Unexpectedly. However, Suchen refused in a cold tone. Sorry, I am a wealthy man myself, and I don't need to be your family's wealthy son-in-law. Suchen said this with confidence. With the big treasure chest system, he is destined to become the richest man in the world. So, how can you let a mere emotion hold you back? Ah. Upon hearing this, Lu Piapiao was also stunned for a moment. She stared at Su Chen with a dull expression and said in disbelief, "What did you just say? You yourself are a wealthy family? How is this possible? Why not?" Su Chen said impatiently, "My car is an 80 million limited edition Bugatti. Do I need you to buy me a 300,000 car? I live in an imperial villa worth 350 million. Do I need you to buy me a 1 million house? Okay, everyone's time is precious. If you waste other people's time, you are killing them, understand? Etc." Seeing Su Chen was about to leave again, Lu Piapiao suddenly shouted. Obviously, Lu Piapiao didn't believe a single punctuation mark in what Su Chen said, so she simply introduced herself and said, "My father is a senior executive of the Dihao Group, with an annual income of 30 million. If you become the son-in-law of our Lu family, I promise to let you." Pity. Before Lu Piapiao finished speaking, Su Chen started his broken donkey. Suddenly thinking of something, Su Chen turned around and said, "I emphasize again that I am not on the first floor, nor on the fifth floor. But in the atmosphere. Go back and ask your father, who is Su Chen?" Finished. Su Chen didn't stop and drove away on his broken electric scooter. His back was so handsome and unruly that it made people obsessed with him. Su Chen? Lu Piapiao was stunned for a moment, and only after a long while did she recover from her shock. Suddenly, she remembered something and quickly took out her phone and called her father. She asked directly, "Dad, do you know the name Su Chen?" "Who, Su Chen?" On the other end of the phone, Father Lu's expression suddenly changed. Next, Lu's father revealed Su Chen's true identity, and after listening to her father's story, Lu Piapiao was completely confused. It was ridiculous, really too ridiculous. Lu Piapiao prides herself on being the daughter of a wealthy family. Result: in front of Su Chen, he was a complete joke. And he even said that letting Su Chen be their Lu family's son-in-law would at least save them 30 years of hard work. This was too shameful. This is equivalent to an elementary school student who went up on stage to receive an award said he wanted to explain a math problem to William Leibniz? Isn't this the biggest joke in the world? Su Chen was in Shanshuafu community. He had just finished delivering an order and was about to leave when he noticed a large group of people gathered together. He heard the sound of wailing. Su Chen was not a person who liked to meddle in other people's affairs. After he obtained the God-level medical skills awarded by the system, he had the duty and obligation to save the dying and the wounded. Upon closer inspection, he found that a little girl had been in a car accident and her life was in danger. Suddenly, Su Chen opened his eyes of life and death and discovered that the little girl in the pleasant goat cartoon costume had already left her body. Was this a sign of complete hopelessness? For a moment, Su Chen's expression changed drastically. Su Chen is different from other miracle doctors in the world. He obtained the God-level medical skills awarded by the system, which allowed him to see through a person's life and death, honor and disgrace. At this time, he activated the eye of life and death and directly saw the little girl's soul about to leave her body. Can't help it. Su Chen felt compassion. Even if I have to fight against the heavens, I will save this little girl. Only. Just as Su Chen rushed towards the little girl, a doctor in a white coat got there first. Seeing the little girl's soul getting farther and farther away, Su Chen shouted without question, "Let me do it. I'm the only one in the world who can save this little girl." Su Chen was definitely not bragging when he said this. Possessing the ability to see life and death, he had already seen that the little girl's soul had left her body. In other words, she was already dead. If Su Chen had not intervened, other doctors, even Nobel Prize winners in medicine, would be helpless. At this time, after hearing Su Chen's words, the doctor in the white coat looked at Su Chen with great disdain and said with disdain, "You are just a delivery man. What do you know about curing diseases and saving lives?" While speaking, the doctor in the white coat took out his name badge from his pocket and said proudly, "Look carefully, I am Yao Yimin, the office director of Zhonghai First People's Hospital. Get out of my way. Fuck." Looking at the little girl's soul gradually drifting away, Su Chen couldn't help but swear. Yao Yimin shook his head in disdain, muttering to himself, "Why are all the delivery people these days so uncultured?" It's true. You can't expect someone who hasn't received much education to be as polite and courteous as an educated person. Next to the little girl was a middle-aged man in a suit. Now. The middle-aged man knelt directly in front of Yao Ming. His eyes were red, and he said excitedly, "Doctor, please save my daughter Xingxing. As long as you save her, I will work like a slave for you." Nowadays, many families in cities have only one child, and the grandparents and parents all spoil the child like a treasure. Especially. This middle-aged man had a daughter with great difficulty and had always treated her like the apple of his eye. If she passed away, he would not even want to live anymore. Yao Ming checked the little girl's eyes, pulse, and heart. Immediately. He shook his head in disappointment. "Sir, I'm so sorry. I've tried my best." The middle-aged man's eyes were red and he roared like a lion. "What do you mean by 'I have tried my best'? You quack, if you don't save my daughter today, I will bury you with her." It was obvious that the middle-aged man was a little unconscious due to excessive grief. The next moment. After realizing that he had lost his composure, the middle-aged man began to beg again. "Doctor, I'm the director of Fucheng Commercial Street. If you can save my daughter, I'll transfer all 3% of my shares to you. I just hope you can save my daughter." 3% equity? At this moment, after hearing what the middle-aged man said, the people watching around showed surprised expressions. As far as I know, Fucheng Commercial Street is a large enterprise with a market value of 50 billion. A 3% stake would be equivalent to 1.5 billion. As long as I can save this little girl, I can get a reward of 1.5 billion? TSK, this is the rhythm of instantly reaching the pinnacle of life. It's a pity that I didn't study medicine before. Yao Ming shook his head and sighed. Although he also wanted to get 3% of the shares of Fucheng Commercial Street, but he didn't have the ability. Patting the middle-aged man on the shoulder, Yao Ming comforted him. "I can completely understand your feelings. Only the dead cannot be brought back to life, and I hope you will accept my loss with all your heart." Finished. Yao Ming planned to leave here. The middle-aged man grabbed Yao Ming by the collar, his eyes bloodshot as he roared angrily, "You're a quack. My daughter isn't dead. She's not dead. Do you know that?" After roaring a few times, the middle-aged man's voice became hoarse. At the same time, Su Chen activated the soul-gathering spell and summoned back the little girl's soul floating in the air. He glanced at everyone and said in a strong voice, "Get out of the way. I can save this little girl." Chapter 123 Rescue. Su Chen felt that this soul-gathering spell was extremely bizarre. Logically speaking, the dead cannot be resurrected, and once the soul leaves the body, it is completely lost. However, Su Chen, who possesses the soul-gathering curse, can recall the souls of the deceased, which is beyond the scope of human cognition. But at this moment, Su Chen didn't care about anything else. He just wanted to save the little girl in front of him. People say that doctors have a kind heart. Su Chen has god-level medical skills, so he must save the dying and the wounded. Otherwise, wouldn't this skill awarded to him by the system be wasted? At this time, when they saw Su Chen, a delivery rider, say that he could save the little girl in front of him, the people around him cast questioning glances at him. The young man's kindness is rare and precious, but the dead cannot be brought back to life. I think this guy must be trying to show off. Even if you want to be in the spotlight, you can't joke about the dead. Now. After hearing Su Chen's words, the middle-aged man's eyes suddenly lit up. His name is Song Kuan, and he is the director of Fucheng Commercial Street. He has been conducting research abroad for the past few months and just returned to China yesterday. His daughter is his life. Song Kuan is willing to pay any price if it can save his precious daughter's life. At this time, before Song Kuan could say anything, Yao Ming blocked Su Chen's way and said with disdain, "Young man, if you're just delivering food, just do it well. Why are you trying to show off by trying to save lives? Just ask. Do you have that ability?" Su Chen said anxiously, "I don't have time to explain too much to you. Please move aside. I can only keep this little sister's soul in my hands for 1 minute. Once the time is up, it will be too late to save her." Puff. Yao Ming burst out laughing, shook his head, and said with a look of contempt, "The soul can only be kept in your hands for 1 minute? You say that, are you reading too many fantasy novels?" Between sarcasm, Yao Ming looked at the people around who were watching the excitement. Come on, everyone, take a look. There's a psychopath here who says he can preserve a person's soul for 1 minute. That really makes me laugh to death. As Yao Ming shouted, the people around him began to blame Su Chen. This young man seems to have bad intentions. What kind of monsters, demons, monsters, and ghosts are all this talk? He even kept someone's soul for a minute? Oh my god, this guy, could he be possessed by some unclean thing, so he's talking nonsense? Yao Yiming's expression was extremely sinister as he said, "The dead are the greatest. Not only do you have no mercy at all, but you're even taking the opportunity to hype yourself up. Young man, don't you feel guilty for doing this? Time is ticking away. Soon." Su Chen realized that the little girl's soul could only be kept in his hands for 30 seconds, so he said anxiously, "I really can save this little girl. Please get out of the way." Oh. Yao Yiming folded his arms and sneered with disdain. This little girl had an accident and died. Even if Hua Tuo were to be resurrected, there would be nothing he could do to save her. You are just a delivery driver who died. How can you save her? The law of nature will prevail and retribution will come. Young man, what you did today will definitely. Get out of my way. Su Chen sensed that the soul of the little girl in front of him could only be kept in his hands for 3 seconds, so he interrupted Yao Yiming's chattering and kicked him away. Fuck, this reckless man actually hit someone? After Yao Yiming was kicked to the ground by Su Chen, he became angry instantly. He rolled up his sleeves, stood up, and was about to rush over to seek revenge on Su Chen. But at this moment, Su Chen put the little girl's soul back into her body with his hands. As he chanted the spell, the little girl, who had no signs of life, suddenly opened her eyes. I'm going to beat you to death. Yao Yiming raised his hand angrily and was about to slap Su Chen when he saw the little girl in front of him suddenly wake up. For a moment, Yao Yiming was completely stunned, and the palm of his hand that was about to hit Su Chen stopped in mid-air. How is this possible? Chapter 124 He is the chairman. Before. Yao Yiming's words to Su Chen were extremely humiliating, but Su Chen did not stand up to him. At this moment, facing the absolute facts, Yao Yiming was completely dumbfounded. Not only that. Yao Yiming felt his face burning. It's like there were invisible slaps hitting his face hard. Ashamed. I feel ashamed of myself. A clown. These words appeared in Yao Yiming's mind in an instant. He felt that he was the biggest idiot and fool in the world. The delivery guy had extraordinary medical skills, but he actually humiliated him? It's totally nonsense. Yao Yiming was truly filled with regret at this moment. He was clearly a worthless fighter, yet he had to mock the true champion? Was there anyone in the world more foolish than Yao Yiming? Before Su Chen treated the little girl, the people around him looked at him with contempt and disdain. Just a food delivery rider wants to learn from doctors to cure diseases and save lives? Oh. It's just funny. Do you have a medical license? Do you have experience treating patients and saving lives? Are you trying to gain fame and hype yourself, so you're forcing yourself to be the best? Question. Sarcasm. Despise. Can. Right now. Everyone around looked at Su Chen with deep awe and admiration, as if Su Chen was a god descending from heaven. Everyone wanted to kneel on the ground and kowtow to him. He's truly a miracle doctor. Even if Hua Tuo were reincarnated, he would be no more than this. This little brother is so young, yet he possesses such miraculous medical skills. He is truly amazing. Once you meet this little brother, you'll be ruined for life. I used to think my boyfriend was quite handsome and capable, but compared to this little brother in front of me, my boyfriend is a complete scumbag. Once you meet this little brother, you'll be ruined for life, right? Song Koan is also a man of temperament. At this time, seeing that Su Chen had saved his daughter, Song Koan no longer hesitated. He knelt down in front of Su Chen and immediately said with tears of gratitude, "Divine Doctor, you saved my daughter. I kowtow to you." "Oh, it's just a piece of cake, just get up quickly." Su Chen quickly helped Song Koan up, his face filled with a humble and gentle smile. "Then you guys go ahead and do your work. I'll go deliver the food. Divine Doctor, please keep it." Seeing that Su Chen was about to turn around and leave, Su Chen's image in Song Koan's heart became a little taller. He left after completing his task, hiding his merits and fame. There are really not many good people like him nowadays. If doing good deeds is not rewarded, how can we inspire righteousness? After figuring this out, Song Koan said solemnly, "Divine Doctor, as I said before, if anyone saves my precious daughter, I will give you 3% of the shares of Fucheng Commercial Street as a reward." Seeing that Su Chen wanted to refuse, Song Koan hurriedly said, "Divine Doctor, please do not refuse. In order to inspire great righteousness, you must accept the shares of Fucheng Commercial Street." Now, when people heard what Song Koan said, they all looked at Su Chen with envy and jealousy. Oh my god, 3% of the shares, that's 1 billion. With an income of 1.5 billion all of a sudden, this little brother has instantly become a wealthy man. Su Chen smiled at Song Koan. No. Song Koan widened his eyes and muttered to himself in disbelief, "Nowadays, is there anyone who doesn't love money? In the business world, how many people have killed each other for fame and fortune, and how many fathers and sons have turned against each other? Can this miraculous doctor before me, even with 1.5 billion in front of him, remains unmoved? This kind of noble character, who regards money as dirt, is truly a role model for our generation. I want to know why." Song Koan followed behind Su Chen and asked with a puzzled look on his face. Su Chen stopped immediately. He turned to look at Song Koan and said calmly, "Just because my name is Su Chen and I work part-time as the chairman of Fucheng Commercial Street, is that okay?" "What? Working part-time as the chairman of Fucheng Commercial Street?" For a while, when everyone around heard Su Chen's words, they were all stunned, and deep down, a huge wave of turmoil was set off in their hearts. Chapter 125 Internet Celebrity. Under the stunned gaze of the crowd, Su Chen drove his broken electric scooter away, raising a cloud of dust. Only everyone present seemed to be petrified and could not move. Yao Yimin's mentality exploded. He was hit hard by Su Chen. He was really devastated. He had a godlike appearance and miraculous medical skills. The most important thing was that he was actually the boss of Fucheng Commercial Street? For such a person, perhaps the only word to describe him is perfect. Why does such a heaven-defying existence like to deliver food? Song Koan watched Su Chen disappear into the crowd, muttering to himself, "This is a godlike man. It's incredible." Su Chen refused the 1.5 billion shares that Song Koan gave him. Then, Song Koan had been wondering, in this materialistic age, is there anyone who doesn't love money? Now it seems he was completely wrong. His pitiful 1.5 billion shares were a complete joke in the eyes of the big boss, Su Chen. The time of delivering food is always so wonderful. Especially riding a broken electric donkey with Lin Wenwen was a truly wonderful feeling. Facing the breeze, happily galloping on the street, from time to time, Su Chen could smell the faint fragrance of Lin Wenwen. In recent years, with the rapid rise of short videos, the incubation cycle of internet celebrities can be said to have become extremely fast. It's no exaggeration to say some people were unknown yesterday, but may become super internet celebrities with explosive popularity tomorrow. Lin Wenwen is one of them. She delivered takeout with Su Chen for a whole day. I don't know which kind-hearted netizen uploaded the video of Su Chen and Lin Wenwen delivering takeout together to Douyin. Just 2 hours. Lin Wenwen became completely popular. Normally, when the netizen named The Spring Breeze and I Are Just Passers-By uploaded a short video, no one would pay attention to it, and the number of comments and likes was pitifully small. Today, on the road, he accidentally saw Su Chen and Lin Wenwen delivering food together, so he took a video with a playful attitude. As soon as he uploaded it to the Douyin short video platform, it showed a trend of becoming a hit. The number of likes quickly exceeded 300,000. The number of comments has reached 100,000, and the growth rate is also strange. Oh my god, this is the Condor heroes of the takeout world. This young man has an elegant temperament, and this young lady is even more refined and beautiful. They both have divine looks that can easily outshine countless celebrities. Why would they rather be delivering food? Could it be that by delivering food I can unexpectedly meet my significant other? Love it, love it. I've been working hard for 10 years, but no one knows about it. I'm still single. To have a romantic encounter with my future significant other, I've decided to quit my job as an executive with an annual salary of 5 million yuan and join the food delivery army starting tomorrow. I'm begging for my brother's contact information. Can't you see the point? The young lady sitting on the back of the electric bike is no match for that handsome young man. I'd rather cry in the guy's rickety electric scooter than laugh in a BMW. To meet a delivery guy with a godly look tomorrow, I've decided to start ordering takeout like crazy from now on. 10 o'clock in the evening. Su Chen sent Lin Wenwen home and then drove his broken electric scooter back to his residence. Half an hour later, Su Chen was about to go to sleep when he received a call from Lin Wenwen asking for help. "Brother Su Chen, help me, there are a lot of people outside who want to kill me." Su Chen stood up with a somersault. Immediately, with a serious face, he said, "Wenwen, don't be anxious. Tell me slowly. What happened?" Chapter 126 Moving. Lin Wenwen cried on the phone, saying that her room door was surrounded by people, many women holding kitchen knives, threatening to fight her. Lin Wenwen had never seen such a scene before. For a while, he was also at a loss, so he called Su Chen. After Su Chen asked the reason clearly, and then after some analysis, the situation became clear. Turn out to be, it's still that short video that caused the trouble. Su Chen and Lin Wenwen delivered food together, which made Lin Wenwen an internet celebrity in the shortest time. Countless businesses planned to cooperate with Lin Wenwen, but before they could take action, those women who coveted Su Chen's appearance became restless. They didn't know how they got Lin Wenwen's home address. Then, a huge team of hundreds of people, each holding a hemp rope, a kitchen knife, and a parasol, came to embarrass Lin Wenwen. They felt that Lin Wenwen was not worthy of a handsome boy like Su Chen, and planned to teach Lin Wenwen a lesson so that she would give up. This is the horror of cyberbullying. Su Chen did not take this matter lightly. Although it was already very late, but Su Chen still drove the Bugatti and made a high-profile appearance in the community where Lin Wenwen lived. For a moment, the limited edition Bugatti became the focus of everyone's attention. What is incredible is that, in the video, Su Chen is clearly a delivery boy. Why can he afford an 80 million limited edition Bugatti? When you come, Su Chen called Fan Shangdong, the manager of Fuchang Commercial Street, and asked him to bring all the security guards. So, hundreds of security guards in Fuchang Commercial Street were all wearing neat uniforms. After Su Chen got off the car, they stood in 2 rows, all with their hands behind their backs, each one like an iron tower. "Get out of the way, everyone, our boss is here." Fan Shangdong led the way in front, and Su Chen walked behind. For a while, everyone around was stunned by what they saw. A big star's appearance is just like this. This little brother is delivering food. Is he some low-key rich guy who's trying to enjoy life? I really envy this woman named Lin Wenwen. What on earth has she done to deserve the favor of such a perfect and wealthy man? Under everyone's gaze, Su Chen came to the door of Lin Wenwen's room. Hundreds of women were seen, some holding kitchen knives, some carrying parasols, and some carrying bricks. Each of them looked fierce and looked like Husan Yang. However, when Su Chen walked past them, their domineering aura disappeared in an instant. Instead, standing in front of Su Chen, they felt as small as dust, while Su Chen was like the sun in the sky, shining on the world, high above. "Whoever wants to compete with Miss Lin, come at me." Su Chen's loud voice rang out. Lin Wenwen lowered her head in the room. After hearing Su Chen's words, she was instantly moved to tears. She even started fantasizing. Su Chen said this, doesn't it mean that she has the possibility of becoming Su Chen's girlfriend? Thinking of this, Lin Wenwen's beautiful face instantly flushed, and her heart was filled with indescribable sweetness and happiness. And those tough women who came to cause trouble all had flames of jealousy in their eyes. Why? Don't they get the favor of the delivery guys? Wenwen, it's okay. I'm here. From now on, I don't think anyone will dare to trouble you. When saying this, Su Chen exuded a fierce aura. You know, Su Chen now possesses unparalleled magical skills. Once he releases the murderous aura. So, it was as if a god of death had descended to the earth, making everyone around him tremble and shudder with fear. Crunch! Lin Wenwen walked out of the room, screamed, and started crying loudly. And, throwing herself into Su Chen's arms, Su Chen gently patted Lin Wenwen's shoulders and comforted her. "It's okay, Wenwen." After thinking for a while, Su Chen said, "Well, I'm really worried about you living in such a community. Tonight, you can move to Emperor's Place, where the security measures are very good." Hiss. When everyone heard about the Emperor's coming to the villa, they were almost going crazy with jealousy. I heard that the Shanghai Emperor's villa is worth at least 350 million. Yes, even the richest man in Shanghai is not qualified to live in such a luxurious villa. I never thought that the owner of that villa would be this handsome young man in front of me. A wealthy tycoon who can afford to live in an imperial villa worth 350 million yuan is definitely not an ordinary person. I'm afraid that even the richest man in Shanghai would be 3 points shorter than him, right? Lin Wenwen has a lot of things. But there were also many people helping her move. You know, Fan Shangdong brought hundreds of security guards from Fuchang Commercial Street. Each of them could easily move even a box of gifts, and they could move Lin Wenwen in a very short time. Thump. Thump. The moving team was huge, and Lin Wenwen was sitting in the passenger seat of the limited edition Bugatti, her heart beating wildly. As the old saying goes, misfortunes often bring good fortune. Cyber violence has seriously affected Lin Wenwen's normal life. But Su Chen helped her move, and moved to the emperor's villa worth 350 million yuan. For Lin Wenwen, this satisfied her vanity to the greatest extent. Although Lin Wenwen is not a materialistic girl. Only being able to live in the imperial villa worth 350 million yuan really made Lin Wenwen flattered. All the way, Lin Wenwen kept her head down. Suddenly, she mustered up the courage to ask, "Brother Su Chen, I have a question for you. Can you help me answer it?" Chapter 127 Recruiting People. Lin Wenwen asked Su Chen what kind of girls he liked. Actually, Su Chen could tell that Lin Wenwen was trying to trick him, but with a high emotional intelligence like Su Chen, he easily evaded the question, roughly saying that he just wanted to be a happy delivery boy, and as for matters of the heart, he preferred to let nature take its course. When Su Chen appeared in the emperor's villa district with a huge moving team of 100 people, he attracted a lot of onlookers. Everyone's eyes widened, and they were shocked by the scene before them, and their scalps numbed. You know, the emperor's villa has always been the focus of public attention. Now, it has finally welcomed its owner. How can people around it not be curious about who the owner of such a luxurious villa is? When they saw Su Chen and Lin Wenwen, they instantly began to doubt their lives. Oh my god, this is a beautiful couple. Love it, love it. I don't believe in love, but why am I starting to waver? Under the unified command of Su Chen, hundreds of security guards in Fuchang Commercial Street quickly placed Lin Wenwen's luggage neatly and orderly in the emperor's villa. Looking at her spacious, bright, warm and luxurious bedroom, Lin Wenwen burst into tears of joy. This night, Su Chen also lives in the emperor's villa. Time passes silently. Soon. The next morning, when Su Chen got up and washed up, he found Lin Wenwen in the kitchen, wearing an apron and making breakfast. The morning light fell on Lin Wenwen's beautiful face because the window was open. The cool breeze blowing in the early morning makes people feel comfortable. This is a perfect morning. Suddenly, Su Chen shouted. Wenwen. Lin Wenwen, who was busy making breakfast, subconsciously turned her head when she heard Su Chen calling her. What's wrong, brother Su Chen? Lin Wenwen asked with bright eyes and white teeth. Su Chen folded his arms and said with interest, Wenwen, have you heard a saying? What? The woman who makes breakfast seriously is the most beautiful. Su Chen said seriously. Hearing this, Lin Wenwen smiled. That was really a charming smile, a stunning moment. After eating the loving breakfast made by Lin Wenwen, Su Chen returned to his bedroom because he had a biggest secret that he must not let Lin Wenwen know. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? Su Chen hurriedly said, please don't make me lonely anymore. With his eyes closed, Su Chen muttered to himself. God bless you. Then he took a deep breath and said, turn it on. Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the God-level calligraphy and painting appreciation skill. Su Chen was stunned. God-level calligraphy and painting appreciation skills? Then, a large amount of information flooded into Su Chen's brain. He, who knew nothing about calligraphy and painting appreciation before, seemed to have instantly transformed into a master of calligraphy and painting appreciation. Those famous calligraphy and paintings from ancient and modern times, both at home and abroad, flashed through Su Chen's mind like a movie. After all, I'm a cultured person, so the system rewards me with this skill? Not bad, not bad. Only, as of now, this skill seems to have no use. When preparing to leave Emperor Linshi to deliver the takeaway, Lin Wenwen called Su Chen. She wanted to follow Su Chen to deliver the takeaway. The way she pouted and begged Su Chen was so adorable. Hearing this, Su Chen, however, said with a stern face, have you forgotten what happened yesterday? Wenwen, you are an internet celebrity now. For others, internet celebrities mean fame and can bring huge economic income. But you, a person as elegant as an orchid, should not be corrupted by the smell of money, so you should just stay home. Lin Wenwen puffed her cheeks and said with a look of resentment, Brother Su Chen, I have to work anyway. Otherwise, if I stay at home all day, won't I end up becoming a shrew? That's right. Su Chen thought for a moment, then took out his cell phone and called his secretary Zhang Yanran. Su Chen said in a gentle tone, Yanran, is our Dihao group hiring anytime soon? Chapter 128 Fake. When Zhang Yanran answered Su Chen's call, she was respectful and cautious. When Su Chen asked her whether the Dihao group was recruiting, she immediately understood what the boss meant. Soon, Lin Wenwen's job search was finalized. After hanging up the phone, Su Chen turned to Lin Wenwen and said without question, Wenwen, I asked Yanran to find you a job as a department manager assistant in the branch of Dihao Group. You should do your best. Remember, don't mention our relationship in the company. Su Chen said this to protect Lin Wenwen's reputation. Otherwise, the outside world would not know how to make up gossip about Lin Wenwen and Su Chen. Brother Su Chen, thank you. Lin Wenwen thanked him sincerely. Su Chen smiled elegantly. Immediately, he drove a limited edition Bugatti to deliver food. This day was destined to be another legendary day. When the customers saw that Su Chen was actually delivering food in a limited edition Bugatti, they were all stunned with shock. Awesome! This delivery guy not only has a godlike appearance, but he's also a low-key wealthy man? Everyone who delivers food these days is handsome and talented. Especially, look at this guy. He's actually delivering food in a limited edition Bugatti worth 80 million yuan. At this moment, I'm so excited I can't express it in words. I can only say 2 words, wow. Su Chen has a habit. That is, there is a habit of smoking and drinking. How does the saying go, all the saints and wise men in ancient times were lonely, only the drinkers left their names. When the breeze blows your hair, at this time, if you don't hold a cigarette in your hand, doesn't it lack a little flavor? After parking the Bugatti on the side of the road, Su Chen walked into Hongxia Life supermarket. After buying a box of cigarettes for 50 yuan, Su Chen walked out. When he was about to get in the car, he was stopped by an old man in Tang suit. Hey, young man, help me. Next to the old man were 2 twin sisters. They had a quiet and elegant temperament, and their every move and gesture showed the cultivation and background of a rich family's daughter. They were truly untainted by the mud. At this time, the old man in Tang suit held an antique box in his left hand and a painting in his right hand. It was obvious that he had just finished admiring it and was about to put it into the box. The twin sisters next to him really had no hands free because they were also carrying large and small bags. Without a doubt, the 3 grandfathers and grandsons in front of us are all calligraphy and painting enthusiasts. Okay, old man. If someone asked Su Chen for help, Su Chen would naturally not refuse. Only, while helping the old man in Tang suit put the calligraphy and painting into the box, Su Chen took a casual glance. You know, Su Chen now has a god-level skill in appreciating calligraphy and painting. Even with a casual glance, he can distinguish the authenticity from the fake. Su Chen felt a little sorry for the old man in Tang suit. Seeing that the other party treated the fake as a treasure, Su Chen was too embarrassed to point it out. The cold girl Tang Yulan next to him clearly noticed the slightest change in Su Chen's brows and frowned. Tang Yulan asked with a puzzled look, Sir, do you know anything about calligraphy and painting? This pair of twin sisters, the elder sister is named Tang Jirua. Now, after hearing her sister Tang Yulan ask Su Chen this question, she stared at Su Chen with curiosity. Seeing that he was wearing a delivery uniform, Tang Jirua couldn't help but look down on Su Chen. Hart said, do delivery riders also understand calligraphy and painting? The old man in the Tang suit was named Tang Guoping. He was the president of the Shanghai Calligraphy and Painting Association and was extremely accomplished in the appreciation of calligraphy and painting. However, he was only an ordinary person, and sometimes he made mistakes. Out of kindness, Su Chen's eyes swept over Tang Guoping, Tang Jirua, and Tang Yulan, the 3 grandfathers and grandsons. Immediately, he said seriously, this painting, Eagle Spreads Its Wings, Swallowing the World, is a fake. What, a fake? Tang Guoping, Tang Jirua, and Tang Yulan, the 3 grandfather and grandson, were stunned and looked at each other in bewilderment. Chapter 129, Arrogant. Su Chen was definitely not talking nonsense. You know, Su Chen now possessed god-level calligraphy and painting appraisal skills. Any fake would naturally have nowhere to hide under his piercing eyes. However, Tang Guoping, with his mortal eyes, was extremely incredulous and said, "Sir, you look so young, do you also understand calligraphy and painting?" "I've done some research, but it's not worth mentioning," Su Chen said modestly. Tang Guoping was clearly a little angry, his face flushed as he said, "I spent over 5 million to buy this painting, Eagle Spreads Wings, Swallowing the World. Moreover, it has been authenticated by authoritative treasure appraisers and is definitely authentic. How can you say it's a fake?" Tang Jirua also said indignantly, "My grandfather has been studying antiques, calligraphy and paintings for more than 40 years. And my grandfather, Benshin, is also a professional treasure appraiser." Tang Yulan echoed, "You might not know this, but my grandfather has been appraising treasures for so many years, and he's never made a mistake. How could he possibly have bought a fake today?" Su Chen shook his head and said helplessly, "Yeah, how could an expert make a mistake?" Having said this, Su Chen quickly changed the subject. "Only. Haven't you heard the saying, if you walk by the river often, you will get your feet wet?" This old man has been in the treasure appraisal business for decades, but he is still an ordinary person after all. "Oh." Tang Jirua snorted coldly, and said with a tone of disdain, "My grandfather has only mortal eyes. Could it be that you have the eyes of fire and golden pupils?" "That's about right." Su Chen touched his nose slowly. "Megalomaniac." Tang Yulan took Tang Guoping's arm and said unhappily, "Grandpa, let's go. Don't bother with this self-righteous guy." Tang Jirua slammed him, "Just deliver food and do it properly. Pretending to be an expert treasure appraiser is hilarious." "Wait." Tang Guoping stopped Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan. He saw that Su Chen's eyes were clear, and between his brows, he exuded the calmness of someone who had seen the prosperity of the world. Such a person was definitely not the kind of clown who was trying to attract attention and be mysterious. Since the other party said that his calligraphy and paintings were fakes, he must have some profound opinions. Even if it is finally proven that his calligraphy and painting are authentic, Tang Guoping is still very curious about what kind of insights this young man with outstanding temperament who is delivering food has. Looking directly into Su Chen's eyes, Tang Guoping said politely, "Young man, I have never made a mistake in my life of appraising treasures. Today, please give me some advice, little brother." Hearing this, Su Chen waved his hand and said respectfully, "It's not so much about giving advice as it is about communicating with you, old man." As he spoke, Su Chen stared at the calligraphy and painting in Tang Guoping's hand and asked politely, "I wonder if you could borrow the painting to take a look at it, old man?" "Grandpa, be careful. This guy is a liar. He took our calligraphy and paintings, and then turned around and ran away." Tang Jirua leaned close to Tang Guoping's ear, lowered her voice, and said vigilantly, "Grandpa believes that this little brother will definitely not be such a thief." He comforted Tang Jirua. Immediately, Tang Guoping handed the painting Eagle Spreads Wings, Swallowing the World to Su Chen and said, "Little brother, please take a look. If you have any new insights, I will not be ashamed to ask you." Only. Su Chen's next move made Tang Guoping, Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan, the three grandfathers and grandsons, instantly furious. Chapter 130 Not on the same level. Swish. After Su Chen received the Eagle Spreads Wings, Swallowing the World painting, he did not study it carefully. Instead, he tore it in half. Seeing this, Mr. Tang Guoping instantly became furious. "Young man, what are you doing?" Tang Guoping loved collecting calligraphy and paintings, and he spent a huge price to buy this Tanging calligraphy. Of course, he did not care too much about the price of the painting, but felt that the destruction of such a rare calligraphy and painting was a humiliation to the ancient sage. Think of this. There was a strong smell of gunpowder in Tang Guoping's eyes. Even my whole body was trembling slightly. Tang Jirua breathed heavily, pointing her slender jade finger at Su Chen, and angrily scolded, "You are just a delivery rider. You destroyed the calligraphy and painting that my grandfather spent more than 5 million to buy. Can you afford to pay for it? Today, if you don't compensate my grandfather for his losses, don't even think about leaving here." In order to prevent Su Chen from escaping, Tang Yulan hugged Su Chen's arm tightly. This move is bound to cause misunderstanding. People who don't know would think that Tang Yulan is Su Chen's girlfriend. At this time, facing the questioning of Tang Guoping, Tang Jirua, and Tang Yulan's grandson, Su Chen not only did not show any anger, but instead patiently explained, the counterfeiters are able to succeed because they take advantage of the fact that buyers regard counterfeits as treasures and will never damage them. Only. If I want to determine the authenticity of this painting, I must tear it up. Su Chen's logic was methodical, his speech was neither fast nor slow, and his voice was very magnetic as he said, "The rice paper used in Tang Yin's painting Eagle Spreads Wings, Swallowing the World is artificially synthesized and is not made using the Ming Dynasty rice paper manufacturing process." Everyone knows Xian paper is easy to preserve, does not become brittle over time, and does not fade. Therefore, Xian paper enjoys the reputation of paper that lasts 1,000 years. The earliest records of Xian paper can be found in records of famous paintings of all ages and New Book of Tang. I believe the old man must have done some research on it. Xian paper is tough but moist, glossy but not slippery, white and dense, with pure texture. It can withstand rubbing or folding without damage, and has a strong ability to absorb ink. Writing on it is both vigorous and spirited, and painting is full of vigor and spirit. The so-called 5 colors of ink can be created by one stroke of the brush. The texture can be seen on the rice paper, and the ink rime is clear, with distinct layers. If you are truly an expert in treasure appraisal, then you must know that Ming Dynasty Xian paper would never be made using artificial synthetic processes, right? At this point, Tang Guoping, Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan, the 3 grandfathers and grandsons, were completely stunned. Faced with absolute facts, they had to admit it. This time, it really made my eyes shine. After a long time, Mr. Tang Guoping finally came back to his senses. There was no longer any contempt or disdain in his eyes. Instead, he looked at Su Chen with great awe and said respectfully, "I never thought that in my lifetime of appraising treasures, I would actually make a mistake. Today. If you hadn't pointed it out, little brother, I would have remained in the dark my entire life." For a collector who truly loves calligraphy and painting, buying a fake is undoubtedly a great shame. Su Chen helped him authenticate the authenticity of the calligraphy and paintings, which made Mr. Tang Guoping very grateful. Immediately, she took out a golden card from her pocket and handed it to Su Chen. Seeing this, Tang Jirua explained, "This is the supreme gold card of the Baiyunshan Leisure Club, with a spending limit of 500,000. And becoming a member of this leisure club is also a symbol of status. I am sure that your friends in the delivery circle will be extremely envious of you after seeing this gold card." Su Chen refused Tang Guoping's gold card and said politely, "Grandpa, I don't think I need this kind of gold card." After that, Su Chen didn't stop and walked straight towards his car, Bugatti. Tang Jiru shook her head and said with a hint of disdain, "This guy is quite self-aware. He's just a food delivery driver. Why would he spend money at a leisure club? He's not even on the same level." But the next moment, Tang Jirua was completely dumbfounded. She actually saw Su Chen getting into a limited edition Bugatti luxury car. This. Tang Jirua opened her mouth so wide that it seemed like a salted duck egg could fit in it. Chapter 131 The Most Expensive. After Su Chen's figure completely disappeared, the expressions of Tang Guoping, Tang Jirua, and Tang Yulan, the 3 grandfathers and grandsons, were still extremely dull. It was obvious that the shock Su Chen brought to them was beyond words. Especially, Tang Guoping had also seen the world, and in his eyes, even young talents worth over 100 million yuan were nothing more than trivial. However, Su Chen's every move revealed an unparalleled elegance and indifference. It's like, has this seen all the sales passing by? This. It's really unbelievable. Tang Guoping even found that he was as small as dust in front of such a young man. The other party is so young. Even if he is really the son of a wealthy family, he shouldn't be so calm. Am I, an old man, really not worth mentioning in his eyes? Tang Guoping was so excited and shocked that he couldn't calm down for a long time. As for the sisters Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan, at this time, her beautiful eyes widened, and the shock and touch in her heart were truly beyond words. In the past, all sorts of handsome academic masters, cold-blooded CEOs, and successful young talents had pursued her sisters crazily. But as for the twin sisters Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan, they have always been dismissive of all their fanatical pursuers and admirers, thinking that those men are too superficial and not worthy of them at all. In the eyes of Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan, if a man wants to become their Prince Charming, he must either possess extraordinary talent or achieve world-renowned achievements. Without exception, none of the young people nowadays can meet the expectations of their sisters. This also led to the fact that the sisters Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan, now at the age of 24 or 25, still had never been in a relationship. However, even so, they were calm and indifferent. When it comes to relationships, their attitude is to rather be alone than be with the wrong person. Only. After meeting Su Chen, the delivery boy with a handsome face today, their hearts, which had been calm for a long time, were finally moved like a tsunami. Even Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan felt that they were ashamed in front of Su Chen and were completely out of tune with him. After a long time, Tang Guoping finally came to his senses and looked off into the distance with a complicated expression. Then, with narrowed eyes, he said, "Jirua, Yulan, what do you think of that delivery boy just now?" Hearing this, Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan looked at each other, both of their pretty faces blushing. Although, Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan didn't say a word. Their demeanor and expressions said it all. Tang Guoping, who was well versed in the ways of the world, smiled leisurely after seeing the appearance of his two granddaughters. Immediately, he took out his mobile phone and called someone. "Ashen, I'm asking you to investigate someone's information at any cost. If I don't get a response from you in 2 hours, don't follow me anymore." Finished. Tang Guoping hung up the phone, then glanced at Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan, and said with interest, "Jirua, Yulan, today, Grandpa will take the initiative to find a suitable husband for you. How do you think?" Tang Jirua and Tang Yulan lowered their heads, their beautiful faces blushing with shame. Even if you look closely, you will find that the bases of their ears are all red. Sudden. Tang Jirua raised her head and said in a voice as quiet as a mosquito, "I wonder, Grandpa, are you planning to find a husband for Jirua or Yulan?" Su Chen was naturally unaware of the psychological activities of Tang Guoping, Tang Jirua, and Tang Yulan, the three grandfathers and grandsons. Now, Su Chen was already standing at the gate of Long Yifeng's villa complex. He took out his cell phone and called his client, Xiaoya. On the phone, Su Chen said politely, "Excuse me, is this Miss Xiao?" From the other end of the phone came Xiaoya's voice, like the sound of a spring. "I'm Xiaoya, may I ask who you are?" Su Chen said without any nonsense, "I'm here to deliver takeout to you." Xiaoya heard this and smiled coquettishly after realizing it belatedly. "Oh, you see, I was so busy that I forgot. How about this, could you please deliver it to my room door? I'm a bit busy right now." It can be heard that this customer named Xiaoya is also a very cultured person. Even though she is a wealthy wife with a net worth of over 100 million yuan, she still has a little contempt or look down on the inconspicuous delivery boy. When talking to Su Chen, Xiaoya even used a pleading tone. Su Chen has a characteristic. As long as the other party is polite to him, Su Chen will definitely treat the other party with courtesy. Even if the other party makes an impolite request, Su Chen will compromise himself to make the customer feel at ease. No way. After all, it is about experiencing life, so we must have such an attitude of being eager to help others. Su Chen was holding a takeaway and was about to walk into the Wei Lonyifeng community when the majestic security guard at the door stopped him directly. "I'm sorry, this is an upscale residential area and delivery people are not allowed in." From the tone of his voice, it can be heard that the security guard looks down on Su Chen, the delivery rider. Su Chen found it funny. High-end residential area? In China overseas, what kind of high-end hotel can compare with his imperial villa worth 350 million yuan? Subconsciously, Su Chen shook his head helplessly and smiled bitterly. But in the eyes of the security guard, Su Chen's bitter smile was a humiliation to his personality and a blasphemy to his profession, so the coldness on his face became even stronger. "Young man, what are you laughing at? Are you laughing at your own ignorance, or are you laughing at the fact that you are a poor delivery guy? Get out of here now, or I will take action against you." As he spoke, the security guard made a loud noise and acted in a ferocious and intimidating manner. The security guard's behavior made Su Chen laugh again. Note: Su Chen now possesses unparalleled magical skills. If a fight really breaks out, Su Chen only needs to raise his finger slightly, and he will probably have to kneel on the ground and call him daddy. We are all civilized people, so there is no need to use violence at every turn, right? What I want to ask is that your place is known as a high-end community, so I am a little confused. What price range is considered to be a high-end community? Su Chen stared at the security guard with a smile. Snort! The security guard raised his head and said proudly, "Young man, judging from the tone of your voice, you must be from the countryside, right?" Su Chen gave the security guard a thumbs up. "Brother, you have a sharp eye. I've tried my best to pretend to be a city dweller, but you still saw through my words." "Yes, I'm from the countryside." Upon hearing this, the security guard immediately raised his chin and said proudly, "If I don't even have this much insight, how can I be a security guard in the high-end Long Yifeng residential complex? Let me tell you, in our community, the cheapest apartment starts at 2 million. Su Chen nodded. What about the most expensive one? Chapter 132 Help. Hearing Su Chen's tone, the security guard was immediately certain that the delivery rider in front of him was definitely from a poor mountain village, so he couldn't help but want to show off. Straightening his collar, the security guard said seriously, "The most expensive? Ha, young man, let me put it this way. You've worked hard your whole life, but you can't even afford a toilet in our high-end residential complex of Long Yifeng." While speaking, the security guard started talking in a mysterious way, pointing 5 fingers. Su Chen was stunned. He asked with some doubt, "Then your community is really a high-end community? The most expensive one is worth 500 million? Amazing." When the security guard heard this, his legs suddenly went weak and he almost fell to the ground. 500 million? Young man, you're as poor as a ghost, yet you're talking so arrogantly. The most expensive apartment in our high-end Long Yifeng residential complex is worth 5 million. Su Chen smiled. Certainly. That's not the point. The point is, just when Su Chen was laughing, a key accidentally fell out of his pocket. On the key, the words, "The Emperor is coming," were engraved. Suddenly realizing something, the security guard hurriedly took out his mobile phone, opened the browser, and started searching the internet for the owner of "The Emperor is coming." Now. The security guard's face was pale, and his whole body was shaking violently. 3 seconds later, after seeing the picture on the webpage and comparing it with Su Chen, the security guard knelt down. "My lord, you are the master of "The Emperor is coming," Master Su?" Su Chen smiled but said nothing. At this moment, his phone rang. He took out his phone and saw that it was Xiaoya calling. After the call was connected, Xiaoya asked anxiously, "Excuse me, has the takeaway arrived?" Su Chen curled his lips and said, "Ms. Xiao, you live in a high-end residential area. I can't get in at all." The security guard kneeling on the ground broke out in cold sweat after hearing Su Chen's words. He originally thought that he could show off in front of a poor boy from the countryside. But I never expected it. Other side. He's actually a super low-key wealthy man? You know, isn't that the mysterious wealthy Mr. Su who's been circulating on the internet, the man in front of me? You are not allowed to come in? Give the phone to the security guard and I will talk to him. Xiaoya said without question. Su Chen handed the phone to the security guard. Moment. The security guard was so frightened that he was silent. He took the phone from Su Chen with both hands, stared at Su Chen with lingering fear, and then said to Xiaoya, "Hello, Okay, I will bring Mr. Su up personally right away." Finished. The security guard returned the phone to Su Chen with great respect. "Mr. Su?" Xiaoya on the other end of the line was completely stunned. Hart said, "A food delivery driver can actually be called a young master? It seems that he must be the top delivery driver." Without thinking too much, Xiaoya continued her live broadcast. At this moment, the security guard of Long Yifeng community was leading Su Chen in a fearful manner. When he spoke, he didn't even dare to look up at Su Chen. "Mr. Su, if you come to our community in the future, just give me an order and I, Xiao Zhang, guarantee to provide you with the most professional and high-quality service." The other party was so powerful that he, a mere security guard, could not afford to offend him. So, when talking to Su Chen, the security guard of Long Yifeng community was so humble. "Oh." Hearing this, Su Chen sneered and said nonchalantly, "How dare I? This is an upscale residential area. I'm just a delivery rider. How dare I trouble you?" No, Mr. Su, if you talk like that, I, Xiao Zhang, really want to crawl into a crack in the ground." The security guard smiled, he regretted it so much. If he had known that the other party was a low-key rich man, how could he dare to show any contempt for him? On the contrary. If he could please such a wealthy tycoon, perhaps he would be able to rise to prominence with just one word from the other party. A moment. The security guard felt as if he had missed out on hundreds of millions. "You don't need to drill through the crack in the ground, just go into the sewer," Su Chen said half-jokingly. Ah. When the security guard heard Su Chen's words, he was stunned. Not long. Su Chen came to the door of Xiaoya's room. Jingle. Jingle. Su Chen pressed the doorbell. I'm coming. At this moment, Xiaoya was broadcasting live in the room. After hearing the doorbell, she quickly ran to open the door. Xiaoya planned to quickly collect the takeaway and then continue the live broadcast. As for when to eat, this is not something she can decide. Nowadays, fans are the bosses. If the anchor dares not listen to the fans, they will be unfollowed in minutes, and the screen will be flooded with barrages every second, making you doubt your life. So, Xiaoya thought that after receiving the takeaway, she would continue the live broadcast and then ask her fans when she could eat. But the moment she opened the door, Xiaoya was completely stunned. This moment, time and space seemed to have frozen. You know, as a veteran anchor, what kind of handsome young men has Xiaoya not seen? To be frank, even those top-tier male gods, standing in front of Xiaoya would look down on them. The moment she saw Su Chen, Xiaoya felt that she was in love. Her heart had already started howling like a wolf. How can there be such a handsome boy in this world? Crazy, crazy. If I can't be this little brother's wife in this life, then what's the point of living? Seeing Xiaoya staring at him with a crazy look on her face, Su Chen felt helpless. Being handsome is really a sin. At this time, Su Chen felt that he was truly a sinner for all eternity. Scratching the back of his head, Su Chen said a little stiffly, "Ms. Xiao, your takeaway." As he spoke, Su Chen handed the takeaway bag in his hand to Xiaoya. It happened by some strange coincidence. Xiaoya actually handed the takeaway bag back to Su Chen. "It's your takeaway." Xiaoya's voice was very sweet. Ah. This time, Su Chen was confused. After Xiaoya realized that she had lost her composure, she quickly snatched the takeaway bag from her hand, and then hesitantly said, "Little brother, you, come in and sit down." When happiness came knocking on the door, Xiaoya's heart, which had always been steady, began beating wildly. To be honest, Xiaoya was almost going crazy with excitement. "No need, I'm still busy." As he spoke, Su Chen was about to turn around and leave. That back view can be described as absolutely handsome and unruly. "Stay, little brother." Subconsciously, Xiaoya grabbed Su Chen's arm, her eyes moving rapidly. Xiaoya suddenly had an idea and said vividly, "Little brother, I have a favor to do you. You must help me." Please readers, please click the reminder button at the end of the chapter. Chapter 133 4 Hopes. Xiaoya is very elegant. She is the kind of woman who, after one look at her, makes you want to take a second look. Pity. Even if it was a saint descending to the mortal world, Su Chen would just treat it as a trivial matter. At this moment, Su Chen said in a principled manner, "Miss Xiao, I'm really sorry, I'm very busy, and I still need to deliver food to other communities." In Xiaoya's opinion, the young man in front of her, who has a handsome face, must be working so hard to earn more money, and money is just a number to her. Perhaps the delivery guy worked so hard for a month, but still couldn't earn as much as she did in a minute. Thinking of this, Xiaoya said generously, "Brother, how much can you earn delivering food in a day?" "I'll give you 10 times as much." According to Xiaoya's understanding, a food delivery rider can only earn 300 to 500 yuan a day at most, even if he doesn't eat or drink. 10 times. It's only 3 to 5,000, which is just a drop in the bucket for a well-known anchor like her. Seeing that Xiaoya misunderstood his meaning, Su Chen did not explain much, but said helplessly, "Ms. Xiao, this is really not a question of money. As a delivery rider, I have to be responsible for my customers." "What responsibility do you have?" "If you don't accept the order, there will definitely be other delivery riders who will take it." But before Su Chen could finish his words, Xiaoya pulled Su Chen into her live broadcast room without saying a word. When Su Chen appeared in the camera, the barrage of comments in Xiaoya's live broadcast room began to swirl across the screen crazily. "Oh my god, this delivery guy is so handsome. You guys chat first. I need to get 100 or 200 orders and try to get this guy to deliver food for me. I have been praying to the Buddha for 1,000 years, hoping that the person who delivers the food this afternoon can be this young man. Honestly, tell me why you brought this incredibly handsome guy home? It seems that our Yaya anchor has some bad intentions. Draw your sword, Yaya. I can't bear to watch this anymore." The fans in Xiaoya's live broadcast room have begun to be jealous of Su Chen. Along with the crazy barrage of comments, rewards and gifts in Xiaoya's live broadcast room are also continuous. In just 1 minute, the popularity of Xiaoya's live broadcast room approached the 5 million mark. Soon, the popularity of Xiaoya's live broadcast room attracted the attention of other big anchors. What's going on? Why are all the viewers going to Xiaoya's live broadcast room? Could it be that there is something unhealthy in Xiaoya's live broadcast room? As big anchors flocked into Xiaoya's live broadcast room, the popularity of Xiaoya's live broadcast room reached an unprecedented level. Xiaoya smiled so hard that her mouth couldn't close. Turning to look at Su Chen, Xiaoya said expectantly, "Excuse me, little brother, in your eyes, what is a beauty?" As Xiaoya asked this question, the fans in her live broadcast room instantly became angry. Yaha is shameless. Shameless. Shameless +1. Shameless plus 10,086. Shameless plus infinity to the power of infinity. Hi everyone. The person above is truly my teacher. Even if the entire universe were to be raised to the power of infinity, it's likely that it wouldn't be able to produce this result. Yaha is definitely the most shameless anchor I've ever seen. She even went so far as to suggest to the delivery guy that she was pretty. The delivery guy said, "I just want to happily deliver food." Women? Ha, in my eyes, they're not interesting at all, okay? Su Chen is not the kind of person who doesn't know what's good for him. Seeing that Xiaoya had no ill intentions, she just wanted to invite him to the live broadcast room to do a show. Then, Su Chen smiled elegantly at the camera and said, "In my opinion, a beautiful woman is someone who can mess up the mind of a 60-year-old man. Seize the property of a 50-year-old man. It caused a 40-year-old man to be separated from his wife and children. It paralyzed the waist of a 30-year-old man. A 20-year-old wolfdog follows her around every day." After answering, Su Chen paused for a moment. But Xiaoya's live broadcast room was in complete chaos. Nima, what a genius. He's so handsome, and he's also so talented? I just want to ask, how can other men survive with this? It seems that delivery boys have become the public enemy of all men. Love. Xiaoya, I'm coming clean. I came to your livestream mainly to watch the delivery guy. Hey, please move aside. You're blocking the camera. So handsome, so talented. Why can't a woman like me, who is known as a flower, meet a man like the delivery boy? The one upstairs is shameless, a flower? You're probably Ruhua. Ha ha. I can't take it anymore. I'm dying of laughter. This livestream is just too joyful. Xiaoya was also extremely satisfied with Su Chen's answer. Now, Xiaoya rolled her eyes and continued to ask, "Excuse me, what are a man's two major hobbies?" Su Chen folded his arms without thinking at all. Men's two main hobbies are, first, to lure decent women into prostitution, and second, to persuade prostitutes to become good women. These words made the atmosphere in Xiaoya's live broadcast room even more boiling and crazy. Men's two major hobbies are to lure decent women into prostitution and to persuade prostitutes to become good women. Ha, the delivery guy is so smart, so talented, and so handsome. I strongly recommend that delivery guys start live streaming. Shouting to the delivery guy, "If you don't do a live stream, are you going to let those clowns make money in the live streaming world?" Watching the barrage of comments swiping the screen like crazy, watching the gifts soar, and seeing that her live broadcast room's popularity had reached the top of the entire network, Xiaoya felt that she had become famous. She was extremely excited, but she pretended to be calm on the surface and asked, "Excuse me, little brother, what are the two major hobbies of women?" Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief. Xiaoya immediately understood and quickly brought Su Chen a cup of tea. Obviously, Xiaoya had misunderstood her. Su Chen breathed a sigh of relief, but was just a little helpless and felt that this live broadcast was very boring. In Xiaoya's opinion, Su Chen was in the right mood and was talking so hard that his saliva was flying everywhere, so he was thirsty. But Su Chen didn't say much, just took a sip and continued, "Women's two hobbies are talking about money with poor boys and talking about feelings with rich men. Awesome. Awesome plus 1 to the power of 1. Fuck, 1 to the power of 1? Isn't the person above wise? In my opinion, it's at least awesome plus 1 to the infinite power. I just don't know, do the two people above know how to write the word IQ?" Xiaoya felt that she was almost suffocating with happiness. She enjoys doing live broadcasts with a handsome young man, even if she doesn't make a penny. What made her extremely ecstatic was that doing a live broadcast with the handsome young man actually made her be promoted to the most popular anchor in the entire network today. Xiaoya felt that she should press on with the victory. Excuse me, what are the 4 great hopes of men? Chapter 134 What rhythm? I have to say, Xiaoya has a high emotional intelligence. The questions she asks are not boring at all. Instead, they can resonate with many people. Now, following Xiaoya's question, the fans in her live broadcast room also became curious. A man's 4 great hopes? I really haven't thought about this question before. Whether you think about it or not is meaningless. What I want to hear most now is what the delivery guy has to say. Now, there are almost 8 million fans across the entire network waiting for Su Chen's answer. Su Chen didn't keep the secret and explained directly. A man's 4 wishes are to have a cook at home, a good-looking woman in the office, a humble woman by his side, and a woman he misses far away. Boom! The next moment, the fans in Xiaoya's live broadcast room were completely blown away. Nah! If such talent doesn't do stand-up comedy, it's a huge loss to the arts world. Ha, well said. Are all the delivery guys so talented these days? I was just thinking about quitting my job and becoming a delivery guy, but now it seems the threshold to entry into this industry is incredibly high. The delivery guy is really scary. Usually, Xiaoya did a 3-hour live broadcast, and the gifts and tips totaled almost 10,000 yuan. However, at this moment, Xiaoya roughly estimated that during the time she was doing the live broadcast with the guy outside, she had earned at least 300,000 yuan. Just ask. What is the concept of 300,000? In first-tier cities, this income is more than 60% of the annual salary of white-collar workers. And Xiaoya achieved such an achievement in a matter of minutes. She couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What's the point of reading? You go to Harvard and Cambridge, study your ass off, and yet the money you earn in a whole year is not as much as I earn in a few minutes. Did you see it? That's the gap. Xiaoya, who now boasts the reputation of being the top anchor on the entire network, folded her arms and continued to ask with interest, "Excuse me, little brother, what do you think are the differences in the nature of men and women?" Su Chen, a man of profound knowledge and profound literary talent, answered without hesitation, "Men are like Bluetooth. When you get close to them, they'll connect to you. When you move away, they'll connect to other devices. Women are like Wi-Fi. They can sense all the active devices around them, but they only connect to the one with the strongest signal." Oh my god, Show broke my leg. I beg you to give me 1 in 10,000 of such a little brother. What should I do if I want to cry? With just a few words, Su Chen gained countless fans. You can imagine. If Su Chen also started live streaming, I'm afraid that just based on what he said, he would be promoted to a first-line rookie anchor. Of course, talent is not the key point is, Su Chen is charming and elegant. His eyes revealed the indifference of having seen through the prosperity of the world, and exuded an immense love for life. He was down to earth and wise. All the qualities of a good man and a Prince Charming were concentrated in Su Chen. In this way, he became a god-like existence that was irreplaceable by anyone. Xiaoya was moved. Why does she do live streaming? Why does she make so much money? Although she is already married. Does this matter? As long as she was happy, making money was nothing but a passing cloud. As long as she was married, what did it matter? As long as she could touch happiness, she was willing to pay any price. With tears in her eyes, Xiaoya continued to ask, "Excuse me, little brother, why do you think young people nowadays are unwilling to get married?" Su Chen half-jokingly said a jingle. Getting married is so crazy these days, you have to have both a car and a house. Not only does it cost tens of thousands for the betrothal gift, but a diamond costs tens of thousands as well. Raising a daughter is like building a bank, raising a son is like starting a famine. Women feel they are at a disadvantage no matter who they marry, and men see no one as clean. At this moment, almost all of Xiaoya's fans in her live broadcast room stood up. I don't know how you feel, but I'm totally impressed. From now on, I won't watch anyone else's live broadcasts. I'll only watch Miss Xiaoya's. Don't get me wrong, Sister Xiaoya, I'm not here for you. I'm mainly here to watch the delivery guy. Fuck, where's the delivery guy? I don't know when. Su Chen had already walked out of Xiaoya's room. After the work is done, he will leave, hiding his achievements and fame. Although, with Su Chen's intelligence and knowledge, if he really started live streaming, all other anchors might become unemployed. No way. For the continued stability and prosperous development of the entire industry, Su Chen felt that he must never touch the anchor industry in the future. Otherwise, other anchors, even if they are well known, will be out of business in minutes. This. Not an exaggeration at all. Helping Xiaoya with the live broadcast was just Su Chen adding a little spice to his own wonderful life. Anyway, he didn't expect to become famous through live streaming, and Su Chen had no interest in a beautiful woman like Xiaoya. Why? Su Chen felt that he was so handsome, rich, and heartless that if he really wanted to become a boyfriend or girlfriend with a woman, then, wouldn't the world be in chaos? All the women in the world are bound to start a bloody storm for Su Chen. No way. For the sake of human peace, Su Chen may never have a confidant by his side in his life. Isn't it nice to have food delivered? Such a thought flashed through Su Chen's mind. Time passes silently. Soon. At 6 o'clock in the afternoon, Su Chen delivered a takeaway order to the gate of Chenyuan community, took out his mobile phone, and called the customer named Gu Jia. Okay, I got it. I'll pick up the takeaway at the community gate. After saying that, Gu Jia hung up the phone. Hey, little brother, can I have your contact information? Su Chen was waiting at the gate of Chenyuan community. Before Gu Jia appeared, the security guard at the gate came over with a flattering face. While speaking, he kept winking at Su Chen. See this. Su Chen immediately took a half step back and said with a vigilant look, what do you want to do? Let me tell you, I only deliver food, I don't do. Before Su Chen could finish his words, the security guard said with a helpless smile, little brother, you misunderstood me. I want your contact information for my daughter. Hearing this, Su Chen subconsciously asked, how old is your daughter? My daughter just started kindergarten this year. Poof. Su Chen almost vomited when he heard the security guard's words. If you say. If being handsome is a sin. So. Su Chen felt that he was absolutely unforgivable. At this moment, Gu Jia walked out of the community. Su Chen glanced at the takeout order and asked, are you Ms. Gu? Yes, it's me. Gu Jia did not move to take the takeaway bag. Instead, he clenched his fist and without saying anything, punched Su Chen's head hard. Seeing this, Su Chen was completely stunned and immediately shouted, what the hell, what's going on? Chapter 135, Being Beaten Because of Being Too Handsome. The scene before him also made the security guard at the door stunned. He thought to himself, this delivery boy with a godlike appearance, could he be the owner's ex-boyfriend? Isn't that how it's played out in TV dramas? You know. Today, Su Chen is a man with unparalleled martial arts skills. Even if Gu Jia is a martial artist, when he stands in front of Su Chen, he is just like Guan Gong showing off his sword in front of him, which only adds to the laughter. Now. Seeing Gu Jia's fierce fist sweeping towards him, Su Chen just slightly turned sideways, and cleverly avoided Gu Jia's unexpected sneak attack. When he realized that he had not hit Su Chen, Gu Jia suddenly felt angry. Staring at Su Chen with bloodshot eyes, Gu Jia roared. Why are you hiding? Su Chen spread his hands and said with a wry smile, sister, are you crazy? Others would fight over a disagreement, but we don't even know each other, and you're already throwing punches the moment we meet. Excuse me, why can't I hide? Oh. Gu Jia sneered and said unhappily, you're hiding, but you're still trying to find excuses for yourself? Just now, I just didn't perform well. Now, let's see how you can hide. Whoosh. This Gu Jia is indeed a martial artist. It is easy to tell from her fierce punches that she can easily knock down a fitness coach with one punch, but in front of Su Chen, that is child's play. Without a doubt. Gu Jia's second attack still failed to hit Su Chen. Why can't you just stand still? I'll let me punch you hard. Gu Jia put his hands on his hips, and his robe look was really ridiculous. Just imagine, if Gu Jia was Su Chen's girlfriend, then her behavior just now would definitely be so cute. Su Chen smiled. Am I stupid? Just standing there and letting you hit me so hard? At this moment, Su Chen had completely understood that this customer must be the legendary lunatic. Not wanting to have any more entanglement with Gu Jia, Su Chen put the takeaway bag in his hand on the ground, then turned around and prepared to leave. You're leaving like this. Have you asked for my opinion? Gu Jia shouted angrily. Immediately, a flying kick was launched towards Su Chen's back. Su Chen had sensed the opponent's intention at the same second that Gu Jia launched the sneak attack. Just when Gu Jia's foot was about to kick Su Chen cleverly turned sideways, and then there was a thud. Gu Jia fell heavily to the ground. After being stunned for a moment, Gu Jia suddenly cried out and started to sob loudly. However, why did his cry have a hint of conspiracy? Suchen hated to see girls crying because of him. So, turning to look at Gu Jia, Suchen said with a mixture of laughter and tears, "Miss, I just don't understand why you hit me. I'm sure I haven't hurt your heart before. Also, girls like you who like to fight and kill should shed blood but not tears. Why are you crying?" Snort. Seeing that he was being played by himself, Gu Jia decided to show off his intelligence. So, with a pout, he said shamelessly, "I'm a girl, can't you just give in to me? Besides, you're so tough, you won't lose anything if you're beaten by a girl like me, so why are you hiding?" As he spoke, Gu Jia sobbed. Su Chen had never seen a girl as shameless as Gu Jia in his entire life. Staring into Gu Jia's eyes, Su Chen was almost speechless. "So, you hit me for no reason, and I didn't let you get what you wanted. Is it my fault?" "Yes, it's your fault." Gu Jia raised her voice. She looked both silly and cute, and like a girl acting coquettishly in front of her boyfriend. Now, at the entrance of the community, more than 10 people were already gathered to watch the excitement. When they saw the scene in front of them, they all pointed at Su Chen. "Young man, although you are very handsome, you can't bully your girlfriend." An old lady holding green onions in her hand said helplessly. Su Chen was truly more wrong than Doi. "Auntie, you misunderstood. I'm just a delivery man. I don't know this lady at all." "Why?" A bald uncle came over and patted Su Chen's shoulder gently. Immediately, he said earnestly, "Young man, we have all been your age before. It is normal for young couples to quarrel. As men, we should be more generous. Go over quickly and help your wife up. It's very cold sitting on the ground." As he said that, the bald uncle pushed Su Chen towards Gu Jia. Su Chen really wanted to say 2 words, "Damn." But the kind-hearted onlookers around did not give Su Chen any chance to explain himself. Seeing that Su Chen had been pushed in front of Gu Jia by them, everyone laughed and started to make a fuss. "Young man, please comfort your wife. Don't try to reason with this woman. In one word, coax her. Come on, little brother." After a while of booing, the crowd dispersed. Just when Su Chen was about to escape, Gu Jia hugged Su Chen's neck. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes widened and said vigilantly, "Miss, please respect yourself." Next second, Gu Jia's eyes flashed with cunning, and 2 circles of blows came from both sides at the same time. Because the distance was too close, Su Chen had no time to dodge. However, it was absolutely impossible for Su Chen to be beaten by Gu Jia without knowing what was going on. At this time, seeing that Gu Jia's left and right hands were about to hit his face, Su Chen stretched out his hands and immediately stopped Gu Jia. He took a deep breath and said helplessly, "Psycho. Let me ask you one question, do you want me to hit you?" Gu Jia started to act rudely again. Su Chen shook his head. "Miss, I don't have time to play around with you here. I still have to continue delivering food. Goodbye, oh no, never see you again. From now on, if you place an order, I promise not to accept it." Finished. Su Chen turned around and was about to leave. Unexpectedly, Gu Jia hugged Su Chen's legs, like a poor and affectionate woman abandoned by a heartless man, and said with tears and snot, "Just let me beat you up, why is it so difficult?" At this point, Su Chen had been entangled by Gu Jia and had completely lost his temper. Next, after the 2 of them talked, Su Chen finally understood. Turn out to be. Gu Jia used to have a handsome boyfriend, but when they were about to get married, her boyfriend started dating Gu Jia's best friend, and her best friend was pregnant? So, after being depressed for a while, Gu Jia's temperament changed drastically. From then on, whenever she saw a man with a godlike appearance, she would repay him without any explanation. Today, after seeing Su Chen, such a handsome boy who shocked the aliens, her old habit came back. Su Chen grinned and said belatedly, "So, you hit me because I'm too handsome?" Chapter 136. Being handsome is not wrong. Su Chen frowned and thought for a moment, then let out a long sigh. "Why? If being too handsome is a mistake, then I've been incredibly wrong since I was born. Miss, if you hit me for this reason, I really have no reason to refuse you." While speaking, Su Chen closed his eyes and said sincerely, "Use your fist to hit me hard. I know I am a sinner. Today, you will enforce justice on behalf of heaven. Come on, don't be polite." I. With a wow sound, Gu Jia started to cry again. Seeing this, Suchen opened his eyes and said in great surprise, "Miss, if you hit me now, I promise not to fight back." "How? Are you still crying?" Gujia pouted and said pitifully, "Little brother, you are so handsome that I can't bring myself to do it. You are like a rare treasure. When I can't get you, I want to destroy it with my own hands. Can. When it was really about to be destroyed, I couldn't bring myself to do it." At this moment, something strange happened. I saw a burly woman rushing out from the gate of the community. Every step she took seemed to shake the earth. She looked very much like Rowa, who picked her nose in movies and TV dramas. "Sister Gujia, if you can't do it, let me do it." The tough woman is already 38 years old this year and is still single. In her opinion, it is all the loss of those stinky men that she can't get married. And the tough woman has another characteristic. Whenever she sees a super handsome guy, she will act as if she has met her mortal enemy. Her motto is, "If I can't get the man, no other woman can get him either." The most bizarre time was when the tough woman saw a married handsome guy. She rushed forward without saying a word and kicked the handsome guy into a eunuch. Afterwards, he compensated the other party 300,000 yuan. Can. Not only did the tough woman not learn any lesson from this incident, but she also boasted that this was the most glorious achievement of her life. Turned a handsome guy into a eunuch. Just ask. Wouldn't his wife have to be a widow in the future? I believe it won't be long before the handsome man's wife will divorce him. When she thinks of the handsome man ending up like this, the tough woman feels very happy. Now, the sturdy woman also had such a distorted mentality and planned to kick Su Chen into a eunuch. However, Gu Jia knew how cruel the sturdy woman was. At this moment, seeing the sturdy woman about to rush to Su Chen, Gu Jia protected Su Chen behind him in a flash. And shout loudly, "Whoever hurts my little brother, I will fight her to the death." The sturdy woman was incredibly heavy and her strength was insane. Even though she had already seen that she was about to hit the wrong person, she couldn't stop because of the huge inertia. "Get out of here!" Su Chen grabbed Gu Jia's arm and pulled him behind him. Then, with a bang, a kick hit the sturdy woman's lower abdomen. The next moment, the sturdy woman, who weighed nearly 300 kilograms, was kicked directly into the air 5 meters high like a kite with a broken string. For a while, the residents who were coming in and out of the community all widened their eyes and stood there in a daze, as if they had seen aliens. "Nima, what is this? A flying man in the sky? Is this real life, or is this a movie?" When the sturdy woman fell, she fell directly into an open trash can. Suddenly, a foul smell hit her nose. Seeing this, Gu Jia's eyes widened and she said in disbelief, "Little brother, you really practiced it? And should he still be a master?" Su Chen turned around and left without saying a word, started his broken electric scooter, and headed in one direction. His back was so handsome and uninhibited, and Gu Jia was stunned by what he saw. In heart, keep muttering, "There is such a handsome little brother in the world? Can. Why does he deliver food? This is an era where looks are everything. This little brother has a god-like appearance. He can definitely rely on his looks to reach the pinnacle of life and become the richest man in the world." The funny thing between him and Gu Jia was just an extremely trivial thing that happened when Su Chen was delivering the takeaway. Without thinking anymore, Su Chen continued delivering the takeaway. 6:30 p.m. Su Chen stood at the door of the family quarters of Zhonghai Ocean University, waiting for his customers to pick up their takeaway food. Only, I waited and waited, but it just wouldn't come. So, Su Chen called the customer. "Excuse me, is this Miss Mu Jia? Your takeaway has arrived. Please come to the entrance of the Zhonghai Ocean University family housing area to pick it up." Mu Jia sobbed. "Why don't you just send him in? I still have to help the child with his homework." Su Chen has a characteristic. As long as the other party is polite to him, Su Chen feels embarrassed to refuse the request made by the other party. Then, according to the address given when the order was received, Su Chen came to room 705, Unit 2, Building 6. Jingle. Jingle. Su Chen rang the doorbell, and soon, a yellow-faced woman in home clothes came to open the door. To be fair, Mu Jia had a good foundation, and when she was young, she was definitely a great beauty. What a pity. Later, after becoming a full-time housewife, she focused on taking care of her husband and children and did not pay attention to maintaining her figure. As a result, now her husband is divorcing her and wants her to leave the house with nothing. Mu Jia really didn't have the heart to cook for her children. So, just ordered takeout. Ms. Mu, here's your takeaway. After handing the takeaway bag to Mu Jia, Su Chen was about to turn around and leave. But Mu Jia suddenly said something. Handsome, are you married? From Mu Jia's tone, it was clear that she had completely lost hope in marriage. In the past, she felt that she was extremely happy and was simply a winner in life. My husband runs a medium-sized company, he is also very handsome, and we have an obedient and sensible son. Is there anything wrong with such a life? No. It's so perfect that it makes people jealous. But unfortunately, Mu Jia's happy life soon suffered a major change. Her husband betrayed their marriage. During another company-organized trip, he had an affair with an intern from the amusement park. The intern was young and beautiful, and their relationship developed very quickly, and they were even about to get married. Now, after hearing Mu Jia's question, Su Chen shook his head and said matter-of-factly, no. Mu Jia smiled bitterly. I advise you not to get married for the rest of your life. People say that marriage is the grave of love. I didn't believe it at first, but now I think it's the truth of life. Hearing this, Su Chen subconsciously advised, sister, you don't have to be so pessimistic, marriage. What do you know? Before Su Chen could finish his words, Mu Jia roared angrily, no man in the world is a good thing, especially handsome men, who deserve to be cut into pieces. While Mu Jia was roaring with his eyes wide open, he stared at Su Chen's eyes seriously. Because Su Chen Shui is so cruel. So, as soon as Mu Jia finished speaking, the air around them seemed to freeze. Chapter 137 Beating the Mistress. Now, the atmosphere was extremely awkward. Mu Jia had just said that handsome men should be hacked into pieces when he saw the delivery guy in front of him. He was so handsome that it was insane. Out of politeness, Mu Jia said apologetically, I'm sorry, I wasn't targeting you. I was talking about that ungrateful guy I met. Su Chen said nonchalantly, it's okay, big sister, I'm used to it. Su Chen looked outside the door. Well, sister, don't be too angry. There's no need to embarrass yourself because of other people's mistakes. I still have takeout to deliver, so I'll go busy myself first. After saying that, Su Chen was about to leave. Hey, wait. Seeing Su Chen about to leave, Mu Jia hurriedly grabbed Su Chen's wrist. After realizing that she had lost her sense of proportion, Mu Jia quickly let go of her hand. Su Chen did not mean to blame her at all, and said gently, sister, is there anything else? After hesitating for a moment, Mu Jia said weakly, originally, I shouldn't trouble you with this matter. I think you look kind and must be a good person. I have a request. Mu Jia stared at Su Chen eagerly, making Su Chen feel embarrassed. Although Su Chen doesn't like to meddle in other people's affairs. But always in need. He didn't know how to refuse someone's sincere request for help. After hesitating for a moment, Su Chen said calmly, sister, if you have anything to say, just tell me. I will do my best to help you wherever I can. Little brother, you are so kind. The next moment, the expression on Mu Jia's face darkened considerably. Soon, that bastard who betrayed our marriage will be home with his new girlfriend, and he'll force me to leave the house. I just can't stand this, so I want you to pretend to be my boyfriend. You want me to be a shield again? Su Chen was speechless. From childhood to adulthood, he had no idea how many beautiful women he had used as a shield for. For Su Chen, this was really a headache. Seeing Su Chen in trouble, Mu Jia smiled bitterly. Hi. It seems that big sister is really old and ugly. Even you, my little brother, look down on big sister. Okay, go now. Big sister won't embarrass you anymore. I agree. Su Chen said sincerely. Now it was Mu Jia's turn to be surprised again. About 10 minutes later. Jingle. Jingle. The doorbell rang, Mu Jia's eyes widened slightly, and he said to Su Chen, that couple is back. In order to pretend to be a couple with Su Chen without being discovered, Mu Jia was very intimate and put her arms around Su Chen's arms. To this, although Su Chen felt a little uncomfortable, he didn't say much. After opening the door, Mu Jia's husband Su Zian said arrogantly, why haven't you moved out yet? Do you want a share of the family property? Mu Jia, let me tell you, I've been working my ass off for so many years. This house, car, and savings are all earned by me. Even if I betrayed this family, when we divorce, don't even think about taking a penny of my property. Husband, why are you talking so much to this hag? Just tell her to get out of here. Lin Yuyu held Su Ziyan's arm, her face filled with a happy and sweet smile. Don't worry, I will leave the house and help you. Mu Jia didn't cry or make a fuss. She held Su Chen's arm, as if showing off to Su Ziyan and Lin Yuyu. This feeling of being proud was really refreshing. Yo ho! Now! Su Ziyan then noticed that there was another man in the room. He casually pointed at Su Chen and asked in confusion, "Who is this? Isn't my new boyfriend much more handsome than you?" Mu Jia held Su Chen's arm tighter. A new boyfriend? Su Ziyan shook his head and said jokingly, "Mu Jia, your taste is getting worse and worse. Even though you are my old slut, you can't just pick up trash. If we meet on the street in the future, everyone will laugh at me. That trashy woman is my ex-wife. Su, can't afford to lose face like that." Just when Mu Jia was about to say something, he saw Su Chen take a step forward. "The trash you just mentioned, are you referring to me?" Su Chen pointed at himself and asked with some confusion. This is quite new. The chairman of the dignified Dihao Group and the big boss of Fuchang Commercial Street is actually treated as trash? If it's not you, then who else could it be? Boy, don't you know how much you weigh? Mu Jia, this old woman, is my worn-out slut, and you actually like her? Oh, but I understand. Dead delivery scum like you will never find a wife who's even slightly better looking, so you just pick up what others have left. Oh, it's really pitiful. Ha ha. Su Ziyan and Lin Yuyu smiled at each other with expressions of great contempt. The next moment. Bang! Without any warning, Su Chen attacked and slapped Su Ziyan hard in the face. For a moment, Su Ziyan felt dizzy and seemed to be about to faint. A moment later, Su Ziyan finally sobered up a little and roared angrily, "How dare you hit me? If you disrespect women, you will be beaten." Bang! The strength in Su Chen's hands not only did not weaken at all, but each slap became harder than the last. He has a family, a wife, and children, yet he's still flirting with other women. This is seriously affecting social morals. Beat him. Bang! Your wife sacrifices her work hours to be a full-time housewife for you and the children. Do you know how hard it is every day? When you were out on romantic dates, it was your wife who took care of the housework. When you were out enjoying the bright lights and partying, it was your wife who took care of both sets of parents. Now, with a few bucks, you don't even know your own name? You're so lost you don't know where to go? Bang! You look like Chu Beiji, and you still feel so good about yourself? Beat him. After slapping Su Ziyan dozens of times, his face was already horrible. Su Chen finally stopped. Seeing the scene in front of him, Mu Jia was very surprised, but also very relieved. You, a delivery man, dare to hit my husband? I'm going to complain about you. Lin Yuyu pointed at Su Chen's nose and roared angrily. Complain. Bang. 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 As a modest gentleman and a man with broad vision, Su Chen never hits women. However, when he encounters a mistress who destroys other people's families, Su Chen will definitely not show mercy. At this moment, Su Chen slapped Lin Yuyu 3 times in a row, completely confusing her. You dare to hit a woman? Lin Yuyu said in disbelief. Are you a woman? Can you write the word Shaosan? If you can't, please go to your mother's stomach and rewrite it for you. Chapter 138 The Domineering Delivery Boy. He was beaten up by Su Chen. And humiliated her like this? In an instant, Lin Yuyu was completely furious, her eyes widened, and she roared hysterically, "You are just a piece of trash delivering food, and you dare to hit me? My mother's family owns a jewelry store, and my father is worth tens of millions. Believe it or not, I can make you have no chance of getting by in Shanghai with just one phone call." Su Chen smiled. Immediately, he made a gesture of invitation to Lin Yuyu, and even urged, "Want to call your dad to make me unable to survive in Shanghai? Please, call your dad quickly." Okay, you wait for me. Lin Yuyu has never been beaten or scolded in her life, let alone heard a harsh word. But today she was treated like this by Su Chen. For Lin Yuyu, it is absolutely a great shame and humiliation. Soon, Lin Yuyu called her father and burst into tears. "Dad, I was beaten." Lin Yuyu exaggerated and told her father about her grievances. At the same time, Mu Jia pulled Su Chen aside and said with a worried look on her face, "Little brother, I'm really sorry. I asked you for help just to piss off my cheating husband, but I didn't expect it would cause you so much trouble. Now, please leave quickly, otherwise I will feel really bad about it." At this time, Mu Jia looked at Su Chen with concern. She didn't want to implicate others because of her family's trivial matters. However, for Su Chen, since delivering food is also a way to experience life, helping others deal with such family conflicts is not without its fun. Anyway, Su Chen is now a man with cheats. What kind of things can't he handle? Then Su Zian is also a coward. Now, with his head resting on Lin Yuyu's shoulder, the grown man actually began to sob with a look of grievance on his face. "Yuyu, when dad gets here later, you must let him teach this delivery scum a lesson. Don't worry, my dad dotes on me the most. From childhood to adulthood, no matter what mistakes I make or what troubles I get into, he will always stand up for me." About 10 minutes later, Lin Yuyu's father, Lin Ku, rushed over in a hurry. Seeing his father coming, Lin Yuyu became even more arrogant and rude. When he walked past Su Chen, he bumped into Su Chen heavily. Then, she threw herself into Lin Ku's arms and began to cry again. After hearing his precious daughter sobbing, Lin Ku was immediately furious. He swept his eyes across the room and said coldly, "Whoever beat and scolded my daughter, stand up." Hearing this, Mu Jiao wanted to protect Su Chen behind him, while Su Chen lit a cigarette for himself and stared at Lin Ku with a half smile, saying nonchalantly, "I was the one who beat your daughter. Why, are you standing up for that mistress who destroyed someone else's family? Big boss?" The moment he saw Su Chen, Lin Ku began to tremble all over. 2 months ago, the jewelry store run by Lin Ku was already running out of money, and now, he couldn't even pay the rent of the store. Seeing Su Chen at this time, he naturally felt guilty. "Do you know me?" Su Chen frowned slightly and looked at Lin Ku with some confusion. "You know. The Dihao Group in Fujian Commercial Street have many subsidiaries, covering real estate, hotels, construction, jewelry, e-commerce, and other industries." Therefore, Su Chen really didn't know how the person in front of him knew him. Hearing this, Lin Ku gave a bitter laugh and said timidly, "The chairman of the Dihao Group, the big boss of Fujian Commercial Street, a super rich man with a net worth of over 50 billion, how could I not know him? However, a big shot like you would not remember a small ant like me." Super rich? Mu Jia, Su Zian, and Lin Yuyu looked at each other in surprise. This is too unbelievable. A super rich man worth tens of billions is actually delivering food? If Lin Ku hadn't said this, no one would have believed it. For a moment, everyone looked at Su Chen with awe. This. Lin Yuyu was completely dumbfounded and couldn't even speak clearly. "Dad, how is this possible? He's just a scumbag delivery boy. How could he be a billionaire?" "You must have the wrong guy. A scumbag who delivers takeout?" Lin Ku looked at Su Chen with lingering fear. Immediately, he slapped Lin Yuyu hard in the face, and with veins popping out on his forehead, he roared, "You beast, you actually offended Boss Su? Now, kneel down in front of Mr. Su and beg for his forgiveness." Is Lin Ku's behavior exaggerated? Not at all. If he offended Su Chen, his jewelry store would definitely not be able to continue operating. If he was heavily in debt and declared bankruptcy, it would be extremely difficult for him to make a comeback. Now, competition in the business world is unprecedentedly fierce. How many business owners have been driven to debt, separated from their families, and ultimately committed suicide by jumping off a building? Currently, although his jewelry store is struggling, he still has a better life than death. As long as he hasn't declared bankruptcy, everything is still possible. So, at this critical juncture, he not only cannot offend Su Chen in any way, but also has to find ways to please Su Chen. "Dad, you have never hit me before, but today, you actually hit me? Even if this man is a big boss worth hundreds of billions, you don't have to be afraid of him," Lin Yuyu said with a face full of grievance. Ignoring Lin Yuyu's bitterness and grievance, Lin Ku apologized with a smile, "Mr. Su, it's all because of my poor discipline that Mr. Su has been troubled. Don't worry, I will definitely teach this ignorant guy a lesson when I get back." "Oh." Hearing Lin Ku's words, Su Chen sneered. "Want to settle things peacefully? Sorry, I'm afraid you won't be able to resolve this matter peacefully. Su Chen is not someone to be trifled with. Especially, he hates mistresses who destroy other people's families even more. Once I meet such a person, I will definitely show no mercy. This. Lin Ku spread his hands, looking helpless. Next. Su Chen briefly explained the whole story. Lin Ku was immediately filled with shame and indignation. He stamped his feet and roared, his face filled with pain as he said, "It's a misfortune for our family. It's really a misfortune for our family. How could our Lin family produce such a shameful bastard? Dad, you actually called me a dog?" Lin Yu widened his eyes and said in great surprise. "What's wrong with me scolding you? I'm going to beat you up." Bang! A hard slap with the left hand. Pop! A hard slap with the right hand. After beating Lin Yu angrily, Lin Ku roared in anger, "From now on, you are no longer my daughter. We sever our father-daughter relationship." Chapter 139 Master of Performance. Seeing Lin Ku teach his daughter a lesson, Su Chen's anger subsided a little. Immediately, Su Chen said to Lin Ku, "You don't need me to teach you how to do this, do you?" "Boss Su, I understand." In front of Su Chen, Lin Ku had to bow his head. Only. When facing Lin Yu, Lin Ku instantly raised his voice and roared angrily, "You're destroying other people's families, mistress. Your behavior is like a rat crossing the street, everyone is shouting and beating you." While speaking, Lin Ku fixed his gaze on Su Zian and said sternly, "Draw a clear line between you and this scumbag right now, understand?" Lin Yu sobbed twice. Then he said indifferently, "Su Zian, we don't need to meet each other anymore. I want to know why." At this moment, Su Zian's phone rang. After hesitating for a moment, Su Zian answered the call. "I'm Su Zian." "Who is this?" "What, I was fired?" After hearing the voice of the HR manager, Su Zian's face suddenly changed, and the hand holding the phone began to tremble wildly. "What the fuck? What is going on?" Suddenly realizing something, Su Zian looked at Su Chen in anger and asked in astonishment, "Did you do this?" "The reaction is not too slow," Su Chen said lightly. Just now, Su Chen sent a text message to his secretary Zhang Yanran, asking her to investigate Su Zian's company. Coincidentally, Su Zian's company happened to be a branch of Dihao Group. Then, Zhang Yanran conveyed Su Chen's order and directly fired Su Zian. Not only that, Zhang Yanran also posted an announcement on the official website of Dihao Group. In Shanghai, any company that hired Su Zian would be equivalent to declaring war on Dihao Group. It should be noted that Dihao Group is one of the top 10 listed companies in China overseas. Therefore, no company would be willing to offend the Dihao Group by recruiting an employee. This is equivalent to Su Zian being banned by Shanghai Commercial Street. He deserves this fate. After punishing the scumbag and the mistress, Su Chen suddenly felt a lot better. Immediately said to Mu Jia, "Sister, I have to go and get busy." After Su Chen left, Su Zian knelt down in front of Mu Jia with a plop, and begged with tears and snot, Jia, we have been married for so many years. Please don't divorce me for the sake of our children, okay? I really can't bear to leave you." After being abandoned by Lin Yu, Su Zian realized how good Mu Jia had been to him. But once a rift appears in the relationship between husband and wife, it is impossible to restore it to its original state. Mu Jia was completely desperate about Su Zian. At this moment, seeing Su Zian kneeling in front of him, Mu Jia was unmoved. Instead, when Mu Jia saw Su Zian's face, she felt extremely disgusted. "Get out of here, you scumbag." Mu Jia picked up the mop and kicked Su Zian out the door. Su Zian looked like a lost dog, looking extremely miserable. His heart was filled with endless regret. When he asked himself, Su Zian, could not blame anyone for ending up in this situation. He could only say that it was all his own fault. For Su Chen, punishing the scumbag Su Zian and beating the mistress Lin Yu were just trivial things that happened while he was delivering food. The next day, after Su Chen finished his morning exercise and had breakfast, he heard a system prompt sound in his mind. Drop. Is the big treasure chest open today? Su Chen didn't even think about it and said hurriedly, "Open it quickly." Drop. Congratulations to the host for obtaining the divine level of performance secrets. From this moment on, the host is the world's #1 performance master. Su Chen was stunned. The world's #1 performing master? Just as Su Chen muttered to himself, a vast amount of information flooded into Su Chen's mind. In an instant, it seemed as if Su Chen could play all those obscure piano, guitar, arrow, and violin pieces. Moreover, Su Chen was extremely confident that he had reached the pinnacle of the performing world. TSK Tisk, it's really a system product, it must be a masterpiece. It made me a superstar in the literary and artistic world in a matter of minutes, with strength surpassing Master Taishan Beidou? Well, not bad. At 9 o'clock in the morning, Li Yaya was giving piano lessons to students in the auditorium of Zhonghai Conservatory of Music. When she mentioned Franz Liszt, the students in the classroom started to make a noise. "Teacher Li, we want to listen to Master Liszt's Willow Stott." As far as I know, Will-O-the-Wisp was completed by Liszt at the age of 15 and later gifted to his mentor Czerny. The music is eerie, with shifting motifs and alternating double notes, vividly depicting the Will-O-the-Wisp's agility and freedom, interspersed with rebellion, mockery, and liberation. Rachmaninoff called it the world's most difficult etude, demanding extremely high technical skill and serving as a test of a performer's skill. It's often performed as a high-level piece in concerts. Many great performers in the world are unable to play Willow perfectly, but we believe that the beautiful Teacher Li will definitely play this piece perfectly. "Teacher Li, come one. Come one. Come one. Come one." Faced with the student's sincere request, Li Yaya really didn't know how to refuse. As the most prestigious and beautiful music teacher in Zhonghai Conservatory of Music, she couldn't say in front of her students that she couldn't play Liszt's Willows, right? After hesitating for a moment, Li Yaya said stubbornly, "Then I'll try it." Crackling. There was warm applause. To be honest, for Willow's Fire, one of the most difficult piano pieces in the world, not to mention Li Yaya, even those internationally renowned masters may not be able to play out the essence of it. So, Li Yaya just said she would try it herself. 5 minutes later. After the performance of Willows, Li Yaya wished she could find a hole in the ground to crawl into. The entire auditorium was so silent that you could hear a pin drop. Everyone began to question Li Yaya's professional level. That's it? That's it? That's it? At this moment, Li Yaya's phone rang. It turned out that the breakfast takeaway she ordered had arrived. In order to resolve the awkward situation, Li Yaya walked out of the auditorium to answer the phone. "Hello, are you Ms. Li Yaya?" "Yes, it's me." The two exchanged a few brief words, and Li Yaya asked Su Chen to deliver the takeaway to the door of the auditorium of Zhonghai Conservatory of Music. Su Chen did not refuse. While standing at the door of the auditorium waiting for Li Yaya, Su Chen whistled a few times because he was bored. The content of the whistle was the music score of Ghostfire. Li Yaya walked out of the auditorium and just heard Su Chen whistling. It turned out to be the world's most difficult piano piece, Ghostfire? Suddenly, with a look of astonishment on his face, he said, "Handsome boy, what you just played was Liszt's Willows?" Chapter 140 Helpless. Li Yaya started to learn music at the age of 6. Now, she had studied the art of playing for 30 years, but still couldn't grasp the essence of Liszt's Willows. But what did she see just now? A young man who delivered food to her was actually whistling? Although the sound quality of the whistle could not be compared with the sound of piano playing, but it was full of charm. Li Yaya even felt that the whistle blown by the takeaway boy in front of her was even more exquisite than the performance of Maestro Liszt himself. For a while, Li Yaya looked at Su Chen with eyes full of shock and admiration, but Su Chen said lightly, "I was just playing it for fun." For Su Chen, who stood at the top of the performing arts world, the Willow Fire he just played was indeed just for fun. Li Yaya was stunned. He stared at Su Chen with a dull expression, as if petrified. After a long moment, he swallowed with great difficulty and said in disbelief, "Even a master known as a musical genius can't play Liszt's Will-O-the-Wisp fluently. How come you, just playing it for fun, have grasped the essence of this piece? How long have you been studying music?" Su Chen spread his hands and said innocently, "When I was in primary school, the teacher taught us the song, 'The sun is shining in the sky, the flowers are smiling at me, the birds are saying, good morning, good morning.' Why do you carry a small school bag on your back?" Since then, I never got into music again. Hearing this, Li Yaya's jaw almost dropped to the ground. She looked at Su Chen as if he was looking at a god. At the same time, her mentality was completely exploded. We music professionals have studied music scores for decades, but we are unable to grasp the essence of Master Liszt's Willows. What about you, guy? You only learned some music enlightenment knowledge in elementary school, and then, your performance level surpassed the top masters in the international performance world? This is absolutely a genius. Seeing Li Yaya staring at him as if he were a monster, Suchin said embarrassedly, Ms. Li, your takeaway has arrived, and I should leave. Wait a moment. Li Yaya acted as if she had found a treasure. She pulled Su Chen's arm and ran into the auditorium of Zhenghai Conservatory of Music. In an instant, thousands of people in the auditorium burst into laughter. Pfft, ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. What's going on? Teacher Li is actually holding the hand of a delivery boy? Could this be an official announcement that they're together? Teacher Li is a high-level intellectual after all, so how could he fall for a food delivery driver? What's wrong with the delivery guy? Don't you notice that he has a god-like appearance? The students, teachers, and leaders in the auditorium were all talking and pointing at Su Chen. They all thought that Li Yaya must be crazy. How could Li Yaya be so ridiculous as to bring a delivery rider into such a solemn and formal occasion? What is going on? Everyone, please be quiet. Li Yaya said excitedly, holding the microphone. Having studied music for 30 years, Li Yaya has always had great admiration for the supermasters who stand at the pinnacle of the performing arts world. Today, after hearing the whistle of the delivery boy, she was instantly conquered by his beautiful voice. So, she hoped that Su Chen could play Liszt's Willow's Fire for everyone in the auditorium of Zhenghai Conservatory of Music. Perhaps, this delivery boy would become a sensation and stir up the entire music world. Now, after Li Yaya asked everyone to be quiet, the auditorium suddenly became silent. Su Chen naturally guessed Li Yaya's intention. She wanted him to be in the spotlight. Why? Su Chen couldn't help but sigh inwardly. I just want to happily deliver food every day and be an ordinary, low-key and quiet man. But why, such a simple dream can't be realized? Li Yaya handed the microphone to Su Chen, staring at him eagerly, and said expectantly, handsome boy, please, I'm counting on you. I know you must be a talented musician who became famous at a young age. Today, please help me play Master Liszt's Wild O'-the-Wisp. After obtaining the master performance skills awarded by the system, Su Chen could play any difficult piano piece with ease. However, he had no interest in fame and fortune, so he said with embarrassment, Miss Li, I can indeed play this piece of music. Can I still have to deliver food? Hearing this, Li Yaya was immediately confused. I thought to myself, what technical skills are needed in delivering food? If you make a big splash in the auditorium of our Zhenghai Conservatory of Music today, you will definitely have a bright future. Who knows, you might be noticed by a music company right away. If you are successfully signed, your value will start at least 1 million. Just ask. If you deliver food for your whole life, when will you be able to earn 1 million? Recovering from her shock, Li Yaya earnestly advised, handsome boy, no matter how well you play today, I will pay you 1,000 yuan appearance fee. In addition, if you perform well, our school leaders will recommend you to those well-known music companies. Then, with just one contract, you will be worth millions. After Li Yaya said the words worth 1 million, her eyes were fixed on Su Chen. She hoped to see surprise, excitement, and a bright spot in Su Chen's eyes. But what disappointed Li Yaya was that Su Chen seemed as if nothing had happened. Suddenly, Li Yaya began to wonder in her heart, wondering what level this delivery boy in front of her was. Was his calmness real or just a pretense? I work so hard delivering food every month, but I can't even earn 5,000 yuan. Unexpectedly. How could he not be tempted at all by a net worth of millions? Sister, you may not know me well enough. I don't have any big aspirations in life. Even if I just eat and wait for death every day, I'm destined to become the richest man in the world. So, I really don't have any interest in this $1 million net worth. Gulon. Hearing Su Chen say this, Li Yaya couldn't help but swallow her saliva, thinking that this delivery boy, although he looks very handsome, but this habit of daydreaming is really bad. However, she didn't care too much at the moment, and dragged Su Chen to a noble black and white piano called Bechstein, and then said cautiously, handsome boy, please. Today, if you just help me with this, I, Li Yaya, will be your slave from now on. You don't have to work like a slave. You just need to agree to one small request of mine. Su Chen said slowly, staring into Li Yaya's eyes. Chapter 141 Playing Wisp. As long as Su Chen is willing to play Liszt's Willow in the auditorium of Zhenghai Conservatory of Music, Li Yaya is willing to agree to any of his requests. At this moment, Li Yaya stared at Su Chen with anticipation, and said eagerly, handsome boy, tell me, no matter what you ask, I will agree to it. Su Chen was immediately happy when he heard this. Is it that so? If I were a frivolous person and asked you to agree to be my wife, would you agree? Staring into Li Yaya's eyes, Su Chen said clearly, when I start playing later, you have to come over and light a cigarette for me. Why did Su Chen ask Li Yaya to light a cigarette for him while playing Liszt's Will-O-Wisp? Ask yourself. Su Chen just wanted to look cool and be a little naughty. Unexpectedly. Li Yaya, however, thought to herself, so this is the essence of playing Liszt's Wilson. From now on, when I play this extremely difficult piece, can I also light a cigarette? Appealing to both the elite and the masses. Is this the highest realm of musical skill? In an instant, Li Yaya seemed to have an epiphany. She looked at Su Chen with eyes filled with deep admiration and appreciation, while Su Chen was completely speechless. He thought, can it be understood this way? All right. If this person is handsome, even his fart would be said to be fragrant. After Su Chen promised Li Yaya to play Master Liszt's Will-O-the-Wisp, he sat in front of the Bechstein piano stand, while Li Yaya held the microphone and said excitedly, now, please ask this gentleman to play Master Liszt's Will-O-the-Wisp for us. Please welcome him with applause. Li Yaya clapped enthusiastically. Pity. None of the students, teachers, and leaders in the auditorium applauded. They all looked at Su Chen with deep contempt. Some even wanted to rush onto the stage, take off their stinky shoes, and slap Su Chen hard in the face. However, they did not act so impulsively for the sake of teacher Li Yaya. But everyone looked at Su Chen with contempt and ridicule. This is an auditorium for artistic performances, not a place for those street clowns to perform acrobatics. Besides, even if they're performing acrobatics on the street, they at least have to be professionals, right? You're just a delivery driver, and you think you're qualified to play Liszt's Wilson? This is a complete desecration of art. When that scumbag finishes playing, I'll rush onto the stage and give him 2 big slaps in the face. For teacher Li Yaya's sake, I'll just tolerate him for 2 minutes. Bite. Su Chen's index finger gently slid across the piano keys, and the next moment, a beautiful sound resounded throughout the entire auditorium. Although, it was just a trivial note. Can. No one knew what kind of magic Su Chen's playing brought, but everyone in the auditorium suddenly fell silent. Not only that, their eyes also became a little solemn. Just like this note struck upon their heartstrings. For those professionals who delve into music, playing Liszt's Willows is simply a torture and extremely painful. The complex scale changes make them feel extremely tormented. Only for Su Chen, who is at the pinnacle of playing skills, playing this song is as simple as eating and drinking, and it is very comfortable. It is like solving an extremely difficult math problem. The top student feels very refreshed after solving it, while the poor student must be in great pain during the process of solving it. Isn't it a torture? Before playing, Su Chen handed the cigarette and lighter to Li Yaya. When the piece was 1/3 complete and the audience and the entire auditorium were all in tears, Li Yaya came over and lit a cigarette for Su Chen with a smile on her pretty face. In an instant, the atmosphere in the entire auditorium was completely ignited. Fuck. That's awesome. This operation broke my legs. Oh, crazy, crazy. Various wolf howling and strange screams were heard. Listening to the shouts and howling of the audience in the auditorium, Su Chen smiled slightly. Wildfire should have this kind of atmosphere. Closing his eyes, Su Chen continued to play. All the audience in the auditorium were immersed in the artistic conception of the piece. When it reached its climax, thunderous applause broke out and the audience's eyes were filled with tears. Everyone stand up. Cigarette ashes kept falling, and the man sitting in front of the Bechstein piano stand was so handsome. His stubble, melancholy eyes, beautiful piano music, and his good but evil smoking posture made it an unprecedented visual feast. Now, the audience went completely crazy. No, I'm going crazy. There's such a perfect piece of music in the world, and the best part is, the performer is this handsome guy with a godlike appearance? Love it. From now on, I'll order takeout every day, and I just hope the driver who delivers it to me is this guy. Then the question is, does this little brother have a partner? Even if this young man has a partner, I'm not afraid. For my own happiness, I'm willing to risk it all. You know. This is the auditorium of the Zhenghai Conservatory of Music. There are many masters who have studied music for decades. They are no longer surprised by those artists who are at the pinnacle of performance skills. But after listening to Su Chen, the delivery boy, playing Master Liszt's Will-O-the-Wisp, they instantly lost their composure and were stunned like wooden chickens. Deep down, they were all filled with turbulent waves. He's just outrageously perfect. When I listened to other masters playing this will-o'-the-wisp before, it really hurt my eardrums. But today, I heard such a heavenly piece of music. This is simply worth my life. I've been studying music for 40 years and consider myself a master. But compared to this delivery guy, I feel like I'm not even as good as an elementary school student. Delivery boy, Chang is my teacher. Right now. Everyone present was impressed by Su Chen's playing skills. Before, when teacher Li Yaya lit Su Chen's cigarette, many people thought that Su Chen, a delivery driver, was definitely trying to attract attention. And Su Chen was also labeled as a show-off. Only. Now, they all believed that even if the world's top-performing master stood in front of the delivery boy, he would have to be polite and respectfully call him teacher. There is no order of learning the wisest can be the teacher. As long as the other party has achieved world-renowned achievements in a certain field, even a master at the top level would have to call him teacher when he meets him. After the performance, Su Chen opened his eyes. I subconsciously glanced at the floor and found cigarette ashes scattered all over the floor. And everyone in the audience stared at Su Chen as if he were a monster. Chapter 142, Strike. Right now. Everyone in the auditorium of the Zhenghai Conservatory of Music was stunned. Their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Su Chen subconsciously stared at the floor, thinking that the ashes from his cigarette had stained the floor of the auditorium. Then he turned to look at Li Yaya, scratched the back of his head with a somewhat innocent look, and then said apologetically, "I'm really sorry. I was playing just now, I was so focused on the music that I didn't notice that the cigarette ash fell on the floor. Don't worry, I'll clean it up right away." For Su Chen, no matter where he goes, he must be civilized and polite, since he has soiled the floor of someone else's auditorium. So, you definitely have to clean it yourself. However, just when Su Chen just stood up, Li Yaya quickly pulled Su Chen back. Seeing this, Su Chen's eyes swept over everyone in the auditorium and said apologetically, "Look, everyone is looking at me with blaming eyes. It must be because I dirty the floor of the art auditorium. I like cleanliness too, so I'll go clean it right away." Hearing this, Li Yaya didn't know whether to laugh or cry. She pulled Su Chen's arm and said, "Handsome boy, do you think people look at you like this because you soiled the floor of our school auditorium? Isn't it?" Su Chen frowned slightly and asked with some doubt. "Hi." Li Yaya shook her head. "Let me put it this way. If you play Wildfire in a disorganized and unmelodious way, then you must clean up the cigarette ash on the floor. But now, your performance of Liszt's Willows was very successful. The ashes that fell on the floor are very telling. I guarantee that when the principal comes on stage later, he will definitely take a photo with you. And we will also ask the staff to quickly collect the ashes and place them in our school museum, and every year when new students enter the school, we will take them to visit it." When Su Chen heard this, he grinned. This shouldn't be so exaggerated, right? Su Chen felt really funny in his heart. He was just a piece of fallen cigarette ash, and the school leaders had to ask the staff to collect it? And what else to say? Will you take new students on a tour when they enter the school? How can this be considered an exaggeration? Handsome boy, you have no idea how classic your performance of Willow is. Let me tell you this, even if Maestro Liszt himself were here, he certainly wouldn't be able to play it to your level. Little brother, which music school did you attend before, and which domestic master performer did you study under? At this moment, a man wearing gold-rimmed glasses and a black suit rushed onto the stage, looking extremely excited, and shook Su Chen's hand. "Who are you?" Su Chen asked doubtfully. Li Yaya hurriedly explained, "Handsome guy, this is the principal of our Zhenghai Conservatory of Music, Mr. Wang Tang." Standing in front of Su Chen, Li Yaya was like a little fangirl. The principal of Zhenghai Conservatory of Music, Wang Tang, was like Su Chen's little fanboy. His attentiveness was like that of a crazy girl who had just met the man of her dreams. Now, after hearing the question from Principal Wang Tang, Su Chen was ashamed. After hesitating for a moment, he said with a lack of confidence, "Principal Wang, you really think too highly of me. I am just a delivery writer. I have never studied music systematically, let alone studied under any master musician. Actually, I've never touched a piano, and I have no interest in playing it." Boom! As soon as Su Chen said this, everyone in the auditorium was stunned, and huge waves were rising in their hearts. You've never touched a piano? You have no interest in playing? Damn, are you really telling us you're just a food delivery driver? And then, out of nowhere, you play the world's most difficult piece, lists Wilson? No, I'm having a heart attack. This blow is really too great. I've been studying the art of playing for nearly 50 years, and I consider myself quite gifted. Over the years, I've been hailed as a master by professionals. However, when I played Liszt's Wild O' the Wisp, I simply couldn't find the right feeling. The whole piece felt like chewing wax, and the tone was harsh. But this delivery guy has never touched a piano before and has no interest in playing it. So how come he can play Willow so perfectly? No way. He is truly a genius. Even if you're a natural genius, you still need practice and refinement. In the field of musical performance, no matter how talented you are, you won't be able to achieve anything without 10 or 20 years of hard work. Liaya looked at Su Chen with a dull expression, and was so shocked that she couldn't say a word. You have never touched the piano and have no interest in playing it. Why is your performance of Willow so perfect? And you came to our Shanghai Conservatory of Music to deliver food, and I asked you to come to help out, but you didn't expect that you were here to challenge us. All the teachers and students of our Conservatory of Music, even the experts and professors, are complete trash in front of you. This blow is really too heavy. For a while, the entire auditorium of elite students, senior teachers, renowned scholars, and expert professors all had sweat dripping down their foreheads like rain. Why? Shame, humiliation, loss of face, a blow. Just as Li Yaya said, Wang Teng, the president of Shanghai Conservatory of Music, and dozens of school leaders, senior professors, scholars, and experts, pulled Su Chen to take photos as if they had seen their idol. And they also asked Su Chen to sign for them. Su Chen felt a headache for a moment, and said helplessly, "Dear brothers and sisters, I am really just a delivery man, please don't make things difficult for me, okay? Besides, even if you want my autograph, at least let go of my hand. Miss, please don't get so close, it's a hot day, right? What if you see something you shouldn't see? It would be very embarrassing, right?" For a while, the auditorium of Shanghai Conservatory of Music was like a celebrity meeting. After signing autographs and taking photos, Su Chen planned to find a broom to clean up the cigarette ash she dropped on the floor. But Wang Teng, the principal of Shanghai Conservatory of Music, immediately stopped Su Chen and said righteously, "Mr. Su, your performance of Liszt's Wilson today at our Shanghai Conservatory of Music is destined to create a huge wave in the music world. Therefore, the ash you dropped in our school auditorium has extremely important commemorative significance. I have decided to collect it in our school museum. Every new class of students will be able to see your ash, Mr. Su." Su Chen. Chapter 143 Duel. When Su Chen walked out of the auditorium of Shanghai Conservatory of Music, the school's leaders, professors, teachers, and students all gathered around him. The scene was even more glorious than that of a first-line star. This delivery guy is really amazing. You could obviously make a living with your looks, but you're so talented? You're talented and good-looking, but you're delivering food? See? Truly powerful bosses are always so low-key, unlike some trashy young idols who think they're a little handsome and look down on others. And you even call your own fans idiots? I can't understand it. You rely on your fans to support you. Without these idiot fans supporting you, you'd better go eat pig shit. This little brother is simply perfect. Love, love. At the same time, Joyu was reading in the study room. The students around him were all watching videos on their phones. I don't know what they were watching, but they all started shouting and yelling. Fuck. This delivery guy is awesome. Brother you, I think this guy is clearly coming for you. You are known as the top talent of our Shanghai Conservatory of Music, but this delivery boy has stolen your limelight. Can you accept this? Brother you, we support you, torture him. Joyu is also a man with vision, so he will naturally not deal with his competitors mindlessly, even if a very talented student really appears in Shanghai Conservatory of Music. That. Joyu will also use legitimate channels to compete with him on the same stage to see who is the most talented person in Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Faced with the instigation of the students around him, Joyu just smiled elegantly. Our Shanghai Conservatory of Music is full of hidden talents. It would be normal if a very talented musician really appeared. Joyu continued to read his book, not being affected at all. Only. Immediately, Joyu frowned and looked at his watch. He thought that his girlfriend Lin Kiki should have called him at this time, and then the two of them made an appointment to play basketball together. Why hasn't she contacted him at this time? Taking out his cell phone, Zhuoyu started calling Lin Kiki. But at this time, Lin Kiki was following Su Chen, begging him to give her an autograph. Suddenly, her phone rang. Without any hesitation, Lin Kiki hung up the phone. Then, he said expectantly, "Master, please give me an autograph." Okay. Su Chen's smile made people feel like spring breeze. Only. Just as Su Chen was about to give Lin Kiki an autograph, Lin Kiki's phone rang again. When Lin Kiki was about to hang up impatiently, Su Chen said with a gentle smile, "My classmate, you should answer the phone first." Call. Lin Kiki took a deep breath and answered Zhuoyu's phone angrily. Without giving any explanation, she started to scold him. "Zhuoyu, are you annoying me or not? I'm warning you, if you dare to call me again, we'll break up." This. Zhuoyu, who was on the other end of the line, was completely stunned. He held his phone in his hand, but he was actually thinking, fuck. After all, he was the top talent at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. He had been courted by countless girls, but he hadn't agreed. Ever since he and Lin Kiki became boyfriend and girlfriend, their relationship has been very sweet and happy. In the eyes of others, the two of them are simply a perfect match, a couple made in heaven. In front of Zhuoyu, Lin Kiki always looks gentle and virtuous. And I would act coquettishly towards him from time to time. But at this moment, Lin Kiki actually yelled at him? What on earth was going on? People say that a woman's expression changes more quickly than turning the pages of a book, but Zhuoyu absolutely did not believe that Lin Kiki would treat him like this. In order to clear up the doubts in his heart, Zhuoyu called Lin Kiki again. Lin Kiki stared at Su Chen with admiration, stretched out her snow-white little hand, and was about to ask Su Chen to give her an autograph when her phone rang again. Su Chen was startled, then said gently, "Classmate, we are not in a hurry to get an autograph. You should answer the phone first." In Lin Kiki's opinion, Su Chen giving her an autograph was an extremely sacred thing, which was many levels higher than Zhuoyu calling her. After answering the phone helplessly, Lin Kiki started to roar hysterically. "Zhuoyu, what do you want to do? My words are no longer effective, are they? Okay, listen to me now. From now on, we break up. Don't bother me anymore." After hanging up the phone, Lin Kiki directly deleted all contact information of Zhuoyu. As for Zhuoyu, he couldn't accept such a blow for a moment. His phone fell to the ground with a thud, and the screen was broken. However, he didn't pick it up. At this moment, Zhuoyu's heart was in turmoil. He really couldn't understand what went wrong. A boy sitting next to Zhuoyu, who had just heard Lin Kiki's roar on the phone, patted Zhuoyu's shoulder gently and said comfortingly, "Brother you, there are many beautiful women in the world, why do you have to love only one? Kiki is a good girl. But there is also the possibility of a change of heart." No. Zhuoyu's forehead veins bulged, and he raised his voice to the boy who was comforting him. "In Lin Kiki's heart, there will always be only me, Zhuoyu, and no other man can replace me, Zhuoyu." That may not be the case. Take, for example, the delivery guy who came to our school auditorium today. He's truly a blockbuster. Don't underestimate him because he's just a delivery guy. His looks and talent are absolutely unparalleled. Many girls in our school are clamoring to marry him. I think Sister Kiki is probably attracted to him as well. Suddenly thought of something. Zhuoyu ran out of the study room at the speed of a 100-meter sprint and headed straight for the dormitory. After taking his guitar from his bed, he ran all the way to Su Chen, who was surrounded by thousands of people. And he also had a microphone in his hand. "Hey, you delivery guy, you stole my girlfriend, I want to fight you." Zhuoyu didn't want to make such a low-key appearance. However, in order to win back his girlfriend Lin Kiki, Zhuoyu was completely desperate. As Zhuoyu shouted while holding the microphone, suddenly, all the people gathered around Su Chen looked at Zhuoyu in unison. You know, Zhuoyu is a big shot in Shanghai Conservatory of Music, and many people know him. Seeing that there was something exciting to watch, all the curious people started to join in the fun. Fuck, this is a good show. Could it be that Zhuoyu, the top talent of our Shanghai Conservatory of Music, wants to challenge the delivery boy? I'm looking forward to their performance. Su Chen put his hands in his pockets, with the demeanor of a peerless master on his face. He walked up to Zhuoyu and said calmly, "Are you planning to duel with me?" Chapter 144 Competition. You know, Su Chen's current playing skills have reached the pinnacle of this field. Although Zhuoyu is the top talent of Shanghai Conservatory of Music, he is not as good as Su Chen when standing in front of him. At this time, everyone stared at Zhuoyu and Su Chen, talking about it. I just don't know if the delivery guy would agree to compete with the top talent of our Shanghai Conservatory of Music. If you're a man, you should take up this challenge. For a woman, is it really that serious? Haven't you noticed how calm the delivery guy is? I see the aura of a peerless master in his eyes. It's as if worldly fame and fortune are nothing but fleeting clouds to him. He's clearly just a food delivery driver, so why do people think he's seen it all? It's incredible. I used to think that the top talent from our Shanghai Conservatory of Music was very handsome. But, standing in front of the takeaway boy, he was completely crushed to pieces. Su Chen didn't take other people's comments or pointing, even if they were compliments, seriously at all. He was a man with vision, destined to become the richest man in the world. How could he be depressed or elated just because of other people's comments? It's like when a saint descends into the mortal world, he doesn't care what others think of him. Su Chen was just like that. Glancing at Zhuoyu, he said with a hint of amusement, "If you want to duel with me, you should at least bring a kitchen knife, right? You're holding a microphone and a guitar. Are you trying to challenge me to a musical prowess? What, you don't dare?" Zhuoyu said angrily. The next moment, before Su Chen could say anything, Lin Kiki suddenly stood in front of him, looking like a mad demon, and roared at Zhuoyu, "Zhuo, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself to see what kind of trash you are? How dare you compete with my male god? Who gave you the courage?" Fuck. Zhuoyu had always been known for his refined and elegant image. But now, seeing his girlfriend defending and speaking for other men in public, Zhuoyu's mind completely blew up, and he couldn't help but curse. The people around were suddenly sighing. Oh, I originally thought that this number one talent, Zhuoyu, was very stylish, but now it seems that he is just a worthless person. He used to pretend to be a gentleman and aristocrat, but now it seems that he is so low that he is drooling. Look at that delivery guy. Although his job is insignificant, who can compare with his temperament, mentality, and tolerance? Without a doubt. In the eyes of everyone around him, Zhuoyu has been made worthless by Su Chen, but Zhuoyu is not a man who gives up easily. He must defeat Su Chen in public and win back his girlfriend's heart. Now. Seeing Su Chen about to leave, Zhuoyu trotted over and blocked his way. Then, glancing around, he took the microphone and said, "As a performer, only through competition can one achieve perfection. This is also a principle that our Shanghai Conservatory of Music has upheld since its 87th anniversary. Excuse me, who would like their performance skills to remain stagnant? I have to say." Zhuoyu's high-sounding speech helped him regain a lot of his image. However, Su Chen said helplessly, "My friend, I completely understand your feelings. To be honest, since I was a child, I have always been too handsome, which has brought a lot of setbacks to my classmates. They even doubted their lives, became withdrawn, and finally dropped out of school. The most serious cases even lead to suicide. But what I want to say is that I came to Shanghai Conservatory of Music today not to hype myself up to gain fame and fortune, nor to steal your girlfriend. I am just here to deliver food. Let us talk about it later. I've never played a musical instrument before, and I have no interest in playing it. So, please, classmate, please let me go. My customers are waiting for me to deliver food." No. Zhuoyu was at loggerheads with Su Chen today. He could tolerate everything else, but Su Chen had snatched away his girlfriend, Lin Kiki. This was an absolute humiliation for a man like Zhuoyu. So, he must defeat Su Chen today. "Zhuoyu, that's enough." Lin Kiki pointed at Zhuoyu's nose and yelled. Su Chen shook his head, not knowing how to deal with the trouble in front of him. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "Hurry up and tell me, what do you want? Want to compete? Then let's have a competition." Although Su Chen is very reluctant to undermine other people's self-confidence. However, the other party is eager to be abused. How can Su Chen have the nerve to refuse his request? It's very simple. Zhuoyu raised his chin slightly and said proudly, "Arrow, piano, violin, guitar, guzheng, electronic keyboard, pick any instrument and play the music that the other party has given you. After that, let the students present be the judges and see who among us is the most talented person in Shanghai Conservatory of Music." Su Chen found it funny. Hart said, This classmate is a college student after all, so why is his mentality like that of an elementary school student? You are the most talented student in Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Okay, I admit defeat, okay? At this point, Suchen still planned to give Zhuoyu one last chance. After all, if he took action, the child's self-confidence would probably be completely destroyed, and he would probably live in the shadow for the rest of his life. But when Zhuoyu heard Suchen say this, he immediately said angrily, "Delivery man, what you said is a blasphemy to art, a trampling on the personality of others, and a perfunctory attitude towards the onlookers, right? Alright, stop talking so much. I'm going to compete with you seriously, alright?" Suchen really couldn't stand Zhuoyu's pestering, so he quickly interrupted him. Seeing Suchen agreed, Zhuoyu's eyes suddenly flashed with a cunning light. And Zhuoyu looked at Suchen with eyes full of disdain and ridicule. It's like he is invincible in the world and is a master of the performing arts world, while Suchen is just a useless delivery boy. Zhuoyu likes this kind of occasion where everyone is paying attention to him the most. Now, seeing everyone around him looking at him with envy, Zhuoyu felt that he was enjoying this atmosphere. Unfortunately, Zhuoyu really felt a little too good about himself this time. If it were normal times, as long as Zhuoyu appeared on campus, so it will definitely become everyone's focus. Comparing yourself to others is infuriating. Standing next to Suchen, he was so scumbag that he almost became a loser. However, Zhuoyu did not feel ashamed and felt that everyone was looking at him with admiration. Some people may have just learned a certain song by accident, and then go around pretending to be someone else and cheating people. I, Zhuoyu, must expose this person's hypocritical mask. While saying this, Zhuoyu glanced at Suchen with disdain. Please choose your instrument and let's start the competition? Zhuoyu asked provocatively. Just use the guitar, which you are best at. Suchen pointed at the guitar in Zhuoyu's hand as if nothing had happened. Chapter 145, Surrender. Guitar? When Zhuoyu heard Suchen asking him to play the guitar, he immediately laughed. His eyes were full of contempt and disdain for Suchen. He shook his head and suddenly sneered. Delivery man, you've never suffered a setback, have you? From Zhuoyu's tone, one can easily hear that he is full of strong confidence in his guitar playing. As for the delivery guy in front of me? Oh, it's just a joke? More and more people gathered around. Those who knew Zhuoyu but had never heard Suchen play willows all looked down on Suchen, but were full of confidence in Zhuoyu, the top talent of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Zhuoyu's guitar playing is outstanding not only in our Shanghai Conservatory of Music, but even in China, and even compared with many foreign masters, Zhuoyu's guitar playing is remarkable. As for that delivery boy, he looks handsome, but he is just a slender figure with rotten inside. That delivery guy, was he really looking for trouble? He actually challenged Zhuoyu to a guitar playing competition? I don't know how you all felt when you heard this news, but I laughed anyway. Perhaps in Zhuoyu's eyes, such a person is completely unqualified to be his opponent. For a while, everyone around looked at Suchen with contempt. Suchen was too lazy to pay attention to Zhuoyu's provocation. His dignity would not be trampled upon by others, especially since he had already reached the pinnacle of his musical skills, and yet the other party had come to trouble him without knowing what was going on? If he didn't teach him a lesson, how could he be worthy of his musical skills? With a reverent attitude towards art, Suchen said in a serious tone, it's still uncertain who will attack whom. Okay, you have guts. Suchen's tone sounded confident in himself, and Zhuoyu couldn't help but give him a thumbs up. No matter where you get your confidence from, I admire your courage to challenge me, Zhuoyu, to a guitar competition. While speaking, Zhuoyu raised his chin towards Suchen, as if he was determined to defeat him. He said in an overbearing tone, you go first or me? Suchen was very polite and made a gesture of invitation to Zhuoyu. You are ugly, so you go first. Suchen said this not to deliberately undermine Zhuoyu's confidence, but he felt that if he played first, Zhuoyu would definitely be so shocked that he would doubt his life. It is possible that you will smash your guitar on the spot and never touch any musical instrument again in your life. Zhuoyu's forehead was bulging with veins, and he was obviously speechless after hearing what Suchen said. The crowd watching the excitement was suddenly in an uproar. Among them, a considerable number of people looked at Suchen with contempt. After hearing what Suchen had just said, they suddenly felt disgusted. There were also some people who didn't care about Zhuoyu and Suchen's playing skills. They were just there to join in the fun. So I just maintain a neutral attitude. Ha, this delivery guy seems to have a mysterious confidence. Are you ugly, or are you first? Well said. Didn't you realize that this delivery guy didn't take Joyu seriously at all? People say that people in the same industry look down on each other. Perhaps the delivery guy can't play the guitar at all, which is why he's so nonchalant. Clenching his fists, Joyu said fiercely, playing skill requires real talent and knowledge, not just eloquence. Delivery man, you'll soon understand what skillful playing and art are. Joyu narrowed his eyes and spoke in a very pretentious tone. Su Chen found it a little funny. An elementary school student showing off in front of a Harvard PhD? Su Chen would feel embarrassed if he didn't hit the other person in the face. Do you understand art? Su Chen asked back. Snort. With a cold snort, Joyu raised his chin and said proudly, please understand, I am the top talent of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. If I don't understand art, then no one in this world understands art. Delivery man. We are all men, so I advise you not to cry when you are hit hard and feel ashamed. As the saying goes, men shed blood and sweat, but not tears. Certainly. If you admit that you are a woman, you can cry, huh? If it was to mock other people, Joyu did not feel any sense of accomplishment, but Su Chen, whether it was temperament, charm, or appearance, was far ahead of him. So, in Joyu's opinion, as long as he beats him in terms of talent, he will surely win the heart of his girlfriend Lin Kiki. In this way, he will feel a great sense of accomplishment. Why? Hearing Joyu's words, Su Chen sighed helplessly. Hey, classmate, you talk too much nonsense. Don't you know that wasting other people's time is equivalent to stealing money and killing people? Very good, you will soon understand what art is. You will soon know what kind of existence is standing before you. Bite. As soon as he finished speaking, Joyu plucked the strings of the guitar. Hey, wait. At this moment, a tall figure rushed in front of Su Chen and Joyu. This person was none other than Zhang Xiaoman, the richest woman at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Speaking of Zhang Xiaoman, she was quite influential. Her family was in the building materials business, and it was rumored that her net worth exceeded 1 billion. Zhang Xiaoman went to college independently of her parents, and without spending a penny of her family's money, she had amassed a fortune of millions by selling cosmetics online. Zhang Xiaoman, who is known as the richest woman in Shanghai Conservatory of Music, has always liked to join in the fun and has a gangster style. She has been secretly in love with Joyu for more than a year. Pity. Joyu found Lin Kiki as his girlfriend. Zhang Xiaoman has always intended to destroy the relationship between Joyu and Lin Kiki. Today, when encountering such an interesting thing, Zhang Xiaoman naturally had to get involved. Zhang Xiaoman? She's a legend at our Shanghai Conservatory of Music. This scene is really getting more and more exciting. I just wonder if the delivery guy feels any pressure. Now, many people took out their mobile phones to take photos and videos. Some people even started live broadcasts. Everyone looked at Su Chen with gloating eyes, thinking that this delivery guy was so unlucky. He had to compete with the top talent of Shanghai Conservatory of Music in guitar playing. Isn't this just asking for trouble? Now, seeing everyone's gazes turn towards you, Zhang Xiaoman explained, two handsome guys competing in guitar, how can there be no host? I, Zhang Xiaoman, volunteered to be the host. Good. With a beautiful woman as the host, everyone was naturally enthusiastic, and warm applause broke out. At this moment, Lin Kiki walked up to Su Chen, gently pulled Su Chen's collar, and said with some lack of confidence, my dear, Joyu is a scumbag in combat. His other skills are very average, but his guitar playing is really strong. Otherwise, why don't you just admit defeat? Otherwise, it would be quite embarrassing then. Chapter 146 Dream Wedding. Lin Kiki was not trying to undermine Su Chen's confidence, nor did she have any contempt or disdain for Su Chen. She was really worried that Su Chen would be defeated by Joyu and then become a laughingstock of the entire Shanghai Conservatory of Music. After all, Joyu's guitar playing is at a master level. At that time in the auditorium, although Su Chen played Maestro Liszt's Willows, perhaps he just happened to have practiced this piece of music by accident. However, if it was played on the guitar, that might not be the case. So, Lin Kiki wanted Su Chen to admit defeat. Ha! Su Chen was amused by Lin Kiki's words. He spread his hands and said helplessly, my dear classmate, you may not believe it when I tell you this, but I don't even know how I lost. Su Chen was not deliberately pretending when he said this. Possessing a stunningly handsome appearance, and the system rewarding him with peak musical skills, can one find even the slightest flaw in such a perfect man? Later, when Su Chen competes with Zhuo Yue, he will definitely not deliberately let him win. After all, he still had a basic reverence for art. Using his best abilities was the greatest respect for his opponent. After the PK started, Zheng Xiaoman took the microphone and asked Su Chen, "Mr. Su, what piece do you plan to have Zhuo Yu play?" Why did Zheng Xiaoman like to join in the fun? She wanted everyone to think that she and Zhuo Yu, the top talent at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music, were a perfect match. Then, under pressure from public opinion, Zhuo Yu might break up with Lin Kiki. Then, with her Zhang Xiaoman. But, after close contact with Zhuo Yu and Su Chen, Zheng Xiaoman instantly changed her mind. In the past, Zhang Xiaoman swore in her heart countless times that she would not marry anyone but Zhuo Yu in this life. What a pity. Once you meet Su Chen, you will regret your whole life. Although Zhuo Yu was also a handsome man, he was like a firefly standing in front of Su Chen. Compared with the light of the bright moon in the sky, he was not a heavyweight at all. Now, facing Zhang Xiaoman's question, Su Chen said without hesitation, "The recently popular song Girl by the Bridge sounds very touching, so, you can play this song." As Su Chen said this, the people around who were watching the fun started to make a fuss. "Goddess Shang, Zhuo Yu plays the piano, you sing. Your group is absolutely a perfect match, invincible. You can debut tomorrow. Goddess Shang, come one. Come one. Come one." The crowd's voices grew louder and louder. Ask yourself. The reason why Zhang Xiaoman stood up was for Zhuo Yu, but her change of mind happened in a flash. After seeing Su Chen, a handsome man like him, other men seemed like losers and she was drooling in frustration. How does that sentence go? Once you have seen the sea, other waters are but puddles. Except for the delivery boy, you are not a man. Zhang Xiaoman was only concerned about Su Chen, the delivery boy, so she naturally had no intention of pairing up with Zhuo Yu. At this moment, seeing Zhuo Yu looking at her expectantly, Zhang Xiaoman said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I'm not very familiar with the song. Shua, please let someone else sing along." No need. After being rejected by Zhang Xiaoman, Zhuo Yu was not discouraged at all. Instead, he waved his hand and said very pretentiously, "Then I, Zhuo Yu, will play and sing by myself today, and let everyone listen to what art is." Next, Zhuo Yu began to play the Girl by the Bridge with great emotion. It must be said that Zhuo Yu is worthy of being the #1 talent of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. His guitar playing level is rare even in the international arena. After playing a song, Zhuo Yu handed the guitar in his hand to Zhang Xiaoman. "Student Zhang, please help me take down the guitar." Zhuo Yu bowed slightly, thinking he was being very gentlemanly. Pity. Zhang Xiaoman's entire attention was on Su Chen, not giving Zhuo Yu any face at all. She said in a cold tone, "Take your own guitar. I'm busy." You. Zhuo Yu was tired of being scolded by Zhang Xiaoman. Just now. He thought he played very well, and the entire audience should be impressed by his playing skills. Why did Zhang Xiaoman embarrass him so much? However, this was not the time to argue about this. Coming up to Su Chen, Zhuo Yu said in a very condescending manner, "Did you hear that, delivery man? Did my playing just now make you feel ashamed?" Su Chen smiled and applauded Zhuo Yu. But then, his attitude changed and he said, "No matter how well you play, you don't have the inner qualities of a true artist." What did you say? Zhuo Yu suddenly became furious. Calm down. Su Chen pressed his hands, looking at everyone and explaining, whether it's singing or playing, any instrument, or any kind of music, it should all be for the audience. But, this classmate, when playing, he made a lot of fancy little movements, constantly trying to look cool. If you were really so handsome that Pan An would die better than Stephen Chow, then I wouldn't say anything. The problem is, you really can't be handsome. Let's not talk about other things. Just now, when you were playing, you dropped your boogers on the guitar strings. How do you explain this? Wow. Su Chen's casual words instantly ignited the atmosphere of the whole place. For a moment, all the onlookers burst into laughter, while Zhuo Yu's face turned blue and white, as if he had eaten a fly. It's really bad luck. Normally, nothing would happen when he played the guitar. Today, he really wanted to look cool, but, as luck would have it, his nose started to run. What the fuck? It's so embarrassing that it can't be described. Ah, good job, delivery guy. What a talent! You've discovered all this? Awesome! Zhuoyu was really embarrassed today. Lin Kiki and Zhang Xiaoman were also amused by Su Chen's humor and wit, and their beautiful faces showed an extremely strong admiration for Su Chen. Call! 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 Zhuoyu kept taking deep breaths, his mentality was about to explode, he clenched his fists, and his brain was working fast. Later, he would ask Su Chen to play a piece of music that was extremely difficult in the world of musical performance to see if he would embarrass himself. Coming up to Su Chen, Zhuoyu said sarcastically, "You're really sharp-tongued. However, how good is your playing? We're still waiting to see." Su Chen made a gesture of invitation. "Questions please?" Zhuoyu put his hands behind his back and said nonchalantly, "Just play Wedding in a Dream." Hiss. As Zhuoyu said this, everyone around him took a deep breath. The song Dream Wedding is extremely difficult. Even the experts and professors at our Shanghai Conservatory of Music can't play it smoothly. The essence of this piece of music cannot be grasped even by a musical genius. The delivery guy is a layman, how could he possibly play it? Chapter 147, Breaking the Jar. Dream Wedding? After hearing this song, Zhang Xiaoman and Lin Kik's faces changed drastically. As students of Shanghai Conservatory of Music, they naturally knew what this song meant. It is no exaggeration to say. Even in the international music world, masters who can fully perform this piece of music are rare, not to mention that Su Chen is just a delivery man. Note: those professional performing masters have studied music for decades, and their talents are no worse than anyone else. Everyone knows that in the field of music, without years of training, no matter how talented you are, you can't achieve much. Therefore, everyone is not optimistic about Su Chen. It seems like the delivery guy is going to be defeated. After all, he's a delivery guy, so it's only natural that he can't play this piece. If the delivery guy admits defeat now, it won't be too embarrassing. After all, his opponent is the top talent of Shanghai Conservatory of Music. Now. Seeing Su Chen's silence, Zhuoyu sneered disdainfully. Taking 2 steps towards Su Chen, Zhuoyu said smugly, "A delivery man is still a delivery man after all. If you bow down and admit defeat now, I won't make things difficult for you. After all, I, Zhuoyu, am also a man of vision." While speaking, Zhuoyu took the microphone and shouted to Lin Kiki, who was not far away, "Kiki, I will prove to you that this delivery scumbag is nothing compared to me, Zhuoyu. I will beat him mercilessly. Zhuoyu, don't bully my idol." Lin Kiki couldn't stand Zhuoyu's arrogance, so she rushed over to protect Su Chen and said stubbornly, "If you continue to be so aggressive, you will be my enemy from now on." Oh. Hearing Lin Kiki's words, Zhuoyu immediately laughed bitterly, spread his hands, and said a little aggrievedly, "How did I bully this delivery boy? Kiki, I just want to prove one thing. In the field of music, in our Shanghai Conservatory of Music, among my peers, only I, Zhuoyu, am worthy of you. As for others, they simply don't have that qualification. As for the delivery writer you're interested in? Oh. He is simply a joke." Lin Kiki clenched her fists in anger, not knowing how to defend herself. Zhuoyu's expression grew increasingly disdainful as he looked at Su Chen. "Delivery man, if you publicly admit that you're a woman and don't have the courage to compete with me, I'll assume you competed with me and simply lost. In this way, it's a bit more respectable, don't you think?" For a while, everyone around was looking at Su Chen. It was obvious that everyone was waiting to see Su Chen make a fool of himself, but Su Chen didn't even bother to pay attention to Zhuoyu. It's like an ignorant elementary school student is provoking a Harvard PhD. The doctor was too disdainful to compete with him, but in the eyes of the elementary school students, was the doctor afraid of him? This a huge joke? Out of awe for Zhuoyu's playing skills, Su Chen gave him an elegant smile. "Do you think you have a sure win?" To be honest, the song Dream Wedding is indeed very difficult for other performing masters. For Su Chen, it was completely easy and not worth mentioning. However, when Zhuoyu saw that Su Chen had no intention of retreating, he frowned and said with some sarcasm and confusion, "You delivery man, you are still holding on now? No way. Don't you think it's ridiculous? I don't mean to discourage you, but you may not have even heard the song Dream Wedding, so how can you play it?" In her heart, Zhang Xiaoman also supported Su Chen. But what Zhuoyu said makes sense. The delivery guy is so busy every day, how can he have the time to practice playing and study music? It is normal that he has never heard the song Wedding in a Dream, right? Zhuoyu, what gives you the right to despise my idol? Zhang Xiaoman angrily retorted to Zhuoyu. Zhuoyu was not angry either. He gestured to Zhang Xiaoman and Su Chen, inviting them in. There's no need to argue here. Facts speak louder than words. Now, let this delivery guy play. I'll just play it. I'm not afraid of you. Zhang Xiaoman was still a little unconvinced. Having said that, Zhang Xiaoman was still very nervous. After a moment, Zhang Xiaoman said to Zhuoyu, since we are going to play Dream Wedding, my idol doesn't have a guitar, so please lend me your guitar. Cut. Hearing this, Zhuoyu rolled his eyes and said disdainfully, my guitar is my exclusive instrument. It's like a swordsman who has his own sword. How can I lend it to anyone casually? Let me give you another simple example. Have you ever seen an NBA star who doesn't have his own unique jersey number? Can this thing be transferred to others at will? Zhang Xiaoman angrily said, Zhuoyu, you're known as the most talented person at Zhonghai Conservatory of Music. It's really ungentlemanly to speak like that. What's wrong with using your guitar? Is there any harm in it? I won't lend it to him unless he admits defeat. Zhuoyu said arrogantly. You. Zhang Xiaoman was speechless. Zhang Xiaoman originally wanted to help Su Chen. But I didn't expect it to turn out like this. Looking at Su Chen, her eyes were full of apology. With her lips pouting, Zhang Xiaoman said with some guilt, my male god, I'm sorry. Su Chen was at a loss whether to laugh or cry. You've done me wrong. Besides, we're not familiar with each other, right? Su Chen didn't know when he had picked a leaf from the branch next to him. Just when everyone was looking at Su Chen with mockery, thinking that he didn't play any instrument, Su Chen raised the leaf in his hand and said calmly and gently, now, I will use this leaf to play Dream Wedding for everyone. Without a doubt. Su Chen said this not to attract attention, but because he had absolute confidence in his own strength and level. What happened to the leaves? No way. If we use leaves, can we no longer play Dream Wedding? For a kendo master, there is no sword in his hand, but there is a sword in his heart. Therefore, everything in the world can be a sword. This is what it means to pick leaves and hurt people. Puff. A student who was drinking mineral water immediately spat out the water in his mouth after hearing Su Chen's words. His eyes widened and he stared at Su Chen in disbelief. Nima. What the hell is this? Playing Dream Wedding with leaves? Can you please stop being so perfunctory? Now. Zhuoyu was also shocked by Su Chen's words. Immediately, he felt relieved and explained to the people around him, did you see that? This delivery guy has decided to give up. Chapter 148 Smashing the Guitar. In the eyes of Zhuoyu, Zheng Xiaoman, Lin Kiki, and everyone present, Su Chen's plan to play Wedding in a Dream with a leaf was simply too outrageous. To the extent that everyone around him looked at him with contempt. Zhuoyu seized the opportunity and attacked Su Chen, saying, did you see that? This delivery guy is actually planning to use a leaf to play Wedding in a Dream? Oh. What kind of behavior is this? This is a complete desecration of art and a trampling on us, the audience. I am ashamed to say that I, Zhuoyu, am also an artist after all. How dare I compete with such a person? It is really shameful. Everyone around was pointing fingers at Su Chen. Zhang Xiaoman rolled her eyes and approached Su Chen, her face full of concern, saying, my male god, how about this, you wait here for me, I'll go to my dormitory to get your guitar. Can't. Seeing Zhang Xiaoman say this, Zhuoyu immediately stopped her and said, competitions on the field are also time limited. If the opponent delays for 3 to 5 hours, do we all have to wait here for him for 3 to 5 hours? You know. In the eyes of us artists, the audience is God. It's always been the contestants waiting for the audience, how can the audience wait for the contestants? Everyone, tell me, isn't this the truth? Well said. Good job. Zhuoyu's pretentious remarks won him warm applause. However, when he looked at Su Chen, Zhuoyu was extremely arrogant and disdainful. He thought to himself, you are using a leaf to play the song Wedding in a Dream. You are totally courting death. It is a complete joke. When the time comes, it will definitely become a laughingstock in the eyes of everyone. Not only that, there are many people around you filming videos. Now is the information age. If your classmates, friends, and family see such a funny scene of yours, will they laugh out loud? Thank you for your kindness. Su Chen looked at Zhang Xiaoman gently and thanked her sincerely. Immediately, he turned to look at Juoyu and said confidently, for a true master of art, it doesn't matter what instrument you use. What matters is whether the music you play touches the hearts of the audience. Yo-ho! Hearing Su Chen's defense, Juoyu sneered. So, your performance of Dream Wedding with a Leaf will surely touch the hearts of the audience? Try it. Su Chen said he would give it a try. Actually, Su Chen is extremely confident in his own performance skills. It is no exaggeration to say that Su Chen's attainments in the field of music have reached the pinnacle of this era. Try? Fine, go ahead and show off your funny side. I guarantee you'll become the biggest joke in the world. At the same time, your legendary story will also be spread in the food delivery industry, ha. Juoyu continued to mock Su Chen. Can. The next moment, the noisy sounds around suddenly quieted down. Even Zhang Xiaoman, Lin Kiki, and Juoyu all widened their eyes. They really couldn't believe that Su Chen could play the most beautiful music with just a leaf. And also played out the essence of Dream Wedding? It's really eye-opening. As Su Chen played, everyone entered into the artistic conception of Dream Wedding. Everyone present seemed to have transformed into the male and female protagonists in the story. Romantic. Beautiful. Sweet. Happiness. Who among us doesn't want a perfect life, a caring partner who understands our needs, and a dream wedding that we'll never forget? Unfortunately, reality is too cruel, and only through Su Chen's performance of Dream Wedding can anyone find a fleeting sense of satisfaction. Although, after the song, everyone has to return to reality. There is no such thing as forever, but at least there was a moment when they had it. In the music played by Su Chen with a leaf, they felt unprecedented happiness and found the wedding ceremony of their dreams. Sometimes, how different is there between dreams and reality? Everyone knows that everything in the dream is just a lie. What is the meaning of everything that is real in reality? If perfection really exists, it can only be found in dreams. Unfortunately, the concept of dream is too vague. Everyone found resonance and emotional sustenance in the song Dream Wedding played by Su Chen. Not long, Su Chen finished playing Wedding in a Dream. Zhang Xiaoman, Lin Kiki, and many people present were all in tears. Even many grown men also cried like children. In the eyes of secular people, men should wear armor and fight for the ones they love. But you must know, men also have a fragile side. They also hope to have a perfect family, a perfect wife, perfect children, and a perfect wedding. However, the reality is cruel. Their families do not understand, and their wives complain, compare, and insult them all day long. When those words of cowardice and worthlessness are thrown in front of the men, their hearts bleed. There is no place to place emotions. Sometimes even having a sweet dream is a luxury. But in the song Wedding in the Dream played by Su Chen, they got a short rest. They possessed omnipotent power. They set out again, and they will surely overcome all obstacles for the people they love with a new attitude. This moment, everyone was grateful to Su Chen in their hearts. Thank you, delivery boy. Thank you so much for playing such an unforgettable song for us. This is an auditory feast. I think even the world's top musical virtuosos would feel ashamed after listening to the music played by the delivery guy using a leaf. Zhang Xiaoman and Lin Kiki were both in tears. They thought that Su Chen playing Dream Wedding with a leaf would definitely make people laugh and disappoint them. But what is extremely unbelievable is that Su Chen, a delivery boy, actually used a leaf to play the most perfect and melodious wedding in a dream. What level of musical attainment is this? Just when everyone was immersed in the atmosphere of the song Dream Wedding, suddenly, a loud noise was heard. It turned out to be Juoyu, who smashed his guitar to pieces in public. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaoman was completely furious. Juoyu, you are simply not worthy of being the top talent of our Zhanghai Conservatory of Music. When my idol started to perform, you were very stingy and didn't even want to lend him a guitar. Now, my idol played the most perfect dream wedding in the world, and you smashed your guitar in anger? What's the meaning of this? Are you throwing a tantrum at my idol? Juoyu had a sad face and spread his hands weakly. Student Zhang Xiaoman, you misunderstood me. Chapter 149 ran away. Obviously, Zheng Xiaoman still didn't know why Zhuoyu smashed his guitar in public. She thought he was expressing his dissatisfaction with Su Chen in this way. She glared at Zhuoyu fiercely and said angrily, "Not only have you ruined your own reputation, but you've also completely disgraced our Shanghai Conservatory of Music. You have no manners at all. Which girl would be willing to marry you in the future? Ask yourself." Zhuoyu smashed the guitar angrily, not to show disrespect to Su Chen. Staring at Su Chen with sincere eyes, Zhuoyu said in a somewhat humble tone, "My dear, your performance of Dream Wedding is really too perfect. I feel that my guitar playing is simply shameful. The sound it makes is like the buzzing of a fly." After hearing Zhuoyu's explanation, Zhang Xiaoman, Lin Kiki and others finally understood. Turn out to be. Did Zhuoyu smash his guitar in public out of shame? However, he was self-aware, otherwise, he would have become a laughingstock at the Shanghai Conservatory of Music from now on. The next moment, Zhuoyu knelt down in front of Su Chen with an exaggerated expression. This scene made the pupils of everyone around him shrink suddenly. Obviously, everyone was shocked. TSK, what did I see? The renowned Shanghai Conservatory of Music's most talented student actually kneeled before a delivery boy? If this got out, who would believe it? However, considering his musical attainments, it's understandable that the president of our Shanghai Conservatory of Music would kneel before this delivery boy. There's nothing to be surprised about. That's awesome. No, I'm planning on delivering food tomorrow too. I've been learning music since I was 3 years old. Now, I've been studying the art of playing for 20 years, but the sound I make is as piercing as a ghost's cry. Compared to the delivery boy, I really want to hang myself with a rope. Fuck, this is too depressing." Seeing Zhuoyu kneeling in front of him, Su Chen felt a little embarrassed. After all, he came to Shanghai Conservatory of Music just to deliver takeout, not to undermine other people's self-confidence. You can imagine. If Su Chen really wanted to undermine someone's self-confidence, perhaps that person would start to doubt his life and commit suicide. There is no doubt about this, because Su Chen is really too amazing. You know, Su Chen himself is very outstanding, with a fairy-like appearance, elegant temperament, and infinite charm. With the blessing of the system, wouldn't he become a demon who defies the heavens? It's also fortunate that Su Chen works as a food delivery man. Otherwise, any successful man in the world would be devastated after seeing Su Chen. "My classmate, what do you mean by kneeling in front of me?" Su Chen planned to help Zhuoyu up. Can. Zhuoyu was very stubborn. He knelt on the ground and said with red eyes, "Master, Zhuoyu, am really not worthy to be Lin Kiki's boyfriend in front of you. If you like, Lin Kiki will give her to you." Once upon a time, Lin Kiki was like a fairy in Zhuoyu's eyes. What a pity. After meeting Su Chen, Zhuoyu finally understood the meaning of his life. Women? Oh, how low. From then on, Zhuoyu would study hard to master the art of playing the instrument. He planned to take Su Chen as his teacher. At this time, after hearing Zhuoyu's words, Lin Kiki blushed. In the past, she had vowed countless times in her heart that she would marry Zhuoyu in the future, but after meeting Su Chen, she instantly changed her mind. In this life, if she could become the delivery boy's bride, Lin Kiki felt that her life would be worthwhile. And Lin Kiki was also very confident. Lin Kiki is a school beauty. She is definitely qualified to be the girlfriend of a delivery boy. He will definitely be smiling from ear to ear. There is no doubt about it. However, what surprised everyone was that Su Chen had no interest in Lin Kiki at all. Oh. Zhuoyu's words made Su Chen laugh. He spread his hands and said helplessly, "Your girlfriend abandoned you, so you give her to me? IMHO. Your girlfriend has her own ideas and is not your appendage. You want to give her to me, but you didn't even ask her opinion?" There is no doubt that Su Chen said this to reject Lin Kiki. After all, he is a cultured man. If he directly rejected her, it would be embarrassing for the other party. I do. Before Zhuoyu could say anything, Lin Kiki hurriedly expressed her opinion loudly. Noticing that everyone around her was looking at her, Lin Kiki immediately lowered her head in shame. Only. Lin Kiki's heart is sweeter than honey. This. For a moment, Su Chen was at a loss. Lin Kiki lowered her head, her beautiful face was already flushed, her hands were tightly clutching her clothes, and her feet unconsciously moved slowly towards Su Chen. Seeing that the situation was not good, Su Chen suddenly pointed his finger to the sky and shouted, "UFO! As Su Chen's shout rang out, everyone's attention was instantly attracted. Just when everyone looked up at the sky, Su Chen cleverly ran away. After everyone came to their senses, they all chased after him. I can run so handsomely. I'm so happy. For love, I'm willing to risk it all. Go! As a result, an unprecedented scene occurred on the campus of Zhenghai Conservatory of Music. Countless boys and girls desperately chased Su Chen, the delivery boy. Su Chen possessed unparalleled skills, so he ran very fast. Soon, he left the people behind him far behind. After starting the broken mule, he drove away. His back is so handsome and unruly. Seeing that they could not catch up with their idol, countless infatuated men and women sat on the ground and cried loudly. Oh my god, that was so thrilling. Luckily I ran fast, otherwise, the consequences would be disastrous. After driving a few kilometers on his broken electric scooter, Su Chen received another takeout order. At the gate of Thompson's second grade community? After taking a look at the order address, Su Chen drove his broken electric scooter towards the Tangshan second class community. Along the way, his short hair fluttered in the wind, attracting countless women. The most exaggerated is a female Porsche owner, when passing the traffic light, took a look at Su Chen, who had a handsome face, and suddenly went crazy. She stepped on the accelerator and was about to chase Su Chen. With a thud, the tire is burst. Su Chen naturally saw the scene, and immediately sighed with some exhaustion. Why are you so superficial? Haven't you seen a handsome guy? Su Chen shook his head and made a decision in his heart. From now on, you must wear a helmet when delivering food. Otherwise, things like what happened to the female Porsche owner definitely happen from time to time. Chapter 150. This anchor is very silly. At the entrance of Thompson Urban Community, there is a middle-aged man doing a live broadcast. He has been in the entertainment industry since he was 18 years old, and his lifelong dream is to become a star. But things don't always go as planned. Mu Ning was still poor until he was 38 years old, so he started to enter the anchor industry. Fortunately, he had a foundation in martial arts when he was a child, which allowed him to occupy a place in the anchor industry. What kind of person is Mu Ning? Before he became successful, he always thought he was amazing, but it was just that his talent was not appreciated. Now that he has made a name for himself in the live streaming industry, he has started to feel proud. Last month, Mu Ning made a whopping 650,000 yuan from live streaming. So, after returning home, he divorced his wife directly. In his circle of friends, he also liked to show off his wealth with all kinds of brand name clothes and watches. People who didn't know him thought he had become a successful person, but they didn't know that he was the most typical nouveau riche. Now, Mu Ning said in his own broadcast room with great enthusiasm, "My friends, I still remember that when I was young, I was probably about 15 or 16 years old, and I went to the capital alone. Because I have been practicing martial arts since I was a child, and I taught myself karate, I was invincible. In just 2 or 3 years, I became a powerful figure in Hanoi, Hadong, and parts of the capital. So, what is the point I want to make? There are all kinds of kung fu in the world, and I am proficient in all of them, such as Southern Fist and Northern Leg, Xingyiquan, Tai Chi, etc. I have already mastered them to the point that they are as easy as eating and drinking water. To put it bluntly, for example, I have mastered the 18 dragon subduing palms and the 9 bone claw for over a decade." As Mu Ning boasted in the live broadcast room, fans started to criticize him. "Excuse me for being blunt, but I came to this scumbag's live stream today just to criticize him. Fuck, this rubbish anchor hasn't even quit yet? Did Mu Ning quit the circle today? I beg you all to stop bashing him. This rubbish streamer is using this method to hype himself up. The more we bash him, the more complacent he seems to be. Furthermore, the number of his insane fans giving him gifts is increasing." Mu Ning was wearing frivolous clothes and had an arrogant hairstyle. He was interacting with fans in the live broadcast room through the microphone while taking a sip of beer. His pretentious look was disliked by passers-by. "Fuck, I wish I could beat this pretentious guy to death with a brick. Scum. If killing people wasn't illegal, I would have chopped this melon peel off with a knife a long time ago." Mu Ning completely disdained the strange looks from others. In Mu Ning's opinion, people looked at him strangely because they were jealous of him. It's strange to say, almost all the comments posted by fans in Mu Ning's live broadcast room were aimed at criticizing Mu Ning. But The strange thing is that there are still a lot of fans who send gifts, and the popularity of Mooning's live broadcast room is ranked among the top 5 on the Dosha live broadcast platform. As a result, Mooning won the title of the #1 melon skinner in the entire network. To this, Mooning is not ashamed of this, but proud of it. I remember when he first started live streaming, Mooning had no fame at all, so he created many classic jokes on the internet like an angry young man. For example, Mooning dressed himself up as a beggar, with a nonchalant expression on his face. He held chopsticks in his hand, knocking on a porcelain lunchbox with several holes in it, and shouting in a very brisk rhythm. I started earning money when I was 15 or 16 years old. From having nothing, I struggled until I was penniless. Then from being penniless, I worked hard until I am now heavily in debt. I am who I am. I am different from other people. I get angry just looking at myself. Combined with Mooning's impoverished appearance at the time, these lines expressed through shouting were really funny, and as a result, Mooning quickly became an internet celebrity. But as Mooning's fame grew and his earnings increased, he began to get carried away. He wasn't serious about his shows and was simply exploiting his fans' enthusiasm. Now, he's even more arrogant and says whatever he wants. For example, at this moment, he lit a cigar for himself and started to show off. Excuse me for being blunt, but what I like most is that you can't stand me, but you can't beat me. Let me tell you this, none of those coaches, boxing gym masters, or TUIs you see in daily life can stand up to me. In addition, it's not that I look down on our Chinese martial arts. Chinese martial arts are nothing compared to karate. Words are not enough. Let those Chinese martial arts masters come and compete with me. I'm not bragging. Facts speak louder than words. I still remember that it was about 3 months ago when a Xingyiquan coach at a boxing gym, already in his 50s, actually wanted to restore the reputation of Chinese martial arts. When I saw the old man's silly look, I didn't say anything. I rushed up and knocked the old man down with one punch. Now, that old guy is still lying in the intensive care unit of the hospital, huh? After pretending to be cool, Mooning blew out another puff of smoke. TSK. Days like this are simply wonderful. Nowadays, for Mooning, every day he is either showing off or on his way to showing off. As his style becomes more and more popular, the number of his fans is also increasing wildly. You know, Mooning doesn't care at all whether the fans are there to support him or to criticize him. As long as his daily income increases, he can do it even if it requires him to curse his parents. In short, Mooning is such a scumbag who will do anything for fame and fortune and has no bottom line. Puff. I'm vomiting, Musuanzi, get out of the live broadcast circle right now. I beg Mooning to get out of the live streaming circle. You guys haven't unfollowed me yet? Every time I unfollow someone, I can't help but click in again. I don't have any other intentions, I just want to see if this scumbag has been drowned in the fans' saliva. Mooning was truly shameless. After being criticized, he was still overjoyed. He took another sip of beer and said to the microphone with relish, "My friends, I really envy you fans for being able to meet such a perfect anchor like me. This will be the luckiest thing in your life. In the future, when you brag to your wives and children, they can learn from me, right? If any of you get the essence of this, please give me a small gift, huh?" Once Mooning starts pretending to be competitive, he really can't stop. In my livestream, you can not only learn the wisdom of life, but also, it's packed with information, covering history, philosophy, art, painting, technology, stocks, astronomy, geography, chess, calligraphy, and painting. I can say that 1 minute of my livestream is worth 4 years of your college education. If you agree with me, please give me a 666. When Mooning said this, the fans in the live broadcast room were completely shocked. At the same time, Su Chen had already arrived at the gate of Thompson's second grade community. He took out his cell phone and called Mooning. "Mr. Moo, your takeaway has been delivered to the entrance of the community. Please come and pick it up."